Shin Bojun's first reaction was to go to Shanshui village to check on his little girl. Li Xiangbei saw that he was serious and quickly stopped him, jokingly saying, "Don't worry, she hasn't been bullied. It's enough that she doesn't bully others." Shin Bojun ignored the last comment, furrowing his brow and asking seriously what happened. Li Xiangbei was a bit confused himself and only had a partial understanding. In summary, the village captain was bullying people. He briefly explained the situation about the captain's family coming to the youth station to cause trouble. Knowing that Lin Yuzhu was really fine and lively, Shin Bojun finally relaxed. As long as she wasn't bullied, that was good. Shin Bojun raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze scanning Li Xiangbei, and asked, "Did you get hit in the head? The person you like got hurt, and you don't show any concern? What are you doing wandering around town?" He didn't seem very smart. Li Xiangbei pressed his lips together and said, "The captain's son is in the army. This matter can't just be overlooked." Shin Bojun nodded, planning to visit the commune to understand how they would handle the situation. This matter really couldn't be left unresolved. As he turned to leave, Shin Bojun stopped Li Xiangbei again, saying, "Since you're here, come eat at my place before you go. I need to talk to you about something." Li Xiangbei was taken aback but nodded, wondering what Shin Bojun wanted. Once he was far enough away, he hurried to the post office to call his cousin. After the call connected, he stated his purpose, and the voice on the other end suddenly asked, "What's going on between you and that female youth?" From the last 2 times he helped, it seemed that the female youth was not simple. She had his younger brother wrapped around her finger. He almost felt like she had taken his heart, yet she still rejected him. And now he had to chase after her. Li Xiangbei's cousin was somewhat speechless. He felt a bit critical, but didn't want to say it outright. Li Xiangbei felt a bit bitter and said, "Just a good friend. When something happened, I thought I'd help her." His cousin. Alright, so he was doing good deeds behind the scenes. "I heard you got your head cracked by Dong's girl?" Li Xiangbei felt a moment of confusion, his face turning red with embarrassment, thinking about how Wang Yang had blabbed. So he stammered, "I got hurt while breaking up a fight. Your aunt was so worried she almost took a train to see you, but your uncle stopped her. You should call home later and let them know you're safe." Li Xiangbei quickly agreed, and they chatted a bit more before hanging up. After the call, Li Xiangbei hurriedly called home. Hearing his mother's gentle voice made him feel guilty. He should have realized Wang Yang would tell the family about this. Once Li's mother recognized her son on the other end, she urgently asked, "How's your head? Is it serious?" "I'm fine. Just a little scrape." "It's nothing serious." "Don't lie. If it was just a scrape, the Wang family wouldn't have bothered to inform us." Her tone was filled with concern. Li Xiangbei was momentarily choked up, calming his emotions before saying, "I'm as strong as an ox." How hard could a girl hit? "It was just a little scuffle. I really wasn't hurt badly." "Humph, defending her like that. You don't have feelings for Dong Tiantian, do you? I tell you, no matter what, we can't let that girl into our family. I heard she once hit a female youth from our courtyard too. Does she have a thing for hitting people? Her temperament is too reckless. The Wang family is already discussing breaking off the engagement. If it weren't for you being a boy, I would have gone to settle this with the Dong family myself." Li Xiangbei couldn't help but feel amused. "I really am fine." Thinking about how the Dong sisters helped Xiang Wan fight today, he added, "As for the Dong family, just let it go. It's not a big deal. We just won't interact anymore." Li's mother hesitated, then said with a hint of fear, "It's good that we didn't agree to that engagement like the Wang family did without thinking. Otherwise, I'd be just as troubled as they are now. If you're looking for a wife, you should find someone cultured and sensible. We can't afford a wife who fights at the drop of a hat. Do you hear me? If you really have feelings for Dong Tiantian, you better get over it quickly so I can live a few more years." After hearing this, Li Xiangbei's mind filled with images of Li Xiangwan bravely fighting with Wang Er's aunt. Feeling a bit guilty, he responded somewhat perfunctorily. This dismissive attitude didn't sit well with Li's mother. She felt certain her guess was right. Her son must have feelings for Dong Tiantian. Alarm bells went off in her head, and after hanging up, she decided to cut off all ties with the Dong family. Meanwhile, the Dong family in the capital was also in a difficult situation, busy arguing with the Wang family. According to their perspective, it was just a couple having a quarrel, and not something that warranted breaking off the engagement. They had a daughter. If they called off the engagement, what would happen to their reputation? Most importantly, if they broke the engagement, they would lose all ties with the Wang family. The Li family would be even worse off. The Dong family absolutely refused to break the engagement. The Wang family, however, was very insistent. If it weren't for the Li family's boy being unlucky, their son would have been the one hurt. Their son wasn't adopted. How could they not care? Just a few words of argument, and someone was throwing stones? That was unacceptable. Who would dare marry a girl like that? They had to break off the engagement. The Dong family tried to bring up the time when the two rode a bicycle together. The Wang family directly involved Li Xiangbei, saying if the Dong family had the ability, they should let Li Xiangbei marry Dong Tiantian. Your girl is sick, and our son ends up in trouble because of it? If they kept making a fuss, the Wang family wouldn't hold back. Although the Wang family wasn't as powerful as before, they were still stronger than the Dong family. Seeing that the Wang family was genuinely angry, the Dong family stopped their commotion. The two families then began discussing the terms for breaking the engagement. The Dong family insisted that their daughter's reputation couldn't be damaged without compensation. The Wang family, as long as they could break the engagement, the Wang family would accept it, considering it a lesson learned. The youth didn't know about the scheming between the two families. When Li Xiangbei returned to the youth station, he only mentioned it briefly to Wang Yang, so he would be prepared. Wang Yang nodded in response, showing no emotion, neither happy nor sad. Seeing him like this, Li Xiangbei suddenly asked curiously, "What do you really think of Dong Mimi?" They had been engaged for so long, yet he couldn't tell if Wang Yang liked her or not. Wang Yang lowered his head, looking troubled, and said, "I can't say I like her. I've never really been interested in girls. Since my family arranged the engagement, I just accepted it. Marrying anyone is the same." Li Xiangbei's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with fear. He subtly moved back, realizing after all these years, he had never noticed Wang Yang was like this. Wang Yang looked at his strange behavior, confused and full of questions.
"You."
Li Xiangbei felt a bit awkward and didn't know how to comment on the other person's habits. He sensed a chilly breeze behind him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Wang Yang also realized what was happening and, feeling a rare surge of anger, gritted his teeth and said, "It's not what you think. I'm not interested in guys." Li Xiangbei finally relaxed and awkwardly explained, "I just thought it was a bit hot sitting so close. It's really warm in here today."
Wang Yang looked frustrated.
In the corner, Zhang Aigua shook his shoulders in distress. He was startled by Wang Yang's words earlier. After thinking it over, he figured he might have overreacted. With his ordinary looks, there shouldn't be any issues. Wang Yang never expected a single comment could lead to such a misunderstanding, wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. He just preferred more mature women. Not knowing how to express this, he chose not to elaborate. "Why did it take you so long to come back from just making a phone call in town?"
Wang Yang quickly asked.
"I had dinner at Old Shin's," Li Xiangbei briefly explained, not wanting to say more with Zhang Aigua present. Seeing the other person's reluctance to share, Wang Yang sensed something was off. He glanced at Zhang Aigua and decided not to pry further, casually saying, "Once spring comes, let's get our house built early." This way, they could avoid facing the Dong sisters too often.
"Yeah."
Zhang Aigua. He really wanted to keep these two guys around. Once they moved out, he would be the only man left in the house. If an uninformed man found out, he might feel proud. But right now, he didn't feel happy at all. On the contrary, a vague sense of fear kept attacking his fragile heart. He was afraid that one wrong step would lead to the same fate as He Yuanfang. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan didn't expect the commune to be so efficient. The next day, they sent an official to investigate. They interviewed several neighbors around the youth station. These neighbors had a decent relationship with Lin Yuzhu and tended to lean in favor of the youth. Aunt Chin was even more supportive of the youth. This showed how poorly the team leader had built rapport with the villagers. Few villagers were willing to speak up for him. Once the official finished the interviews, the team leader quickly got the news and rushed to stop him. He warmly invited the official to his home for a meal. The young official, remembering his two colleagues who were still writing self-criticisms, firmly declined and added another charge against the team leader, attempting to corrupt office staff. The young official returned to the commune and submitted the records to his superiors, who nodded in response. The village head was called back to the commune the next day and came out holding a red document appointing him as the team leader of Shanshui village. The village head happily walked back to Shanshui village. He didn't even notice the cold or the long road. He breezed back to the village, headed straight for the village committee, and announced the appointment over the loudspeaker. Starting today, the village head was also the team leader of Shanshui village. The former team leader fainted at home upon hearing the broadcast. His home was instantly thrown into chaos. When he woke up, he heard the loudspeaker calling him to the village committee for a phone call. Wang Tianxiang's heart sank. Besides his son, who else would call him? This phone call. It felt too coincidental. Remembering Li Xiangbei's cold, piercing gaze, Wang Tianxiang felt a shiver. Seeing her husband trembling, Wang's wife said, "Should I go get him?" Wang Tianxiang shook his head, dismissively saying, "You go, just don't cause any more trouble." So he slowly made his way to the village committee. When the village head saw the former team leader, he felt a twinge of sympathy. It had only been a day, but why did the other man seem to age like him? "You're here. Your son called you. Come and take it. It's a good chance for you two to chat and relieve some stress." Wang Tianxiang felt like the village head was mocking him. He reluctantly answered the phone. "Chongping, what's up?" Wang Tianxiang hoped his son was just calling to check in. "Dad, have you offended someone? My promotion paperwork was about to be approved, but today the leader suddenly said I failed the political review and told me to come back and find out what you all have done." "Dad, what's going on?" "If this promotion falls through, I might have to return to the army this year." "Who did you offend?" Hearing the urgent and suppressed voice on the other end of the line, Wang Tianxiang felt darkness closing in again and fainted once more. On the other end, all that could be heard was a loud thud. Wang Chongping was stunned, then anxiously called out, "Dad? Hello? Dad, are you okay?" The village head stared blankly at the collapsed Wang Tianxiang. He tried to help him up, but found him too heavy to lift. Now he was alone in the room. The village head felt a pang of sadness. There were still shouts coming from the phone. He quietly laid Wang Tianxiang back down and answered the phone, saying, "Chongping, your dad passed out. If there's anything, wait until he wakes up to call back." "Uncle Zhao, is my dad okay?"
He's fine."
"Don't worry, I'll make sure nothing happens to him. I'll hang up now." Before the village head could end the call, the other end quickly stopped him. "Uncle Zhao, I have more to say." The village head glanced at the unconscious Wang Tianxiang, feeling a bit reluctant, sighed, and put the phone back to his ear, saying, "What is it?" "Hurry up, your dad is still on the ground." There was a moment of silence on the other end. "Uncle Zhao, did something happen to our family?" The village head, looking at the unconscious Wang Tianxiang, replied, "Isn't the village building a primary school? They organized an exam, and your dad, feeling desperate, gave a test paper to the young Wang. With so many people knowing the answers, who wouldn't want to score first and get accepted? Well, everyone scored full marks. This got reported to the commune, and your mom, along with your aunt and wife, went to confront the person who reported it, so the team leader's position is completely gone." "Chongping, I don't want to be the team leader either. It's a tough job, just offending people without gaining any favor, working hard for nothing."
"Who would want that?"
"Today, the commune leaders insisted I take the position. They're the leaders, so how could I refuse? Please help me talk to your dad later, so he doesn't get distant over a team leader position." Once the village head started talking, he couldn't stop, clearly forgetting there was someone lying on the ground. Meanwhile, his own son seemed to have forgotten about his father, urgently interrupting the village head, trying to probe, Uncle Zhao, does the person who reported my dad have any background? The village head smacked his lips and said, it's still uncertain if they were the ones who reported it. Anyway, your dad suspects it was a girl. You don't know her. She's a new youth, quite pretty, and there's a new male youth who likes her. I heard that this male youth's family is in the military. What about you over there? The village head suddenly realized that Wang Chongping might have encountered some trouble in the military. No wonder he was calling. Wow, Li Xiangbei's family really has some influence. Thinking this, the village head shivered, recalling what his nephew had done earlier, realizing it was a reckless move. He was lucky he didn't stick to his guns. Otherwise, it could have been him lying on the ground. Suddenly, the village head snapped back to reality. Chongping, I have to go. Your dad is still on the ground. Wang Tianxiang, who had just started to regain consciousness, almost passed out from anger again. Seeing that Wang Tianxiang had woken up by himself, the village chief felt a bit awkward. It seemed as if he didn't care at all. The village chief awkwardly stroked his beard and said to Wang Tianxiang, well, your child asked a few more questions. It was hard for the kid to get through on the phone, so he didn't have time for you. Wang Tianxiang lay on the ground, looking hopeless, and after a long pause, said, help me up. The village chief was taken aback and quickly went over to help him up, kindly offering to take him home. In this freezing weather, fainting outside was no joke. On the way, the village chief kindly advised him to relax and take care of his health. At his age, how could he just faint like that? He should learn to be more carefree. He had lived long enough and had never been so fragile. The former team leader almost fainted again on the way home. Once they arrived, he lost all composure and disdainfully pushed Wang Tianxiang out of the house. The village chief returned home, his not-so-round belly sticking out, feeling quite pleased. Once home, he thought about the silly things his nephew had done before. The village chief didn't have any special hobbies in life, just a bit of an obsession with authority. Seeing Wang Tianxiang's situation, he felt a bit uneasy. Just then, his wife came back and noticed the village chief looking distracted. Curiously, she asked what's wrong. Earlier, he had sounded quite confident on the loudspeaker. Why did he return looking so troubled? The village chief ignored her, pondering for a moment before slowly saying, Wang Tianxiang has really hit a wall this time. His wife picked up a shoe sole from the table, working on it while asking what happened. Wang Tianxiang not only lost his position, but the army must have found out too. Chongping called today, and after just a few words, Wang Tianxiang fainted. His son didn't care about his father, and kept asking me what happened to their family. His wife put down her work and asked with wide eyes, he fainted? You just left him on the ground while chatting? If Wang Tianxiang finds out, he'll hate you. The village chief. He didn't want to tell his wife that Wang Tianxiang woke up on his own. What can he do? Can he come and eat me? That's not what I meant. I'm just saying, why did Chongping call at this time and specifically ask what happened at home, as if he knew something was wrong? His wife thought for a moment and asked, are you saying Li Xiangbei reported their family's issues to the army? The village chief nodded and speculated, most likely. That kid is quite capable. If he's capable, then so be it. We haven't offended him. Are you worried about your nephew's situation? Let's not have any backlash. The village chief said with some concern. His wife hesitated. It's been so long. It shouldn't be a problem now. This situation is getting worse. You should go talk to his mother and help find him a wife. His wife suppressed a laugh and teased, look at you, so obsessed with authority. If you're really worried, once the teacher's admission list is officially out, invite Lin Jiqing and Wang Jiqing to dinner, and bring along Li Jiqing too. A meal will ease the tension. What if the villagers see and think we're accepting gifts? The village chief felt a bit guilty. After all, Wang Tianxiang lost his job because of this matter.
He was still a bit scared.
His wife shot him a glance. If you want an excuse, just say it's to help the educated youth teach the village kids. You're being kind by inviting a few people for a meal. You're foolish. Don't you think about why Li Xiangwan is targeting Wang Tianxiang so much? Li Xiangwan must have given Wang Tianxiang a gift, but when nothing was done in return, they clashed. Otherwise, Why would Li Xiangwan report him? There are already whispers in the village. If you invite Li Xiangwan, no one will think anything of it. Besides, the exam results were based on their own abilities, so why worry? With those perfect scores, who would go looking for trouble? His wife continued working on the shoe sole, then suddenly had another thought and said with a smile, who knows, by then, people might think you're trying to curry favor with Li Xiangwan by inviting them to dinner. The village chief frowned, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The room fell silent. Before the village chief could sort out his thoughts, Li Xiaoxiao came in and interrupted. She entered with a live chicken, grinning, and said, "Dad, Mom, my mom asked me to bring a chicken back for you to nourish your health." The village chief's wife looked at the squawking chicken and knew that the Li family was trying to flatter her husband for becoming the team leader. What a good family, yet they didn't want to treat each other well. She wondered what sins they committed in their past lives. Coldly, she said, "Take it back. Your dad and I are fine. We don't need an old hen to nourish us since we're not having babies or postpartum." The village chief. "Mom, I've already brought it back. Hungbin said a few days ago that he wanted to eat chicken. Don't use the child as an excuse. The kid wanted chicken because I cooked 2 for the commune's officials that day. He saw it and got greedy. I saved him a bowl, but that craving has passed, so he won't eat your family's chicken." Li Xiaoxiao stood awkwardly in the room, knowing her mother-in-law's nature. When she said no, she really meant it. The chicken in her hands suddenly felt hot. Looking troubled, she said, "Mom, I've already brought the chicken back." She couldn't just return it, could she? The village chief's wife, annoyed by the chicken squawking, said, "Just take it back." No matter whose chicken it was, she wouldn't accept one from the Li family. Li Xiaoxiao had no choice but to obediently return the chicken to her family. Once she left the house, the village chief's wife said irritably, "If it weren't for her mother causing trouble back then, we wouldn't have had to kill 2 chickens to entertain guests." The village chief chuckled. "We should thank the Li family. If she hadn't caused such a scene, Wang Tianxiang wouldn't have ended up like this." His wife snorted coldly, working on the shoe sole, then suddenly realized something and asked, "How did Li Hihi do on her exam?" The village chief thought for a moment and shook his head. "I didn't pay attention. She wasn't in the top ranks anyway." His wife immediately became suspicious, muttering, "Li Laopo wouldn't make a fuss without a reason. If Li Hihi didn't do well, why is she making such a scene? Something's off here." The village chief took a sip of water, dismissing it. "Why do you care? As long as this fire doesn't reach us." After Li Xiaoxiao brought the chicken back to her mother's house, Old Lady Li looked at her with disdain. She complained to her daughter, "You can't even give away a chicken. Should I praise you for that? Mom, my mother-in-law didn't want it. What can I do? If they don't want it, just keep it for yourself. Isn't that better?"
Li Xiuxiu raplia dismissibeli.
Old Lady Li took a deep breath and began to scold her daughter. "Why are you so foolish? If your father-in-law were just a village head, that would be fine, but now he's the team leader. What if they hold a grudge over the previous incident? Why don't you think about it more? If she had known things would turn out this way, she would never have listened to outsiders. They're still my in-laws. How could they make things difficult for us? You're overthinking it, Mom." Seeing her daughter acting so foolishly, Old Lady Li snorted and decided not to argue further. The village head's wife thought of inviting Li Xiangwan for a meal to ease the tension. After returning home, the team leader also pondered how to resolve the situation. In the end, he decided to invite Li Xiangwan and Li Xiangbei for dinner. So he asked his daughter-in-law to invite Li Xiangwan first. Once she was there, he was sure Li Xiangbei would come too. The team leader realized that Li Xiangwan was the key person in this matter. As Zhang Hohot rushed to the backyard of the youth station to invite her, she found Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei there too. The 3 of them immediately became wary of her. Zhang Hohot felt uneasy under their watchful eyes. Forcing a smile, she said, "Li Xingqing, my mother-in-law was impulsive before. She reflected on it and thinks it was her fault. My father, the team leader, lost his position because of his own actions. Now she regrets it deeply. At her age, being so impulsive almost caused a big mistake. Fortunately, you weren't hurt that day. My mother-in-law specially cooked a meal today and wants to invite you over for drinks to make amends. Could you please consider it? Li Xiangwan was very confused. She didn't understand why they suddenly wanted to be friendly. What was going on? Lin Yuzhu was also puzzled. The village head had appointed the team leader, so even if they wanted to reconcile, what good would it do? Both felt that this invitation was likely a trap. Without thinking, Li Xiangwan refused. As soon as she did, Zhang Hohat's eyes turned red, and she began to play the emotional card. With a pitiful tone, she said, Li Xingqing, I really didn't want to get involved that day, but you know how my in-laws are. Just pity me a little. If I can't invite you today, I don't know how they'll make things difficult for me. We're both women. Please show some kindness and help me. Li Xiangwan remained silent for a while before speaking. Things have already come to this point. There's no turning back. Even if I go to eat, it won't change anything, right? She began to suspect that the Wang family's true intention was to lure her in and harm her. Zhang Hohat was momentarily speechless. She thought Li Xiangwan knew about her husband's situation. To help her husband, she decided to be straightforward and asked, Li Xingqing, could you talk to Comrade Li Xiangbei and ask the leaders in the army to be lenient? Li Xiangwan looked at Zhang Hohat with confusion. Lin Yuzhu blinked, wondering if she had missed something. Wang Xiaomei tilted her head in confusion, not understanding how this had turned into a discussion about the other woman's husband. Seeing their expressions, Zhang Hohat suddenly realized that they might not know. My husband called my father-in-law yesterday and said that his promotion was blocked, Zhang Hohat said, glancing at Li Xiangwan.
Li Xiangwan
Immediately thought of Li Xiangbei. This was unexpected. Then you should talk to Li Xiangbei, not me. Zhang Hohat ultimately couldn't persuade Li Xiangwan and left empty-handed. The team leader saw his daughter-in-law's gloomy expression and knew she had failed to invite her. So, he personally went to the front yard of the youth station to invite Li Xiangbei. He was genuinely afraid now and greeted him with a smile. Li Xingqing, we have prepared food and drinks at home. Please come over for a meal and bring Comrade Li Xiangwan with you. My wife is a simple person and lacks education. She was rude that day, and I will make her apologize properly. Oh, and please invite Wang Xingqing to join us too. The team leader thought it would be better to invite Wang Yang as well. He suspected that Wang Yang's family was also not simple. Thinking this way, he regretted that his wife hadn't inquired about things clearly and acted recklessly. Now, they had offended people deeply and implicated their son. Wang Yang smiled silently from the side. Li Xiangbei coldly replied, we can't accept this meal from the team leader's family. The team leader felt a lump in his throat and took a while to respond with a forced smile. Li Xingqing, this is indeed our family's fault. Please overlook our mistakes and join us for a meal to move past this. Okay? Li Xiangbei frowned, unsure of what the team leader was really after. He replied calmly, if you want to apologize, you can go to Comrade Li Xiangwan directly. If she forgives you, then it's over. Why are you coming to me? The team leader. Seeing the other party feigning ignorance, the team leader felt helpless. Sighing, he tried to sound pitiful. Li Xingqing, look, we just want to apologize to Comrade Li Xiangwan. Can you talk to the leaders in the army and ask them to promote my husband, Chongping? Li Xiangbei raised an eyebrow, surprised that it coincidentally involved the promotion issue. He remained silent for a while before saying, I can't help with that. Seeing the team leader's intent to keep pressing, he clarified that he had only reported the team leader's actions through some shortcuts. He hadn't done anything else. The army wasn't his family, and retaliation was out of the question. The situation he reported would be verified by the political commissar. On the surface, the team leader's actions seemed like mere troublemaking. In reality, he had left a record of bribery, corruption, and oppression of the people, which would be a significant stain on his son's reputation during the political review. Compared to other families with good morals, the chances of promotion were slim. Li Xiangbei could only tell the team leader that this matter was beyond his control. The captain only then realized how much he had held his son back. Just a few $dozen. How could that compare to his son's future? The captain returned home with a blank expression, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Wang Pozi, seeing he hadn't found anyone, anxiously asked, "Did you manage to get someone?" The captain looked up at his wife, almost wanting to slap her again. If it weren't for her nagging when he was angry, things might not have escalated to this point. He snapped, "This is all you're doing." Wang Posi's face turned pale. She knew he hadn't found anyone. The old couple sat on the Kong, both looking worried. Zhang Hohat thought for a long time and cautiously said, "Mom, how much did you take from Li Jiqing?" The captain sat silently beside her. Wang Posi glanced at him and stammered, "Not much, 50. Zhang Hohat was momentarily at a loss for words. Complaining now wouldn't help. After thinking, she gently advised, "Why not return the money and let Li Xiangwan ask Li Xiangbei if he can help? It shows we recognize our mistake." Having a positive attitude toward correction is always good. The captain finally looked at his daughter-in-law with some excitement. Finally, the Wang family had a smart daughter-in-law. He turned to his wife and ordered, "Go get the money for Hohat. Let her handle this." Wang Posi felt a pang at the thought of giving back the money she had tucked away. But seeing her husband's eyes wide open, she didn't dare to refuse. Reluctantly, she went to get the money. Unhappily, she said, "What good will returning the money do?" Zhang Hohat took the money and said to her mother-in-law, "Mom, if Chongping is fine, our family will only gain more than $50. After hearing this, Wang Posi quickly handed over the money. Zhang Hohat took the money and immediately ran to the youth station. When Li Xiangwan got back her money, Zhang Hohat politely said, "Li Jiqing, could you ask Comrade Li Xiangbei to inform the army that we have reconciled?" Li Xiangwan felt helpless, thinking if only she had known this would happen. "I'll write a letter to your husband's unit, stating that we have reconciled and that you all deeply realize your mistakes." Zhang Hohat wanted Li Xiangbei to speak directly to the military leaders. She hesitated on how to say this. Li Xiangwan sighed and calmly told Zhang Hohat, "Even if he speaks, it won't help. Zhang Hohat, can you at least ask him not to make things difficult?" Li Xiangwan shook her head helplessly, saying, "The military isn't his family's. You can rest assured." Zhang Hohat's troubled heart instantly felt much lighter. Smart people often get straight to the point. The money was returned, and Li Xiangwan wrote the letter in front of Zhang Hohat, reading it aloud to her. After hearing it, Zhang Hohat truly felt happy and thanked her gratefully. Once Li Xiangwan left, Wang Xiaomei asked innocently, "Is this letter useful?" Li Xiangwan remained silent. Lin Yuzhu shook her head. Wang Xiaomei looked confused. "Huh? So it's useless?" "The commune still has a record," Lin Yuzhu said softly. "This stain couldn't be washed away." Lin Yuzhu didn't say more. The captain had really put his son in a tough spot this time. The greater the power, the greater the temptation. This applies to families too. The military constantly demands soldiers not to take anything from the people, and as military families, they must set an example. With so many excellent soldiers, why would the military want someone with a loose family background as an officer? Should they let bad people use soldiers' names for their own gain? The captain's son was basically outshined by most in the political review. If he wanted a promotion, he would need to rely on military achievements. Some families were happy, while others were worried. The village had eagerly awaited the teacher's admission list. The atmosphere at home was quite harmonious. The village head's wife pondered why old Li's wife had acted so rashly, but she couldn't make sense of it. Deciding to stop thinking about it, she focused on the good times ahead. The teacher's admission list didn't keep the villagers waiting long. It arrived in just a couple of days. After the village had noted down the names of those admitted, he had accountantly write them in calligraphy on red paper and posted it prominently on the wall. He also announced it over the loudspeaker. Only 5 were admitted, including the 3 from the backyard, with the remaining 2 being someone Lin Yuzhu knew. It was Aunt Su's daughter, Su Hong. Hearing Su Hong's name over the loudspeaker, Lin Yuzhu felt happy for the girl. Though she would only be a private teacher, it would change a rural girl's fate. Not to mention the work points and monthly allowances, it would help her stand tall and find a good husband. The other was Accountant Li's nephew, Li Wei. Lin Yuzhu didn't have much impression of Li Wei, just that he was a good student and ranked first among the villagers. It seemed that only Accountant Li hadn't done anything shady during this exam. The position of private teacher was now firmly established, and the three from the backyard breathed a sigh of relief. The three gathered in one room to discuss how to celebrate that evening. With the Lantern Festival over, Wang Xiaomei realized her pre-New Year's supplies were running low and thought about being frugal now that the New Year was over. She suggested making a luxurious stir-fried rice noodle dish with preserved meat. Not to brag, but her chili sauce and pickled radish paired with fragrant preserved meat would surely be a delight for both. Li Demiran, with a pimple on her nose, shook her head. It's too hot. Don't eat spicy food. How about braised chicken? I have a frozen chicken and some mushrooms. Upon hearing mushrooms, Wang Xiaomei's expression changed, and she shook her head. She was already uneasy about eating chicken. Lin Yuzhu suggested, how about we make some pickled cabbage dumplings? Both of them shook their heads. They had been eating too many dumplings lately, and were getting tired of them. Lin Yuzhu. She snorted, you all are too picky. Can you really get tired of dumplings? The three fell into a storm of thoughts. Before they could decide what to eat, the village chief's little Hongbin rushed in, panting, and said to the three of them, Sister Lin, Sister Li, Sister Wang. He was so out of breath that he struggled to catch his breath after calling out their names. The three of them, with 6 curious eyes, watched the little guy take a big breath. Once he calmed down, they couldn't help but take a deep breath too. My grandma said she wants to invite you all for dinner tonight, and hopes you will come to our house, the little guy said seriously like a little adult. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan exchanged glances. It seemed like inviting people to dinner was in fashion lately. Lin Yuzhu quickly realized that the village chief was mainly inviting Li Xiangwan. She and Wang Xiaomei were probably just there to keep her company. What do you mean? Lin Yuzhu asked Li Xiangwan. Hongbin looked at Li Xiangwan too, as his grandma told him to make sure to invite this beautiful sister to their home. He was worried that this pretty sister might say no. How could he persuade Sister Li to agree? Li Xiangwan felt indifferent toward the village chief. However, compared to the former team leader, the village chief was much better. The little conflicts among adults had nothing to do with children. Li Xiangwan gently asked the little guy, do you know why your grandma wants to invite us for dinner? Grandma said it will be hard for you to teach the village kids to read, and she wants to reward you in advance, Hongbin replied cheerfully. Lin Yuzhu playfully tapped the little guy's nose and quietly asked, really? Who else is coming besides us? Second grandma is also coming to help my grandma cook, so she will probably stay for dinner too, the little guy said, tilting his head uncertainly. Lin Yuzhu smiled at him and patted his little head, calming his anxious feelings. She began to analyze that Hongbin's second grandma should be Zhao Jian's mother. This was getting interesting. Lin Yuzhu exchanged a meaningful glance with Li Xiangwan. With her eyes, she seemed to say, you showed your power and scared the old village chief. He must be worried about you settling scores later.
Li Xiangwan
was speechless. She helplessly told Hongbin, Hongbin, go back and tell your grandma that we appreciate her kindness, but we won't be coming. Little did she know, her words were like turning on a faucet. The little guy immediately looked pitiful and started to cry loudly. He ended up really crying, with tears rolling down his cheeks. It melted their hearts. The three of them were caught off guard. Under Hongbin's strong crying, the trio followed him to the village chief's house. On the way, Wang Xiaomei nervously said, I feel like this year isn't a good time to eat out. Why don't you and Xiangwan go instead? That's nonsense. It can't be that coincidental that just eating out would cause trouble.
Stop thinking like that.
The village chief even sent his grandson to invite us. If we don't go, it seems like we're disrespecting him. Lin Yuzhu disagreed. It would be awkward if she was the only one accompanying them. She had to bring Wang Xiaomei along. Wang Xiaomei thought about it too. It was better not to offend the village chief. Seeing her worried expression, Lin Yuzhu joked, if there's chicken stew with mushrooms, just don't eat it. The rest shouldn't be poisonous, right? Wang Xiaomei nodded, realizing it was unlikely anything would go wrong, so she obediently followed Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan to the village chief's house. As soon as they entered, The village chief's wife happily came over to greet them. Lin Yuzhu noticed that the village chief was not home. The village chief's wife said at the right moment, "Your uncle isn't home. It's just us ladies today for a simple meal, so don't mind if it's not fancy." With her playful remark, the atmosphere became much less stiff. Lin Yuzhu joined in to lighten the mood, smiling. Everyone in the village knows that Andy is the best cook. Even if it's just stir-fried potato strips, they will taste amazing. We're in for a treat today. How could we complain? Please don't make any big fish or meat dishes. Just stir-fry some potato strips for us. We want to taste those legendary, delicious potato strips. She said this playfully. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei looked a bit lost, realizing they were out of the loop. The village chief's wife understood that Lin Yuzhu was trying to help her avoid an awkward silence. Her smile became more genuine as she jokingly said, "You little rascal. You just know how to flatter me. If I took you seriously, I would really just make you potato strips, and you'd laugh at me." Lin Yuzhu immediately burst into a bright smile and cleverly said, "Andy, can you smell what's cooking in your house?" The village chief's wife quickly covered her mouth and laughed. "What smell? The smell of meat? Look at you being so clever." After laughing, the village chief's wife turned to Li Xiangwan and said, "Li, you are looking even more beautiful. I wonder which young man will be lucky enough to have you. What good fortune he must have." Faced with the village chief's wife's warm approach, Li Xiangwan couldn't keep a serious face. She smiled gently. "Auntie, you're just joking." Wang Xiaomei blinked, wondering if she should compliment her too. When the village chief's wife's gaze landed on Wang Xiaomei, she paused for a few seconds before smiling and saying, "I hadn't noticed before, but Xiaomei, you are looking even more radiant." Lin Yuzhu took a closer look. Indeed, she hadn't noticed before. Now that she looked closely, Wang Xiaomei looked much more delicate than when they first met, and a bit rounder too. Wang Xiaomei smiled shyly, clearly very happy. Lin Yuzhu teased, "Isn't this because you've been slacking off with me?" Haha, everyone in the room burst into laughter. Wang Xiaomei, "Stop standing around. Come sit down." The village chief's wife led them to sit and brought out sunflower seeds and peanuts, saying, "You girls can snack on these while I finish cooking. We need to have a good chat later." Lin Yuzhu and the others nodded and smiled, watching the village chief's wife return to the kitchen. Lin Yuzhu noticed Hongbin standing at the door, his little eyes fixed on the peanuts, but he was too shy to come over and take some. She waved her hand, calling him over to sit beside her, and started to shell peanuts for him. Hongbin shyly said, "Sister, you eat too." "I'm eating too. You should eat," Lin Yuzhu gently replied. Hongbin grinned, and in his smile, they noticed he had lost a tooth. It was quite amusing, and the three girls couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yuzhu, feeling playful, continued to shell peanuts for him. Soon, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei joined in to help him with the peanuts. The treatment was quite good. As they were eating, Hongbin weakly said, "Sisters, I can't eat
anymore."
The village chief's wife came in carrying a pot of sauerkraut and pork stew with blood sausage. She happened to see her grandson puffing his cheeks, struggling to eat while trying to refuse, and couldn't help but laugh and say, "You all eat. Why make him eat so much? Do you think I would treat my grandson poorly?" Her words were not meant to blame anyone. She was just speaking casually. "Who told you to spoil your little grandson?" Lin Yuzhu replied, standing up to take the dishes and place them on the table. Before long, the dishes were brought out one by one. The village chief's family prepared 5 dishes: sauerkraut and pork stew with blood sausage, braised pork bones, stir-fried peanuts, fried egg pancakes, and sweet and sour cabbage. For this time period, this spread was quite generous. Once all the dishes were served, the village chief's wife pointed to the braised pork bones and said, "These were specially brought in by your uncle. There's plenty of meat on these bones, so eat up. I've been simmering them since morning, and they're full of flavor. Go ahead and try." Lin Yuzhu and the others politely nodded but didn't pick up their chopsticks yet. The hosts hadn't sat down yet. When Aunt Zhao entered the room, the village chief's wife pulled her sister-in-law over and cheerfully said, "You've worked hard today. Come sit down." While inviting them, She turned to Lin Yuzhu and the others, saying, "My sister-in-law is the best cook. You all know her, so I won't go on about it. If I keep talking, you might think I don't want to feed you. Come on, dig in." Since they were all girls, the village chief's wife didn't bring out the white wine. Instead, she brewed some jasmine tea for the girls and raised her cup, saying, "This is what I can offer. Please don't think the food is too simple. You girls don't have family with you, so I won't ask you to drink wine today. Let's toast with tea instead. I appreciate you all coming, and we'll leave the village kids in your care from now on." After a polite toast, they sipped their tea. The village chief's wife picked up a pair of unused chopsticks and served Lin Yuzhu and the others a big piece of bone, which had a good amount of both fat and lean meat. The sauce looked shiny and appetizing. "Try my cooking. Just looking at it makes my mouth water. It must be delicious," Lin Yuzhu said with a smile. She intentionally had Xiao Hongbin sit next to her and, without hesitation, picked up the largest piece of bone from the pot and placed it in the little guy's bowl, secretly saying, "See, don't blame your grandma for forgetting you now that there are sisters. You were the first one I thought of." The village chief's wife immediately laughed. "You're such a girl." The meal was quite harmonious. After everyone finished eating and were chatting over tea, the village chief's wife sighed and pulled Li Xiangwan aside, saying, "Our family has been out of sorts and has offended you before. I don't expect your forgiveness, but if you need anything in the future, just come to me. This is something I owe you." Aunt Zhao, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Li Jiqing, if you're still upset, I can call my ungrateful son over right now for you to give him a beating. We'll settle this score whenever you want. I'll make sure he doesn't escape." Li Xiangwan was momentarily speechless, shaking her head and saying calmly, "Aunties, let's just forget about it. I won't pursue it any further. But I want to say something from the heart. Zhao Jianqing's personality can easily lead to trouble. If he is spoiled too much, it will only harm him. Zhao Jianqing was only about 18 or 19 years old. If corrected now, there might still be hope." Lin Yuzhu interjected seriously, "Aunt, what Xiangwan said might not be pleasant to hear, but it's genuinely for your family's good. They say a small theft leads to bigger crimes. You should understand this without me explaining. If he keeps getting away with small things, what will happen?" The village chief's wife fell silent, looking at her sister-in-law. Zhao Aunt's expression grew serious, and she felt an unexpected panic. Lin Yuzhu continued, "Think about it. Why did He Yuanfang drag Zhao Jianqing into this? There were so many people present, yet he was the only one who got blamed. Spoiling a child is like harming them." She spoke with deep concern. Flies don't land on a seamless egg. A hint of shame crossed Zhao Aunt's face. After all these years, she realized she hadn't seen things as clearly as these two girls. "Right, I can't keep spoiling him like this." After saying this, Zhao Aunt felt the urge to rush home and properly discipline her disappointing son. The village chief's wife sighed in relief. It was good that her sister-in-law understood. She also needed to talk to her husband about not always cleaning up after that nephew of theirs. Helping once or twice was enough. If he didn't change, it might be better to cut ties completely to avoid dragging their own family down. They still had Hongbin to look after. The conversation turned lighter after that, and everyone enjoyed themselves. The trio returned to the youth station under the moonlight, feeling relaxed. Little did they know that because of a few words from Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu, a complicated situation was set in motion. Meanwhile, Zhao Aunt hurried home to whisper in Zhao Uncle's ear, acting like a wicked stepmother from a fairy tale, trying to make things difficult for her son. This made Zhao Uncle anxious, unsure if his son could still be saved. The couple exchanged glances, realizing they couldn't let their son grow up to be a crooked tree. So, on that dark night, Zhao Jianqing experienced a confusing and unexpected mix of punishment. It was quite a bitter experience. After Lin Yuzhu went to bed, she occasionally heard the sounds of doors opening and closing next door. In her drowsy state, she wondered if she had drunk too much water or how many times she had gotten up during the night. The next day, yawning and looking tired, she knocked on Wang Xiaomei's door. To her surprise, it wasn't locked. When she pushed the door open, She found Wang Xiaomei lying exhausted on the bed. Lin Yuzhu asked in astonishment, "What happened to you?" Wang Xiaomei weakly replied, "I told you we shouldn't go out to eat. Last night was a nightmare. So awful." Li Xiongwan heard some noise at night and came to check it out. She was just a step or two behind Lin Yuzhu. Seeing Wang Xiaomei like this, she was quite surprised. After all, they ate the same food. Nothing happened to her or Lin Yuzhu, but Wang Xiaomei. This seemed a bit too unfortunate. Since the founding of the country, superstitions were not allowed. Otherwise, Lin Yuzhu would have wanted Wang Xiaomei to jump over a fire pit. The two comforted her and gave her some warm water to drink. As the saying goes, when feeling unwell, one should drink more warm water. Before returning home, Shin Bojun had given Lin Yuzhu several pills, including some for diarrhea. Lin Yuzhu found 2 pills in her room and gave them to Wang Xiaomei, who felt a bit better afterward. Just a little while ago, she got up to use the bathroom and returned with shaky legs. After drinking water and taking medicine, Lin Yuzhu said, "You should rest a bit and see if the medicine helps. If not, we'll go to the hospital." She thought, diarrhea shouldn't be life-threatening, right? Fortunately, after taking the medicine, Wang Xiaomei felt much better. After a night of trouble and no rest, she soon fell asleep. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiongwan then left her room. People in business often have some superstitions. Li Xiongwan said, "Could it be that Wang Xiaomei really shouldn't go out this year?" Lin Yuzhu frowned, thought for a long time, and replied, "Maybe it's just a coincidence. If it happens again, then it might be true that she shouldn't go out.
Li Xiongwan.
There might be a next time." Wang Xiaomei got a bad stomach. The village chief's family naturally didn't know about it. If they did, they would be worried. Meanwhile, the village chief's house was not peaceful either. Old Lady Li, with her triangular eyes, went to the village chief's house with ill intent. Seeing her, the village chief's wife maintained a smile and asked, "What brings you here, in-law?" Inside, she was on high alert. This old woman never visits without a reason. Old Lady Li arrived shortly after Li Xiuxiu left the house. She didn't believe that an early morning visit was just for catching up. The village chief, seeing Old Lady Li there, thought of escaping and said, "In-law, you two chat. I'll step out for a moment." As he was about to leave, Old Lady Li raised her voice and said, "Please stay. I'm here to discuss something with you." The village chief's wife glanced at her husband, realizing this was specifically about him. She thought about it but smiled and said, "What's the matter that requires him to be here?" Old Lady Li bluntly replied, "This matter really can't be decided by the in-law. It's better for the village chief to stay." After saying this, Old Lady Li confidently sat down in the village chief's house. Like an ancient matriarch, she sat firmly. The village chief and his wife exchanged glances, unable to guess what this old woman was up to. However, they both felt a bit unhappy with each other's demeanor. The village chief sighed and sat down, saying, "In-law, go ahead. No one wants to lose face." Old Lady Li dramatically said, "Yesterday you invited Li Jiqing. How did that discussion go?" "They have forgiven you." She referred to how the village chief's wife had previously invited Lin Yuzhu and others for a meal, specifically sending Li Xiuxiu away. Li Xiuxiu had gone to her family's house. After returning home, Old Lady Li started to ponder. She felt that things were not as simple as her daughter said. Claiming it was for the village children to reward the educated youth, she didn't believe it. Her in-law wouldn't help even their own. How could they think of others? Unless the sun rose in the west. So, she whispered to her daughter to find out more. When Li Xiuxiu returned to her in-laws that night, she called her son into the room and asked who was invited and what was said. Little Hongbin was still young and mentioned that the second grandmother also came. He shared a bit more, and though it wasn't much, it connected the dots. The next day, Li Xiuxiu went to find her mother at dawn. Old Lady Li's eyes sparkled. She believed she had a significant piece of leverage. Regarding the village chief being reported, she felt greatly enlightened. She thought she had caught her in-law's weakness. From now on, she could do as she pleased. Thus, today's visit unfolded. After hearing Old Lady Li's words, The village chief was momentarily stunned. The village chief's wife, however, understood and frowned, saying, "In-law, what do you mean by that?" Old Lady Li glanced sideways, sitting there silently. She wanted to make these two old folks anxious. The village chief finally caught on, looking a bit intimidated. The village chief's wife shot him a glare and said, "You go inside. Women need to talk." "What are you doing here?" Old Lady Li was starting to feel uneasy, having been suppressed for too long. The village chief rubbed his nose and reluctantly went inside. The village chief's wife sat straight on the bench, confidently saying, "In-law, let's be straightforward. You didn't come just to check on others, did you?" Old Lady Li remained silent for a long time, feeling frustrated that she couldn't overpower the other. Finally, she said directly, "Li Xiangwan isn't raising pigs anymore. The village chief is a significant figure in the village. Surely he can help us with this small matter. As for the scorekeeper, I think it's better to give it to Hongbin's uncle. At least my son is reliable and won't cause trouble outside." The village chief's wife understood Old Lady Li's true intentions. She replied, "Wang Tianxiang only helps his own. You've seen the outcome, in-law. We can't engage in such self-serving dealings anymore. When the village opens, let your family compete for the pig-raising job. My husband can't help." Old Lady Li was furious, wanting to mention the scorekeeper again. Surely, swapping family members should be acceptable. The village chief's wife asked directly, "Can Hongbin's uncle do math?
Can he write?
Can he handle bookkeeping?" Old Lady Li, after thinking for a long time, she finally said, "He can learn, can't he?" The village chief's wife scoffed. Old Lady Li was so angry, she nearly jumped up. She had leverage in her hands, and yet was mocked about her son. It was infuriating. So arrogant. So dismissive of her. Are you going to let everyone's food supply be a practice for him? You should find the commune leaders. Expecting Hongbin's grandfather to help is really overestimating him. In-law, although you didn't say it directly today, you're basically telling us that if we don't help you, you'll go to the commune to complain. Let us weigh our options. I'll make it clear today. You can't use this matter to threaten us. At worst, we'll quit being the village chief and team leader. What can you do? If life here gets worse, it'll save your daughter from using things to support her family. I might even feel better. You might as well go to the police and report the construction. If someone goes in and gets shot, we can burn paper for him and say he deserved it. It's all self-inflicted. If you feel wronged, then the debt has a head and the person responsible. When the time comes, we'll find whoever is to blame. After all, it's just a nephew. I won't let others take the fall for him. At my age, I shouldn't have to live by others' whims. I might as well die." After saying this, she threw the chicken feather blanket on the table. With a loud bang, Old Lady Li jumped in shock. Old Lady Li came over with full confidence. In her imagination, all she had to do was sit high and mighty and say a few words to scare the other party into trembling and begging for mercy. However, she didn't expect the village chief's wife to boldly tear away the veil of shame. Both sides instantly lost face. The village chief's wife wasn't afraid. If she lost this position, it wouldn't matter. The connections she had built over the years wouldn't just disappear. Zhao Jinjia wasn't her own son. If because of this, she had to live her later years under Old Lady Li's thumb, what would be the point of living? She wanted to live a few more years. If she had the ability, let her go ahead and sue. Old Lady Li wanted to say something soft to mend the relationship between the two families. She didn't really want to tear their faces off. But seeing the other party's arrogant demeanor made her angry. This was so different from what she had imagined. Also, they didn't treat her as family at all. So, she decided not to say anything soft anymore. If they were offended, so be it. After a few days, when the anger subsided, they would still be relatives. It couldn't be cut off, so what was there to fear? Old Lady Li said pointedly, "Fine. I see clearly now. You are determined not to help your own relatives. I won't keep this old face anymore, The village chief's wife didn't give Old Lady Li a chance to finish, saying stiffly, "Take care, no need to see you off." Old Lady Li left in a huff, slamming the door. Once she was gone, the village chief's wife leaned against the wall, feeling weak and quite angry. She shouldn't have spoiled her son. Look at the kind of person he found. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and she said to the village chief, "None of the Zhao family's sons are smart. Look how foolish they all are." The village chief shrank his neck. What could he say? Why was he getting caught in the middle of this early in the morning? He waited until his wife's expression softened before saying worriedly, "Do you think that old lady will cause any trouble?" The village chief's wife was silent for a moment and said, "Let her make a fuss. I want to see what she can do. You don't need to worry about this." According to the village chief's wife, even if Zhao Jianjia's matter reached the commune, someone would have to come down to investigate before any charges could be made. Yesterday, when they had dinner with Li Xiangwan, it seemed that girl didn't want to hold a grudge. This matter might not lead to anything. However, the village chief's wife was also a bit worried. Anything could happen. She told her husband, "You should be mentally prepared." The village chief's heart sank again. At this point, he wished he could send that useless nephew back to his mother's womb. The couple waited at home to see how things would develop. Unexpectedly, the former team leader, Wang Tianxiang, came to visit. Seeing him walk in, the village chief began to worry. It looked like he was here to stir up trouble. So he cautiously asked, "What are you here for?" Wang Tianxiang, on the other hand, was cheerful, acting like he was at home, and sat down without waiting for an invitation. He said, "Now that I'm a team leader, I can't come to your house and chat with my old brother?" The village chief swallowed hard, counted on his fingers, and said, "I only said 5 words, and look at you, making a big deal out of it." Wang Tianxiang chuckled and said to the village chief's wife, "Sister-in-law, I come here once, and you don't even offer me a cup of hot water?" The village chief's wife didn't hold back, instead smiling as she said, "You just sat down, and you're already complaining. I was just about to get you some water. Go ahead and chat." With that, she went to get water. The village chief looked at Wang Tianxiang, waiting for him to speak. Wang Tianxiang, with a gleeful expression, said, "Today I thought about going to chat with Accountant Li. Guess what?" The village chief wanted to say he had no idea. His focus wasn't on that. He was curious and asked, "What do you want with Accountant Li?" Wang Tianxiang paused. Ever since he was named at the commune, his connections had dwindled. Not only were they insufficient, but they also looked down on him. When he visited, it was either for business or to make excuses. Everyone was quite unreliable. For his son, the team leader wanted to get things sorted out at the commune. As long as he could regain his position, or even just hold a minor post, his son wouldn't be dragged down by him. So, with no one else to turn to, Wang Tianxiang set his sights on Accountant Li. After so many years as an accountant, it was impossible that no one in town knew him. When the team leader went to find Accountant Li, he happened to see Old Lady Li enter the house before him. He was puzzled about what she was doing there. So he walked into the yard and eavesdropped at the door. The living room of Accountant Li's house faced the front door, and he heard everything clearly. While they were plotting a little scheme, he couldn't go in, but he could come to the village chief to gloat. He didn't answer the village chief's question but said, "Nothing much, but your mother-in-law is quite something. What did you do to offend her? She really hates your family." The village chief's wife placed a cup of hot water in front of Wang Tianxiang and hesitantly asked, "Did you hear something, Brother Wang?" Wang Tianxiang looked at the village chief's wife, feeling a bit emotional. This old guy was lucky to have a wife smarter than his own. They didn't avoid me while talking inside. I could hear everything clearly from the yard. Your mother-in-law was telling Accountant Li about Jianjia's incident with Li Xiangwan. I listened a bit longer, and wow, I even heard something else. I wondered why your mother-in-law was so jumpy. It turns out she had colluded with Accountant Li to bring you down. Accountant Li promised her pig farming and bookkeeping, letting her family choose. Sister-in-law, you really made a good match with your in-laws. The team leader was almost laughing out loud. The next generation of the Zhao family was in for some excitement. Thinking about the village chief's misfortune made him very happy, especially recalling how smug he had been a few days ago. Wang Tianxiang enjoyed watching the village chief's changing expressions. Finally releasing the pent-up frustration, he had been holding in. His misfortune was quite entertaining. The village chief was furious at Wang Tianxiang's gloating expression, which was almost unrecognizable from his laughter. He coldly said, "What's so funny? In the end, who will be the one in trouble? You should know. This mind." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Tianxiang's expression fell. He suddenly felt like cursing himself. How had he not thought of that? If it weren't for old Lady Li's fuss, who would have suspected a leak in the exam? Maybe everyone would just think it was the Wang family's young man cheating together. His previously gleeful expression vanished, leaving him feeling a bit uncomfortable. The village chief secretly thought, fighting with him. Brother, now that you mention it, I'm curious. Did Accountant Li plot against our family? Did she use other methods to scheme against yours too? The village chief's wife timely threw a bombshell. Wang Tianxiang felt his head buzzing. For a moment, he was at a loss for words.
What was he so happy about?
When the former team leader visited the village chief's house, he was in a good mood, but when he left, his face was heavy and uncomfortable. Meanwhile, old Lady Li almost told Accountant Li every little detail about the village chief's family. As the saying goes, an accountant who doesn't want to be village chief isn't a good accountant. With the village planning to build a primary school, Accountant Li saw it as his chance. He didn't believe that the village chief and the team leader would act fairly. Instead, he secretly looked for ways to catch them off guard. He focused on old Lady Li, who shared the same surname and was easy to fool. With a little persuasion, she would happily do his bidding. When Zhao Jianxi took advantage of Li Xiangwan, all the village leaders were present. This was no longer a secret. When old Lady Li brought it up again, Accountant Li thought it over carefully. He wasn't optimistic. A crime like that could ruin lives. Besides, it had been a long time since that incident. Moreover, from what old Lady Li hinted, the village chief had already invited Li Xiangwan to dinner. This made the chances of success even slimmer. He wanted to back out but feared that old Lady Li would spill the beans and offend the village chief for no reason. So, he pretended to say, "Old sister, if we want this to work, we need to talk to Li Xiangwan. What if we plan everything, and when the commune people come to ask, they find out nothing happened? That would be a total loss." Old Lady Li thought about it and anxiously said, "Then you go talk to Li Xiangwan." Accountant Li coughed and replied, "Old sister, she's a young woman. It wouldn't be appropriate for me, a man, to go alone. How about you handle it? Don't worry, if it works out, I'll make sure your son gets the scoring job.
I'll teach him step by step."
When old Lady Li heard this, she perked up and resolutely said, "Okay, wait for my good news." After saying that, she left the house with determination. With a proud smile on her face, she didn't believe she had to beg that stingy in-law. Once she left, Accountant Li's wife came out, frowning and saying, "If this works out, won't we offend the Zhao family? Zhao heir only has one son. If he gets in trouble, he'll come after us." Accountant Li shrugged it off. "I was just fooling her. You'll see, it won't happen. In a bit, you should go to the village chief's house and tell his wife that her mother-in-law came to our house today and mention the construction issue. The implication is that I'm helping to report it." Accountant Li's wife. "Your heart is practically a sieve."
Don't talk nonsense.
"If it were a sieve, I wouldn't be alive. Stop wasting time, go." In just a few moments, old Lady Li had walked quite a distance. She hurried to the youth station, heading straight for Li Xiangwan's room without knocking. The door suddenly opened, startling Li Xiangwan, who thought something had happened to Wang Xiaomei, and Lin Yuzhu had come over. Why else would someone barge in without knocking? Just as she was about to ask what was wrong, she froze upon seeing who it was. Confused, she wondered why old Lady Li was here. Old Lady Li entered and looked around the room, spotting a piece of cured meat hanging from the beam, her eyes lighting up. With a grin, she said, "They say Li's youth has the best life, and it's true. The new year is over, and there's still meat to eat." Li Xiangwan ignored the sarcasm in her tone and asked flatly, "Aunt, did you come for something?" "Nothing important. I just wanted to chat with you," old Lady Li said as she walked in and sat down.
Li Xiangwan.
She didn't want to engage with this woman and sat down to wait for her to speak. Old Lady Li thought to herself, why isn't she even offering a drink? This girl really doesn't know how to handle things. But this wasn't the time to nitpick. She put on a kind face and said, if it weren't for my daughter Xiao letting it slip, I wouldn't have known you suffered so much back then. Tell me, how could Zhao Jianxi be so bold? Don't worry, I'll stand up for you. We can go to the commune and report him.
Li Xiangwan laugasilanli.
If she wanted to report him, she would have gone to the police back then. Why would she need someone else? She wasn't foolish enough to be used by others. Seeing Old Lady Li's approach, she pretended to hesitate and said, Aunt, there were no witnesses back then. Even if we report it now, it might not work. Do you have some kind of backing? If it goes wrong, we could offend the village chief. By the way, isn't Xiao the village chief's daughter-in-law? What are you? Old Lady Li smiled dismissively, her eyes betraying her uncertainty. Then she said earnestly, I'm just being kind, standing up for girls like you who are away from home. Even though we're relatives, we can't ignore our conscience. Don't worry, as long as you admit that Zhao Jianxi bullied you, I'll have a countly help you. He has connections in the commune, and this can definitely be resolved. What do you think, Li Xiangwan? Under Old Lady Li's hopeful gaze, Li Xiangwan smiled slightly and replied, not great. Old Lady Li's smile froze on her face. Then she tried to persuade her gently, Child, are you afraid of retaliation from the Zhao family? Don't worry, I'll protect you. If they come, I'll stand in front of you.
Li Xiangwan scufa internali.
Protect her? Only a fool would believe that. She looked out the window, wondering if she seemed like a very foolish person. Otherwise, why would she come over so obviously to set her up? Li Xiangwan found the whole situation pointless and said directly, Aunt, I've already reconciled with the Zhao family, so you don't need to worry. Old Lady Li didn't expect her to be so resistant. She put away her smile, held back her frustration, and tried to smile again. Li Xiangwan didn't give her a chance to speak and said, Aunt, it's time for you to go. Old Lady Li paused, awkwardly stood up, shot a disapproving look at Li Xiangwan, and huffed, I guess my good intentions were wasted. With that, she stormed out of the room.
Li Xiangwan
suddenly felt a bit angry. Logically, after everything that happened, Old Lady Li should have left quietly. But she didn't. She left in a huff. The cold wind hit her, making her feel much clearer. For the sake of the scoring job and the pig-raising business, she couldn't give up so easily. No, she had to find a way. With a quick thought, she headed to Lin Yuzhu's room. Lin Yuzhu only enters the space at night when she closes the door. During the day, she mostly stays inside, quietly reading the newspaper and lounging around. She occasionally shakes her legs, enjoying her carefree days. At this moment, she is leisurely sitting in a chair with a piece of candy in her mouth, reading the newspaper. She hears the sound of the door opening. People who come in without knocking are usually not familiar to her. Turning her head, she sees it's someone she doesn't know. Lin Yuzhu looks at the visitor and smiles brightly, saying, Oh, what brings you here, Aunt? Come in and have a seat. Finally, after a boring morning, someone has come to chat. This is the first time in the morning that Old Lady Li has received such a warm welcome. She suddenly feels a bit out of place. It just feels a bit sudden. Lin Yuzhu tilts her head and says, Aunt, come in and sit down. Could it be that she is too enthusiastic? Old Lady Li nods in a daze and walks in to sit down. She feels something is off. Lin Yuzhu picks up the kettle, which is quite heavy. Turning back, she shyly says, Aunt, you see, I live alone, and sometimes I forget to boil water. How about I get you a bowl of cool water? It might be a bit cold. At Old Lady Li's age, she wouldn't dare drink cold water. With a wry smile, she shakes her head and says, No, I'm not thirsty. After a busy morning, she is actually a bit thirsty.
Well,
all right then. I'm so happy you came over, Aunt. You don't know how bored I've been lately. I was just looking for someone to talk to. How is everyone at your home these days? Last time I saw Li Hihi didn't do well on her exam. You told her not to lose heart and to study hard at home. Maybe it will come in handy one day. What if there's another exam? As the host, Lin Yuzhu enthusiastically engages Old Lady Li in conversation. Old Lady Li feels uncomfortable hearing this. Besides, she didn't come to chat. Seeing the other person silent, Lin Yuzhu doesn't mind and exclaims, "Aunt, don't misunderstand. I'm not making fun of your hee-hee. Although I did well, it was based on my own efforts. Haha, that's why I say you have to work hard. Opportunities are for those who are prepared. Please tell Hee-hee to look at her textbooks when she has free time." Faced with such a blatant display of superiority, Old Lady Li nearly gets up and leaves. This young girl, despite her age, has quite the talent for sarcasm. Taking a deep breath, she suppresses her frustration, thinking of her purpose. After a moment of gathering her thoughts, she is about to speak. But Lin Yuzhu, curious, asks, "Aunt, don't you have anything to say? You should talk too. It's no fun if I'm the only one chatting." Old Lady Li holds her head, trying to remember what she wanted to say. At her age, she fears being interrupted while speaking. Oh, right, about Li Xiangwan. Just as she is about to speak, Lin Yuzhu curiously asks, "Aunt, you have 2 grandsons, right?
How old are they?"
These kids are lucky. The village has built a new primary school, so they don't have to travel far for school anymore." After saying that, she leans in and whispers, "Aunt, it's good for kids to learn some knowledge. At the very least, if they learn to read and do math, they won't be easily fooled when they go out. Don't really listen to others saying not to send kids to school. That would only hold them back." Old Lady Li. Why is it so hard to say what she wants? Just like that, Lin Yuzhu keeps her talking for quite a while before Old Lady Li finally changes the subject. "Lin, I heard that Zhao Jinjia took advantage of Li Xiangwan before. Is that true?" Lin Yuzhu's expression changes, and she replies seriously, "Aunt, you can't say that. Li is still a young girl. Spreading such rumors would harm her." Old Lady Li looks a bit stunned and says, "No, that's not what I meant. I just wanted to say, that boy really did take advantage of her." Lin Yuzhu blinks and says, "Aunt, are you implying that he is your relative? It sounds like you want to do something about it." Old Lady Li coughs and says, "I just can't stand it. With such a troublemaker in the village, it's dangerous for you young women, especially those as pretty as you. I'm not a heartless person, but if that brat had his eyes on my hee-hee—"
"Sigh, let's not talk about that."
"I have someone who can help you. Why don't you talk to Li? We can work together to deal with that boy." Lin Yuzhu nods and suddenly asks, "Aunt, what delicious food are you making for lunch?" Old Lady Li looks confused.
Why are they talking about food now?
"Aunt, how about we go to your house and talk about this while we eat?" Lin Yuzhu says excitedly. When Old Lady Li left Lin Yuzhu's place, her expression was quite something. She looked like she was escaping in a hurry, a bit angry too. Lin Yuzhu smiled as she sent her off, and at the end, she added, "Aunt, you really won't invite me for a meal? If you change your mind, just have the kids call me." Old Lady Li didn't even want to acknowledge her. Why is this girl so bold? She hasn't helped with anything and just wants to eat a good meal first. Is she crazy? Lin Yuzhu shook her head, thinking it was ridiculous that Old Lady Li wouldn't even spare a meal but still expected her to help. What a wishful thinking. Li Xiuxiu had been waiting at her mother's house for her to return to see what was going on. As she waited, noon was almost upon them. When Old Lady Li came back, Li Xiuxiu asked if she had succeeded in her task. Feeling a bit anxious, she was now hesitant to return to her in-laws and even regretted helping her mother. What if she really upset her mother-in-law? Old Lady Li didn't directly answer her daughter's question. Instead, she sat down and asked for a bowl of water. After drinking, Old Lady Li scolded the village chief's wife, Li Xiangwan, and even Lin Yuzhu one by one. From her mouth, none of these people were good. When she mentioned Lin Yuzhu, she got even angrier and said, "I've never seen such a thick-skinned girl. If you had half of her boldness, you wouldn't be bullied by your mother-in-law." Li Xiuxiu. Seeing her mother facing difficulties at her in-laws, Li Xiuxiu felt hesitant to return and wanted to stay at her mother's house for lunch. So, she asked meekly, Mom, what are we having for lunch? This question made Old Lady Li recall Lin Yuju's smiling face, cheerfully asking what they were having for lunch. It echoed in her ears like a spell. Looping playback. Old Lady Li looked at her daughter and unhappily said, what kind of girl comes home every day to mooch off her parents? It's noon. I won't keep you here. Hurry back, or your mother-in-law will think we don't know how to raise a daughter. Li Xiuxiu felt wronged. She rarely took things from home. Not even a meal. Seeing that her mother truly didn't want to keep her for lunch, Li Xiuxiu nervously returned to her in-laws. As she entered the house, she moved like a cat. Cautiously peeking inside, she happened to meet the cold gaze of the village chief's wife. Li Xiuxiu immediately shrank back and softly called out, Mom. The village chief's wife didn't respond but instead pulled out a large bundle of clothes and miscellaneous items from her son and daughter-in-law's room and threw it at Li Xiuxiu, coldly saying, I've packed all your clothes and odds and ends from these past years. I didn't take anything of yours. Take your things and get lost. Staring at the large bundle on the floor, Li Xiuxiu panicked. Her mother-in-law usually scolded her a bit, but had never been serious before. Li Xiuxiu looked up anxiously and met her mother-in-law's calm gaze, her expression indifferent, as if she were a stranger. Li Xiuxiu's heart raced. She realized her mother-in-law was serious. What did it mean to be kicked out of the house? With a trembling voice, Li Xiuxiu pleaded, Mom. Don't call me Mom. A daughter-in-law like you is not welcome in our Zhao family. Your real mother is in the west of the village. Take your things and go, the village chief's wife said flatly. Sometimes such a tone is scarier than angry shouting. Li Xiuxiu was truly frightened now. With a worried expression, she said, Mom, please don't be angry. What have I done wrong?
Just tell me.
If you kick me out, where can I go? Go wherever you want. Look around. Which daughter-in-law is cared for after being kicked out? Li Xiuxiu stood frozen, almost in tears, and urgently said, Mom, I'm legally married into your family. You can't just kick me out like that. Her voice had a hint of desperation. The village chief's wife snorted. This is my home, not your husband's. I raised him, married him off, and I don't have to keep his wife here. If you feel wronged, go find your husband. I won't keep you here. Li Xiuxiu was momentarily speechless, then pleaded, Mom, I promise I won't do it again. I won't tell my mother anything. Please just let me stay this once. The village chief's wife showed no sympathy. Impatiently, she said, Leave now. If you don't, I'll take your things out myself. Don't blame me for not giving you any dignity. Li Xiuxiu, looking weak, hesitated to leave, thinking of how to get through this. Just then, Xiao Hongbin returned from outside, his little face red from the cold, sniffling as he looked at the scene in the room. Seeing the bundle on the floor, he asked Grandma, What are you doing? Children can sense adults' emotions, and Xiao Hongbin could tell his mother had upset Grandma again. Looking at the bundle, he felt uneasy. Before Grandma could respond, Li Xiuxiu cried out, throwing herself on the ground, hugging her son, and wailing, Son, your grandma wants to kick us out. How will we survive? Xiao Hongbin's eyes turned red from the heavy atmosphere, tears falling as he looked at his grandma, silent. It was so sad. Grandma didn't want him anymore? The village chief's wife felt a pulse in her temples and said coldly, If you care about the child not having enough to eat or wear, you can keep him at home. But this house can't accommodate you anymore. Li Xiuxiu's crying suddenly stopped as she stared blankly at her mother-in-law, shocked by her determination. In the past, a good cry, while holding the child, would always soften her mother-in-law's heart. She knew Hongbin was her lifeline. How could she bear to kick him out? An idea struck her, and she suddenly said firmly, Hongbin is a part of me. Even if I have to beg, I will take my son with me. I can't leave him behind. The village chief's wife. I'll pack your son's things right now, she said resolutely. Li Xiuxiu never expected her mother-in-law would really let Hongbin go. So all those days of being treated like a treasure were just a trick. The village chief's wife glared at the dazed Li Xiuxiu and called her grandson, Come on, let's go inside and pack your things. Xiao Hongbin pouted. on the verge of tears. He felt so wronged. Once the grandmother and grandson went inside, the village chief's wife poked her grandson's nose and whispered, "Silly boy, Grandma wouldn't really kick you out." "Then what do you mean, Grandma?" he asked, confused. The village chief's wife glanced outside and saw Li Xiuxiu hadn't followed. She quietly said, "You go back to your maternal home with your mother. If you feel uncomfortable there, just cry and come back. Remember to bring your things back with you." The little guy blinked, suddenly not wanting to cry anymore, and reminded her, "Grandma, don't pack too many clothes. What if they take my clothes?" The village chief's wife felt her mood lighten, amused by her grandson's cleverness. "Don't worry, Grandma will pack only your old clothes that you can't wear anymore." Grandma, are you really going to kick my mom out?" Xiao Hongbin felt a bit anxious. Although his mom wasn't very nice to him, he still didn't want to change mothers. Since the stepmother came, little Shania had been beaten often and didn't get enough to eat. His cotton clothes from last year were too small, exposing his ankles, and every time he played outside, he got cold. He felt sorry for himself. He feared that if his dad married a stepmother, he would end up like that too. The village chief's wife sighed and said to her grandson, "Do you believe Grandma?" The little guy nodded eagerly. Grandma had never lied to him. "Then don't ask so many questions.
Just listen to Grandma."
Don't worry, Grandma will never harm you. If they try to hurt you at your maternal home, just stay away, okay?" The village chief's wife felt a bit worried. If she didn't act tough, this daughter-in-law would never understand where her real home was. Xiao Hongbin nodded, trusting his grandma, and said, "Grandma, I know.
Save my candy for me.
I want to eat it when I come back, so I won't take it with me." The village chief's wife was both amused and touched, hugging her precious grandson, patting him twice before reluctantly letting him go. Once outside, she turned into the harsh old woman known for kicking the mother and son out of the house. Li Xiuxiu cried as she carried her luggage, dragging her child back to the Li family. Old Mrs. Li looked at the pair, feeling dizzy and weak, and asked, "Did your mother-in-law kick you out?" Li Xiuxiu's tears flowed even more, and she said, almost accusingly, "Mom, what did you do to upset her today?" "She said the house can't hold me and told me to find my own place." Old Mrs. Li trembled, nearly fainting, but her sturdy body wouldn't let her pass out. In this era, women faced scorn for divorce, and men did too. Not only that, but when a son married, families would consider 3 generations. If they knew her son was divorced, potential brides would think twice. Old Mrs. Li's mind raced, concluding that she didn't believe her in-law would dare let her son divorce. She probably just wanted to scare them. Resolutely, she said, "Come on, let's go inside. You stay here safely. One day, the Zhao family will come to take you back." Li Xiuxiu looked at her mother, doubtful, but went inside. Old Mrs. Li patted Xiao Hongbin and began to fuss over him, pretending to complain, "Why don't you come to your maternal home to play more often?" Xiao Hongbin took the chance to complain, saying, "Every time I come here, Brother Jidong and Brother Jijun bully me and make me bring them snacks, or they won't play with me." "Hey, your 2 brothers are just teasing you." Xiao Hongbin pouted, thinking to himself that he was just a grandson, not as close as their real grandsons. He missed his grandmother a little. Reluctantly, he was pulled into the house by Old Lady Li. Old Lady Li unilaterally started a competition with the village chief's wife. It was a test of who could endure longer. Li Xiuxiu stayed for several days. When Zhao Jianjun returned from town on his day off, he was shocked to see his house looking like it had been robbed. He immediately asked his mother if they had been robbed. The village chief's wife recounted everything that had happened at home. Then she coldly said, "Your father and I are already halfway in the ground. How many more years do we have left? I don't expect to be rich in our later years, but I do want to live peacefully. What does your mother-in-law mean by this? You married this wife yourself. You deal with it. I can't keep her anymore. She's determined to leave, and even if I break her arm, she still has legs to run back to her family. Forget it, I won't bother anymore. If you can't live without your wife, go be a son-in-law at the Li family. Otherwise, build your own house. From now on, we'll go our separate ways and ignore each other." All these years, She's taken things to her family. What have I said about it? You know in your heart. You don't need to give me your salary anymore. Just hand it directly to old lady Li to help her grandson save up for wives. When you two end up with nothing, don't come looking for me. Your father and I have no ability to help you. Zhao Jianjun. He didn't say anything, but his mother was already pushing him away. He had seen his wife's true nature over the years. He initially thought that with his mother around, this foolish woman wouldn't cause any trouble. Making him give his salary to Li Xiuxiu was something he absolutely refused. Helping the Li family raise sons? Did she think he was a fool? Zhao Jianjun didn't dare to say a word and weakly said, "Mom, I'll go tidy up in the house." After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "Mom, Hongbin." His wife wasn't worried. She mainly cared about the child, afraid he would be mistreated at the Li family. "Don't worry, I know what to do. This time, you hold your ground. If you can't, then go be a son-in-law at the Li family." Zhao Jianjun shrank his neck and quickly slipped away. The next day, he returned to town with his tail between his legs, fearing he would be implicated. While he was ignoring everything, the Li family was in a delicate situation. Old lady Li thought her son-in-law would come to take his wife back and maybe have a showdown with the village chief's wife. However, it didn't happen as she imagined. In fact, the Zhao family acted as if nothing had happened and continued with their lives. What did this mean? Old lady Li felt uncertain, worried that things might backfire and lead to a divorce. After providing meals for Li Xiuxiu for a few days, the daughter-in-law of the Li family was already feeling unhappy and began whispering to her husband. While the adults hadn't argued yet, the children started fighting. The reason was that Hongbin had eaten half a boiled egg. The two grandsons of the Li family were unhappy. Their mother said that Annie might be staying at home for a long time eating free food, while Hongbin got to eat the good stuff. How could they tolerate that? After a few insults about eating for free, they were ready to teach him a lesson. Seeing the situation, Xiao Hongbin burst into tears, ran back to his room, grabbed his little bag, and cried all the way back to his grandmother's house. His cries were heart-wrenching, drawing the attention of the entire village. Within a day, the villagers learned that the village chief's wife had sent her daughter-in-law back home. Old Li's family had driven their grandson back to the village chief's house. The next day, news spread that Zhao Jianjun and Li Xiuxiu had divorced. On the third day, Li Xiangbei returned on a brand-new bicycle, instantly becoming the most popular guy in the village. This temporarily deflected a wave of gossip. But the good times didn't last long. On the fourth day, someone in the village saw a matchmaker visiting the village chief's house. Li Xiangbei's bicycle suddenly lost its charm. Now everyone was even more certain that Zhao Jianjun and Li Xiuxiu had divorced. Many curious villagers went to the Li family to ask about the situation. Old lady Li was anxious and pale, fearing that the Zhao family was indeed considering divorce. By the time the youth group heard about this, it was after old lady Li had gone to the village chief's house and was sent away in disgrace. The news had already spread like wildfire in the village. After all, no one in the nearby villages had heard of any divorces. Villagers began discussing whether it was Li Xiuxiu who had someone on the side or if Zhao Jianjun had a mistress. The village was buzzing with gossip, and the Li family was nearly drowned in rumors. Although the village chief's family was affected, they were still the village chief and the brigade leader, and the village chief's wife remained steady at home. When Wang Xiaomei heard the rumors, she returned, clicking her tongue and shaking her head in disbelief. She discussed with Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan about who might be unfaithful. Lin Yuzhu touched her nose and said, "If we have to say, it's likely that Li Xiuxiu has someone." Wang Xiaomei's eyes widened in excitement. "Do you know some inside information?" Li Xiangwan remained calm, already anticipating what Lin Yuzhu would say next. Her family. After saying that, she shook her head with a sigh. Thankful to be born in a good time, she thought. In this era, many families didn't value education, and some girls grew up with a brainwashing mentality. They lacked the ability to discern right from wrong, and it was hard to change. She wondered if the village chief's wife could turn her daughter-in-law around. While they were watching the excitement, the third drinking party that Lin Yuzhu mentioned arrived. Fat Li specifically rode over on his bicycle to invite them to dinner. He invited not only Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei, but also Li Xiangwan, Li Xiangbei, and Wang Yang. These people had some connection with Fat Li and Shin Bojun. However, two of the trio in the backyard didn't want to go. Wang Xiaomei already had some psychological trauma from Fat Li's meals, especially after the last dinner at the village chief's house. She felt a bit scared. Li Xiangwan also didn't want to go. She wasn't familiar with Fat Li and Shin Bojun. To her, being invited was just an afterthought, so she didn't want to get involved. After both of them expressed their reluctance, Lin Yuzhu could only express regret on behalf of Fat Li. But then, Li Xiangbei whispered a few words to Li Xiangwan. After that, Li Xiangwan changed her mind. She also glanced at Wang Xiaomei, and Lin Yuzhu shifted her gaze there too. Wang Xiaomei felt a shiver run through her body. She had a bad feeling. The usually aloof Li Xiangwan suddenly smiled warmly at Wang Xiaomei and said, "Xiaomei, the year has just begun. There are many days ahead. Are you really not going out to eat for a whole year?" Wang Xiaomei shrank her small frame and replied, "From now on, I'll bring my own food when I go out. Then you won't eat the braised pork, sweet and sour carp, or pork dumplings from the state-run restaurant." Wang Xiaomei swallowed and said, "Maybe I'm just not suited to eat at other people's homes. Eating at the state-run restaurant might be different." Li Pengzi scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty and unsure how to apologize. He could only say, "I'll buy you 2 dishes from the state-run restaurant." They had some matters to discuss over dinner, so it was not suitable to talk in public. They decided to meet at home. Wang Xiaomei felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, "Brother Pengzi, you don't have to. It's not because of that mushroom incident. It was a bit amusing and frustrating." She felt she couldn't explain clearly. Later, under Li Pengzi's guilty, yet hopeful gaze, Wang Xiaomei softened and agreed. After everyone left, Lin Yuzhu thought to herself that something was off. These two were being so reserved that it made her feel a bit thick-skinned. Suddenly, Lin Yuzhu felt an impulse to drag Li Pengzi back. She also wanted to refuse. Wang Xiaomei's dazed expression made Lin Yuzhu feel a bit sorry for her. She patted her shoulder and encouraged, "Sister Xiaomei, let's bring some ingredients over this time. I bet nothing will happen." Li Xiangwan covered her mouth and chuckled. Wang Xiaomei looked up at the sky, not expecting that there would come a day when she would be afraid to eat at someone else's house. Lin Yuzhu coughed lightly and whispered, "How about we set up a fire pit? You can jump over it to ward off bad luck. This time, we can see if it really is unsuitable to eat at other people's homes." Wang Xiaomei hesitated and said, "What if someone sees us?" "That's true." "Never mind," Lin Yuzhu replied. Given special times, being cautious is better. She patted Wang Xiaomei's shoulder again and said, "Don't be too pessimistic. It might just be a coincidence. Let's see this time. As the saying goes, once is chance, twice is coincidence, but 3 times is a pattern." Lin Yuzhu rambled on. Little did she know, her words reminded Wang Xiaomei of similar things Lin Yuzhu had said last time, making her feel even more uncertain. Thinking about the troubles from the last 2 times, she licked her lips and weakly suggested, "How about we quietly set up a fire pit to try?" Humans tend to believe in the possibility rather than the impossibility. So they quietly set up a small fire pit. The downside was that the fire was a bit too strong. After all, they didn't have any charcoal. Lin Yuzhu encouraged Wang Xiaomei, saying, "Sister Xiaomei, go for it." Wang Xiaomei hesitated, worried the flames might burn her. Taking a deep breath, she took small steps and nimbly jumped over. Since they had set up the fire pit, Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu decided to jump over it too for fun. Li Xiangwan gracefully walked over, her long legs effortlessly clearing the pit. She looked at Wang Xiaomei, puzzled. "What's the fuss about?" Wang Xiaomei. She was small but proud. Lin Yuzhu looked at her long legs and thought for a moment before saying, "Forget it, I won't jump. My thick cotton pants are too heavy." Immediately, the two opposite her looked at her with disdain. Lin Yuzhu. Clearing her throat, she mimicked Li Xiangwan's relaxed walk and confidently lifted her foot. However, unexpectedly, she tripped on the edge of the pit and couldn't retract her foot in time. She watched helplessly as her foot kicked the fire pit over, spilling the flames everywhere. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei's eyes widened in terror. Wang Xiaomei's first instinct was to hide behind Li Xiangwan. It was purely a reflex. Li Xiangwan stepped back and accidentally stepped on Wang Xiaomei's foot, both trying to avoid the flying embers. They both fell to the ground. As they fell, Li Xiangwan nearly cursed, fearing the unknown embers flying toward her, and raised her arm to shield her face. As long as her face was okay, she was fine. After the loud thud of the iron pit hitting the ground, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei dared to open their eyes. They saw small pieces of coal scattered on the ground, with a few sparks flickering defiantly. Li Xiangwan let out a long breath, then gritted her teeth and said, "Lin Yuzhu." Lin Yuzhu. How could she shift the blame? She was quite anxious. In reality, it wasn't completely uneventful. Once everything was cleaned up, Li Xiangwan discovered a small burned hole in her brand new cotton pants. Lin Yuzhu stared at the hole for a long time. She suggested, "How about we patch it up?" As the saying goes, new for 3 years, old for 3 years, and patching for another 3 years. Li Xiangwan held her forehead, refusing to patch it. Suddenly, Wang Xiaomei stepped up and chuckled. Then she showcased her skills. Li Xiangwan took out matching thread, and Wang Xiaomei quickly started sewing, crisscrossing the thread until the hole looked decent. From a distance, you couldn't even tell. Lin Yuzhu clapped for Wang Xiaomei, saying, "Sister Xiaomei, amazing, amazing." Being humble didn't help her escape. That evening, Lin Yuzhu stood in the kitchen, kneading pure white dough, looking pitiful. The two bad women in the room were leisurely cracking sunflower seeds, occasionally shouting, "Knead a bit longer. I've found that the longer you knead the dough, the better the buns taste." Yes, they even have a sweet flavor. Lin Yuzhu, who was working hard, "I'm going to throw the bowl and leave." When they were eating the fluffy white buns, Lin Yuzhu said, "Tomorrow, let's bring something to Brother Pongzi's place too." Last time, they had gone empty-handed, which felt a bit awkward. In these times, food is precious. Li Xiangwan nodded and said, "I have a frozen chicken. I'll bring it tomorrow." Wang Xiaomei thought for a moment and said, "I have some frozen ribbon fish." Lin Yuzhu. They are all from wealthy families. Then I'll bring some pork and rice. Currently, that was all she had left. After the three of them made their plans, they enjoyed the delicious, soft buns. Wang Xiaomei nodded in satisfaction and said, "These buns are well needed." In the South, 8 out of 10 people can't make buns, and Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan are among the majority. Ever since she learned Lin Yuzhu could make buns, she always looked for opportunities to exploit her labor. Lin Yuzhu coldly huffed. If this continues, she would break up with them. After dinner, the three played a few rounds of landlord before parting ways. When they separated, they discussed when to get up to go to Li Pongzi's place. The next morning, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, carrying the chicken and ribbon fish, waited but didn't see Lin Yuzhu. So the two of them went over to knock on the door. After a while, the door slowly opened. Lin Yuzhu, wrapped in a quilt, looked gloomy and said, "I can't go. I feel weak all over and really uncomfortable. You two go ahead." After saying that, she sneezed loudly. Her nose was even running. Lin Yuzhu catching a cold was truly unexpected. Seeing her like this, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei thought about staying to keep her company. Just then, Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang rode up on their bicycles. Lin Yuzhu, still wrapped in a blanket, waved at them and said, "You guys go ahead. It's just a cold. I'll be fine after some sleep.
Don't worry about me."
As Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang approached, Lin Yuzhu decided not to linger, saying, "All right, I'm closing the door. It's really cold." She quickly shut the door. Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang were taken aback, a bit confused. Li Xiangwan suddenly felt that Li Xiangbei was being a bother, lacking awareness. Didn't he see the girls were chatting? Why did he have to get so close? Li Xiangbei felt a bit innocent. What was wrong with him? "Wait a moment, we'll check on her," Li Xiangwan said, taking Wang Xiaomei inside. Lin Yuzhu looked at them coming back in and said, "Seriously, I'm really fine here. You should go about your business." She guessed they were looking for Li Xiangwan for something important. Wang Xiaomei was a bit worried and said, "Maybe we shouldn't go. It's better to stay and keep an eye on you. It's just a cold. What do you need to watch for?" "I've already promised Fatty to go, so hurry up." Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei hesitated for a moment. Lin Yuzhu suddenly laughed. "You guys insisted on eating buns, and look how tired I am. Since I'm sick, when you go to town, bring me back 2 cans of peaches as compensation." Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei. In the end, they made sure the stove was on, and the porridge was cooking before they left, feeling reassured. Before the porridge was ready, Lin Yuzhu dozed off. In her dream, there were delicious foods all around her. Big pork knuckles, braised carp, and lions' heads, all circling her. Just as she was enjoying the food, she suddenly woke up. She sniffed the air and smelled the porridge. Quickly, she got up to check on it. Fortunately, she woke up just in time. The pot wasn't burnt. She served herself a bowl of warm porridge, drank it, took 2 cold medicine tablets, and went back to her cozy bed. She suddenly felt it was good not to go out. She could cook for herself. Thinking about the delicious food from her dream, the most tempting was the lion's head the size of a fist. In her dream, she devoured one in just a few bites and enjoyed it immensely. So, she decided to ask Samthang to make her a steamed lion's head. And why not add some sticky rice steamed ribs? For the main dish, a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge would be perfect. Samthang, receiving the order, happily went to the kitchen, finally ready to show off his skills. Some people might lose their appetite when sick, but not Lin Yuzhu. In this world, nothing is more tempting than delicious food. Swallowing hard, Lin Yuzhu snuggled back under her warm blanket and dozed off again, thinking about her big meatballs and ribs. When she woke up again, it was to the sound of knocking at the door. Thinking that Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan wouldn't be back so soon, she got up to open the door, already dressed. Lin Yuzhu thought the knock was either from Xiaodandan or the village aunties. She never expected it would be Shin Bojun, whose cheeks and ears were red from the cold. His usually gentle expression turned serious upon seeing her. Lin Yuzhu was momentarily stunned and asked, "Shin Ge, what are you doing here? Did the host really just leave Fatty at home alone?" At the same time, Shin Bojun asked her, "Why are you dressed so lightly? Didn't she say she was sick?" She was only wearing a sweater. The cold air from outside made Lin Yuzhu shiver as she welcomed him inside and closed the door. Shin Bojun sighed and said, "Since you're sick, take care of yourself. Don't let it get worse. Do you have a fever? I brought you some medicine." He then took out several medicine packets from his bag, along with a lunchbox wrapped in layers and 2 cans of yellow peaches. In a low voice, he said, "I was going to make you braised pork, but since you're sick, I thought something lighter would be better. I made some dumpling soup. I'll heat it up for you to eat while it's hot. I heard you wanted canned peaches, so I specially bought some for you." I'll get you the money," Lin Yuzhu quickly said, rummaging through her coat.
Shun Bojun.
Seeing the little girl seriously handing him money, he felt a bit helpless and said, "You make me feel like I'm doing something wrong. Who asks a patient for money? I'll heat up your food." Lin Yuzhu thought there was some truth in that, so she took the money back and stood by the door, watching him busy at the stove. She suddenly felt warm inside. Curiously, she asked, "Where's the host who leaves their guests behind?" Shun Bojun paused his actions and calmly replied, "Aren't you still here with Fatty?" Turning to Lin Yuzhu, he frowned slightly and said, "Go back inside and rest. It's cold in here." Lin Yuzhu nodded and obediently returned to her room, afraid he would continue to nag, so she put on her coat. When Shun Bojun came in with a bowl of hot dumpling soup, he felt relieved to see her wearing her coat. He couldn't help but say, "With no one to take care of you, you need to be careful. You've been sick twice this winter. Why don't you take better care of yourself?" Lin Yuzhu blew on the soup in her spoon and replied, "It's winter. If I don't get sick, I'm not doing winter justice. It would be unfair to the cold, and it would make autumn and the upcoming spring look bad." Shin Bojun stared at her, speechless, and then suddenly laughed.
"You. really know how to talk.
Lin Yuzhu showed her small white teeth and giggled. Hee hee. Eat while it's hot, Shin Bojun said, turning back to the kitchen to clean up. After Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei's morning routine, the small kitchen was a bit messy. He didn't want Lin Yuzhu to have to clean up while sick, so he took it upon himself. Perhaps he had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Lin Yuzhu later found that Shin Bojun hadn't returned to the kitchen. Carrying the remaining dumpling soup, she walked over and found him scrubbing and washing. Lin Yuzhu's face turned red and she explained, I haven't cooked at home in a while. Since the trio formed, they mostly cooked at Li Xiangwan's place, where she had plenty of pots and pans. Mainly, it saved firewood, haha. The downside of having a stove in the house was that it got dusty, if not cleaned for a few days. Lin Yuzhu suddenly felt that the dumpling soup in her bowl didn't taste as good anymore. Shin Bojun nodded after listening to Lin Yuzhu and said, if you're not cooking at home, don't worry about it. It's cold, and getting your hands wet can lead to frostbite, which is troublesome. Lin Yuzhu agreed with old Shin's words and finished the remaining bowl of dumpling soup in one go. Hearing the sound, Shin Bojun got up to take the bowl, and he washed it right away. Lin Yuzhu naturally handed it over, but felt a bit shy afterward. She felt like she was taking advantage of him, but since she was used to being thick-skinned, she didn't mind this small matter. After Shin Bojun finished washing and cleaning up, he noticed that the girl had been standing at the door with bright eyes watching him. With a mix of helplessness and affection, he said, Go inside, aren't you tired? Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and laughed. How could I be tired if I'm not working? You'll get tired standing there if you're sick. Come on, let's go inside. Lin Yuzhu obediently went into the house, and Shin Bojun glanced at the coal basket, which was nearly empty, and made a mental note of it. Once they sat down inside, Lin Yuzhu suddenly asked curiously, Shin Go, are you looking for Li Xiangwan about something? Shin Bojun chuckled softly. How did you know? Yesterday, Li Xiangwan didn't want to go, but Li Xiangbei talked to her for a bit, and then she agreed. If it was just to matchmake Wang Xiaomei and Li Pengzi, she could have gone along without everyone needing to go. Besides, Li Xiangwan only knows people here, but isn't very familiar with them. Shin Bojun thought to himself, wondering how this girl could be so perceptive. After pondering for a moment, he said, I plan to introduce Li Pengzi to Li Xiangwan. Lin Yuzhu almost choked with laughter, thinking about how Li Pengzi was still working as an informant in the black market. Was he trying to monopolize the supply on Li Xiangwan's side? Following that line of thought, Lin Yuzhu suddenly had a flash of insight. She asked, Has Li Xiangwan come into contact with dangerous people? After thinking it over, it seemed like the only possibility. Shin Bojun nodded slightly and said, It's related to work. Lin Yuzhu understood and nodded, deciding not to ask further. But she had a guess in her heart. It was probably about Zhang Cheng. Thinking about the group of little brothers under Zhang Cheng, she clicked her tongue. This guy's ambition is to become the second Liu family. Shin Bojun's gaze drifted, and after a moment of thought, he called out Yuzhu. This was the first time he called her by her name, and Lin Yuzhu felt a stir in her heart and looked over. She found herself lost in his deep, captivating eyes, and the room was filled with a sweet atmosphere. Shin Bojun said, You might see me at school. Lin Yuzhu's eyes widened. Huh? Are you not a mailman anymore? Are you coming to school? She suddenly asked, Are there bad people at school? Shin Bojun shook his head. Don't worry. Not necessarily. Although the Song family had identified the enemy's connections, there were still some lingering issues. The higher-ups were worried that the enemy might return, and now the black market was gradually rising under Zhang Cheng. There were many changes in this situation. The higher-ups also wanted to follow the clues, and, if necessary, they could lure the enemy out. Lin Yuzhu had originally only guessed, but now she was almost certain it was about Zhang Cheng. Is it dangerous for you to be lurking around like this? Lin Yuzhu asked with a hint of worry. Though she asked this, she was secretly thinking that maybe she should keep her distance from old Shun at school. If she got involved in this system. Host, have you forgotten about me? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to protect the person you like right now? Lin Yuzhu, when did you see that I like him? No, I don't like him. System. As long as there's contribution value, I can become all-powerful. Lin Yuzhu pretended not to hear. As long as my identity isn't exposed, I'll be safe. But just to be cautious, we may need to keep our distance when we meet again, Shen Bojun said seriously. He felt a bit anxious, hoping the girl wouldn't. Lin Yuzhu nodded and said cheerfully, Shen Ge, don't worry. I'll definitely keep my distance from you then, and I won't let anyone see that we're close. Don't worry. We only know each other because of Brother Pongzi. We're just ordinary friends. After saying that, she gave him a knowing look. Shen Bojun chuckled lightly, his eyes full of teasing. Well, we'll see how you perform then. After that, he thought of something and said, I won't stay long, so the villagers don't see us together. It wouldn't be good for you. How are you feeling? Still unwell? Lin Yuzhu sniffed and said, I feel much better. Only then did Shen Bojun nod in relief, getting up to say, I might be a bit distant from now on you. Lin Yuzhu grinned and said, I won't misunderstand.
Then.
Wait until I grow up. Lin Yuzhu's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at him. Shen Bojun's heart skipped a beat, and he smiled brightly. Okay. Nothing is better than knowing that you understand my words. Lin Yuzhu's eyes sparkled even more, her smile like a blooming flower. In this world, there are those who are moved by appearances, but that doesn't always last. The so-called love at first sight is about being drawn to someone's essence. When the essence is right, the person feels right. Lin Yuzhu liked Shen Bojun's looks, but she loved his essence even more. She loved his thoughtfulness, his patience, his politeness, and his lack of frivolity. She especially loved the gentle smile he showed only to her. Since she liked him so much, she needed to make things clear first. Shen Bojun felt his heart racing like never before and had never been this happy. Looking at the girl in front of him, her eyes full of affection, he realized she understood everything. Though he wanted to stay longer, reason pulled him back. I'm leaving now, don't see me off. You just had a warm meal. Being in the wind could make you worse. Okay. Lin Yuzhu smiled and nodded, turning to go back inside. I'm going back to my room. You can relax now. She thought he would just open the door and leave, but when she turned around, he came back. He placed 2 large bills down and said, Here's the money for the coat. Lin Yuzhu smiled, even more happily. All right. In her heart, she thought, good thing I didn't sell it to Li Xiangwan. Hopefully, old Shin will never find out about this. This time, Shen Bojun really left. The system then asked, Lion's head, pork ribs? Do you want more? Lin Yuzhu burped, giving herself a moment to relax. San Pang is very sad. Tell him not to worry, I'll eat. Then she comfortably lay back on the Kong, thinking that this life was simply the dream life she had always wanted. When Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei returned, it was already dark. The 2 of them came straight to her, and seeing that she looked much better than in the morning, they finally relaxed. Wang Xiaomei suddenly said mischievously, Did Shingo come to see you? Hearing that Lin Yuzhu was sick and couldn't come, he immediately went to the kitchen to make dumpling soup. Then he hurried out, and with her intuition as a girl, Wang Xiaomei was sure Shen Bojun had come to see Lin Yuzhu. Li Xiangwan seemed to agree, teasingly saying, When we left, he even had Pongzi bring 2 baskets of coal over. As soon as I walked into your room, I noticed the coal was almost gone. What a coincidence, right? Lin Yuzhu blinked, then sighed, looking a bit resentful. From now on, don't mention him in front of me. By the end, she looked just like someone who was hurt by love. After Lin Yuzhu showed signs of turning love into hate, Wang Xiaomei felt confused. She asked in a daze, Didn't you just say something about that scarf? What was really going on? Lin Yuzhu looked like she didn't want to say more, almost in tears. Covering her face, she said gloomily, He came today, and I jokingly asked him if he liked me since he cared so much.
He said.
Lin Yuzhu clutched her chest, looking frustrated. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei listened with wide eyes, not daring to say a word, waiting for her to finish. Lin Yuzhu sighed internally. I'm sorry, old Shin. He said he only sees me as a sister, that I look a lot like his cousin who is about my age. With my looks, he only feels brotherly love, nothing more. I told him not to come anymore and don't mention him again. Just consider it my one-sided feelings. When I asked him why he was so nice if he didn't like me, he just said sorry and left it at that. It makes me so mad. After venting, Lin Yuzhu covered her chest and added, my heart hurts. Wang Xiaomei. So, he only sees her as a sister. Li Xiangwan suddenly got angry and said, isn't he just using the sister title to flirt with you? She cursed inwardly, but couldn't say it out loud due to her upbringing. Taking a deep breath, she comforted Lin Yuzhu, saying, it's good you see what kind of person he is now. Let's keep our distance from him. Don't think of him as a brother or anything. Who needs another brother anyway? Next time you see him, just treat him like a stranger. Lin Yuzhu nodded in agreement, feeling wronged as she said, please don't talk about this outside. It's too embarrassing. As long as no one thinks she and Old Shen are a couple, it's fine. Don't worry, we won't say anything, Li Xiangwan promised. Wang Xiaomei weakly asked, but can you explain why it's a problem that Brother Shen sees Lin Yuzhu as a sister? Clearly, we misunderstood. Why blame him? He's been so kind, bringing coal, medicine, and canned food. He seems really caring. Isn't that a good thing? Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan were momentarily speechless. It was exhausting. What to do? Wang Xiaomei noticed their expressions and said softly, did I say something wrong? Lin Yuzhu opened her mouth, unsure how to explain her own mess. Li Xiangwan tilted her head and said thoughtfully, it's the coal, medicine, and canned food that are the problem. If a man treats you this well, what would you think? Wouldn't you feel something? You're feeling all fluttery, and then he says he only sees you as a sister.
I mean, his sister.
As she spoke, Li Xiangwan felt her anger rising again, covering her forehead and patting Wang Xiaomei's shoulder, saying, Xiaomei, wake up. There's no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. If someone tells you they're nice to you just because they see you as a sister, cut ties with them. Don't care if they're genuinely kind or not. We just need to avoid getting ourselves into trouble. The best way to stay out of it is to keep away from such nice guys.
Got it?
Wang Xiaomei was still confused, while Lin Yuzhu applauded Li Xiangwan's words. That's the point, beauty. You really understand me. Li Xiangwan winked at Lin Yuzhu, who liked this clear-headed little sister. Lin Yuzhu clutched her racing heart. It was too charming. Wang Xiaomei, half understanding, nodded and murmured, but Brother Fat seems nice to me too. Should I keep my distance from him? Brother Fat had given her a lot of cheese from Inner Mongolia today. Thinking back to their encounters in the black market, he always pulled out treats for her. That seemed no different from Brother Shen. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan face-bombed. Lin Yuzhu. Sorry, Brother Fat. Li Xiangwan. Brother Li doesn't see you as a sister. Silly. When Lin Yuzhu shifted the blame, she didn't mean to put anyone in a tough spot, so she seriously said, you're not sure if Brother Fat sees you as a sister. You should ask him what he means before making conclusions. Also, what do you think of Brother Fat? After saying this, Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan looked at Wang Xiaomei with curiosity. Wang Xiaomei covered her blushing face and shyly said, I'm a girl. How can I ask that? Lin Yuzhu opened her mouth in disbelief, feeling she was being teased. Li Xiangwan covered her mouth and laughed. As they talked, the conversation took a turn. The three girls chatted, mostly Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan sharing some thoughts with Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei, in her confusion, gained a bit of clarity. It was quite mysterious. Meanwhile, Shen Bojun had been sneezing a lot in a short time. Looking in the mirror to check if he had lost weight, he suddenly turned to his brother and asked, Hey, do you want some medicine? Don't catch a cold.
Shen Bojun.
He felt he wasn't catching a cold. Life went on blandly. Lin Yuzhu continued to enjoy her peaceful life in the village. One day, following Aunt Chen's suggestion, the two decided to visit Aunt Su. They also wanted to build a relationship with Su Hong since they would be colleagues in the future. As soon as they entered Aunt Su's house, Lin Yuzhu congratulated her, saying, Aunt Su, your daughter Hong is shining bright now. She's really taken off. Aunt Su couldn't help but smile. As a mother, she was thrilled her daughter found a job. Not being modest anymore, she praised her daughter in front of her. It's all thanks to her hard work. I can finally relax. Aunt Chen smiled and said, "From now on, you'll take care of my two mischievous boys, right? Please look after them." Lin Yuzhu grinned and said, "Don't worry, I'll give them special attention." She would even set up extra practice for them. Su Hong shyly smiled beside them. After they all sat on the Kong, Aunt Su whispered, "Have you heard about the village chief's family?" Lin Yuzhu's eyes lit up. Of course, she had heard. She even knew why the village chief's wife sent Li Xiuxiu back to her family. Aunt Chen had heard about it too and said with a sigh, "I heard Li Xiuxiu and Zhao Jianjun are getting divorced. Is that true? I also heard the village chief hired a matchmaker. Are they looking for a wife for Jianjun? If that's the case, that kid would be pitiful." Aunt Su shook her head, looking pleased to have exclusive news. She said, "It's not for Jianjun. It's for Jianxi. Do you know whose family they're looking at?" After speaking, she covered her mouth, unable to hide her glee. Aunt Su mentioned Lin Yuzhu, and Aunt Chen was curious and eager to know more. Aunt Chen asked, "Whose family are you talking about?" "It's the butcher's family from the neighboring village," Aunt Su replied, looking excited. Aunt Chen widened her eyes in surprise, feeling a bit confused, and said, "What about their family?" Lin Yuzhu was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with them?" Seeing Lin Yuzhu's confused expression, Aunt Su laughed and said, "You haven't been here long, so you might not know." Then she began to explain. The Guans had 3 sons and 2 daughters. Except for the eldest daughter, who looked like an old woman and was quite small and thin, the rest of the children were not very attractive. In short, they took after their father. Old man Guan was big and strong, with eyes as big as a cow's, the kind that could scare little kids. The Guan sons had skills, and although their matchmaking attempts weren't very successful, they still had some prospects. However, the youngest daughter, who looked just like old man Guan, was a different story. Basically, after one look, there was no second date. As time passed, word spread that the Guan family had an ugly daughter. Honestly, being a bit ugly isn't the worst thing, as some hardworking families still showed interest. But in the end, the 3 strong brothers scared them off. It all started when the eldest daughter's husband got drunk one night and hit her. She came home with a red handprint on her face. Seeing this, old man Guan was heartbroken and took his 3 strong sons to confront the son-in-law. They gave him a good beating, leaving him unable to get out of bed for days. From then on, he never dared to lay a hand on the eldest daughter again. He didn't even dare to say a harsh word. While the eldest daughter got her revenge, the youngest daughter was left without any suitors. After all, those 3 strong brothers were quite intimidating. Time passed, and she became an old maid. At 22, she still hadn't found a partner. Old man Guan boldly declared he would support his daughter for life and had no interest in marrying her off to some useless boy. Meanwhile, the Zhao family had arranged a match for their young son, which seemed quite strange. Aunt Su and Aunt Chen couldn't understand what the Zhao couple was thinking. But Lin Yuzhu figured it out. They were looking for a strong daughter-in-law to keep their son in check. They might have even hoped the Guan family would help educate their son. What a clever plan! After discussing the Zhao family, they returned to talk about the village chief's family. Since they were arranging a match for Zhao Jian, it meant Li Xiuxiu and Zhao Jianjun hadn't separated yet. Aunt Chen and Aunt Su analyzed why Li Xiuxiu had been kicked out. Knowing the gossip well, Lin Yuzhu felt like she might burst from holding it in. But it was better not to meddle in other people's family matters. Just as they were deep in conversation, a woman burst in, bringing a chill with her, and excitedly said, "Come on, there's a fight at Accountant Li's house." Without waiting, she rushed out the door. Aunt Su's first reaction was to get out of bed and put on her shoes, followed closely by Aunt Chen. Lin Yuzhu was also anxious. The group hurried and caught the tail end of the scene, where the village chief was on top of Accountant Li, throwing punches. The women from both families were also pulling and tearing at each other. The scene was extremely intense. Lin Yuzhu walked over to Aunt Li Si, who was also watching, and asked, "Aunt Si, what started this fight?" Aunt Li Si excitedly replied, "You came too late. You should have asked your aunt. It's serious." They say Accountant Li got a copy of the exam papers you all took and showed them to some of the Wang family's boys. The village chief found out when he went to town, and now he's here to confront them. Aunt Li Si shook her head in disbelief. Lin Yuzhu joined her in shaking her head. Such a small official, and look at how the old men are fighting. It's causing chaos even at the village chief's house. The fight in the snow was brutal. The former village chief landed a solid punch on Accountant Li. It was a good hit right on the eye. Accountant Li was dazed, seeing stars. In a weak position, he managed to block the incoming punches with his thin arms. The odds were about 70-30. Who knows if Accountant Li would pull off a miraculous comeback. Let's shift our focus to the families involved. The scene was heavily one-sided. The former village chief's wife, Granny Wang, teamed up with her strong sister-in-law to attack Accountant Li's wife, using a combination of pinching and scratching. The Wang family's daughter-in-law stood in the center, hesitating, torn between joining in or staying back. Suddenly, a little old man walked over, appearing calm. He approached the men, pretending to mediate. But the former village chief, in a fit of rage, punched the little old man to the ground. This started a chaotic three-way brawl. The little old man, now looking less than innocent, covered his swollen eye and yelled at a few sturdy young men in the crowd, "What are you waiting for? Come help." The honest young men, pressured by the old man's demands, reluctantly joined the fray. They pulled apart the former village chief and Accountant Li. Meanwhile, a few sharp-eyed women stepped in to separate Granny Wang and her sister-in-law, rescuing Li's wife from their grasp. After the excitement died down, Lin Yuzhu and Aunt Chin headed home, running into many others who had come to watch. They were disappointed to hear it was over. A few days later, there was no news from Accountant Li's side. The whole situation just faded away, and the former village chief remained in his position. Lin Yuzhu felt a bit guilty seeing the scar on Li Xiangbei's forehead, which had turned dark. Every time the Dong sisters saw that scar, they felt uneasy. Li Xiangbei had no idea that his forehead scar would lead Li's mother to scold the Dong girls every time she saw it. She had never seen such a fierce girl. In contrast, Li Xiangwan, who spoke sweetly in Mandarin, was a stark contrast. The peaceful days passed quickly, and nothing else happened in Shanshui village that was worth gossiping about. If there was anything to mention, it was that Li Xiuxiu was still living with the Li family. Neighbors occasionally heard loud arguments coming from the Li household. Li Xiuxiu wanted to return to the village chief's house, but she was still chased away by the village chief's wife. Now, the whole village knew that the village chief's wife was genuinely angry. The positions for private teachers had been finalized, and the village chief announced that the selected teachers should go to the education office in town the next day at 9. This meant they would have to wake up early. Lin Yuzhu cheerfully asked Li Xiangwan if she wanted anything to eat that night. Li Xiangwan looked at her suspiciously and asked, "What do you want?" Lin Yuzhu chuckled and said, "I just want to borrow a bike from Li Xiangbei. 3 people on one bike would be quite cramped."
Li Xiangwan.
Then she started rummaging through the cabinets, discovering that most of the snacks had been eaten by the 2 greedy ones. With no choice, she cut a small piece of cured meat to borrow the bike. Before long, she returned with the cured meat and the bike. Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu cheered. "Good job." Just as Li Xiangwan was about to order food, Lin Yuzhu said, "Let Xiaomei prepare first. I'll come back to cook." Curious about where Lin Yuzhu was going, the two asked, "Where are you off to?" "I'm going to Aunt Sue's house to let her know that I'll take Su Hong to town tomorrow. It's time to prove her driving skills." Such an opportunity couldn't be missed. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei watched Lin Yuzhu dash off, unsure of what to say. After Lin Yuzhu explained her purpose at Aunt Sue's house, she immediately received Aunt Sue's enthusiastic praise. Aunt Sue thought to herself that Lin, the educated youth, truly has a kind heart. So many people had misjudged her in the past. If anyone ever calls Lin an evil spirit again, Aunt Sue will be the first to disagree. Before Lin Yuzhu left, Aunt Sue wanted to give her a boiled egg to take home. Lin Yuzhu quickly shook her head and said, "Aunt, I really don't like eggs. Please save it for Hong Hong. You're so nice to me that people might think I'm your own daughter." Aunt Sue laughed heartily and replied, "If I had a daughter like you, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. Lin Yuzhu smiled brightly, and after some polite exchanges, she finally left. She didn't take the egg, as it would change the nature of their interaction. The next day, Su Hong arrived early, just as Lin Yuzhu and the others finished breakfast. Su Hong shyly smiled at them and greeted them softly. Actually, Su Hong was only a few months older than Lin Yuzhu. At this age, girls can be a bit shy without experience. Of course, there are exceptions. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei showed her the utmost friendliness, which made Su Hong feel much more at ease. She stopped being so reserved. Thinking about the things she had heard before, that the most powerful and bullying people among the educated youths were Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu, she realized now that those were just lies. They were clearly wonderful people. As they stepped outside, Li Xiangwan hesitated and asked, "How about letting Wang Xiaomei take Hong Hong with her?" Wang Xiaomei nodded in agreement. Lin Yuzhu frowned, showing her displeasure. Su Hong didn't know what was going on, but since she was closest to Lin Yuzhu, she instinctively wanted her to take her. So she moved closer to Lin Yuzhu, not because she disliked Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, but out of her timid nature. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei just watched as the little lamb walked into the wolf's den. Lin Yuzhu proudly patted Su Hong and said, "Don't worry, I'll safely take you to the town." Su Hong nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling with trust. This made Lin Yuzhu feel quite pleased. She tossed her hair back at the two and remembered she now had long hair. She instructed the person behind her, "I'll ride first and you jump on when you catch up." Su Hong nodded eagerly and said, "Little Lin Jia, I understand." Her obedient demeanor was truly endearing. Lin Yuzhu confidently hopped on her bike, and Su Hong waited until she was steady before jumping on. Perhaps because of her gentle nature, even jumping onto the bike seemed lighter. Lin Yuzhu wobbled a bit, but quickly steadied herself. Su Hong held tightly onto Lin Yuzhu's coat until the bike was stable, then she sighed in relief. She might have started to understand what little Li Jia meant earlier. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, who had been waiting to watch the fun, took a deep breath and exhaled, feeling a bit disappointed without knowing why. Once the four girls hit the road, the countryside path was filled with their cheerful laughter. Lin Yuzhu was riding smoothly today and proudly said to Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, "Xiaomei, I told you it's because you're heavier. Look at Hong Hong, and then look at you." The moment she jumped on, I could barely hold the bike steady. Also, look at Li Xiangbei's new bike. It rides so smoothly, not a bit wobbly. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan really didn't want to engage with Lin Yuzhu's smug attitude. Su Hong blinked, gripping Lin Yuzhu's coat even tighter, feeling a bit scared. At this point, the town's buildings were quite ordinary. The most impressive might be the commune, where the education office had also moved in. Lin Yuzhu felt great riding today. A sudden burst of confidence gave her a lot of courage, and she rode with the wind. As they approached their destination, when she tried to pull the brakes, Lin Yuzhu's expression changed. Wasn't this a new bike? This speeding would definitely throw her off if she jumped off. Lin Yuzhu licked her lips and gently said to Su Hong, "Little Hong, let's take a few more turns. Don't be scared. Wait for me to say jump before you do." Although Su Hong didn't fully understand what she meant, she nodded obediently. Realizing Lin Yuzhu might not see her, she quietly said, "Little Lin Jia, I understand." Lin Yuzhu coughed, thinking to herself, stay calm in any situation. So, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei watched as Lin Yuzhu rode past the commune gate. Wang Xiaomei shouted anxiously, "Zhuzi, you passed it." Li Xiangwan squinted, sensing something was off. She said lightly, "I don't think she could miss such a big yard." She pointed to the commune courtyard beside them. If she couldn't see that, there might be something wrong with her eyesight. Was Wang Xiaomei addicted to riding? Su Hong tilted her head, watching Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei grow farther away, unsure if she should remind Lin Yuzhu. After riding a bit further, Lin Yuzhu finally turned around, slowing down after some twists and turns. "Little Hong, when you feel the bike is slow enough, just jump off."
Okay.
After receiving the response, Lin Yuzhu tried the handbrake again, but it was still useless. With a long sigh, She realized her reputation was completely ruined. She wondered if they would believe her about the brakes being broken. Heaven wasn't helping her either. Zhang Cheng woke up early and meticulously groomed himself, finally using the hair gel he had been saving, styling his hair in a perfect side part. Dressed in a brand new cotton coat, he looked very spirited. On his way to the commune, he kept thinking about how to showcase his charm to attract Li Xiangwan. He wanted her to be deeply captivated by his unique aura. As he walked and thought, he arrived at the commune. From a distance, he spotted Li Xiangwan standing at the entrance, looking elegant and independent. A smile immediately spread across his face as he prepared to approach her for a chat. As for Wang Xiaomei beside her, she was overshadowed by Li Xiangwan's beauty. In Zhang Cheng's eyes, Wang Xiaomei seemed almost invisible. Meanwhile, in the eyes of Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, all they could see was Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu's eyes were on Zhang Cheng. Seeing him made Lin Yuzhu instantly happy. This fateful encounter shouldn't be wasted. After Su Hong gracefully jumped off, Lin Yuzhu exclaimed, "Quick, move aside." Then she dashed straight toward Zhang Cheng. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei quickly stepped back. Zhang Cheng, who was completely focused on Li Xiangwan, finally noticed something rushing toward him. By the time he looked over, Lin Yuzhu had already swung her leg off the bike and jumped off skillfully. The unattended bike, due to inertia, crashed into him. Zhang Cheng couldn't dodge in time and felt a sharp pain in his knee, almost kneeling on the ground. But with the beautiful Li around, he couldn't let his carefully done makeup go to waste. Gritting his teeth, he held on and managed to grab the falling bike. He thought he looked quite cool. Lin Yuzhu immediately clapped her hands and laughed. "Teacher Zhang, you're amazing." "I'm so sorry. The bike's handbrake is broken, so I had to abandon it. This bike really has a mind of its own, doesn't it?" "Teacher Zhang, please don't be angry. It was truly not intentional." Lin Yuzhu first offered some praise, which calmed Zhang Cheng's anger significantly. After hearing the reason, he felt it wasn't aimed at him, and his irritation faded even more. The other party was smiling, and his usual friendly demeanor wouldn't easily break down. Moreover, the other person had a good relationship with Li Xiangwan. So, he couldn't let his anger show. Suppressing his displeasure, he smiled and said, "It's nothing." Then he adjusted his pants while leaning against the bike. Wang Xiaomei and her friends, who had witnessed everything, stepped forward. Wang Xiaomei asked with concern, "Brother Zhang, are you okay?" Although Wang Xiaomei was asking Zhang Cheng, he gently replied to Li Xiangwan, "I'm fine." Wang Xiaomei. Su Hong tilted her head, looking this way and that, unable to figure anything out. Then she glanced at Lin Yuzhu, thinking that Sister Xiaolin wasn't as good at riding a bike as she thought. She had expected Sister Xiaolin to be better than her. From behind Lin Yuzhu, Principal Wu and Shun Bojun slowly approached. Principal Wu smiled and said, "Comrade Xiaolin is very lively this morning. She rides that bike quite skillfully." Hearing this, Lin Yuzhu turned around and saw the two of them, thinking about her reputation. She awkwardly smiled and said, "The bike's brake is broken." Upon hearing this, Principal Wu immediately stopped smiling and said, "Seriously, that's not a small issue. Do either of you gentlemen know how to fix it? Please help the lady out." Zhang Cheng, dressed in brand new clothes today, didn't want to take on this task. Shun Bojun stepped forward, pulled the brake, and said to everyone, "The brake is indeed broken." Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei smiled, realizing the bike really had a problem. They had thought Lin Yuzhu was just making excuses. After Li Xiangwan finished laughing, she remembered Shun Bojun's intentions toward Lin Yuzhu. So she put on a serious face again. Wang Xiaomei immediately followed suit. Shun Bojun was taken aback for a moment and casually glanced at Lin Yuzhu. To his surprise, the girl across from him also had a serious expression and said stiffly, then, "Thank you, Brother Shun." They both knew each other, and Zhang Cheng was already aware of this. So there was no need to pretend not to know each other. That would be quite strange. Shun Bojun found it amusing. The girl really knew how to act. He didn't know how she had managed to fool Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei. This was fine. Getting too close wasn't necessarily a good thing. The two began to play their roles, as if they shared a special little secret. Lin Yuzhu felt very happy. Shin Bojun examined the bike and said to everyone, "You all go inside first. I'll push it to a friend and have him help fix it." It was cold, and the girl had just recovered from a cold. She was at her weakest. He didn't want her to get sick again, especially since her ears were already red from the cold. Principal Wu nodded and said, "Then thank you, Shen. There's no rush. We still have some time before the meeting." Shin Bojun nodded and walked away with the bike. Li Xiangwan pursed her lips, feeling unhappy but helpless since she couldn't fix a bike. So she sternly told Lin Yuzhu, "He's doing this because of the principal, do you understand?" Lin Yuzhu obediently nodded. Su Hong, a bit confused, carefully tugged at Lin Yuzhu's sleeve. When Lin Yuzhu looked over, she asked Sister Xiaolin, "Was there something wrong with that guy just now?" Sister Li seemed to look down on him. Lin Yuzhu lightly coughed and said, "Listen to your sister. In the future, just keep your distance from him. He's not a good person, he's very bad." Lin Yuzhu whispered. Su Hong nodded. She would listen to Sister Xiaolin. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei. The two were quietly talking at the back of the crowd, while Principal Wu and Zhang Qing didn't hear what they were saying. Zhang Qing frequently turned back, wanting to say a few words to Li Xiangwan, but her gaze was never on him. Once they sat in the office, two more female colleagues arrived. One was named Lu Yi, around 20 years old. Although she should have looked radiant, she appeared somewhat haggard, with dark circles under her eyes. When a person looks worn out, they lose some of their charm. As they met for the first time, Principal Wu introduced them to each other. Lin Yuzhu then learned that the school had arranged for a few teachers to come. Later, another female colleague named Han Manman entered, with 2 braids and fair skin, her smile revealing 2 dimples. She gave off a cheerful and innocent vibe. She was close to Lu Yi and immediately sat next to her, looking concerned and asking, "Why do you look so unwell? Didn't you sleep well last night?" Lu Yi forced a smile and replied, "The baby was restless." "Is it because your mother-in-law?" Han Man started to say, looking displeased. But Lu Yi squeezed her hand under the table, clearly not wanting her to say it out loud, saying it would only make her feel embarrassed. Han Man realized there were others around and smiled at Lin Yuzhu and the others. The atmosphere in the room became warm again. Before long, Li Wei and the village chief walked in together. Lin Yuzhu didn't expect the village chief to attend the meeting, feeling a pang of regret. If she had known, she would have waited for the village chief. Seeing the village chief enter, Principal Wu immediately went up to greet him warmly. The village chief's face lit up with smiles. They were speaking in official tones. Everyone from Lin Yuzhu's side looked at Li Wei, since he was the uncle of Li Accountant, and their hearts were racing. They quietly analyzed whether Li Wei was a good person. Su Hong, being from the village, shook her head, signaling that she wasn't sure either. Li Wei felt uncomfortable under their gazes, sweating nervously. Fortunately, the girl's attention shifted after a moment. Li Wei let out a quiet sigh of relief. He felt an inexplicable pressure. After making his presence felt in front of Principal Wu and the village chief, Zhang Qing quietly tried to sit next to Li Xiangwan. Just as he was about to walk over, he was suddenly stopped by Han Man, who cheerfully said, "Teacher Zhang, we haven't seen you much this winter break. Come sit down and chat. I heard you went to Shanshui village. Tell us how it was." Zhang Qing looked at Lu Yi in confusion and said, "Isn't Lu Yi's in-laws from Shanshui village? Why ask him when she could just ask her?" Han Man pouted and said unhappily, "Lu Yi hasn't been to Shanshui village in years. She doesn't remember what it's like anymore. You tell us how it is now." Zhang Qing. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei had been staring at Lu Yi for a long time, and her face suddenly turned pale. Lin Yuzhu's eyes flickered. She seemed to have thought of something. She gently held Wang Xiaomei's hand, and when Wang Xiaomei looked over in a panic, Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "Sister Xiaomei, don't panic. I'll give you a ride when we go back." Wang Xiaomei's racing heart suddenly
stopped.
To be honest, when Zhang Yanqiu pretended to drown herself, Wang Xiaomei was not as panicked as she was just now when the person was brought back. From the simple conversation between Liu Yi and Han Manman, Lin Yuzhu could roughly guess who Liu Yi had married. It should be the family that had once mistreated Wang Xiaomei terribly. Lin Yuzhu had learned from the side that they also had the surname Wang, one of the 3 major surnames in Shanshui village. There were many people with the same surname in the village, and the names got mixed up. In any case, it was the same surname deceiving the same surname. It was extremely unfair. Lin Yuzhu had never seen the old Wang woman in person. She had only lived in legends. Today, seeing her daughter-in-law looking so haggard, Lin Yuzhu shook her head inwardly. To be honest, if someone in the village could marry a daughter-in-law with a job in the city, they would almost worship her. But the Wang family did not seem to do that. After all, their son had already taken over his father-in-law's job. The house in town was also occupied. This was truly bullying at its worst. If there had been someone from her family around, it might not have turned out this way. In this era, it is true that women fear marrying the wrong man. Once married, it is not easy to get a divorce. Lin Yuzhu held Wang Xiaomei's hand again, wanting to tell her that she was lucky not to have married into such a family. If she had, she would have been drained of every last drop of blood. Just look at Liu Yi across from them. She knew this too. And it wasn't her who had done anything wrong, so why panic?
Standtal.
But unexpectedly, the hand she held trembled slightly, and before she could say comforting words, the other person kept shaking her head. Very seriously, she said, being foolish once or twice is fine, but I won't be foolish a 3rd time. Either I'll ride my bike to carry you, or you can ride yourself. She wanted to say Xiao Hong, but felt it was inappropriate. Su Hong blinked, wondering if going back to sit on Sister Lin's bike would make her seem silly. Not yet having learned how to refuse others, Su Hong's mind turned to mush for a moment. Zhang Cheng was temporarily held up by Han Manman and had no choice but to sit down and briefly talk about Shanshui village. The two exchanged questions and answers, and soon the office door opened again. Shin Bojun and several leaders from the commune walked in together. Lin Yuzhu instinctively stood up, showing the leaders the utmost respect. At that moment, she felt a wave of nostalgia, as if she had returned to the workplace. As she stood, the teachers present also stood up in a rush. Zhang Cheng had intended to stand up as well, but was a few seconds late. He was surprised that a seemingly young girl had such awareness and felt a bit of admiration. But it was just simple admiration. He thought that this girl would be like him in a few years. Someone who is eager to climb up the ladder. If the other party was perceptive, they could help him win over Li Xiangwan. He didn't suggest it, just hoped for a little benefit. Everyone's attention was on the leaders, and no one noticed that Zhang Cheng's gaze was fixed on Lin Yuzhu. Except for Shin Bojun and Han Manman. The former's eyes were cold and sharp. The latter was somewhat jealous and followed Zhang Cheng's gaze to look at Lin Yuzhu. She originally looked down on these private teachers. What was there to pay attention to in country folks? She felt inexplicably superior. But when she looked closely, she was shocked to find that among the 4 girls, 2 were extremely good-looking. Han Manman pursed her lips, thinking what good looks were if they couldn't even get the supply grain and only received a few yuan in subsidies each month. How could they compare to her? Besides, it wasn't certain that those 2 girls were prettier than her. At least the one Zhang Cheng was staring at. She wanted to say plain, but then noticed she was wearing the most sought-after military coat. Han Manman began to compare in her mind, already considering the other as a rival. Lin Yuzhu had no interest in observing the romantic entanglements here. She was analyzing the future leader, Principal Wu. This Principal Wu was a very smooth person. As soon as the leaders entered, he greeted them with a bright smile and invited them to sit. Moreover, there was already a teapot prepared on the leaders' table. Everything was well thought out. Lin Yuzhu admired this. The elegant principal had been smiling since she first saw him in the morning, to the point that she felt her face stiffen, while he seemed completely unfazed. He truly smiled 3 parts at everyone and 7 parts at the leaders. Yet, knowing he was flattering them, it was hard to dislike him. That balance was not something just anyone could master. Too much would seem sycophantic, too little would seem insincere. It was worth Lin Yuzhu's contemplation and learning. After all, the future model of public institutions was different from private enterprises. Many things were no longer just about ability. Once the leaders were seated, the teachers who had been standing finally sat down. The leader sitting in the middle was the one Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan had approached before. In this office, he was the highest-ranking official. He even remembered Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. When he saw the two of them, he jokingly said, "Our school needs teachers like you who are brave enough to fight against evil forces. Old Wu, these two girls have outstanding awareness. You must take good care of them in the future." With such teachers as role models, the children can learn not to fear power and to have the spirit of struggle. As soon as the leader finished speaking, Lin Yuzhu immediately sat up straight, her face filled with pride, her eyes shining with the light of justice. Principal Wu glanced at Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan and understood. These two might be troublemakers, so he needed to be cautious. He had heard a bit about the removal of the head of the Shanshui village team. He quickly nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, our school should have teachers filled with a sense of justice. Shaolin, Shaoli, in the future, our school will rely on you to identify problems." Lin Yuzhu's mind raced. Whether she was overthinking or not, promoting integrity was definitely the right thing to do. So she stood up, excited and proud, and said, "Thank you, leaders, for valuing me. I assure you again that I will never be corrupted by darkness. I will learn from the party constitution and serve the people. The children of the masses are my children, and I will work hard to protect them from any harm." At this moment, the school was not advocating education. Lin Yuzhu could only express her determination in other ways. The leaders looked at Lin Yuzhu's naive demeanor, completely different from the sharp-tongued girl from that day. If she remembered correctly, she had been the first teacher to stand up when they entered. The leaders exchanged knowing glances, thinking she was clever, understanding what to do and what not to do. Zhang Chun glanced at the leaders, deep in thought. Shin Bojun appeared calm on the surface while feeling proud of his little girl. Look, his daughter seemed to be glowing. Li Xiangwan. Was she going to stand up and shout some slogan? After the new year, the commune leaders were busy with many tasks. They praised two teachers to avoid neglecting the basic community and began discussing school construction with the village head and principal. Once the discussion was over, they had another meeting to attend. At this moment, Lin Yuzhu learned that Shin Bojun was the school's party secretary, mainly responsible for party affairs, party building, and integrity construction. In other words, Shun Bojun had a lot of work to do at the village primary school. He could be seen as part of the revolutionary committee, logistics, and even finance. He was there to supervise and prevent the principal from having too much power. The leaders were engaged in intense discussions about the materials and funding needed for the school. Both sides were a bit evasive. The principal wanted more, while the commune leaders claimed they were short on funds, suggesting that the principal should manage for now and they would make up for it later, when they had money. The principal cheerfully listed the essentials, saying these could not be missed. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhu was dozing off, nearly falling asleep against Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei. What happened to her earlier energy? After the commune leaders and the principal finished their discussions, they consulted with the village head, mainly about labor issues. Once the snow melted, they needed to plant wheat, and the leaders wanted to understand the situation. They needed to decide whether to use villagers after work or find some workers from the town to build the school. The village head began to play it safe with the leaders. Now that he was the team leader, he had to pay more attention to production. The construction of the village primary school could not delay the spring planting. After hearing this, the principal suggested that the commune leaders arrange for some workers' children to help during the day, and then villagers could come after work to assist, aiming to let the children start school as soon as possible. Otherwise, the village kids would fall behind during the joint exam. This would be a reflection of his capabilities. Once the three parties agreed on a satisfactory plan, the leaders left with a few staff members. Before leaving, they told the teachers, "Thank you for your hard work, especially the teachers from the town who have faced significant living difficulties. I will report this situation to higher authorities to secure some benefits for you." Of course, local teachers have also worked hard. Don't worry, your work points will not be shortchanged. I can guarantee that. The flowers of our country are entrusted to you. Lin Yuzhu, who had been dozing off, immediately applauded vigorously upon hearing this farewell speech, showing great admiration. The commune leaders appreciated it. Zhang Cheng, who arrived late, was momentarily speechless, suddenly feeling a bit out of place. Han Manman rolled her eyes, thinking that he was just a country bumpkin who only knew how to flatter. What good was that? Han Manman subtly probed, and Lin Yuzhu also observed, feeling confused. Things had seemed fine when they first entered. At least they could smile politely. What happened now? People don't suddenly become hostile for no reason. Lin Yuzhu noted this down for later reflection. Once the leaders left, the principal and village had visibly relaxed. They exchanged pleasantries before sitting back down. Next was the internal meeting for the teachers. The principal seriously said, "You may be meeting this person for the first time, Shin Bojun, our party secretary. He will be a key member of our school and can be considered the soul of our institution. I can't do without him. Come, let's give a warm welcome to our comrade Shin to say a few words." After the principal spoke, he noticed that the applause from the teachers was not as enthusiastic as before. Especially from a few of the girls near Lin, their clapping was weak. The principal was taken aback, puzzled. It shouldn't be like this. They clearly knew each other from earlier. Could it be that there were some conflicts among them? Was it a case of outward friendliness but inner discord? The principal didn't dwell on it. As long as there was applause, it was fine. He then said to Shin Bojun, "Shin, please introduce yourself and share anything you'd like to say." Shin Bojun nodded, expressionless, and spoke in a low voice. "Hello everyone, I am Shin Bojun. I hope we can work well together in the future." After speaking, he looked at the principal, indicating he was done. The principal opened his mouth, almost breaking his smile that he had maintained all morning. He stiffly nodded and said, "It's clear that our comrade Shen is a practical person, not one for many words, focusing on work." Li Xiangwan felt a bit disdainful, thinking he was just pretending to be a cool boss. Wang Xiaomei thought Shen seemed different than usual. Earlier, after hearing Lin Yuzhu, she felt he wasn't so cold-hearted, but now, he indeed seemed a bit ruthless. Lin Yuzhu admired him, thinking Shen was truly handsome, his expressionless face resembling love. The teachers here don't need introductions. Some need to ride back to the village, so I won't take up too much of your time. This meeting is mainly to discuss the teachers' work arrangements. By the way, Teacher Su Hong, I heard from your village head that you're good at drawing and singing? Suddenly called out. Su Hong was startled, her face showing a hint of panic. She stammered, I can draw." The principal nodded, and Su Hong realized she couldn't sing. Just as she was about to explain, Lin Yuzhu pressed down on the restless Su Hong, signaling her to stay calm. The principal's comment clearly indicated he had plans for her work, and the village had praised Su Hong's talents for a reason. The principal then said, "So, Teacher Su will be responsible for the students' art and music." Su Hong nodded blankly and whispered to Lin Yuzhu, "Sister Lin, I can't sing. Can't you sing red songs?" In this era, most children learned red songs, and even the villagers could sing a few, let alone Su Hong, who had been to school. Remembering the red songs she learned, Su Hong felt much more at ease. She seemed capable of handling this position. After arranging for Su Hong, the principal turned his attention to Li Wei, saying, "Teacher Li Wei will be in charge of physical education and labor. I heard from your village head that you're also skilled at farming." Being a labor teacher wasn't just a title, it meant actually taking students to work in the fields. Spring planting and autumn harvest couldn't be missed. Li Wei nodded awkwardly, but as he thought about farming, his gaze drifted toward the village head. This old man was causing him trouble. He didn't even know how he would manage in the fields. The village head casually sipped his water, thinking the commune was better. Just look at this tea. It was much nicer than what he had at home. The principal noticed the subtle tension between Li Wei and the village chief, but didn't take it seriously. After all, Su Hong and Li Wei had good grades, making them among the best students in the village. However, They were not yet ready to teach properly. Fortunately, there were 2 positions for assistant teachers. Otherwise, the principal would have a headache. If these 2 teachers were unhappy with their assignments, he could consider finding replacements. If they couldn't handle the job, he would replace them with other young people. Seeing that both accepted their roles happily, the principal felt satisfied. This group of teachers knew how to adapt. He then said, "Teachers Liu Yi and Zhang Cheng have many years of teaching experience. They will take care of the 5th grade students, with teacher Zhang handling arithmetic and teacher Liu handling Chinese. Does anyone have any objections?" Except for Han Man, who felt a bit overshadowed, the 3 from Lin Yuzhu's side had no objections. Teaching younger grades was great. It was easier. They accepted their roles gladly. Seeing no one opposed, the principal turned to the 3 and smiled. Teachers Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan, who would like to be responsible for Chinese in the 3rd and 4th grades. The principal felt it was necessary to hear their suggestions. Looking at the principal's warm smile, Lin Yuzhu immediately replied, "Principal, this is your decision to make. I will fully support your arrangements and decisions."
Li Xiangwan.
Han Man rolled her eyes, thinking she was a sycophant. Principal Wu nodded in satisfaction, thinking this young colleague had a bright future. He then smiled and said, "So, Teacher Li Xiangwan will handle Chinese for the 3rd and 4th grades, and Teacher Han Man will handle arithmetic for the same grades. Teacher Lin will handle arithmetic for the 1st and 2nd grades, and Teacher Wang Xiaomei will handle Chinese for the 1st and 2nd grades. Does anyone have any objections? If you do, please feel free to speak up." Lin Yuzhu looked at Principal Wu, who seemed like a smiling tiger. As expected, everyone present was smart. No one dared to voice any objections that would embarrass the principal. The meeting was nearing its end, and the principal began discussing with the village chief. The gist was that they needed a vegetable garden, commonly referred to as a way for the children to balance work and study, learning to farm while studying. The village chief readily agreed, as the village had plenty of uncultivated land. The village primary school also needed a kitchen, and with a kitchen, they would need a cook. They couldn't expect the only lazy one, Shen Bojun, to take on that role. The principal decided to ask the village chief for a favor and let him handle finding a cook. The village chief immediately smiled broadly, assuring that he would find someone hardworking. Someone who wouldn't be lazy. The principal nodded, not taking the village chief's words too seriously, and said, "As long as the cook can prepare meals for the children and take care of the teacher's food, that's all that matters." The village primary school would not only serve the village's students, but also children from other villages. Some families lived far away and could only bring lunch or send food to be prepared at the school. The teachers living in the town not only had teacher accommodations, but also meal allowances. At this point, the principal asked Lin Yuzhu, "Do any of you local teachers want to eat in the school cafeteria? You can register with Shaoshen, but keep in mind that if you eat there, you will need to provide food and may have some costs deducted from your allowances. For details, you can ask Comrade Shaoshen." All right, that concludes today's meeting. Everyone can go now, especially the younger colleagues. Be careful riding home and don't slip. Principal Wu finished, feeling very happy. Lin Yuzhu. She felt like she was being subtly criticized lately. The trio from the back didn't plan to join the communal meals. Their food was much better than the cafeteria's. Was it that the steamed buns weren't enough? Or the rice wasn't tasty? They decided to skip the commotion. Su Hong and Li Wei both had families, so they naturally weren't worried about meals. Upon hearing they had to pay, they decided to eat at home. So, none of them approached Shen Bojun. As Lin Yuzhu walked out of the room, she suddenly thought about Shen, who was living and eating with female colleagues at school. Would he develop any feelings? Lin Yuzhu, taking advantage of no one noticing, squinted at Shen Bojun, wondering if he could withstand the test. If he couldn't, she would immediately cut ties, haha. Shen Bojun was organizing his notes when he sensed a gaze on him. He looked up and locked eyes with Lin Yuzhu. Their expressions were neutral, but there was sweetness between them. Their gaze lingered for 2 seconds. Lin Yuzhu stopped looking at Shen and followed Wang Xiaomei out of the office. Waiting at the office door, she saw Zhang Qing chatting with Li Xiangwan, who had come out before them. Lin Yuzhu had a hint of teasing in her eyes. Being too beautiful also came with troubles. Suddenly, the narrow doorway felt crowded as Han Manman barged out, standing next to Zhang Cheng. She smiled insincerely, her eyes full of suspicion. Lin Yuzhu felt she had figured it out. Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu quietly stood behind Li Xiangwan, with Su Hong following Lin Yuzhu closely. Zhang Cheng had initially wanted to chat privately with Li Xiangwan, but in just a moment, so many women surrounded him, all watching him. Li Wei looked at Zhang Cheng with envy, thinking, "Brother, you're living the dream. You're so capable." Feeling envious, he followed the village chief as they left, thinking about how he had to drive the old man home, which pained him greatly. There was no other choice. The village chief walked ahead, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just as Zhang Cheng was about to speak, Han Manman jumped in first, saying with a smile, "You all look so good. At first glance, you don't seem like you're from the village at all." The trio from the back. Su Hong tilted her head, thinking that Teacher Han was mocking them. Zhang Cheng frowned and said unhappily, "Teacher Han, being from the town doesn't mean you're superior." Han Manman covered her mouth in surprise and said, "Oh, maybe I didn't choose my words carefully. Don't take it to heart, I didn't mean it that way." Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "Principal Wu really knows how to pick people. Teacher Han is indeed very suitable for teaching arithmetic." Han Manman didn't quite catch the meaning behind Lin Yuzhu's words. Li Xiangwan, however, understood and smiled openly. Han Manman instantly felt embarrassed and decided not to argue with the country girls, but instead sweetly said to Zhang Cheng, "Brother Zhang, we haven't eaten together in a long time. How about we go to the state-run restaurant today?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuzhu understood that the relationship between Zhang Cheng and Han Manman was definitely not simple. Han Manman's hostility towards the others likely stemmed from Zhang Cheng. She chuckled to herself, thinking, "Sister, if you're not kind, don't blame me for being ruthless. This couple must be locked in. If not, she would create a lock out of thin air." Zhang Cheng felt overwhelmed, fearing Li Xiangwan would misunderstand, and was about to refuse. Then Lin Yuzhu cheerfully said, "So that's how it is. No wonder Teacher Han is acting this way. Don't worry, Teacher Han, we understand. We won't hold you up. We'll leave now." Zhang Cheng looked confused at Lin Yuzhu, wondering what she meant. What was the reason? What did she understand? No, it wasn't like that. Lin Yuzhu smiled like an old witch, saying, "No, that's how it is." Li Xiangwan, understanding, said lightly, "Then we won't disturb you too." Wang Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed, "I get it now." Zhang Cheng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "No, it's not. All right, we're leaving, Teacher Han, Teacher Zhang, goodbye." Lin Yuzhu waved happily. Zhang Cheng. The four of them had not walked far when Su Hong sweetly asked, "Sister Li, did you come from the city?" The villagers had previously discussed the city, saying that Li Xiangwan was truly a city person. Lin Yuzhu patted Su Hong and laughed. "That's right. The supply and marketing cooperatives there have all the trendy goods. I heard the clothes are very fashionable. Your sister Li has seen a lot of big events." Li Xiangwan, listening to Lin Yuzhu's teasing, smiled helplessly. "You won't even admit to this little loss." Lin Yuzhu chuckled. "If I really cared, I would have slapped you in the face right here." Although their conversation was quiet, Zhang Cheng and Han Manman heard everything clearly. At this moment, people from the countryside and town were starting to compare themselves with each other. Those in the town, with their rations and salaries, felt a sense of superiority over those from the countryside. They had no idea that decades later, they might be crying to return to rural life. Meanwhile, those from big cities looked down on those from small counties. In short, it was just people making things difficult for each other. Han Manman and Zhang Cheng were typical of old-fashioned thinking. Zhang Cheng felt a bit inferior about Li Xiangwan coming from the big city and was reluctant to mention her status as a youth sent to the countryside. He worried that others might think he wasn't worthy of her, especially with Li Xiangbei nearby for comparison. Zhang Cheng's mindset was somewhat unbalanced. Han Manman's self-perceived superiority was shattered by just a few words, causing her face to flush uncomfortably. It dawned on her that those girls might be sent-down youth. Hiding her embarrassment, she continued to chat with Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng wore a gloomy expression, feeling that Han Man was being a nuisance. He wanted to catch up with Li Xiangwan, but Han Man grabbed him and, with her bright eyes, said unhappily, "Brother Zhang, we haven't seen each other for so long and you don't want to talk to me? You were so warm before." Zhang Cheng glanced at Han Man, thought of her father, and suppressed his displeasure. He softened his tone. "I've been a bit busy lately. What do you want to eat?" Han Man perked up, thinking about food, when she noticed Lu Yi still standing there, staring at the backs of the youth. Han Man patted her and asked, "Lu Yi, what are you looking at? Want to join me and Brother Zhang for a meal?" Lu Yi snapped back to reality and weakly smiled. "No, my child is waiting at home." She was currently breastfeeding and couldn't leave her child for too long. Han Man felt a bit helpless and sympathized with her friend. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhu and the others had just left the commune and were heading toward the bike shed. As they reached the shed, they heard a child crying loudly behind them. Wang Xiaomei wondered who would bring a child out in the winter. Curious, she looked back and saw an old woman hurriedly running into the commune, holding a tightly wrapped baby. When Wang Xiaomei recognized the old woman, her face turned pale, and she quickly turned away. Lin Yuzhu noticed Wang Xiaomei's reaction and turned around, only seeing the old woman's back and not her face. She guessed who it was. In this cold weather, someone was chasing after a child. Lin Yuzhu clicked her tongue and shook her head in dismay. Hopefully Lu Yi's father-in-law isn't Xie Guanquan. Not wanting to dwell on the commotion, Lin Yuzhu tried the handbrake and found it seemed to be fixed. Her husband, Old Shun, really came through. She took out the key to unlock the bike, and just as she reached for the handlebars, Su Hong timidly said, "Sister Lin, should I ride instead?" Lin Yuzhu looked at Su Hong's big, blinking eyes, filled with a hint of fear, and, without thinking, nodded. She always believed that if someone spoke up, they should be capable. Once she hopped on the back, though, something fell off. The bike swayed violently, causing Lin Yuzhu to grab Su Hong tightly. Looking back at the snowy ground, Lin Yuzhu resignedly closed her eyes, feeling like she was on a pirate ship. Su Hong, being very obedient, said, "Sister Lin, don't be scared. I've got this." Lin Yuzhu, "Yeah, I'm not scared." Li Xiangwan, catching up from behind, couldn't help but laugh, making Lin Yuzhu grit her teeth. She had no friends left. Seeing the glee in Li Xiangwan's eyes was almost unbearable. Lin Yuzhu regretted agreeing to let Su Hong ride. She should have kept control of the handlebars. The ride was a blur, and Lin Yuzhu held onto Su Hong tightly. Su Hong shyly thought Sister Lin wasn't very brave either. She comforted Lin Yuzhu several times, which only made Lin Yuzhu lose her temper. Sometimes, when faced with a truly honest person, you feel utterly helpless. Lin Yuzhu was genuinely scared, so she gently said, "Su Hong, how about I ride instead? I've been eating a bit too much lately, and I don't want to tire you out." Su Hong mustered her courage and replied, "Sister Lin, I'm not tired. Don't worry, I won't let you fall." Lin Yuzhu's sense of helplessness was beyond what anyone could imagine. As they approached the village, going downhill on the slippery snow, the bike suddenly sped down, and Su Hong panicked. Her heart raced. In her moment of screaming, Lin Yuzhu felt darkness closing in and shouted, "Don't just scream. Hit the brakes." But Su Hong was already out of control, crashing into a snow pile. What could be said? Thank goodness the snow was deep. Lin Yuzhu struggled to sit up from the snow, shaking the snow off her head. Su Hong climbed out of the snow pile, then turned to Lin Yuzhu and grinned sheepishly, saying, "Sister Lin, I just panicked for a moment." "Oh no. Will Sister Lin dislike her now?" Su Hong felt a bit regretful and awkward, rubbing her hands together. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, riding ahead, sensed something was wrong when they heard the screams. Li Xiangwan immediately hit the brakes, and Wang Xiaomei jumped off the bike. When they looked back, they saw Lin Yuzhu had flown into the snow pile. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei pushed their bikes back. Seeing Lin Yuzhu sitting in the snow, covered in snow, they couldn't help but laugh. Li Xiangwan laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face, teasing, "Lin the great biker, do you understand the feeling of riding on the back now?" Wang Xiaomei doubled over with laughter. She didn't want to be unkind, but it was nice to see Lin Yuzhu finally experience what it was like to sit behind, though it felt a bit mean. Lin Yuzhu watched the two of them laughing and remained silent. What does it mean to be bullied when you're down? What does it mean to laugh at someone else's misfortune? Looking at the two in front of her, they were so smug. Su Hong lowered her head, rubbing her hands, thinking, "Oh no, how embarrassing." After a while, Li Xiangwan, still chuckling, said, "I'm not saying you two have bad skills. Just let someone else ride. Why make things hard for yourselves?" Haha, the more Li Xiangwan spoke, the more she wanted to laugh. Lin Yuzhu narrowed her eyes. This woman was up to something. While Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei were laughing heartily, Lin Yuzhu secretly rolled 2 snowballs the size of fists. With a swoosh, she threw one big snowball at each of them. Her aim was perfect, hitting both of them right in the neck. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, covered in snow, looked at each other in surprise. They exchanged glances, and it was on. Li Xiangwan dropped her bike, squatted down, and started making snowballs, while Wang Xiaomei had already formed one. With a mischievous grin, she threw it at Lin Yuzhu, who hadn't had time to get up. Lin Yuzhu cried out, "Sister Xiaomei, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Wang Xiaomei knew exactly what kind of person Lin Yuzhu was. Being soft-hearted often led to her own suffering. A snowball fight was about to begin. What started as a battle between 3 turned into a chaotic 4-way fight. Su Hong was pulled in without realizing it. The snowy field echoed with the laughter of the girls. The excitement even attracted some children to join in. In the end, the crowd grew larger, and the snowball fight turned into a wild chase, making it hard to tell who was on which side. Eventually, a few of them left the battlefield because they were too hungry. Seeing the innocent smiles of the children, Lin Yuzhu felt a peace she had never experienced before. When they returned, Wang Xiaomei eagerly made ginger soup, knowing Lin Yuzhu was prone to catching colds. Better to be cautious. Noticing her thoughtfulness, Lin Yuzhu scoffed, "I forgive you." Wang Xiaomei. Li Xiangwan sneered, "You're not that great, yet you don't want to be laughed at." "Well, at least I'm better than Su Hong."
Good for you.
Days passed quickly, and winter days were particularly short. It felt like a day was gone in the blink of an eye. After experiencing Su Hong's driving skills, Lin Yuzhu decided not to ride with anyone anymore. A legendary driver had retired, keeping her skills hidden. One sunny morning, the postman arrived on his bicycle, bringing a letter from Lin Yuzhu's family. It was written by the eldest sister, sharing news from home. Lin Dad and Lin Mom were still healthy, and the second sister had recently taken a liking to a charming but impractical young man. Lin Mom had picked up an old broom to give the second sister a good beating. It wasn't a pretend beating, it was real. The second sister walked away limping, too scared to sit down for meals. The eldest sister felt a bit sorry for her and scolded Lin Mom for being too harsh, but Lin Mom fiercely replied that she deserved it. She even threatened to break her legs if she continued seeing that boy. In the end, she told the eldest sister to include this in her letter to Lin Yuzhu. What it meant was for her to figure out. Having received a few whacks from Lin Mom herself, Lin Yuzhu shrank back. It felt a bit cold, didn't it? The letter also mentioned that the eldest brother's wedding was approaching, set for the 16th of next month. Lin Mom planned to secretly buy a quilt cover and say it was sent by Lin Yuzhu. This was to leave a good impression on the future sister-in-law, so she wouldn't accidentally spill the beans when Lin Yuzhu returned home. Then, there were questions about whether Lin Yuzhu had grown taller, if her clothes were still fitting, and if she needed the family to send her a couple of new outfits. Finally, there were a few caring words urging her to eat well, stay warm, and to write home if she faced any difficulties, rather than relying on outsiders. Lin Mom specifically asked where Lin Yuzhu had gotten the tickets she had sent last time. Her biggest worry was that Lin Yuzhu was too soft-hearted and easily deceived, fearing she might fall for some bad boy. If the clever second sister could be foolish, Lin Mom was even more concerned about her delicate little girl. After putting down the letter, Lin Yuzhu took a moment to calm herself. She recalled how she had viewed Lin Mom and Lin Dad at first. Back then, with a modern perspective, she thought Lin Mom didn't care about the original owner. But as she immersed herself more in this era, her feelings became more complicated. Lin Yuzhu realized that even being thousands of miles away from her family, there were still ties that connected her. The thread in Lin Mom's hand had never been broken. Taking out paper and pen, Lin Yuzhu began to write. The tickets were exchanged from a female educated youth nearby, traded for previous national food stamps. Lin Yuzhu emphasized how capable this female educated youth was, assuring Lin Mom that she was well protected. She wouldn't randomly seek out boys, nor would she be deceived. She hadn't grown taller, her clothes were sufficient, and living in the countryside didn't require fancy attire. Being well-fed was already great. Her requests were minimal. Then she wrote a few lines about her daily life, just some reassuring words for her family. Once the letter was finished, Lin Yuzhu grabbed a small sack and ran to Li Xiangwan's place. As expected, it was noon, and Wang Xiaomei had already arrived. Both of them looked puzzled at the sight of Lin Yuzhu with a sack. Wang Xiaomei asked, "What do you need the sack for?" Lin Yuzhu grinned and proudly said, "My brother is getting married. Aren't you going to give a gift?" Wang Xiaomei was momentarily speechless and replied defiantly, "If that's the case, my brother is getting married too." "Well, that's still getting married, isn't it? It's not like we know when that will be. My brother is ahead, so hurry up and give a gift." Li Xiangwan laughed in frustration. "Lin Yuzhu, you really opened my eyes today. I have nothing left, just a little bit of cured meat on the beam. If you're so capable, take it. Go send it to your family." Lin Yuzhu looked at the cured meat and pondered for a moment. Wang Xiaomei put her hands on her head and said, "You wouldn't dare to think about that." "What are you talking about?" "I'm just checking if we have enough to eat for a few more meals." Li Xiangwan was left speechless. Indeed, Li Xiangwan had run out of food, and Lin Yuzhu looked at Wang Xiaomei with a sly grin, sweetly calling, "Sister Xiaomei." Wang Xiaomei shook her head, while Li Xiangwan squinted at her. Then, she exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Yuzhu and dragged her toward Wang Xiaomei's room. Wang Xiaomei protested, "I really have nothing left. You have to believe me." But they didn't believe her. In the end, under pressure, Wang Xiaomei reluctantly brought out her meager stock of peanuts and sunflower seeds. With a pitiful expression, she said, "This is all that's left. I'm saving the rest to plant next year." Seeing how poor she was, Lin Yuzhu patted Wang Xiaomei and said, "All right, I'll let you off this time. But next time, if you only have this much, I'll take your beautiful girl away." As Wang Xiaomei glared in anger, Lin Yuzhu slipped away. Li Xiangwan suddenly realized something was off and pulled Wang Xiaomei, saying, "Let's go, follow her." On her way back, Lin Yuzhu quickly stashed away several items in the cabinet. As she expected, Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei rushed in after her. Lin Yuzhu hurriedly closed the cabinet door, grumbling, "How can you come in without knocking?" Li Xiangwan coldly replied, "Who's going to knock?" "Xiaomei, go." Then the two pounced like tigers, opening the cabinet, and a pile of items tumbled out. Wang Xiaomei exclaimed in disbelief, "You've hidden so many red dates and fruit candies?" "Little girl, it's not good to eat alone," Li Xiangwan said, resembling a wicked queen from a fairy tale. Though beautiful, she was not kind. Lin Yuzhu covered her eyes, crying softly. It was so hard to send something home openly. In the end, Lin Yuzhu packed a lot of peanuts, sunflower seeds, red dates, and fruit candies, things that seemed cheap but were rare. Given Lin Ma's suspicious nature, Lin Yuzhu didn't dare to send anything too valuable. As the saying goes, it's the thought that counts. That evening, Lin Yuzhu planned to do something significant in her space. It might seem heartless, but the situation forced her hand. She was mixing sand into the coarsely processed grain. There was no choice. Grains in this era often contained sand, and she couldn't make exceptions. Watching the little robots, Sanpeng and Dapeng, mix the sand evenly into the grain, she praised them. Thanks to the robots, if she had to do it all by herself, she'd end up with superhuman strength. The next day, Lin Yuzhu borrowed a bicycle from Li Xiangwan to go to the town to send her package. When Li Xiangwan handed her the bike keys, she teased, "Be careful, if my bike falls a few more times, it will really break." Such blatant humiliation. Lin Yuzhu took the keys and scoffed, "You've learned to talk like that now." Li Xiangwan ignored her and just kept laughing. With that annoying sound in her ears, Lin Yuzhu hurriedly left. Riding alone, she found the bicycle quite easy to handle. With no one else around, she could go wherever she pleased. Safely arriving in town, Lin Yuzhu tossed her prepared letter into the mail bag. She imagined Lin Ma would praise her for being diligent. After mailing her items, everything was fine except for the high postage. Once outside the post office, Lin Yuzhu eagerly found a dead end to enter her space, then came out as Old E. Having not been out for a while, her wallet was itching to be filled. The reason she hadn't been selling things much after the new year was that the buying power of the people before the holiday had been surprisingly strong. Lin Yuzhu felt it was necessary to take a break. Upgrading her space was becoming increasingly difficult. She wondered what the system was planning. For now, she had saved up quite a bit of contribution points. Once a person has contribution points, they want to do something in their spare time, so she specifically looked for self-defense items. To her surprise, she found a more advanced technology item. Red beans, but not the kind you think. They look like red beans, but the system calls them fake red beans. They are a special product from an interstellar dimension. The product image had a note saying, "This item that looks like a red bean is not as hard as it seems. Please hold it carefully, as if it falls, it will turn into a puff of red smoke. Don't underestimate it. It can make any living being within 2 meters instantly faint. If you want to expand the range, just throw a few more. This item is non-toxic. It only puts people to sleep for a few hours. If you have insomnia, consider getting some. If you want to use this for self-defense, we recommend clicking this link. Here are special antidote pills designed for it. Take one and you'll be immune for life. Only 88,000 contribution points. You won't regret it. It's worth having." After reading the note and checking the price of the red beans, which were only 1,000 contribution points each, Lin Yuzhu was amazed. The consumables were sold at a slightly lower price, but the antidote pills were different. A typical scammer. But considering the danger of going door-to-door selling, Lin Yuzhu decided to buy a few to keep in her pocket. If something happened, she could just throw them. Worst case, she could change her identity and start over. Fortunately, she had saved up quite a bit of contribution points during this time. Look how diligent she was. The system should be moved to tears by her efforts. System. Returning to a familiar area, Lin Yuzhu kept her distance from Aunt Zheng's house and the nearby ones, not wanting to do business with them. Aunt Zheng and her niece had cast a shadow over Lin Yuzhu's fragile heart. Fortunately, she was familiar with this area and had a good understanding of these families. She no longer needed their help. Using her old method, she knocked on doors one by one. When the homeowners opened the door and saw her, they were generally very welcoming. However, the buying power was nowhere near what it had been before the new year. In total, she earned less than 300. Lin Yuzhu felt she was getting ahead of herself. She thought to herself how great it would be if every visit was like before the new year. After adjusting the basket on her back, Old E continued to struggle through his difficult life. When she reached Aunt Lin's neighborhood, Lin Yuzhu, disguised as Old E, chose to avoid it. After all, she had developed some feelings there, and when she was acting like a fool, Aunt Lin had chatted with her the most. Continuing to interact with Old E might accidentally reveal some details, which wouldn't be good. So she resolutely ignored several houses near Aunt Lin's. Some fates are truly unavoidable. As soon as she knocked on one door, the homeowner opened it with a big smile and welcomed her in, saying, "Little brother, I was just wondering why you haven't come by lately, and here you are today."
Come in.
Old E, still dull and unsmiling, nodded and stepped into the yard, saying in a hoarse voice, "Let's stay in the yard. I only brought some grain today."
See if you need any.
The woman looked at the grain in the basket and smiled, saying, "Yes, little brother, my neighbor inside has also been asking to buy grain. How about this?" I'll call her out to buy some too. After saying this, the woman felt a bit anxious, fearing that the other party would be displeased and leave without buying. Lin Yuzhu didn't mind since it was a neighbor. She might even knock on that neighbor's door later. Feigning impatience, she said, "Hurry up. I'm in a rush." As old E, he was a person with a temper. Compared to the salespeople at the supply and marketing cooperative, old Yi's little temper was nothing. The woman didn't take it to heart and cheerfully ran back inside. When she came out again, Lin Yuzhu looked at the person behind her. Her heart skipped a beat. She never expected to run into Aunt Lin despite trying to avoid her. When Lin Yuzhu recognized her, she pretended to casually look away, not wanting to make eye contact with Aunt Lin, maintaining a calm facade. She showed no signs of nervousness. Not wanting to exchange pleasantries with the two, she bent down to open the basket and said, "The goods are here. Take a look at what you want." Aunt Lin looked at Oldie, clearly wanting to ask something, but due to the presence of a third person, she held back. With a cheerful demeanor, she asked the other lady about the price and ended up buying several pounds of rice and flour. The other woman was much more generous, buying up all the grain in the basket. Lin Yuzhu. If only a few more wealthy customers like this would come by. After the transaction, Lin Yuzhu quickly grabbed her basket and left. She heard Aunt Lin hurriedly say, "Oh, it's getting late. I need to hurry back to start the fire and cook. Otherwise, my husband will start complaining again." The older he gets, the more fussy he becomes. If he's hungry for even a little while, he starts whining. One day, if he pushes me too far, I'll just leave him and walk away. Haha, you just say that, you wouldn't really leave him. Aunt Lin chuckled and said helplessly, "We're all stuck with each other. All right, I'm going back now." As she left, she quickly followed Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu thought she was moving quickly, but Aunt Lin was right behind her, effortlessly carrying the supplies. Old E glanced back, pursed his lips, and continued walking briskly. Aunt Lin was relentless in her pursuit. Old E sighed lightly, turned around, and looked at Aunt Lin with sharp, wary eyes, saying, "What do you want from me?" Aunt Lin, out of breath from chasing, took a moment to catch her breath and smiled. "Big brother, don't be scared. I mean no harm. I just want to ask about someone." Old E frowned, still on guard, and said, "Who do you want to ask about?" "Big brother, do you know a young man named Mutu? He's about this tall, around 17 or 18, and has a good heart." After asking, Aunt Lin smiled warmly. "I just want to know if he's okay and hasn't gotten into any trouble." Her eyes were filled with deep concern. Ever since Mutu stopped coming around, Aunt Lin had been anxious, often lost in thought. Her mind was filled with images of Mutu being harmed, possibly lying in some corner, bloody and lifeless. She had even had a few nightmares about it. Lin's son understood Aunt Lin's worries and bluntly said, "That kid probably got caught. You shouldn't worry about others. I haven't heard of any murders in town lately." Aunt Lin, somewhat unconvinced, replied, "Maybe he's buried somewhere and hasn't been found yet." Immediately regretting her words, she wished she had asked where Mutu lived. Now, she had no news at all. Seeing the worry in Aunt Lin's eyes, Lin Yuzhu felt a pang of sympathy. But she shook her head and said, "I don't know him. I don't really know any kids that young." Upon hearing this, Aunt Lin's disappointment was evident. She nodded and said, "Big brother, please keep an eye out for him. If you see him, tell him to come visit me. His brother Lin's son is getting married on the 2nd day of the 3rd lunar month. He should come over for some wedding candy and good luck." Old E nodded stiffly, not saying anything more. Aunt Lin wasn't sure if he took her words to heart. She was just leaving a thought. After parting ways with Aunt Lin, Lin Yuzhu pretended to restock and left, feeling quite unsettled. It felt heavy in her heart. She thought, as a merchant, one must be cunning, sly, and ruthless. She wouldn't continue her past connection with Aunt Lin. Regaining her spirits, she restocked and continued selling. By the time she finished selling in that area, it was nearly noon. Not wanting to overdo it, she made about 700 in total and decided to head home first. She would sell the other 2 batches next time. At home, 2 beautiful young ladies were waiting for her. She loaded some pork, frozen chicken, and some rice and flour into her basket and rode her bike back to Shanshui village. When she returned, Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan had already finished eating but had saved some food in the pot for her. When Lin Yuzhu entered the house, Wang Xiaomei had already gone to take a nap. Lin Yuzhu returned the bike key to Li Xiangwan. Li Xiangwan took the key and said proudly, "There's food in the pot." She started serving herself. Lin Yuzhu smiled widely and went to the stove to get her food. As she set the food on the table and began to eat, Li Xiangwan slowly sat down and said softly, "I want to rent a house in town, somewhere a bit remote." Lin Yuzhu blinked, curious, and asked, "What's your plan?" "Last time I went to see Fatly, they had something for me and wanted to collaborate," Li Xiangwan explained vaguely, but Lin Yuzhu understood immediately. Lin Yuzhu quickly realized what Li Xiangwan meant and whispered, "Does Fatly need a lot of goods?" If she understood correctly, Li Xiangwan wanted to establish a base. She couldn't keep carrying a basket around every day. It would be exhausting and wouldn't yield much profit. With a place, she could store a large amount of goods and let Fatly come and pick them up directly.
But there was a certain risk involved. Li Xiangwan nudda.
Lin Yuzhu thought, "Wow, Zhang Cheng must be going crazy about this. What about Zhang Cheng?" It was no secret that Zhang Cheng and Li Xiangwan were collaborating in the black market. It seemed like the three of them were caught in a web. Everyone around them basically knew each other. Many secrets couldn't be kept hidden. Li Xiangwan lowered her head, looking gloomy, and said, "At first, I thought he was a trustworthy person, but later." She shook her head with a smile. "He's not only deep-minded, but also, just look at how he treats Wang Xiaomei and Han Man. If you think about it, it's hard to describe." The key point was that Zhang Cheng seemed to have a thing for her. This made her uncomfortable. She didn't know where he got his confidence. Why would she want a greasy man who flirts around? She might as well go back to Li Xiangbei. Lin Yuzhu nodded in agreement and said, "Last year, Wang Xiaomei really admired Zhang Cheng, so he must have put in some effort." That day with Han Man was clearly not a normal relationship. "It's good that your relationship with him is over. Just say, he was mesmerized when he first saw me. Clearly, he's not a good person. Tisk, it's also my fault for being so good-looking." By the end, Lin Yuzhu looked quite pleased. Li Xiangwan face-bombed and changed the subject, asking, "Do you know of any remote houses for rent in town?" Lin Yuzhu thought carefully and shook her head, saying, "I mostly deal in small trades and haven't paid much attention to rental houses." She wasn't lying. Li Zili's place was quite remote, but there was Zhang Cheng. In this era, there were houses for rent, but private rentals were usually not openly advertised. It wouldn't be easy for them to find a place blindly. Lin Yuzhu suggested, "Fatly is a local. Why not ask him?" Li Xiangwan nodded, noticing that Lin Yuzhu was focused on her meal and didn't seem interested in pursuing the topic further. With a knowing smile, she genuinely appreciated this about Lin Yuzhu. She knew her limits and had a good sense of timing. Zhang Cheng had only known her for a few days and had already tried to probe her several times, thinking she didn't notice. Feeling cold inside, she thought that Zhang Cheng was even worse than Wang Xiaomei. That silly girl never asked too many questions. If she had goods to sell, he would take them, and if not, he would continue sourcing from the black market. She found that very likable, which is why she was growing fonder of Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei. These two were truly her friends. Since they were friends, Li Xiangwan kindly said, "Do you want to get some goods for me to sell? I can get some cheaper stuff." Lin Yuzhu immediately shook her head and said, "Seriously, to be honest, my supply comes from a fellow villager. If I suddenly cut off, it might raise some suspicions. If they trace it back to you, it wouldn't be worth it. Besides, I'm not planning to make a lot of money. I just need enough to get by. The goods I have are enough for me." Then, Lin Yuzhu's eyes lit up and she cheerfully said, "Sister Xiangwan, how about I send some goods your way and you buy them at a high price? What do you think?" Li Xiangwan looked at Lin Yuzhu's sly and cunning expression, let out a cold laugh, and nodded helplessly, "All right." Since they were both selling to Fatly, if Lin Yuzhu truly wanted to take advantage, she wouldn't go through her usual process. "Haha, Sister Fortune, are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of water." Most of Fat Li's goods would likely be sold to the government, and she was quite tempted by that big piece of pie. If it weren't for Fat Li and Old Shun's identities. Ha ha ha. Sai, who says she's a good and honest person. After the second day of the second month, the new year was completely over. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei also got busy. On a snowy day, the mailman came to the youth station again, delivering a letter from the Wang family. Wang Yang received the letter from the mailman, opened it, and read it quickly, becoming happier with each line. He turned back into the house and said directly to Dong Mimi, "My family's letter says that our engagement has been cancelled. As you wished, we can go our separate ways now, and no one has to dislike anyone anymore." After saying this, he left with a proud expression. Wang Yang felt great, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Dong Mimi, however, bit her lip, her expression shifting between sadness and anger. Dong Tian stepped forward, shook her head, and reproached, "What's with your temper?" Now that the Wang family had called off the engagement, she wondered what their family thought of them. Dong Tian felt sorry for her sister and didn't want to blame her, but she was worried about returning to the city. They hadn't been able to connect with the Li family, and now they had lost the Wang family too. She feared how they would be blamed. Dong Mimi glanced at her sister and realized she was worried about returning to the city. She felt a bit guilty and regretted being so impulsive earlier. Even if she was impulsive, she should have waited until they returned to the city. Gathering her courage, she promised, "Sister, if we can't go back, I'll work in the fields to support you." Dong Tian chuckled softly, her eyes filled with helplessness. She thought to herself, "I wonder when this kind of life will end." Following the letter from the Wang family, a letter from the Dong family soon arrived. The letter was written by their father, who scolded the sisters harshly right from the start, blaming them for being more trouble than they were worth. He said they lacked common sense and wondered how he ended up with two useless daughters. He felt that marrying into a family like the Wangs was already a stretch for them. They didn't appreciate it, and even messed up with Li Xiangbei. Their father suspected something was wrong with his younger daughter's mind. Although the engagement was cancelled, he was unwilling to let it go and urged the sisters to find a way to mend the relationship between the Wang and Li families. If necessary, they could use some tactics. Though the letter didn't say it outright, the hints were clear. Dong Tiantian's hands trembled as she held the letter. Use tactics? What could two girls do? Noticing her sister's strange expression, Dong Mimi snatched the letter and read it quickly. After finishing, she was so angry that she crumpled the letter into a ball and threw it on the ground, exclaiming, "Just because we're not boys, they treat us like this." Dong Tian took a deep breath, picked up the crumpled paper, and tossed it into the stove. She looked at the slowly burning letter and sighed inwardly. Yes, just because they weren't boys, their father was willing to use them to pave the way for their cousin. She hadn't understood this before, but after going through some hardships, she saw it more clearly now. Her father's past affection was all fake. Her mother only cared about maintaining a broken marriage. She only wanted them to climb higher, without considering if they could handle it. A fierce look crossed Dong Tiantian's eyes as she thought, why should it be this way? She wouldn't let anyone control her anymore. So, what if they had to stay in this broken village? The three people in the back courtyard were still thriving. What was there to be afraid of? After releasing a long breath, Dong Tian felt much clearer. At that moment, Dong Mimi came out of the house, hugged her sister, and said sweetly, "Sister, don't be upset. We can just deal with that old man casually. It might not be any better back home." Dong Tian smiled gently at her sister and nodded slowly. But unexpectedly, just a few days later, the village head came to the youth station. He called the sisters out separately. The village head looked at the Dong sisters and thought to himself that they were indeed from the capital, as they had managed to secure a chance to return. While lost in thought, he cleared his throat and said, "This year, there are 2 spots for returning to the city. The higher-ups want to give them to you too. Don't spread the word yet. Pick a time to go to the commune to handle the paperwork." After saying this, the village had turned and hurried away. He had just glanced over and spotted Wang Xiaomei, thinking it was bad that she might have overheard. Feeling anxious, he slipped away. Wang Xiaomei had just come out to use the restroom and saw the village head calling the Dong sisters under the eaves. Curious, she came over to eavesdrop. To her surprise, she overheard such big news. With a serious expression, she hurried back to Li Xiangwan's room. Meanwhile, the Dong sisters were still stunned under the eaves, both surprised and delighted. Wang Xiaomei rushed into the room, fuming as she sat down. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan looked at her, wondering why she was so upset after just going to the restroom. What's wrong? You seemed so happy when you left. Did someone peek at you? Lin Yuzhu speculated, thinking that was the only possibility.
Li Xiangwan.
What kind of logic was that? Wang Xiaomei, feeling very frustrated, said the village head just went to the front yard and specifically called the Dong sisters out. I knew something was off and I was right. The village had told them to secretly go to the commune to handle their return paperwork. Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu exchanged glances, feeling very happy. Finally, that little firecracker Dong Mimi would return to the city to cause trouble. What a joyful occasion. Seeing Wang Xiaomei looking so angry, Lin Yuzhu said in confusion, Sister Xiaomei, isn't this something to celebrate? Think about it, if Dong Mimi stays here, who knows who will be the next victim? Li Xiangwan covered her mouth and chuckled, but then realized that she and the sisters were the ones who got along the least. She glanced sideways at Lin Yuzhu, suspecting she was hinting at something. Wang Xiaomei felt no comfort at all, frowning and saying, after waiting so long for a chance to return, we didn't even get a proper chance, and now it's gone. It's so unfair. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan shook their heads helplessly. Lin Yuzhu comforted Wang Xiaomei, saying, the return spots weren't meant for Shanshui village anyway. Sister Xiaomei, don't dwell on it. If it's gone, it's gone. Aren't we doing fine now? Li Xiangwan nodded in agreement, saying, exactly. Just because you go home doesn't mean life will be better, right? Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan were typical of those who didn't want to return to the city, focusing entirely on the college entrance exam. When that time came, the sky would be high and the sea wide, and no one could bind them. Wang Xiaomei hung her head, deep in thought. Lin Yuzhu continued to add fuel to the fire, saying, Sister Xiaomei, just because you return doesn't mean you'll definitely get a job. If you can't find a job, you might be looked down upon by your family and end up being sold off to marry someone. Li Xiangwan nodded along, agreeing, yeah, don't get sold off to marry your brother's wife.
Just think about that.
Wang Xiaomei's thick eyebrows furrowed deeply, almost like two caterpillars. You're saying, returning isn't a good thing either? I can't just stay in this broken place forever, Wang Xiaomei said, feeling a bit down. It felt like a lose-lose situation. Going back didn't seem good, and not going back was unbearable. Lin Yuzhu. But Li Xiangwan confidently said, it won't be like that. There will be a day when we see the light. As long as we persevere, there will always be hope. A country needs talent to develop, and this kind of life is only temporary. Lin Yuzhu pretended to think for a moment, then quietly asked, are you saying the college entrance exam will be reinstated?
Li Xiangwan nodded firmly.
Wang Xiaomei's eyes lit up. She felt like she had discovered something significant. So Wang Xiaomei, under the strong persuasion of Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan, completely forgot about returning to the city. She officially started studying with the two of them. Li Xiangwan secretly sighed in relief. She hadn't studied much all winter, all thanks to these two. They were practically living at her house. Just as she relaxed, Li Xiangwan angrily said to the two, can't you bring your own books? Lin Yuzhu rubbed her nose and replied, but we only have middle school books. Li Xiangwan almost choked with anger. The next day, she brought back 2 high school textbooks. Lin Yuzhu shyly smiled and said, here, take these.
Li Xiangwan.
Wang Xiaomei silently watched, letting Lin Yuzhu take the lead. Meanwhile, the Dong sisters went to town with nervous hearts, and surprisingly, the paperwork went smoothly. At the same time, the mailman arrived with a letter from the Li family. When Li Xiangbei received the letter, the mailman joked, your youth point is really lively. Letters keep coming in. Li Xiangbei politely smiled. Thank you, comrade. Hey, it's for the people. I can't say it's a bother. After the mailman left on his bike, Li Xiangbei opened the letter and found the contents amusing. He learned that the Dong sisters' return to the city was arranged by the Wang and Li families together. When the Wang family broke off the engagement with the Dong family, they realized the Dong family's true nature. Once they stuck to you, it was hard to shake them off. Thinking about how the two Dong daughters were still around his son made him uneasy. He feared his son would be bullied again, and if he was unhappy about the breakup, he might lash out. Also, he worried the Dong sisters would be just like their father, using any means necessary. After thinking it over, he decided they needed to be sent away. Li's mother had similar thoughts to the Wang family. The two families quickly came to an agreement. They couldn't openly bring their son back to the city, nor could they take someone else's child. Thus, the Dong sisters didn't rely on their own family, but instead on the Wang and Li families. If Dong Mimi knew about this, she would surely laugh out loud, thinking she should have acted sooner. Li's mother sent the letter to warn Li Xiangbei not to have any thoughts about the Dong sisters. For now, he should just stay in the countryside. After the Dong sisters completed their paperwork, they bought some pork and, lucky enough, found live chickens, deciding to buy 2. The salesperson raised an eyebrow and said, "There's a limit. Each family can only buy 1. In a good mood, the Dong sisters didn't argue and returned to the village with fresh pork and a live chicken. As soon as they entered the youth point, they proudly announced they would treat everyone to dinner that night. Wang Yang learned from Li Xiangbei about the Dong sisters' return to the city and felt a surge of anger. So, they beat him up and then returned to the city.
Who could feel good about that?
Seeing Dong Mimi's smug face, he refused to eat that meal. Naturally, Li Xiangbei, who had been beaten, joined Wang Yang in refusing to eat. The timid Zhang Yanxiu and Zhang Aigua reluctantly agreed. This wasn't a joke. If they upset the sisters, they might get beaten too. Under pressure, they felt they had to eat the meal, even if it was poisoned. Dong Mimi, just rejected, felt a bit better and gave the two a rare smile. Zhang Yanxiu and Zhang Aigua trembled even more. To celebrate their return to the city, the Dong sisters went to the backyard, heading straight for Li Xiangwan's room. Everyone lived in the same courtyard, and the 3 in the back spent every day together, so everyone knew. Li Xiangbei envied them greatly. Sometimes, he would stare longingly at Li Xiangwan's room. Dong Mimi entered the room, stood tall, and proudly said, "My sister and I are going back to the city. We bought some meat to treat everyone tonight." Wang Xiaomei had no strong feelings about the Dong sisters' return. According to Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan's analysis, her future had endless possibilities. Why should she be fixated on returning to the city? Going back might not even be better than her current life. So, the 3 in the backyard showed no envy when they heard about the return, which disappointed Dong Mimi a bit. However, considering the last fight and how they helped, Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu decided to give her face and accept the invitation. Dong Mimi nodded in satisfaction and left proudly. "Look at her. Her neck is practically reaching the sky," Wang Xiaomei said, feeling a bit jealous. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan exchanged smiles, not caring at all. When it was time for dinner, the 3 in the backyard slowly made their way to the front. As they entered, they saw Zhang Yanxiu busily setting the table. Lin Yuzhu looked at her legs and asked, "Is your foot okay now?" Since she was the one who got hurt, Lin Yuzhu wanted to show some concern. But Zhang Yanxiu dreaded such sudden attention. With a stiff face and trembling, she nodded and quietly said, "Much better." Then she glanced at Li Xiangwan and quickly looked down. Li Xiangwan pretended not to see. Lin Yuzhu rubbed her nose. Had she bullied her too much? It had been a while, and she still hadn't recovered. Zhang Yanxiu had managed to create some tension with the 3 in the backyard. Once everyone was at the table, Zhang Aigua noticed he was the only man and nervously said, "How about I take some food back to eat?" With all these women, it felt overwhelming. He truly felt he couldn't handle it. Dong Mimi also found him in the way and nodded, saying, "Then take some food back." Zhang Aigua nodded, barely took any food, and slipped back to his room with some rice and soup. Lin Yuzhu shook her head, looking at how the male youth in their youth point had turned out. What a mess. After Zhang Aigua entered the room, Dong Tian said to everyone present, "We have met, so let's consider it fate." After sharing this meal today, no matter how many unpleasant things happened before, I hope we can all smile and let go of our grudges. She then raised her bowl of tea, ready to toast with everyone. Everyone happily clinked their bowls together. After finishing her tea, Dong Tian smiled and said, "Please enjoy your meal." She glanced at the three people in the backyard and added, "This is actually our first time eating at the same table. Who knows when we will meet again? I hope we can enjoy this meal and leave a good impression on each other." Lin Yuzhu giggled. "With both meat and chicken, it's bound to be delightful." Dong Tian smiled and politely said, "Come on, stop staring, let's eat." The 6 girls at the table faced a spread of meat, but felt quite awkward. They just didn't know what to say. At that moment, Lin Yuzhu was at a loss for words. The atmosphere fell silent for a while until Dong Mimi couldn't hold back anymore. While eating chicken, she said, "Don't be discouraged. Just because we returned to the city doesn't mean it's so great. Honestly, I prefer life in the countryside. What's so good about the city? Jobs are hard to find, and you have to rely on your family." Lin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Well, it's simple. Just give up your spot. We'd be happy to take you 2 sisters in. After that, if you fight again, you won't have any help." Zhang Yanxiu, who hadn't helped, buried her head in her food, feeling guilty. Dong Mimi. Dong Tian cleared her throat and smiled. "Since we're back in the city, if you need anything, we can buy it and send it to you." The others shook their heads, indicating they didn't need anything. The table fell silent again. The awkwardness was palpable. Dong Mimi, munching on a chicken leg, watched Li Xiangwan eat and noticed she looked beautiful even while eating. So she blurted out, "Li Xiangwan, you're really pretty." Li Xiangwan was taken aback, thinking Dong Mimi probably had more to say. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei also looked at Dong Mimi, waiting for her to continue. "But you should consider Li Xiangbei's family background. Honestly, it might be better to find someone from an ordinary family. Marrying into the Li family isn't necessarily great. With all the troubles in their own Dong family, the Li family would have even more." She added fuel to the fire, saying, "Families like the Li family care more about background than looks. Even my sister isn't good enough for them. I think you shouldn't waste any more time. If you meet someone good, grab the chance and don't hang on to just one tree." Hearing this, Li Xiangwan didn't react much, but Dong Tiantian's mouth twitched, and she kicked the table leg twice. Li Xiangbei wasn't even out. He was in the other room. Was it appropriate to say this in front of him? Dong Mimi didn't care. Their relationship wasn't great anyway, so what was wrong with speaking the truth? Dong Tian was worried that her fears were coming true. Suddenly, the door to the room with the boys swung open. Li Xiangbei stepped out, looking coldly at Dong Mimi and said, "I can make my own decisions about my marriage. Please don't make assumptions about my family's attitude." Dong Mimi scoffed, "Anyone can say nice things. Where's the proof?" The 3 in the backyard looked at Dong Mimi and then at Li Xiangbei, especially Li Xiangwan, who seemed a bit more carefree after spending time with Lin Yuzhu, almost feeling like an outsider. Li Xiangbei pressed his lips together, feeling angry, but not knowing how to respond. Finally, he said awkwardly, "I said I can make my own decisions." Dong Mimi nodded dismissively and said, "Who would believe that?" Li Xiangbei was instantly speechless. Wang Yang then came out, grinding his teeth and said, "Dong Mimi, enough. You're so excited just because you came back to the city. You think you can just go back? Let me tell you, the Li family is afraid of being entangled with your family, which is why they wanted to get rid of you. You think it's an honor?" Dong Mimi was stunned for a moment and replied sweetly, "Well, thank you then. If I had known that fighting would get me back to the city, I would have done it sooner."
Wang Yang.
The 2 stared at each other, ready to argue. Lin Yuzhu was enjoying the drama. The 3 in the backyard put down their bowls and chopsticks. Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "We're full now, so we'll be heading back." Dong Tian nodded awkwardly. This meal was supposed to ease tensions, but it felt more like showing off. The 3 in the backyard didn't seem envious at all. If they were trying to improve relations, Dong Tiantian's sister seemed intent on offending people. With a helpless sigh, the meal ended on an unhappy note. Before leaving, Wang Xiaomei asked, "When are you leaving?" Dong Tiantian smiled. "We'll set off tomorrow." She didn't want to stay in this place any longer. Wang Xiaomei nodded, thinking about something as she followed Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan out. Once outside, Lin Yuzhu patted Li Xiangwan and said, "Don't take Dong Mimi's words too seriously, even if there's some truth to them." Li Xiangwan smiled and shook her head, saying lightly, "I'm fine with it. I believe things will happen naturally." Lin Yuzhu nodded, understanding the relationship between Li Xiangwan and Li Xiangbei. Wang Xiaomei didn't quite get it, but she encouraged, "It's okay. Out with the old, in with the new. Let's find someone better than Li Xiangbei." Li Xiangbei, who had followed them out, heard Wang Xiaomei's bold words and took them all in. He was speechless for a long time, feeling a sense of crisis. Once they returned to Li Xiangwan's room, both Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu stared at Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei felt uneasy under their gaze. She weakly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Not full. Want noodles?" Wang Xiaomei glanced at the remaining cured meat hanging from the beam, rolled up her sleeves, and went to get rice noodles. When she returned, she looked pained and said, "There's only this little left. It's the last meal." Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan chuckled, pretending not to hear. Wang Xiaomei resigned herself to cooking the noodles. The next day at dawn, the Dong sisters got up to pack their bags. They didn't feel much attachment when leaving, but as they stepped out the door, they both turned back to glance at the small countryside courtyard. People are indeed strange. They wanted to escape so badly, yet when it was time to leave, they felt a bit nostalgic. As the sisters felt inexplicably sad, they saw Lin Yuzhu hurriedly approaching them. The Dong sisters looked at her with some confusion. "Is she coming towards us?" Lin Yuzhu handed them a small cloth bag filled with fried dough and smiled, "A little something from the three of us in the backyard. Enjoy it on your journey." As for why only Lin Yuzhu came to see them off, it was simply because Dong Mimi was annoying and hard to like. So this task fell to Lin Yuzhu. Although they didn't want to embarrass the Dong sisters by eating with them, they also didn't want to take advantage without giving something in return. This was something they had specially prepared the night before. Dong Tiantian took the heavy cloth bag and sincerely said, "Thank you." Dong Mimi said to Lin Yuzhu, "You're a pretty good person. I don't dislike you. I wish you could escape this soon." Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and smiled brightly, saying, "I wish you both could break free from your constraints and truly live as you wish." Dong Tiantian paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Yuzhu with sincerity in her eyes and said, "We will." Dong Mimi patted her chest proudly and said, "Don't worry." The first thing they would do upon returning to the city was to confront their uncle. Without further ado, the four of them waved goodbye. Watching the Dong sisters walk away, Lin Yuzhu's earlier words were a heartfelt blessing. She wished these two sisters, who had stepped out of the plot, could find their true lives. Smart people live for themselves. So do the ordinary ones. Suddenly, spring arrived overnight, and thousands of pear trees bloomed. The children's favorite snowy landscape was gradually melting. The snow in Shanshui village was slowly turning into mud. Lin Yuzhu put on her fuzzy leather shoes and felt the path under her feet was a bit easier to walk. Spring warmth and autumn chill. Don't be fooled by the melting snow and warmer weather. You still need to wear cotton clothes because the warmth is just on the surface. The village chief studied how many centimeters the soil had thawed in the wheat field every day. As soon as the ground truly thawed, they could start planting wheat. This spring planting, the backyard trio couldn't escape. After all, they didn't need them to build the school. When it was time for spring planting, Lin Yuzhu was still in the third group. Seeing familiar Aunt Wang and Aunt Li made her feel warm inside. Aunt Wang, while working, smiled at Lin Yuzhu and said, "Lin, you won't be just an ordinary person anymore. You won't have to work in the fields with us for food." Lin Yuzhu smiled and replied, "Aunt, you're right. I'm not just one of the crowd anymore. I've moved up a level. I'll serve the parents and work hard in the fields too. I can't neglect my farm duties. I'm really very diligent." Aunt Wang laughed, saying that little Lin hadn't changed. She was still good at talking. Aunt Li rolled her eyes. The villagers now said Lin was a good person, but she thought she could easily fool people. However, after being tricked by Lin Yuzhu too many times, Aunt Li didn't argue with her openly and remained quite honest. Aunt Li's silence made Lin Yuzhu feel very lonely. So, she moved closer to Aunt Li and smiled. "Aunt, why aren't you talking?"
Only.
Perhaps it was too lively. A sudden spring breeze brought a hint of coolness, and Lin Yuzhu stopped talking and focused on her work. Otherwise, it was a bit cold. There are still quite a few people envious of the villagers who had become teachers. Most of them worked diligently. Even Su Hong was brought out to work hard. In previous years, Aunt Su always claimed her daughter was too young to do much, pestering the team leader for lighter work. This year, she didn't dare. While the villagers were busy in the fields, the commune sent tractors and many workers to the village to build the school. Materials for the school followed, arriving in truckloads. The school construction project was officially underway. The sight of all these materials excited the villagers, making them almost forget their field work and just want to join the excitement. The village chief had a stern face, almost ready to use a little whip. Whenever he saw someone slacking off, he would raise his voice to scold them. The villagers shrugged. They had realized that the team leader was just like everyone else. The village chief. Being a team leader was not easy. Yet, some people still defended the village chief, saying he was much better than the previous Wang Tianxiang. Look at his family. Had they ever worked in the fields? With that, the villagers' attention turned to Li Xiuxiu. They saw her working hard in the fields. She had no choice. If she didn't work, her family would kick her out. At that moment, Li Xiuxiu felt very bitter. What family was her support? What brothers were doing well? They didn't help her at all. She thought about how she had brought things home before, only for them to be wasted, and now they were afraid of being associated with her when she was down. Her sister-in-law wished she would eat thin porridge every day and work in the fields. Her brother acted as if he didn't see her, offering no support. With brothers like that, who could she rely on? And those nephews took the chance to insult her when no one was around. The more Li Xiuxiu thought about it, the angrier she became. The worst part was her mother, who kept telling her that everyone was worried about her and that she would need those people to support her when she returned to her in-laws. Li Xiuxiu almost yelled in frustration. Did they really think she was foolish? Even a fool could see where life was better. She looked at her father-in-law and felt deep regret. When it was time to finish work at noon, Li Xiuxiu hesitantly approached the village chief and pitifully asked, "Dad, has Mom calmed down?" The village chief looked at his daughter-in-law and was silent for a moment. That moment made Li Xiuxiu very anxious. Then her father-in-law sighed and said, "Your family has really upset us old folks this time. I'm not saying this lightly. Look at Jianjun and Hongbin, who has spoken up for you. Think about it, over the years, how have you treated them compared to how you've cared for your own family? Without your mother looking after them, how could they live so comfortably? They're not fools. They see how you act. Even the children know you love Jihong and Jijun more than them, let alone the others. Your mother is still upset, and if you go back, she'll kick you out. If you can't handle it, just wait a bit. If your family doesn't keep you, you can find Jianjun. If he agrees, you can build a house and live separately. We, as elders, won't stop you." These words made Li Xiuxiu suffer greatly, as if her husband and children had turned their backs on her. Zhao Jianjun would never agree to move out. Li Xiuxiu wanted to plead with her father-in-law, but he ignored her and slowly went home. With no other choice, Li Xiuxiu continued living a life where she felt like she belonged nowhere. She just waited for her mother-in-law to calm down. This wait lasted until the spring plowing was over and the school was completely built. She didn't wait for her mother-in-law to calm down. She was still chased away when she visited. Life at the Li family was even more unbearable for Li Xiuxiu. The backyard trio of educated youth had been extremely busy during this time, so much so that they could fall asleep as soon as they touched the bed. They didn't dare slack off during the day while working in the fields, and after work, they had to go to the school for odd jobs. The weight they had gained over the winter visibly melted away. Lin Yuzhu looked in the mirror, examining herself for a long time, then said to Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, "Why do I feel like I'm getting prettier?" Wang Xiaomei. Li Xiangwan burst out laughing. Lin Yuzhu was not pleased with their reactions and ignored them, happily admiring her face for a while. "Look at this little oval face. It's so pretty." While she was happy about losing weight, Shen Bojun was almost heartbroken. That night, he secretly threw a bag of things into Lin Yuzhu's back room. Lin Yuzhu heard a muffled sound from behind her house. After checking for any risks, she took a flashlight and went outside to look. She saw a bag behind the house. Lin Yuzhu's mind filled with bloody images, thinking of all sorts of terrible scenarios. The system couldn't hold back anymore. It's not as complicated as you think. It's just a bag of food, delicious food. Lin Yuzhu cleared her throat and carried the bag back inside. As soon as she opened the bag, a can of milk powder rolled out. Reaching in, she found can after can of milk powder, for in total, along with several bags of milk powder, a few pounds of white rabbit candy, and a small pouch of beef jerky. Lin Yuzhu stared at these items for a long time. She wondered if someone had poisoned them. Lin Yuzhu guessed that the food must have been provided by Shen Bojun. Her mention of poisoning is not the same as the usual meaning. Time flies when busy, and after the spring plowing and the school is built, the Wang family, who once bullied Wang Xiaomei, has returned. This left Wang Xiaomei feeling unsettled for a day, but with Lin Yuzhu's strong comfort, she calmed down a lot. Lin Yuzhu leisurely visited Aunt Sue's house. A few days later, the villagers surrounded the Wang family, demanding answers. The reason was that they didn't return to work during the spring plowing, but came back after it was done. Were they intentionally avoiding work? Were they taking advantage of socialism? The village had scolded the Wang family, saying that in the past, with Wang Tianxiang around, they could avoid work every year and still receive food. This year, things couldn't go on like this. He warned them not to blame him for being ruthless later, as he would gather the whole family at the wheat field for a meeting. If this got out and the children at home missed work, they could only blame themselves. Scared, old Wang immediately apologized to the villagers. In comparison, the villagers felt the village head was much better than Wang Tianxiang. The village had gained a wave of goodwill. Former team leader Wang Tianxiang was unfairly criticized again, making him furious at home. He blamed the Wang family for their lack of awareness. If they had to come back, they should have returned before the spring plowing. They really didn't know how to behave. Old Wang's wife was also scolded harshly at home. Old Wang wanted them to return before the spring plowing, but she insisted on coming back quietly after it, thinking no one would notice. Old Wang now wanted to ask his wife what else she had to say. Didn't she say no one would notice? The next day, the village had assigned Old Wang the hardest and most tiring work. What could Old Wang say? He had to put on a smile and thank the village head, saying that the adults should not hold grudges against the small matters. Once the school was fully completed and officially opened, the trio from the backyard successfully became private teachers. When Lin Yuzhu stepped into the classroom, she felt a bit confused. It was not quite what she had imagined. The small classroom had fewer than 20 students. Among them, a few female students were holding babies while attending class. Don't misunderstand. She was teaching first and second graders, and these little kids were taking care of their younger siblings. One girl was holding a baby wrapped in a blanket, sound asleep. Looking closely, the baby was only a few months old. In this situation, Lin Yuzhu felt complicated inside. The students holding babies noticed Lin Yuzhu's gaze and lowered their heads, fearing she would scold them. But if they didn't bring the babies, they would have to stay home and couldn't attend school. Lin Yuzhu actually felt sorry for these children, so she shifted her gaze and began the lesson. This class was a mix of feelings. Just a few minutes in, the baby in the blanket started crying loudly. The students immediately lost focus, stretching their necks to look at the baby, whispering, "Is it hungry?" Some kids quietly agreed, "It must be hungry." Lin Yuzhu. She was also curious if the baby was hungry. After class, she learned that other classes were not much better. Most students were also bringing younger siblings, making the classrooms chaotic. After class, Han Man led the other teachers to the principal's office. Han Man, holding back a headache, said, "Principal, these students are bringing their families, and we can't teach in class at all." She didn't dare to speak too harshly, fearing they might unite and cause trouble. The principal blinked and asked the other teachers about their classes. He got a general understanding of the situation. The children from other villages were fine. They came alone. But in Shanshui village, most were older kids bringing younger ones to school. The principal felt a bit troubled and glanced at Lin Yuzhu, thinking she seemed more like a bystander. He then asked Lin Yuzhu, "Teacher Lin, do you have any solutions for this?" Being suddenly called out, Lin Yuzhu tilted her head, her eyes darting around, and said, "Some children can only come to school if they bring their siblings. If we send the younger ones home, it might prevent the older kids from attending school." The principal nodded, agreeing with her. Han Man, not pleased, said, "So we just endure this? The classroom is a mess. How can we teach?" Lin Yuzhu nodded, saying, "Indeed, with the little ones around, it's easy for the students to get distracted." Han Man pouted, looking at Lin Yuzhu, as if saying, "You've said all the right things." The principal, this little teacher. Han Man ignored Lin Yuzhu, who only flattered her, and turned to the principal to complain. The principal rubbed his forehead and reassured them, "Teachers, let's overcome this difficulty for now. I will find a way to handle it. Now, go back and prepare for your next class." Han Man had no choice but to leave with her textbook, her braids swaying. Lin Yuzhu thought, "Let the leaders handle it. I won't worry about it," and slowly prepared to leave. Just as she turned around, the principal called her back. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei glanced at Lin Yuzhu, exchanged knowing looks, and left. Lin Yuzhu looked at the two of them, speechless as they covered their mouths and laughed. Turning back, Lin Yuzhu smiled at the principal. The principal smiled warmly and said, "Little Lin, I can see you're clever. Tell me how we should solve this." He really wanted her to come up with a solution. Lin Yuzhu secretly complained that the old principal didn't like to think. So she carefully suggested, "This matter needs your help from the village head." The principal nodded, feeling it was a way out, but hesitated, saying, "But you also mentioned that if we send the little ones home, the older ones might not be able to attend school. How do we solve this?" Lin Yuzhu lightly coughed and said, "Still, we need to talk to the village head." The principal began to ponder. Meanwhile, the village head, working in the fields, suddenly sneezed loudly, thinking, "I'm getting old. I can't handle the wind anymore." Before noon, Lin Yuzhu asked the children who stayed at school for lunch to raise their hands. There were 3 kids in her class who stayed for lunch, all from the neighboring village. Lin Yuzhu specifically told the students to find her in the backyard of the youth point if anything happened. She would return after lunch. After meeting up with Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, Lin Yuzhu found out that there were also students in their classes who stayed for lunch. Lin Yuzhu face-bombed, realizing they might become teachers tied down by their students. The 3 decided to register with Secretary Shen in the afternoon to stay for lunch at school in the future. Lin Yuzhu felt both happy and sad. Happy because she could avoid cooking, sad because they would have to eat from a communal pot. At this rate, even having meat at every meal would be seen as not being frugal. The school's food couldn't be too good. If the villagers found out, it would cause trouble. After Lin Yuzhu finished her lunch, a student from the youth point came to find her, scaring her into thinking something had happened to the kids in her class, only to learn that the principal was looking for her. Lin Yuzhu blinked and slowly walked to the school. The principal greeted her with a smile, saying, "You came at the right time, little Lin. Let's go to the village head's house and discuss the school matters with him." Lin Yuzhu. This old man was too cunning. He was afraid of offending anyone and was probably using her as a shield. Lin Yuzhu smiled brightly, her mind racing. When they entered the village head's house, the village head's eyelids twitched. Looking at the principal and Lin Yuzhu behind him, he felt like nothing good was going to happen. Although the village chief didn't know why Principal Wu had come, he warmly invited him to sit down. Lin Yuzhu skillfully moved a wooden stool and sat behind the principal. The village chief saw nothing wrong with it. But for Principal Wu, it was different. He was sure that Teacher Lin had a good relationship with the village chief. In fact, it might be very good. While analyzing this in his mind, he still smiled and said, "Brother, sorry to disturb you at this time. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." The village chief, who had just finished eating, smiled and shook his head, saying, "For us farmers, besides working in the fields, what else is there to do? Unlike you educated folks who have so many things to handle in a day. Is there something you need, little brother?" But he hoped it wasn't anything troublesome. The principal's smile immediately showed a hint of difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, he turned to look at Lin Yuzhu, who was sitting behind him. The village chief also looked at Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu smiled on the outside but was cursing inwardly. Then she said gently, "Village chief, your Hongbin has been assigned to my class." The village chief coughed. There was only one class per grade, so if he wasn't in her class, where else could he be? Seeing the village chief not responding, Lin Yuzhu touched her nose and said awkwardly, "Village chief, today the students in class were not focused, and the lesson was progressing very slowly. If this continues, the quality of teaching will definitely suffer. The children's learning will be delayed." After going around in circles, the confused village chief asked, "Is my Hongbin causing trouble?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head and said, "Not really. It's just that a small number of children in our village bring their younger siblings to class. The older ones can behave, but the babies. The classroom is filled with crying. How can we teach like this?" Once the village chief heard this, he understood the situation. He sighed and began to complain to the principal, "Little brother, it's not easy for the villagers. Every household has mouths to feed. If the adults don't work in the fields, the whole family will go hungry. These little kids can only be brought by the older ones. You see, we end up with these younger children. One brings one, two brings two. It's too noisy. We have to bear with it and overcome this. If the villagers had to take the little ones back, it would take away a lot of labor." The village chief had a plan in mind. Principal Wu nodded with a smile, showing understanding. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "We understand this. When I discussed it with Teacher Lin today, she mentioned this issue. Teacher Lin suggested I talk to you to see if we can come up with a solution together." The village chief secretly glanced at Lin Yuzhu and then rubbed his hands, slowly saying, "Little brother, do you have any ideas?" The principal immediately turned to look at Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu straightened up in her seat, startled. The two men exchanged glances. Lin Yuzhu knew the moment had come. She heard the principal kindly say, "Lin, why don't you share the ideas we discussed?" The principal thought that since Lin had suggested talking to the village chief, she must have come up with a solution. He was getting old and didn't want to think too much. His hair was falling out in clumps. Regardless of his thoughts, Lin Yuzhu maintained a calm demeanor and even managed to smile. She was good at tossing the ball around. Actually, it's simple. The school can set up a preschool class, dividing the children into younger and older groups. The active kids can be together, and the babies can be in one class. We can find a few reliable women to help take care of them, but the compensation and subsidies need to be discussed by both leaders. However, for the sake of the children's education, I believe a preschool class is necessary." She put forth her idea and left the rest for the two older men to consider. Principal Wu nodded, agreeing with Teacher Lin's thoughts. That was exactly what he was thinking, so he smiled at the village chief and asked, "What do you think, brother?" The village chief. What could he say? He wished he could just lie down and think. Lin Yuzhu tossed out the idea, and the principal couldn't just sit back and watch. He had to take responsibility for pushing it forward. So they engaged in a bit of back and forth before finalizing the plan. The village chief could only offer 6 work points per day for the caregivers. This was still a contribution to ensure the village children could study well. The principal would provide 1 lunch and a small subsidy. As for the younger children who couldn't walk or run, they needed a wooden bed with a fence. The caregivers couldn't always hold them. The village chief nodded, saying that was easy to arrange. They could have the village carpenter make one. The two older men amicably settled the matter. Lin Yuzhu tilted her head, wondering if that was it. After thinking, since she had proposed the idea, if anything went wrong later, it would be her fault. That wouldn't be good. She cleared her throat lightly. The two older men looked at her simultaneously. The principal cheerfully said, Teacher Lin, feel free to speak your mind. Lin Yuzhu smiled and humbly said, I just followed the two leaders' thoughts and came up with some ideas. For our school, if we set up a preschool class, won't families with only young children also want to send their kids here? After all, we are doing this to help the students in the grades attend classes properly. There are quite a few young children in the village, and if everyone sees this as convenient, they might rush to send their kids over. Not to mention our school, even the caregivers might be overwhelmed. The principal, the village chief. Lin Yuzhu then looked at the village chief and said, also, regarding the arrangement for caregivers, it would be best to find a few women to compete for the positions. After all, a hard-earned job is more valued. They don't need to take cultural tests, just show who can take care of the kids best. This way, the hired caregivers might feel a sense of mission, knowing they are the best at caring for children in the village. Once they start working, they can't let their faces down. The village chief took a sip of water and nearly choked on her last sentence. Lin Yuzhu then looked at the principal and said, Principal, we can also set up some rules for families that only send young children to school, charging a small fee. This fee could help subsidize the preschool class. And once money is involved, there won't be much room for exploitation. Lin Yuzhu was also worried that the village chief might not have enough authority to manage some villagers. If all the children were sent over, the school would definitely be overwhelmed. The principal nodded, agreeing with her reasoning. The village chief. Once they finalized the discussion, the principal took Lin Yuzhu back to the school. Lin Yuzhu thought the matter was settled and said to the principal, Principal, if there's nothing else, I'll go check on the kids in my class. The principal immediately stopped her from leaving, saying, Teacher Lin, you need to come with me to see Xiaoxin. Lin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow, having forgotten about the school's deputy principal. What a situation. Resigned, she followed the principal to Comrade Shun's office. Just think, there are only two leaders, each occupying a room. Although their offices also serve as dorms, it's still much better than what the teachers have. Speaking of Han Manman and the rules. Oh, they also have one room each for now. But that's only temporary. When the principal and Lin Yuzhu entered Shin Bojun's office, they found him chatting casually with Zhang Cheng. Both of them were sipping tea from their mugs, looking quite relaxed. The principal felt a pang of envy. Lin Yuzhu stood behind the principal, looking proudly at the two idle men, filled with disdain. Seeing the two arrive, Shin Bojun casually said, The principal is here, come in and sit. There were only a few chairs in the room, so the principal took the last one. Lin Yuzhu had to stand behind the principal, appearing quite sycophantic. Zhang Cheng glanced at Lin Yuzhu behind the principal, his expression vague. Lin Yuzhu looked at Zhang Cheng and proudly lifted her head. It must be hard for him to see her as the principal's right-hand person. After all, he was always a step behind. Zhang Cheng lowered his head in thought, recalling today's events. Lin Yuzhu hadn't mentioned anything constructive, so why did the principal value her so much? Could it be because she was pretty, and he was hoping for something inappropriate? Thinking this, a hint of intrigue appeared in Zhang Cheng's eyes. However, the principal's next words shattered his thoughts. After settling into his chair, the principal said to Shin Bojun, Today, the teachers reported that students are bringing their younger siblings to class. This seriously affects the teacher's ability to teach and distracts the students in class. Lin Yuzhu and I came up with a solution and discussed it with the village chief. We propose that the school set up a preschool class, and Lin Yuzhu will explain the details to you. I have some other matters to attend to, so please talk with Lin Yuzhu first. If you have any opinions, we can discuss them later. If there are no objections, please relay this to the higher-ups. After finishing, the principal stood up with a smile and said to Lin Yuzhu, Lin, please explain everything to Secretary Shun in detail. Lin Yuzhu nodded with a smile, internally complaining that this was not just about explaining, it was clearly about getting things done and winning over Shun. Once the principal left, the three of them were left in the room, each with different thoughts. Lin Yuzhu cleared her throat, sat down, and formally explained the details of the proposal. The school mainly needed to provide the venue and some funding. Zhang Cheng listened closely, glancing at Lin Yuzhu. He had thought about this too, but didn't dare suggest anything since he wasn't familiar with the local villagers' sentiments. He initially planned to gather more information before discussing it with the principal. But now Lin Yuzhu had beaten him to it. Zhang Cheng felt quite conflicted. If Lin Yuzhu was just using her looks to climb the ranks, he wouldn't mind. He would actually prefer that. Having such leverage would benefit him. But this seemingly simple Lin Yuzhu was also quite clever. That was the last thing Zhang Cheng wanted to see. A layer of wariness crept into his heart. Shen Bojun noticed Zhang Cheng's reaction and thought for a moment. Then he said to Lin Yuzhu, "I will report this to the higher-ups." Lin Yuzhu nodded and asked, "Secretary Shen, when will you report it?" "You know the principal, and I promised the village chief. If something goes wrong, it would mislead the villagers." Although the village chief was cautious, Shen Bojun might not know that. Since the principal valued her, she couldn't appear incompetent. Shen Bojun looked at Lin Yuzhu meaningfully, amused internally, but nodding in displeasure. "I'll go this afternoon."
Great.
"I'll clean your car right away." "No need, I'll go myself." Shen Bojun looked at Lin Yuzhu in disbelief. Zhang Cheng. Indeed, women are efficient. With just a few words, she had managed to secure Shen's agreement. He suddenly understood why the principal valued Lin Yuzhu. As Shen Bojun stood up, Zhang Cheng decided not to linger and got up too. The three of them walked out together. Watching Shen Bojun ride away, Lin Yuzhu confidently said, "Secretary Shen, we are counting on you for the future of our village. Thank you for working hard for the children's learning environment." Shen Bojun nodded lightly, riding off coolly. Once he was far away, Lin Yuzhu scoffed, "Secretary Shen is no match for Principal Wu. Look at his aloof demeanor. Zhang, you better choose the right person." From Zhang Cheng's perspective, Lin Yuzhu seemed like Principal Wu's lackey, paving the way for him. Zhang Cheng smiled politely, not openly criticizing Shen Bojun. He didn't want to get too close to Shen, especially since he was friends with Li Xiangbei. Not only did he refrain from bad-mouthing Shen, but he also said he might not be able to be too warm with you ladies. From our chat, Secretary Shen seems to have a good temper. Lin Yuzhu knew well enough about Shen's character. With no common ground, she turned away proudly. Zhang Cheng watched her leave, realizing he had overestimated her. Being so expressive and speaking carelessly wouldn't get her far. He then turned to the direction Shen Bojun had left. If he could strengthen his relationship with Shen, he could help the principal. There was no rush. He would take his time.
Talented people always know how to navigate their way.
Lin Yuzhu immediately went to the principal's office, smiling as she said, "Principal, Secretary Shen has already gone to report to the town. We just need to wait for the results." However, about Teacher Zhang. Principal Wu looked up at Lin Yuzhu, curiosity in his eyes, and asked, "What about Teacher Zhang?" Lin Yuzhu glanced out the window and whispered, "He seems to be on Secretary Shen's side." Principal Wu raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and invited Lin Yuzhu to sit down and explain further. Lin Yuzhu began to ramble. "I pretended to say a few bad things about Secretary Shen, and Zhang Cheng seemed quite unhappy, giving me some sarcastic remarks. I told him you are much better than Secretary Shen, and he didn't seem to agree." Principal Wu nodded, half believing, half doubting, and smiled, indicating he understood. After Lin Yuzhu finished, she left, knowing that saying too much would be off-putting. The reason she was so harsh on Zhang Cheng was that she simply didn't like him. Additionally, since Shen Bojun was trying to get closer to Zhang Cheng, she thought she might as well stir the pot a little, leaving the outcome to chance. After all, the principal didn't seem foolish. As for her, at worst, she would leave a bad impression, but she was also showing loyalty, wanting to push capable people aside to become the principal's top aide. In any case, she was an ambitious and hardworking young woman. Feeling good about shifting the blame, Lin Yuzhu sang a revolutionary song as she headed to the classroom. She wanted to see if her three little students had eaten enough. Perhaps children naturally feel a bit afraid of teachers. When Lin Yuzhu entered the classroom, she noticed that the three students who stayed for lunch suddenly became very obedient. They sat up straight, their little eyes fixed on the desk, not daring to look at her. completely restrained and not a bit mischievous. Lin Yuzhu touched her nose and sat in front of the 3 students to chat. She said to the girl in front of her, "Are you called Zhang Miao Miao?" The little girl beside her looked uneasy and softly replied, "Teacher, I am Zhang Miao Miao." Lin Yuzhu's expression froze for a second, then she nodded and said, "I know. I was just teasing you to ease your nervousness. Do you feel less tense now?" The 3 students obediently nodded. Whatever the teacher said was right. Lin Yuzhu smiled again and said, "You're Zhou Xiaohong, you're Zhang Miao Miao, and the little friend next to you is Zhao Chen, right?" The 3 students nodded eagerly, suddenly very happy that the teacher really remembered their names and was indeed just playing with them. Lin Yuzhu sat steadily in her chair and started a Q&A session. After chatting for a while, she learned what the children had for lunch. All 3 kids had brought grain buns from home, filled with chopped pickles, which they heated up in the cafeteria, and that was their meal. Thinking about what she had for lunch, Lin Yuzhu felt a bit. She touched Zhou Xiaohong's thin little face. Her feelings were complicated. When school ended in the afternoon, Lin Yuzhu specifically reminded the children from the neighboring village to hurry home after school and not to waste time on the road, as it was easy to encounter bad people when it got dark. She suddenly felt that being a teacher was not as simple as she had imagined. It was only the first day, and she was already worrying. After Shin Bojun returned, the principal did not come to find her, so Lin Yuzhu guessed that there probably wasn't a big problem. After school, the trio went to the secretary's office to register for lunch. Given the unspoken history between Shin Bojun and Lin Yuzhu, Li Xiangwan walked in front, leading her 2 companions into Shin Bojun's office. The 3 of them looked cold as ice, which made Shin Bojun both amused and exasperated. He found it quite funny to see how his daughter had managed to intimidate them. After understanding their purpose, he dutifully registered them and sent them on their way. Li Xiangwan thanked him lightly and left with Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei, not giving Lin Yuzhu a chance to exchange glances. Lin Yuzhu felt quite sad. As they left, Zhang Cheng walked over. He entered the room and pretended to be casual, saying, "Secretary Shin, want to go eat together?" Shin Bojun quickly understood why Zhang Cheng had come over and nodded friendly, getting up to leave with him. As he had guessed, Zhang Cheng was there to inquire about Li Xiangwan. After a couple of exchanges, he casually asked, "I saw Teacher Li and the others come over earlier. Was there something going on?" Shin Bojun replied straightforwardly, "The 3 female teachers planned to stay for lunch and came to register with me." After saying that, he patted Zhang Cheng on the shoulder and advised, "Teacher Zhang, if you and Teacher Han don't resolve this, Teacher Li probably won't." He added, "It won't be good for your reputation either. Teachers don't earn much, but at least it's a job. Don't let one problem lead to another." This was already within his work scope. Shin Bojun didn't say it too clearly, but Zhang Cheng felt a tightness in his chest, wanting to explain that he and Teacher Han were nothing. Just then, they passed by the principal's office, and Shin Bojun stopped, knocking on the open door and leaning in halfway, saying to the principal, "Principal, want to go eat together?" Zhang Cheng, lagging behind. The principal looked up from his documents and immediately smiled, getting up to come out. When he saw Zhang Cheng, he thought to himself that what Teacher Lin said wasn't wrong. Zhang Cheng and Shin Bojun indeed had a good relationship, probably because they were of similar age and got along well. Zhang Cheng called out to the principal in a daze, and the principal warmly nodded. The 3 of them headed to the cafeteria. Zhang Cheng suddenly felt that this school was not thriving for him. His mind was filled with thoughts of Li Xiangwan, Han Man, and the principal. His distraction made him seem a bit unenthusiastic in the principal's eyes. At first, he didn't think much of it, but then he remembered Lin Yuzhu's words. The principal had his own insights. Although he wasn't a petty person, it was clear who was on his side and who wasn't. Compared to the differing thoughts on this side, Lin Yuzhu's trio was much more harmonious. They cooked and ate together, staying up until dark. Today, there wasn't much homework to grade, so they looked at their textbooks for a while and then went to their own rooms to sleep. Lying on her bed, Lin Yuzhu couldn't fall asleep for a long time, her mind filled with thoughts of those small, thin, dark students. Finally, when she managed to fall asleep, She felt a bit cold and wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, which made her feel better. In the morning, Lin Yuzhu woke up to the system's prompt. After washing up, she opened the door and found some resistance. Lin Yuzhu was confused and pushed the door harder, then looked outside, completely astonished. The courtyard was covered in white snow, with tiny snowflakes still drifting down from the sky. As Lin Yuzhu stepped outside, she exhaled a puff of cold air, unable to come to her senses for a long time. She touched her cotton coat, realizing she wouldn't be taking it off anytime soon. Perhaps because of the snow, this morning was particularly quiet. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan also woke up late. They were both awakened by Lin Yuzhu knocking on the door. Li Xiangwan was startled to see the ground covered in snow, exclaiming that it had only melted a few days ago and now it was snowing again. Wang Xiaomei shook her head and sighed, recalling that this had happened a few years ago. They might not see snow in June, but it could still happen occasionally in April or May. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. The sudden snow caught everyone off guard. When they hurried to school, they found that many children had not yet arrived for class. In Lin Yuzhu's class, the children from the neighboring village had all arrived, which made her feel a bit more at ease. Because it was cold, the school had heated up a bit, so the children wouldn't suffer too much. The warm classroom didn't help the children concentrate. Their little heads kept turning to look out the window. They seemed afraid that if they blinked, the snow would melt away. Finally, when the bell rang for recess, the children rushed out, chattering excitedly to have snowball fights. Li Sanmei, holding her few-month-old sister, stood by the window, watching her classmates play with longing in her eyes, filled with envy and desire. Lin Yuzhu walked over, patted her little head, and asked, "Do you want to go out and play?" Li Sanmei looked up, blinking her bright eyes, and shyly nodded. The longing in her eyes was hard to bear. When she left, her mother had specifically told her not to take her sister outside to play, so she had to obediently hold her sister and watch from the classroom. Lin Yuzhu comfortingly patted the little one and gently said, "I'll take care of your sister. You can go out and play, but wear your hat and gloves so you don't catch a cold." At this age, children were quite sturdy. It was rare for them to get sick just from playing in the snow. When Li Sanmei heard Lin Yuzhu's words, her eyes lit up, and her mouth immediately curved into a smile. Lin Yuzhu took the baby from her arms. The little one was sleeping soundly and didn't react much, just furrowed her brow a bit. Once settled, she smacked her lips and fell back asleep. Seeing her sister not crying, Li Sanmei felt relieved and quickly put on her hat and gloves before running out of the classroom. When the class bell rang, it was still the teacher who called them back. The mischievous students reluctantly returned, their little faces and hands all red from the cold. Yet they were still having so much fun. Lin Yuzhu felt both amused and exasperated. When the last boy walked in, Lin Yuzhu was taken aback. "The boy in front of me is from our village, and I noticed that his cotton jacket and pants are much too small for him. His wrists and ankles are exposed, and it seems he has been like this all winter. His ankles are red and swollen, covered in frostbite. The frostbite has cracked open many small sores. Now I understand why this little classmate always bends over during class. He probably scratches at the itching frostbite." I sighed softly and started the lesson. After class, I called out to the little boy, Dog Egg. His full name is Chen Tianyang, but Aunt Chen asked us to keep calling him Dog Egg. When he was born, he weighed less than 5 pounds, and relatives who came to see him secretly said he might not survive. Because of this, Aunt Chen named him Tianyang, hoping he would shine like the sun in the sky and never fade away. But fate seemed to be against Aunt Chen. Before he turned 3, Dog Egg was often sick, getting minor illnesses every 3 days and major ones every 5. During that time, Aunt Chen cried more than she had in the past 20 years. It was suggested by villagers that she give him a local name, saying it would help him thrive. Whether it was a coincidence or not, after he was called Dog Egg, his health improved day by day, and now he hardly gets sick at all. So, before school started, Aunt Chen specifically asked me to call him by his nickname. I understood a mother's feelings, so I didn't use his full name in class. Fortunately, the kids called each other by their nicknames, so there was no harm to his pride. Once Dog Egg and I left the office, I held his little hand, warming it as I asked, Dog Egg, do you know about the situation at the Xiaoshan family? Dog Egg nodded and replied, Sister Lin. Teacher, Xiaoshan is Uncle Zhao's son. His mother passed away 2 years ago, and his father remarried. His stepmother has a son in 2nd grade, and Xiaoshan has a tough. His stepmother often hits and scolds him. I heard from other kids that his stepmother didn't want him to go to school. He had to cry and beg, and after getting beaten, she finally let him go. My mom said that since his father got a stepmother, he has become like a stepfather to Xiaoshan and doesn't care for him like before. I nodded after hearing this and adjusted Dog Egg's clothes before sending him back to the classroom. After standing up, I returned to the office. I quietly asked Li Xiangwan, do you have any medicine for frostbite? Someone like Li Xiangwan, from a wealthy family, has access to top-notch traditional Chinese medicine, which works wonders. Li Xiangwan thought for a moment and said, I heard it was cold in the northeast before coming, so I brought 2 jars. Do you need them? Where is the frostbite? She seemed genuinely concerned. I looked at Li Xiangwan, thinking, she's still trying to act tough. I cleared my throat and nodded, saying, there's a child in class with frostbite all over his ankle. It's pretty serious, so I thought I'd get some medicine for him. Li Xiangwan looked sympathetic and said, okay, I'll bring it for you at noon. How much is it? I'll pay you, I casually said. Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes and replied, no need for money. Just take it and do something good. It seems like your heart is all in these kids lately. I shook my head and sighed. What can I say?
I'm soft-hearted.
Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes again. In our class, the older kids were quite sturdy. There wasn't much to worry about as long as they didn't fight. Everything else was manageable. By noon, I started to worry about the kids who stayed at school for lunch. Last night, I specifically went to Aunt Chen's to swap for a few eggs. Holding the eggs, I went to the kitchen with Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, only to find an old acquaintance cooking there. It was Aunt Wang from our group. Aunt Wang was very busy, serving hot meals to the kids and also preparing food for the teachers. She was calling out names as she handed out the hot meals, matching them with the names on the lunch boxes or bowls. Seeing her sweating from the effort, I told Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei to sit down first while I helped Aunt Wang. I picked up a bowl and saw it was for Zhang Miao Miao in my class, so I handed it to her. Looking at the small bun in the bowl, I doubted if the child could be full. My throat tightened for a moment, but I finished helping Aunt Wang distribute the food. While the teachers weren't around yet, I pulled Aunt Wang aside and said, Aunt, you're amazing. How did you convince the village chief to let you be the cook? With the previous team leader stepping down, Aunt Wang's family had faced some setbacks, and I was surprised she was the cook. Seeing someone from my group made me feel close, and Aunt Wang whispered to me, that old village chief wants to save face and not be too hard on our side. It was a matter of giving some gifts. I suddenly understood, and we exchanged knowing glances before changing the topic. Aunt, can I borrow that clay pot? Just take it, Aunt Wang said readily. I didn't hesitate, took the pot, rinsed it with clean water, and placed it on the stove. Before long, I made an egg drop soup. I sprinkled some salt in the rich egg drop soup, making Aunt Wang smile as she said, Teacher Lin, are you treating yourself to a meal? I replied with a sigh, no, I feel bad seeing the kids not eating well. I wanted to give them a little extra. Aunt Wang nodded. As she served the kids, she noticed some of them only took a small vegetable dumpling, which made her heart ache. Remembering how the villagers said Lin Jiqing had a good heart, Aunt Wang didn't believe it before, but now she saw that Lin Jiqing truly had a kind heart. The students gathered around small tables to eat, returning their boxes or bowls to the kitchen after finishing, and taking them home at the end of the day. I brought the prepared egg drop soup to the center of the table, holding a spoon and calling out, Kids, take out your bowls or lunch boxes, and I'll serve you soup. The children looked excited and happy, making me the brightest and prettiest teacher in their eyes. Serving soup requires skill. I gave a little extra to the kids with less rice and a bit less to those with more. Unfortunately, there's no absolute fairness in everything. Of course, my 3 little ones got the most soup. I had to take care of my own kids. Just as Han Manman walked in, She saw this scene and scoffed, unimpressed. Teacher Lin really knows how to show off. Who is she trying to impress? She thought, feeling that Lin Jiqing was trying to prove her worth. When she went to get food from Aunt Wang, she even asked, Aunt Wang, why is there no egg drop soup for the teachers? Aunt Wang glanced at Han Man and thought, wow, the difference between teachers is so big. Not wanting to offend the teacher, Aunt Wang smiled and said, that's because Teacher Lin specially brought eggs to give the kids a little extra. Han Man's face instantly froze upon hearing this. Just then, the principal walked in and heard everything clearly. He had eaten lunch in the office the day before and hadn't paid much attention to the kids' meals. Now, seeing the kids' bowls, he felt uneasy. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Han Man boldly say to the students, tomorrow, I'll bring back some pig trotters for soup. The kids cheered, and some even drooled, as if the pig trotters were right in front of them. The principal. Suddenly, he remembered that Han Man's father was the deputy director of the pork factory. He swallowed his words. Not worth comparing, not worth comparing. I'll wait until these teachers' enthusiasm cools down before saying anything. I smiled at Han Man, thinking that if she acted like this, I would be very happy. I could almost see a steady stream of pig trotters heading straight for the kids. Since Teacher Han has spoken, Lin Yuzhu naturally has to follow through. Lin Yuzhu pretended to speak sarcastically, saying, Teacher Han must keep her word. Don't let the kids down and make a fool of yourself. Aunt Wang covered her mouth and chuckled. She knew Lin Yuzhu too well to think she would back down easily. She felt a bit sorry for the pretty Teacher Han. Han Man was so angry that her hair almost stood on end. She put down her bowl and coldly huffed, Don't look down on me. I can bring back a pig's trotter, or even a whole pig if I wanted to. I'll go get the pig's trotter right now so some people can see if I'm just bragging. Lin Yuzhu rolled her eyes dramatically. It was quite provocative. Han Man gritted her teeth in anger. She found this little Lin teacher really annoying. Without saying a word, she turned to leave the room. Shin Bojun, noticing her intention, wisely stepped aside, while Zhang Cheng was caught off guard. He stumbled back a step as Han Man rushed past, feeling somewhat speechless at her reckless behavior. How could he want a girl like her, who would charge out at the slightest provocation? He glanced at Li Xiangwan, who was sitting calmly, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Feeling his gaze, Li Xiangwan frowned slightly. She was starting to think about getting back together with Li Xiangbei to avoid this constant attention. Li Xiangwan felt like a piece of meat, always being eyed by others. This feeling was really unpleasant. Was Han Man not good enough? She was a pretty girl, yet she seemed dissatisfied. Wang Xiaomei. Zhang Cheng seemed to be changing more and more, and it was a bit frightening. The principal witnessed the commotion and concluded, this little teacher Han is truly a warm-hearted and good teacher. Lin Yuzhu waved her spoon, indicating her presence. The principal glanced at Lin Yuzhu and smiled. Little teacher Lin is also quite good. Once Lin Yuzhu sat beside Li Xiangwan, she whispered, Zhang Cheng's gaze towards you is getting more intense. After you collaborate with Fatty, you should cut ties with him completely. Lin Yuzhu was worried that if this continued, Zhang Cheng might do something drastic. Li Xiangwan nodded and, while Zhang Cheng was still getting food, quietly said, I was thinking the same thing. Lin Yuzhu felt relieved and glanced at Wang Xiaomei. Li Xiangwan looked over at her too. Wang Xiaomei, feeling the weight of their stares, quickly asked, should I keep my distance too? Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan nodded in agreement. Wang Xiaomei sighed in relief, thinking that keeping her distance was fine. Just like Li Xiangwan said, she still needed her brother. Thinking of her useless brother at home, she decided to just eat. Why dwell on it? Looking at the coarse rice in her bowl, Wang Xiaomei felt her life was becoming increasingly extravagant. She was even starting to dislike coarse rice, remembering the 2 years in the countryside when she couldn't even fill her stomach. Shaking her head, she focused on her meal. As the saying goes, rice soaked in vegetable soup tastes good. While others ate, Lin Yuzhu kept an eye on her old friend Shin. She had to be careful not to let others notice. Lin Yuzhu thought, this is just meat in front of me. visible but unreachable. So difficult. Before class in the afternoon, Han Man rushed back, with 2 plump pig trotters hanging from her bike. As she passed the classroom office, she rang the bell a few times and stood at the door, proudly lifting her slightly messy hair. When Lin Yuzhu heard the bell, she quickly ran out, looking at the 4 big, plump pig trotters, nodding her head, then pouting. It's just pig trotters. If you're so capable, bring them every day. If you can do that, I'll call you sister right away. After saying that, she flipped her braids and stylishly turned back to the office. Who hasn't had 2 little braids? As she turned, she couldn't help but mutter, "You said you could bring a whole pig. Can a few pig trotters compare to 1 pig?" Han Man ground her teeth. She was determined to call her sister. It's just pig trotters. As the daughter of a deputy factory director, how could she not get pig trotters? During the afternoon break, Han Man looked troubled, leaving Lu Yi confused. She quietly approached and asked, "Why do you look so down? Did something happen at home?" Han Man shook her head, her mind filled with thoughts of pig trotters. Occasionally getting 1 or 2 pig trotters was fine, but doing it every day was too much. If she really brought a pig home, her dad might think she had lost her mind. Besides, she didn't have that kind of ability. Even though her dad was a deputy director, there were many eyes watching him. Han Man glared at Lin Yuzhu's empty seat, angrily cursing again. How could there be such an annoying person? She looked at Lu Yi and asked, "Who do you think is prettier, me or Lin Yuzhu?"
Liu Yi.
Being honest could offend someone. She quickly changed the subject and curiously asked, "Why do you seem to dislike Teacher Lin?" Although Han Man was a bit spoiled, she wouldn't target someone for no reason. They had only known each other for a few days and hadn't had any conflicts, so Lu Yi was puzzled. Han Man snorted and said angrily, "Didn't you see how she smiles so brightly when talking to Brother Zhang?" Lu Yi was somewhat confused and replied, "I think Teacher Lin smiles at everyone, just like our principal." When those 2 walked together, people believed they were father and son. Han Man's face changed, and she said seriously, "It's different. She definitely treats Brother Zhang differently. You don't understand women. On the surface, she seems harmless and pretends to matchmake me with Brother Zhang, but she doesn't really think that way. She's just playing hard to get, trying to catch Brother Zhang's attention while letting me lower my guard. I know women like her too well. Don't be fooled by her fake kindness." Lu Yi looked at Lin Yuzhu, who was slowly walking towards them, and subtly signaled to Han Man. But Han Man was too caught up in her rant to notice.
Liu Yi.
After Han Man rambled on, Lin Yuzhu sweetly said, "Oh." Startled, Han Man turned around and saw it was Lin Yuzhu, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Yi felt awkward too. It was truly an unexpected disaster. Although they felt embarrassed, Lin Yuzhu was unfazed. Many people had spoken ill of her in the past. She didn't hold grudges. With a warm smile, she said to Han Man, "Teacher Han, I didn't know you thought of me this way. If you keep talking like this, I might just take your advice. Don't regret it." Han Man felt a bit flustered, genuinely worried that Lin Yuzhu might openly flirt with Zhang Cheng. Lin Yuzhu snorted and said, "Teacher Han, you're the only one who sees him as a treasure."
Who would want him?
To be blunt, when Zhang Cheng first saw me, he was so stunned. I could have done anything then. What does it matter to you now? You should be grateful I didn't steal him from you. If you don't believe me, ask Teacher Li and Teacher Wang. They were both there. Zhang Cheng even argued that I looked like his sister. You should see if he looks like my sister. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, by the way, Teacher Han, your taste is really lacking. Did you understand that? If you didn't, then forget it. Han Man stared at Lin Yuzhu's moving lips, feeling as if she had gone deaf. How could Brother Zhang possibly be like she said? As Lin Yuzhu turned, she saw Zhang Cheng standing at the door, looking awkward, along with Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei, who were enjoying the show. Lin Yuzhu maintained her composure and even smiled as she turned back to Han Man, saying, "Zhang Cheng just arrived. If you don't believe me, ask him if he was stunned the first time he saw me." Then, with a cheerful smile, she turned to Zhang Cheng and said, "Zhang Cheng, Come here and tell Teacher Li and Teacher Wang if it was like that the first time you saw me. Zhang Cheng. Lin Yuzhu successfully disrupted the peaceful atmosphere in the room. Han Manman looked at the unclear rules and felt a sudden disappointment. She didn't expect the person she liked to be like this. She was momentarily confused. Thinking back to before, he greeted her warmly every day, served tea and snacks with great care, and often brought her little gifts to please her. When she was hungry, he would immediately bring her snacks. When she craved something, he would take her to the state-run restaurant without hesitation. When she had menstrual cramps, he would quickly return with a cup of hot brown sugar water. This made her heart flutter. But now, just after one winter break, he seemed like a different person. Han Manman wasn't foolish. She sensed something was off. She suspected Lin Yuzhu, Li Xiangwan, and even Wang Xiaomei. But she thought they were all trying to win over Zhang Dage for their own interests. She believed she had been too reserved, which made Zhang Dage pull back. So she decided to pursue him instead, thinking that as long as feelings remained, Zhang Dage would eventually come around. However, she never expected that Zhang Cheng was the one who had moved on. In Han Manman's mind, being proactive and reactive were completely different concepts. At that moment, Zhang Cheng felt like a heartless man to her. Under the gaze of everyone, Zhang Cheng felt a lot of pressure. He wanted to deny it, but Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei were both present that day. He could only muster the courage to say, "Teacher Lin, you misunderstood." Lin Yuzhu pouted, said "oh," and left the office to prepare for class. If she had continued to argue, Zhang Cheng might have explained more. But Lin Yuzhu chose to say nothing. Zhang Cheng had a lot to say, but it was stuck in his throat. Worried that Li Xiangwan might misunderstand, he slowly shifted his gaze towards her, feeling a bit wronged. But he saw that she didn't even look at him and turned back to the classroom. Wang Xiaomei pursed her lips. In a place full of gossip, it was best to leave quickly. Louis looked at the retreating Li Xiangwan and then at Zhang Cheng, wondering if Han Manman was targeting the wrong person. At this moment, Zhang Cheng returned to the classroom looking dejected. Seeing Han Manman leave without a word, she angrily threw a book on the spot. Louis helped pick it up and gently advised, "All right, don't be upset. I feel like Teacher Zhang is more interested in Teacher Li. Remember when there was a meeting in town?" As soon as Teacher Li left, he followed right after. "Are you thinking?" Han Manman felt a headache coming on and replied irritably, "Teacher Li's aloofness is no different from mine. You know how Zhang Cheng treated me before. Just wait, Teacher Li will end up like me. But Teacher Lin is different." Even though she was angry with Zhang Cheng, it didn't mean what she said before was wrong. Louis shook her head and said helplessly, "At this point, what's there to pursue? With your family's conditions, you can find anyone you want. Why go for this poor guy? I heard his family isn't well off, and he has a cousin to take care of. Don't follow my path. I thought as long as feelings were good, other things were trivial. Now look at where that got me." Han Manman bit back her retort, nodded slightly but internally disagreed. Zhang Cheng was not a poor guy. He had potential. But she didn't reveal her true feelings, pouting and unhappily pulling Lu Yi to the classroom. When the class bell rang, Lin Yuzhu returned to her office, holding a book in one hand and a water jug in the other, leisurely sitting down and shaking her legs. "Ah, this is what a good day feels like." When the school bell rang, Lin Yuzhu quickly dashed out of the office and ran to her classroom door. Su Hong had just finished music class and, seeing Lin Yuzhu, called out sweetly, "Sister Lin, my mom said when you have time, come over for dinner and bring Sister Xiangwan and Sister Xiaomei." Lin Yuzhu was taken aback for a moment, then cheerfully replied, "Sure, I'll ask them later. We'll talk about it." Su Hong nodded and went back to the office. The little kids started coming out one by one. When they saw Lin Yuzhu, their chattering immediately stopped, and they obediently called her teacher. Then they quickly ran outside. Lin Yuzhu touched her nose, wondering why the children seemed afraid of her. That shouldn't be the case. She had given them plenty of candy during the new year. Lin Yuzhu was puzzled. When Xiao Shania came out, Lin Yuzhu held him back. Xiao Shania, who hadn't noticed Lin Yuzhu at first, saw her and shyly called out, "Teacher Lin." Lin Yuzhu nodded and said, "Come with me." Xiao Shania nodded, too nervous to ask why he was going with Teacher Lin. The two walked in silence to the youth station. Xiao Shania felt a bit lost following behind, but didn't dare to ask Lin Yuzhu why he was there. Once they got to Lin Yuzhu's home and entered the room, Xiao Shania nervously grabbed his pants, his small eyes filled with anxiety. Lin Yuzhu smiled gently at him, patted his shoulder, and said, "Sit down, don't be nervous." Then she took out a bowl and prepared some milk powder for him. The sweet aroma made Xiao Shania swallow hard, but he hesitated to take it. Only when he was sure it was meant for him did he dare to accept it, bowing his head and drinking slowly. His cautious and careful manner made Lin Yuzhu's eyes feel teary, and she turned her head away. At that moment, Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan also returned. As soon as they entered the youth station, they headed straight for her room. Once they came in, Xiao Shania clearly became much more nervous. Lin Yuzhu chuckled and said, "Shania, what are you afraid of? The teachers won't eat you." Wang Xiaomei looked at Xiao Shania as she entered. She remembered him as a clean child when his biological mother was around, but now with his stepmother. She sighed inwardly. Squatting down, she looked at the cuffs of his cotton pants and angrily said, "These pants were left with extra fabric. You could have just unstitched it instead of letting the child freeze." Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Wang Xiaomei was already quick with her hands. While feeling angry, she used scissors to take apart the hem of Xiaoshan's pants, mumbling, "This is too cruel." The stepmother's child was in Wang Xiaomei's class, chubby and well-fed, wearing a new cotton coat and shoes made this year. The child had a hat, gloves, and a scarf, all perfectly taken care of. Seeing such a clear difference, a fire ignited in Wang Xiaomei's heart. If the stepmother didn't care, and even the biological father couldn't see it, if he had just said to get the child a set too, Xiaoshan wouldn't be in such a bad situation. At this moment, Xiaoshan didn't even dare to drink the milk powder, anxiously looking at Wang Xiaomei, sitting quietly on the stool, afraid to move. Lin Yuzhu shook her head helplessly. If this continued, the child might grow up timid and fearful. Putting that aside, Lin Yuzhu turned to the kitchen to start a fire for hot water. Li Xiangwan chatted with Xiaoshan, keeping the conversation light. Under the glow of Li's beauty, Xiaoshan relaxed a bit. He obediently drank the milk powder and remembered to say, "Thank you, Teacher Wang." Wang Xiaomei nodded, finished the hem, and wanted to check the sleeves of the cotton coat. Li Xiangwan said with slight resignation, "Let him finish drinking first." Wang Xiaomei had to sit on the Kong obediently, waiting for Xiaoshan to finish, but she was holding in her frustration. Xiaoshan felt very uneasy, thinking that Teacher Wang seemed a bit fierce. He hurriedly drank the milk powder in one go and said, "Teacher, I'm done." Li Xiangwan shook her head helplessly and scolded, "Look at you, you've scared the child." Wang Xiaomei. Once everything was ready, Lin Yuzhu's water was almost boiling. She brought a basin of warm water for Xiaoshan to soak his feet. Xiaoshan, feeling anxious but obedient, took off his shoes and soaked his feet. Lin Yuzhu sat next to Wang Xiaomei, and the three of them in the backyard all focused on Xiaoshan's feet. In their eyes, they never looked down on his dirty little feet. They only felt sorry for the frostbite covering them. With the cold weather, even cotton shoes might not be enough, and he needed to wear wool or cotton socks inside. When Wang Xiaomei rolled up his pants, she noticed that Xiaoshan's underwear was already too short and no longer fit. His shoes were also a bit small. He had just managed to get through this winter. What would happen next winter? Wang Xiaomei sighed and said, "It would be better if he were a boy, if he were a girl." Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan fell silent. Although Xiaoshan felt pressured under their gaze, his heart was warm, as if his mother had returned. They looked at him gently and sadly, lowering their heads, tears dripping into the basin. Seeing this made Wang Xiaomei's eyes turn red. Even the usually cold-hearted Li Xiangwan turned her head away, unable to bear watching. Lin Yuzhu got up to help Xiaoshan warm his ankles. Once his little feet were completely clean, it was even more heartbreaking to see. Lin Yuzhu took out ointment and gently applied it to the sores. The itchy spots felt cool, and Xiaoshan instantly smiled. Lin Yuzhu smiled back at him. After applying the ointment, Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei worked together to lift Xiaoshan onto the Kong. It was warm on the Kong, so he didn't have to put on shoes right away. Xiaoshan shyly lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After finishing with his feet, Lin Yuzhu soaked his hands as well, and once they were done, Wang Xiaomei lowered the sleeves of Xiaoshan's cotton coat, while Li Xiangwan went to find a pair of adult-sized wool socks. When Lin Yuzhu received them and was about to thank her, Li Xiangwan said to Xiaoshan, "These are from Teacher Li. Don't credit them to Teacher Lin." Lin Yuzhu. Fine, she wouldn't bother with the formalities. Once his hands and feet were taken care of, Lin Yuzhu gently asked, "Xiaoshan, do you have frostbite anywhere else?" Xiaoshan obediently shook his head and said softly, "The cotton coat and pants my mom made are very warm." The three in the backyard felt their eyes get a bit red. Once everything was done, Lin Yuzhu specifically walked Xiaoshan out of the youth station. At the door, she squatted down and looked directly at Xiaoshan, saying, "Xiaoshan, be braver. Don't be afraid. You have teachers now. If you have any difficulties, come to us. Teachers are strong. Remember to come to my house for ointment after school, okay?" Xiaoshan, life won't always be dark. If you face the sun and move forward, you'll find your way out. What we fear is accepting our fate. We can choose to endure because of difficulties, but we can't let those difficulties or others' cruelty make us timid. A gentleman remains calm in a crisis because he has his own thoughts and resilience. People must strive to improve and not give up to live the life they want. You're still young, so you might not understand everything I say. But remember, a man can't accept fate, can't be timid, and can't act impulsively. Otherwise, in the future, you might not find a wife. Lin Yuzhu finished with a smile. Although Xiaoshan couldn't fully understand, he nodded seriously and said, "Teacher Lin, I remember." He even repeated everything Lin Yuzhu said word for word. Lin Yuzhu was taken aback. Xiaoshan was quite impressive. She patted the little guy's head before letting him go. Watching Xiaoshan walk away, Lin Yuzhu's gaze softened, but her heart hardened. She could care for him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. All she could teach him was to be independent and strong, not to let darkness corrode his light. The path of life must ultimately be walked by oneself. That night, the three in the backyard talked about the children. The next morning, Aunt Wang started boiling pig trotters early. The aroma filled the yard, making the children drool as they gathered at the kitchen door, eagerly watching. Aunt Wang wiped the sweat from her forehead, unable to resist the children's eager eyes. She served a few big bowls of broth, letting each child have a sip. As for hygiene, Aunt Wang didn't care. After all, it was for the children, so she decided to let them have some soup. Once the children went to class, she added more water and continued cooking. Lin Yuzhu looked at the scene at the kitchen door and said to Han Man, "Teacher Han, why don't you really bring a pig here? Look, these few pig trotters have the children craving them. There's not enough to share. They can only drink a couple of sips of soup."
Man.
That's enough. She was getting really annoyed with Lin Yuzhu. Seeing her silent, Lin Yuzhu wanted to tease her more and kept asking, "Teacher Han?" Han Man continued to pretend not to hear. Lin Yuzhu shook her head, clicking her tongue. Han Man was furious. If she could actually bring a pig, she wouldn't have to endure this. Regardless, Teacher Han's contributions were undeniable. By noon, the children were eating the soft, tender pig trotters and drinking the rich pig trotter soup, all looking satisfied. This generation of children, when they got good food, ate carefully and slowly, making it truly heart-wrenching to watch. But the children's easily satisfied expressions were also comforting. Aunt Wang saved a big bowl of pig trotters for the teachers. But the principal directly refused, saying, "This is specially for the children from Teacher Han. They still need to grow. Sister Wang, quickly take it over. We can't take food from the children's mouths." Aunt Wang thought to herself that this was indeed a good principle, not taking the pig trotters that were right in front of them. The children who got another bowl of pig trotters instantly became overjoyed. Lin Yuzhu felt that the principal didn't have good intentions. Seeing the children enjoying their meal, the principal smiled with satisfaction and squinted at Han Man, saying, "Come on, everyone. Let's applaud Han teacher for her selfless dedication. Not only does Han teacher teach well, but she is also a good person. Such teachers are the best representatives of our school and should be good role models for the students. Now, let's give Han teacher another round of applause." With these few words from the principal, Han Man received 2 enthusiastic rounds of applause from the teachers and students. Han Man felt like she was floating. In her delight, she couldn't help but throw a challenging glance at Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu smiled gently, not getting angry. As the principal praised Han teacher, he also complimented Lin Yuzhu. Although it wasn't as enthusiastic as for Han teacher, the focus was on Lin Yuzhu's role as a leader. No matter how Han Man listened, she felt overshadowed by Lin Yuzhu. She felt quite dissatisfied. Not just Han Man, but Zhang Cheng also felt that he was being surpassed in awareness by the 2 female teachers. This was not good for him. After lunch, he went to a villager's house to get some yellow beans for Aunt Wang. He said it was for the children to eat roasted yellow beans. Aunt Wang smiled and nodded, immediately soaking the beans, waiting to add them to the children's meal the next day. Once everyone left, Aunt Wang shook her head and muttered, "These teachers are being fooled." In the afternoon, Lin Yuzhu had classes in her class. After school, she took Xiaoshanya home. As usual, she made a bowl of malted milk for Xiaoshanya. When Xiaoshanya was taking off his shoes, Lin Yuzhu noticed that he was still wearing the same torn socks from yesterday, which exposed his entire foot. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan happened to return at that moment. Seeing Xiaoshanya's socks, Wang Xiaomei frowned and asked, "Xiaoshan, why aren't you wearing the socks that Teacher Li gave you?" Those socks were for adults, and they would fit Xiaoshanya perfectly, keeping his ankles warm. Xiaoshanya pouted and quietly said, "I don't want to wear the new socks." Wang Xiaomei was momentarily speechless. Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu exchanged glances. They felt something was off. Xiaoshanya's eyes were clearly showing a hint of panic. Lin Yuzhu patted Xiaoshanya's shoulder and asked, "Xiaoshan, tell the truth." Under Lin Yuzhu's penetrating gaze, Xiaoshanya trembled his lips and, with tears in his eyes, said, "At night, when I was going to bed, Jinbao saw the socks that Teacher Li gave me and wanted to take them. When I refused, he cried, and his mother came over and told me to give the socks to Jinbao. Later, my dad also came over." Xiaoshanya couldn't continue, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yuzhu took a deep breath. She was thinking about what to do next. Wang Xiaomei couldn't bear to see the child cry and hugged Xiaoshanya, comforting him gently. Li Xiangwan frowned. It's hard for an outsider to intervene in family matters. This situation. It was worrying. Lin Yuzhu looked up and asked Xiaoshanya, "Do you want to keep living like this?" Xiaoshanya shook his head. Lin Yuzhu lowered her head, thought for a moment, and asked him, "Xiaoshan, I will give you 2 choices. 1. Endure it and slowly grow up. The other, I will speak up for you, but I don't know what the consequences will be. Maybe if this gets out, your dad will lose face in the whole village. But it's also possible that he will become even harsher with you. I can't guarantee either outcome, but even the worst case would be like this." Xiaoshanya's mother passed away 2 years ago, just when he was supposed to start school. Now he was 10 years old, and Lin Yuzhu could take care of him for 3 more years. 3 years is enough for a boy to stand on his own. Even if Lin Yuzhu could help, it depended on Xiaoshanya having the heart to change his situation. If he chose to endure or was simply too timid, Lin Yuzhu's efforts would be in vain. Xiaoshanya's eyes sparkled with determination as he cried, "Teacher Lin, I don't want to live like this. I want to go to school, I want to succeed. Before my mom passed away, she told me to live well, to marry and have children, and to be happy for my whole life. When my mom was here, I had everything, but now that she's gone, why do I have nothing? Even what Teacher Li gave me is being taken away. Jinbao has everything, but still wants to take mine. Teacher Lin, I miss my mom. I'm not happy at all." Lin Yuzhu patted Xiaoshanya's head and gritted her teeth, saying, "Come on, just follow behind Teacher Lin and behave, okay?"
xiaoshan
Li Xiangwan saw Lin Yuzhu wanted to put socks on Xiaoshanya and suggested, should we soak his feet and apply some medicine first? Lin Yuzhu shook her head and said, not yet. After putting socks on Xiaoshanya, she planned for Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei to act accordingly later. She took Xiaoshanya straight to the village chief's house. The village chief was having dinner when he saw Lin Yuzhu and Xiaoshanya arrive together, leaving him and his wife a bit confused. The village chief's wife remembered that Hongbin had been frequently mentioning how pitiful Xiaoshanya was since he got a stepmother. She almost understood why Lin Yuzhu was there. While the village chief was still puzzled, his wife warmly greeted, Teacher Lin, welcome. Come in and sit. Lin Yuzhu smiled at the village chief's wife, calming her anger, and intentionally took a deep breath in front of the couple. Little Hongbin was picking at his food, his eyes sparkling as he watched Lin Yuzhu and Xiaoshanya. He was very curious. In his heart, he felt a bit happy, thinking that Teacher Lin was definitely going to stand up for Xiaoshanya. The village chief's wife looked at Xiaoshanya and was shocked to see how thin he had become. The adults were usually busy with farming and household chores, barely keeping an eye on their own children, let alone others. The village chief's wife pulled Xiaoshanya closer and exclaimed, Xiaoshan, how did you get so thin? Lin Yuzhu immediately added, Aunt, this is just the beginning. Xiaoshan's pants haven't been taken down all winter. Look at his ankles and wrists. See what they have become. Lin Yuzhu made Xiaoshanya take off his shoes, revealing his ragged socks and the shocking frostbite on his ankles. The couple's hearts sank. Lin Yuzhu sighed and continued, Aunt, normally, we shouldn't interfere in other people's matters, but seeing the child suffer yesterday, Teacher Li applied medicine and gave him new socks. The goal was to keep his feet warm and prevent further frostbite. Those socks were plush, very warm, and of good quality, but the problem was that they were too good. Xiaoshan didn't even wear them for a night before his stepmother took them away for Jinbao. Is this something a person should do? The village chief's wife was also furious. They say stepmothers are hard to deal with. Although she knew son Kaihua treated Xiaoshanya poorly, no one had ever confronted her directly. It's just that they all felt sorry for the child. No one expected her to be like this. Lin Yuzhu then turned to the village chief and said, Village chief, Xiaoshan is your clan's descendant. This year's cotton clothes and pants might be manageable, but what about next winter? How will this child survive? If he wants to go to school, he has to endure a beating first.
What will happen then?
If a stepmother comes into the village, what will happen to these poor children? This kind of atmosphere cannot be encouraged. The village chief looked at the frostbite on Xiaoshanya's ankles and hands and nodded. He didn't expect them to take care of the child perfectly, but he should at least be treated like a person. The village chief's wife hugged Xiaoshanya with compassion, thinking, if she were gone, would her Hongbin suffer like this too? Little Hongbin watched his grandmother hug Xiaoshanya. Although he felt a bit jealous, he thought about how pitiful Xiaoshanya was, so he let it go for a while. The village chief stopped eating and prepared to take Xiaoshanya to Zhao's house. The village chief's wife wanted to follow but was afraid her husband wouldn't be able to handle the situation. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuzhu stood up and said, Uncle Village Chief, Aunt, you don't need to go over yet. Wait for my news, then you can go. I'll take Xiaoshanya to lead the way. The village chief's wife worriedly said, Can you handle it alone? That son Kaihua doesn't seem easy. Lin Yuzhu left the village chief's house and went to Aunt Chen's house with Shania. It was a familiar process, and as a mother, it was hard not to feel compassion. When Shania's mother was around, she was quite well-liked in the village. With someone willing to take the lead, others naturally followed. Aunt Chen unconditionally followed Lin Yuzhu out of the house, and Lin Yuzhu also brought along Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei. With more people, they felt more confident. Next, Lin Yuzhu led the group to Aunt Sue's house. How could they discuss things without Aunt Sue? On the way, they happened to run into Aunt Li Si, who was wandering around. Curious, Aunt Li Si pulled Lin Yuzhu aside to ask what was going on. Seeing this group, she knew something exciting was happening. By this time, it was already dark, but Aunt Li Si's eyes sparkled with gossip. Lin Yuzhu briefly explained Shania's situation. Aunt Li Si immediately slapped her thigh in anger, recalling how her own son had suffered similarly as a child. No way, she couldn't miss out on this. So, Aunt Li joined the group. Although Aunt Chen didn't like Aunt Li, it didn't stop them from chatting. They were mostly discussing how Shania's father, Zhao Dai, was foolish for raising someone else's child plump while mistreating his own son. There was no one more foolish than him. When they arrived at Aunt Sue's house, Aunt Sue was startled by the crowd and thought they were there to cause trouble. But when she saw Lin Yuzhu and Aunt Chen among them, she relaxed. It wasn't her fault. Aunt Li always stood out the most. When Aunt Sue noticed the frostbite on Shania's wrists and ankles, she immediately started scolding. That lazy woman, Sun Kaiwa, couldn't even sew a couple of stitches on the child's socks. She holds onto the money, but won't even spend a thread on the child. That's just cruel. As a mother herself, Aunt Sue couldn't bear to see a child suffer, and her compassion was stirred. She immediately stepped forward, ready to rally her friends to stand up for Shania. When Lin Yuzhu and Aunt Sue charged into Zhao's house with over 20 aunts and younger sisters, Sun Kaihua was busy cleaning dishes, clearly not expecting Shania to come. Lin Yuzhu looked at the empty bowls and guessed they had no intention of leaving food for Shania. Sun Kaihua, seeing the crowd of women entering, felt a bit nervous as they all stared at her with unfriendly eyes. Did the villagers have a habit of bullying others together? But she wasn't easily intimidated and pretended to be bold, saying, "What are so many of you doing in my house?" Just as Lin Yuzhu was about to speak, Aunt Sue cut in, "What are we doing? We're here to ask if you still have a conscience. When Shania's mother was alive, how was Shania treated? Look at the child now. What have you done to him? Aren't you afraid of what might happen to Shania's mother at night?" Realizing the situation, Aunt Sue swallowed the rest of her words. But everyone present understood. Lin Yuzhu glanced at Shania's father, Zhao Dai, who was shrinking back, looking completely unconcerned, as if he was letting Sun Kaihua take the heat. Sun Kaihua immediately began to plead. "They say being a stepmother is hard. I haven't starved the child, nor have I ever hit him. How can you say I have no conscience? You're really wronging me. This child never misses a chance to complain about me, saying I'm a bad stepmother. Don't just listen to his side of the story. He hates me for taking his mother's place, that's why." She sighed. "Being a stepmother has never been easy. You should think about my side too. I feel I've done well enough." Little Shania tugged at Lin Yuzhu's clothes and stubbornly whispered, "She always insults my mother in front of me, calling her a short-lived ghost and saying I'm a burden. That's why I retorted. I didn't." Lin Yuzhu patted Shania. Everyone could see how Shania was treated. Anyone with eyes knew the truth. Sun Saihua's words were meant for Zhao Dai. Aunt Sue wouldn't let Sun Kaihua off easily and bluntly said, "You should take a look at what your son wears and eats. He's plump and well-fed. Now look at Shania. He's so thin, and look at the frostbite on his feet and hands. If you had cared even a little, the child wouldn't be like this." Sun Saihua's eyes darted around, and she immediately began to complain. "I told him to let out the cuffs of his pants, but he refused, saying they were made by his mother and that I shouldn't touch them. What can I do? We can barely afford food. I can't make him a new outfit. To be honest, what's a little frostbite? Didn't we all have it when we were kids? And look, we're all fine now." After saying that, she thought these women were overreacting. What value does a child really have? Aunt Sue was furious, pointing at Sun Kaihua, "You heartless woman. Just wait for your comeuppance." Sun Kaihua immediately yelled at Zhao Dai behind her, "Zhao Dai, are you just going to stand there while they point fingers at me? Haven't I treated your son well enough? It's one thing to be scolded by him every day, but now he's encouraging a crowd to come and teach me a lesson. Do we even want to continue living like this?" After hearing this, Zhao Dai immediately glared at Shania and said viciously, "Shania, come here and kneel to your mother to apologize. Otherwise, get out and don't come back. You women should stop meddling in other people's business. I can raise my own son however I want. It's none of your business." The scene became chaotic. Zhao Dai glared at Shania, who hid behind Lin Yuzhu, trembling in fear. Lin Yuzhu shielded Shania and held back Aunt Sue, who wanted to speak. Seeing the situation, Aunt Sue fell silent. Lin Yuzhu calmly said, Uncle Zhao, the child is just a kid. Shouldn't adults know better? This is just a fool, Uncle Zhao. While the child is asleep, how hard would it be for you to secretly loosen a few stitches? Just a bit of thread could fix the child's clothes. Why do you have to save even that little bit of money? Or is that too much effort? Just as Sun Kaihua was about to respond, Aunt Sue jumped in first. With sarcasm, she said, she's too busy working hard on her own life to care about someone else's child. After all, it's not her own. Her child is being taken care of by someone else, so why should she bother? Lin Yuzhu almost couldn't hold back from responding to Aunt Sue's comment. Can this really be justified? Lin Yuzhu maintained her composure and nodded, saying, Aunt Sue makes a good point. The other aunts looked at the two with disdain. Sun Kaihua and Zhao Dei's faces turned red with anger. Sun Kaihua pointed at Aunt Sue, gritting her teeth. Zhao Dei wanted to bury his head in the sand. Lin Yuzhu wouldn't give him that chance and directly said, Uncle Zhao, do you think what I just said is right? Shania is just a child. Shouldn't he miss his mother? Don't you feel sorry for him as a father? Let's not discuss whether Aunt Sue insulted Shania's mother. Can't you both show him some patience? Isn't it too pitiful for a child to be beaten just for missing his mother? Zhao Dei looked around, clearly uncomfortable. Seeing this, Lin Yuzhu felt relieved, knowing that he understood the shame of the situation. What she feared most were those who were thick-skinned and shameless. Sun Kaihua suddenly felt something was off. Looking at Lin Yuzhu, she said unhappily, Teacher Lin, this is our family matter. You, an outsider, shouldn't interfere. Lin Yuzhu nodded at Sun Kaihua and replied, All right, then let's talk about something that isn't your family matter. Where did Teacher Li's socks for Shania go? Sun Kaihua's eyes darted away as she denied, What socks? I haven't seen any. Zhao Jinbao, who had already changed his surname, shrank his feet back, looking uneasy. Lin Yuzhu sneered and said, Those socks were bought by Teacher Li in the city. You know what kind of place that is, right? Those wool socks are not something we can find here. And, remember, don't let those socks show. If they do, the truth will come out, and you'll know how painful it is to be slapped in the face. Sun Kaihua gritted her teeth, wanting to scold Lin Yuzhu for meddling. Lin Yuzhu didn't give her that chance and told Shania, Shania, take off your shoes and socks so your dad can see properly. Then she turned to Zhao Dei and said, Uncle, Jinbao's mom is too embarrassed to admit it, but don't we all know whether we gave them or not? You know best who wore those socks. I just want to ask you, Uncle Zhao, don't you feel sorry for Shania's feet? Haven't you watched this child grow up since he was little? Isn't he your own? When Shania's mom was around, what was your real son like? Don't you feel bad making his grandparents look at him like this from the ground? Zhao Dei's face turned red from the words. He started to feel guilty towards his parents. Sun Kaihua panicked and wanted to chase them away, angrily shouting, Get out, just get out. At this point, Lin Yuzhu stopped talking to the couple and asked Aunt Sue, Aunt, do you remember what Jinbao and her mom looked like when they came to our village? Aunt Sue frowned and said, The two of them were dressed in rags. If they hadn't been worn down by the previous family, they would have come with just 2 torn bags. They had nothing. Life goes on. Who would want to be a stepmother? Lin Yuzhu looked at Zhao Jinbao's clothes and coldly smiled. Didn't you say you couldn't even afford food, let alone clothes? Sun Kaihua gritted her teeth and argued, We don't even have clothes to keep warm in winter, let alone a full set. Lin Yuzhu nodded and said, That's true. You married Uncle Zhao for food and warmth, right? So, Uncle Zhao, what did you want? Zhao Dei. Aunt Sue snorted and said, She wants someone to take care of the child, and he wants to satisfy his own needs. As soon as Aunt Sue finished speaking, the other aunts burst into laughter. The young wives covered their mouths, giggling. The 3 from the educated youth courtyard. Lin Yuzhu rubbed her fingers together and cleared her throat. She thought, Stay calm. It's just a small matter. Finally, Lin Yuzhu said to Sun Kaihua, They say being a stepmother is hard because it's thankless work. I'm not blaming you today. I'll just say this. People are watching, so be careful. We're all women. Let's not make it hard for each other. Then she turned to Zhao Dei and said, "Uncle, treating Jinbao like your own son shows your kindness, and we won't say anything about that. But you need to think about how 100 years from now, when you're underground, you'll face your ancestors. I'm not saying you have to treat Shania better than Jinbao, but at least treat him equally. With such favoritism, how will Shania see you in the future? A kind father raises a dutiful son." For Zhao Dei, these words struck deep. His face turned purple with shame. The cover of shame had been completely lifted. Aside from feeling utterly embarrassed, he wanted to escape responsibility. As Zhao Dei thought about who to blame, the village chief walked in. Everyone quickly made way for the village chief. Zhao Dei hurriedly stood up and nervously called out, "Uncle." The village chief used to be the head of the Zhao clan, and although it's no longer called that, he still held authority. The village chief sat down steadily and looked sympathetically at Shania, sighing, "Shania is the last of your bloodline, right?" Zhao Dei's heart sank as he stared blankly at his son. Suddenly, he realized how his son had changed. Thinking back to how Shania looked when his mother was alive, his eyes turned red. He felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Sun Kaiwa stood there, her eyes darting around, clearly thinking of how to salvage the situation. The village chief glanced at Zhao Jinbao and said to Zhao Dei, "Dei, I'm not blaming you, but when your father was alive, he was so proud of having a grandson like Shania that he wanted the whole village to know. Your mother held him in her arms, calling him her treasure. When Jinbao wanted to go to school, you didn't hesitate to send him. But when it comes to your own grandson, you beat him up, and when he doesn't submit, you only then consider helping him. What were you thinking? Uncle, if you keep treating Shania this way, how will you face your parents in the future? How will you face Shania's mother and your own parents? The Zhao family's ancestral grave is meant for our own family. Who really can break the bowl? You should know in your heart. Even though feudal superstitions were banned after the founding of the country, some customs still persisted. In some places, if you didn't have a son, you couldn't enter the ancestral grave. The village chief was reminding Zhao Dei not to end up unable to enter the grave in the end. Then, the village chief turned to Sun Kaiwa and asked sternly, "Sun Kaiwa, let me ask you this. In front of Jinbao, who will you be buried with after you die? With Jinbao's biological father or Zhao Dei? How will the burial be legal in the future?" Sun Kaiwa didn't respond. She had only one son, Jinbao. After suffering during childbirth and naturally, they would still be a family after death. Seeing Sun Kaiwa silent, the village chief said to Zhao Dei, "Do you need me to explain this further? The foundation of this house can only belong to our village's descendants. Your parents never intended to give it to someone else." Sun Kaiwa ground her teeth in secret, hating everyone present, but she knew she couldn't say anything more. Besides, saying more wouldn't benefit her and her daughter. Zhao Dei was almost brought to tears by the village chief's words. In front of so many people, he shamefully slapped himself and said, "Uncle, I know I was wrong. I won't hit Shania anymore." Sun Kaiwa. The village chief nodded and looked at Sun Kaiwa, saying, "Since you're eating from the Zhao family, treat our child well. If you keep mistreating Shania, then don't eat from the Zhao family anymore. Go back where you came from." You won't find any support for this at the commune. After saying this, he stood up and left. He left everyone with a heavy silence. This confrontation ended perfectly. As Aunt Sue left, she snorted and shot a disdainful glance at Sun Kaiwa. Fuming, Sun Kaiwa ground her teeth, but felt helpless. Lin Yuzhu looked at the couple with a stern face and said, "I guess you didn't leave any food for Shania. I'll take him home to eat and bring him back later." Zhao Dei wanted to stop her, but remembered they hadn't left any food for the child at home. His chest heaved, and he couldn't say a word. Lin Yuzhu ignored them and took Shania out of the house. Then, the sound of sobbing echoed from inside. Lin Yuzhu realized that Sun Kaiwa was also quite cunning. On the road, she walked alongside Shania and said, "Shania, a man's words can be deceiving. The teacher is not trying to stir up trouble between you and your father. You should be careful. What if your dad is confused and listens to others? Do you know what to do?" Wang Xiaomei listened with bright eyes, wondering what to do.
Li Xian 1.
Shania looked up at Lin Yuzhu with admiration, thinking that Teacher Lin was the best. If he hits me, I'll tell the teacher. Lin Yuzhu chuckled, squeezed Shania's hand, and said, Silly, if he hits you, just run away. If you can't escape, sit down and cry for your grandpa and grandma. Cry that you're a poor little cabbage, then go find the village chief or the teacher. Don't go against your stepmother. You're still young. Keep your distance from her. We can't fight a stone with an egg, understand? Shania nodded and cheerfully said, Got it. He felt so happy. He was no longer an unwanted wild child. Lin Yuzhu smiled at the little guy's head. Today, it seemed like nothing was said, but it made Zhao Dei uneasy. Not for any other reason, but just by mentioning his future, he would feel anxious. Some people are strange. If you don't mention it, they won't think about it. But if you tell him that if he treats his own son poorly, who will take care of him when he's old? He might think he's lucky and that someone else's son will treat him well. But if you say, who will take care of him after he's gone? He gets anxious because he still has his real father. After a long time, will anyone still burn paper for him? When people leave, the warmth fades. He won't dare to be hopeful about that. Lin Yuzhu had to admit that the village chief was quite effective today. Even a cunning woman like Sun Kaiwa wouldn't dare to mention being buried with others in front of her own son.
Why?
She feared her son would lose interest in her. Changing surnames after a man dies is also about temporary patience. This can be discussed, but being buried with someone else is not something to be taken lightly. A woman who wouldn't even be buried with you is ultimately an outsider. Does Zhao Dei still not understand this? As long as he remembers today's events, he will clearly see that Sun Kaiwa is just a halfway partner, and they are merely getting by together. Just like Aunt Sue said, her words may be rough, but they make sense. Now, although they say they're breaking superstitions, it doesn't mean the villagers truly aren't superstitious. They just don't dare to say it openly, but they still have their taboos. Especially the older generation, their old beliefs are hard to shake off. It's not about having many tricks or being ruthless. It's about being effective and knowing how to touch people's nerves. Lin Yuzhu didn't dare to make too many promises, but after today, Zhao Dei would have some reservations. He would rely more on Shania, and as long as he did that, he would leave himself a way out. Sometimes crying for your mother doesn't help. Crying for your grandmother is more effective. Because they will be afraid that the elders will blame them. Afraid that when they reach the afterlife, their ancestors won't recognize them. Afraid of being alone down there, miserable and sad, with no one to burn paper for them. Anyway, this thought is quite mystical. If used on the right person, it's very effective. If it weren't for the fear of leading Shania astray, Lin Yuzhu would have liked to tell him, if your dad is with someone else, just tell him that after you die, you won't burn paper for him. Let's see if he gets scared. However, that might lead to a beating. Shaking her head, Lin Yuzhu took little Shania's hand and said cheerfully, Come on. Tonight I'll cook meat for you. Little Shania swallowed nervously and said, Teacher, I can skip dinner tonight. If he falls asleep, he won't be hungry. He can just hold on. Lin Yuzhu confidently replied, Don't worry, a few meals won't make me poor. I earn 10 work points a day, plus 3 yuan in subsidies. I'm quite capable. Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes behind her. Wang Xiaomei pouted. It sounds nice, but she's usually the stingiest. While they were happily chatting, the Zhao family was crying and wailing. Shania's stepmother was crying and apologizing to Zhao Dei. Just as Lin Yuzhu said, this woman was quite calculating. Seeing things had come to this point, she immediately started to cry and plead, saying she was confused. She only cared for her child, feeling sorry for him losing his father at such a young age. She just wanted to buy him some nice clothes now that life was better. She admitted neglecting Shania was her fault and promised to take good care of him in the future. Moreover, she couldn't be entirely blamed. The family really didn't have much money. She thought they could manage this year and get Shania some clothes next year. Who knew the child would grow so fast? She didn't notice, and now he was like this. As she continued, she started blaming Zhao Dei, the father, for not caring about the child. While she was busy with Jin Bao, he should also look after Shania. How could he expect her to do everything? The household was full of chores, needing to work the fields and manage the home. She was also worried sick, then started to feel sorry for Shania, rambling on, making it seem like she was the real mother and Zhao Dei was the stepfather. Ignoring them, the three of them were starving and living poorly. Zhao Dei. How could this woman be so good with words? Sun Kaihua felt relieved as she managed to fool them, even though she was angry at those who meddled. But she didn't dare to bully Shania anymore. Before, she thought no one cared, and Zhao Dei was blind and clueless, so she could do whatever she wanted. Now, she didn't dare. If she pushed them too far and got kicked out, it would be counterproductive. She snorted coldly, thinking that once she arranged for her son to marry, she wouldn't have to endure this. By then, Zhao Dei wouldn't matter. She vented her frustrations on those who meddled today. Finally feeling better. After little Shania finished his delicious meal, Lin Yuzhu helped him soak his feet and applied medicine. Li Xiangwan took out a new pair of socks for Shania to wear. She didn't believe that Sun Kaihua would dare to take the child's socks. If it weren't for Jinbao also being a child and a student of Wang Xiaomei, she might have taken the socks back on the spot. Little Shania rubbed his hands and said, "Teacher Li, I don't want them. You keep them for yourself. If they take them again, it would be a waste. Winter will be over soon anyway." Li Xiangwan tapped his little nose and said, "It's okay. The teacher doesn't have many things, but I have plenty of socks. Take them home. Let's see if they dare to take them." Lin Yuzhu nodded in agreement. "Little Shania, if they dare to take them, just come crying to the teacher, and we'll go settle the score with them. It's just a fuss." She wasn't afraid of that, though it might annoy the ants. She wondered if they would get tired of it after a while. Shania nodded, biting his lip, and thanked Teacher Li. Li Xiangwan sighed, hoping Shania's dad would wake up a bit. He should protect his only son more. Once everything was settled, the three of them took a flashlight and walked little Shania home. When they reached the Zhao family's door, Lin Yuzhu told little Shania to go in by himself. Little Shania felt a bit scared. Lin Yuzhu patted him and said, "Don't be afraid. Just like the teacher said, if he hits you, run away. If you can't escape, cry for your grandpa and grandma, not your mom. Keep your feelings for her in your heart. Your grandpa and grandma are the most effective." Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei. What was going on with their agreement? Under Lin Yuzhu's strong encouragement, little Shania went inside, looking back every step of the way. Lin Yuzhu and the others stood outside for a while. Not hearing any sounds of hitting or scolding, they finally felt relieved. They walked back to the youth station under the sparse moonlight. Once at the youth station, they didn't go to Li Xiangwan's place. After a long day, everyone was tired and ready to rest. Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan went inside and closed the door. Lin Yuzhu opened the door, stood at the entrance, and shone her flashlight in one direction. Suddenly, a faint light appeared across from her, waving back at her. Lin Yuzhu smiled, her eyes crinkling, waved back, and then closed the door to go inside. Shun Bojun chuckled softly, wondering how Lin Yuzhu was different. She slept soundly and had a strange dream. In the dream, she seemed to be back in her old house from modern times. It felt like she was sick, lying alone on the bed, looking pitiful. This made Lin Yuzhu feel quite sad. Then the dream shifted, and a masked man took her to the hospital. The streets outside were empty, and medical staff in protective gear stood at the hospital entrance. Inside the hospital, all the patients wore masks. Some pregnant women even had large plastic bags over them. Just as Lin Yuzhu tried to see more, she woke up from the dream. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. She began to think about what the dream meant. It seemed she had dreamed about the future many times. Could she have some kind of foresight? When she asked the system, it didn't have an answer. If she really wanted to know, she would need a large amount of contribution points to find out. Lin Yuzhu thought. She would wait until she had more wealth. Seeing that she still had half an hour before getting up, she turned over and dozed off again. At school, when Xiaoshuanya saw her, he happily said, "Teacher Lin, after I got home yesterday, Jinbao returned my socks. Should I give my socks from yesterday back to Teacher Li?" Lin Yuzhu smiled and gently replied, "After class, you can ask Teacher Li." Xiaoshanya nodded obediently. After the first class, Xiaoshanya quickly ran to the teacher's office to wait for Li Xiangwan to return from class. When Li Xiangwan saw Xiaoshanya, she kindly asked, "Xiaoshanya, did your family give you a hard time when you got home last night?" Xiaoshanya shook her head and cheerfully said, "No, my stepmother didn't scold me, my dad didn't hit me, and Jean Bao returned my socks." "Teacher Li, I have an extra pair of socks from yesterday. I'll wash them and return them to you." Li Xiangwan chuckled and patted the little one's head, saying, "No need, you can wear both pairs. Save the extra for next year when the weather gets warm." Xiaoshanya smiled shyly. "Thank you, Teacher Li." Li Xiangwan smiled back. Han Man, who was in the office and witnessed everything, thought, "Why do these young teachers seem so generous?" She adjusted her braid and huffed, as the daughter of the deputy director of the meat factory, who could be more generous than her. Once the kids finished their pig trotters, she planned to ask her dad if he could get some more food. So Han Man didn't stay at school for lunch again. Lin Yuzhu brought a few eggs for lunch. Seeing Aunt Wang stir-frying a plate of bean sprouts for the kids, she curiously asked, "Aunt, are you feeling sorry for the kids and brought soybeans?" In most families, soybeans were considered precious, usually saved for oil or sauce, and people rarely cooked them for their kids. Even sick patients had soybeans in their nutritional meals. Clearly, soybeans were valuable. Lin Yuzhu admired Aunt Wang for suddenly having such awareness. Time really changes people. Aunt Wang felt a bit shy under Lin Yuzhu's appreciative gaze. She quickly explained, "This is from Teacher Zhang." Lin Yuzhu nodded and said, "Oh." Then she took out the eggs to make egg drop soup for the kids. Eating steamed buns every day made the kids roll their eyes in frustration. Aunt Wang, feeling flattered by Lin Yuzhu's earlier praise, said, "Teacher Lin, if you bring eggs for the kids, just leave them with me, and I'll cook them." Lin Yuzhu immediately smiled and said, "Thank you so much for the kids, Aunt. You're so kind. No wonder your daughter is so beautiful. It's all thanks to you." Aunt Wang chuckled and boasted, "I'm not bragging. I was the prettiest girl in the village when I was young." Lin Yuzhu nodded repeatedly, saying, "I believe that. Just look at your daughter's looks. It shows you were a rare beauty when you were young." Aunt Wang burst into laughter and took the eggs from Lin Yuzhu's hands. When the principal and others entered, Lin Yuzhu was just serving soup to the kids. The principal looked at the soup and dishes on the table and warmly said, "Teacher Lin, you're doing well with the eggs and soybeans, but don't feel too pressured. The school will help the kids with their needs. While it's nice to take advantage, you can't overdo it." Lin Yuzhu was momentarily stunned, thinking the principal misunderstood. He thought she had brought the soybeans too. Lin Yuzhu glanced at Zhang Cheng behind the principal. Zhang Cheng looked quite uncomfortable, worried Lin Yuzhu would take credit. He wanted to explain but feared it might sound too self-serving. Seeing Lin Yuzhu smiling and not planning to speak, Zhang Cheng felt very conflicted. This woman, because of some soybeans, the principal thought her character was questionable, which wasn't worth it. Lin Yuzhu enjoyed watching Zhang Cheng's impatient yet restrained expression. It was quite amusing. After a moment, Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "Principal, as a small teacher, it's great that I can provide a few eggs for the kids." The soybeans were brought by Teacher Zhang for them. The principal was taken aback, looked at Zhang Cheng, and nodded, saying, "Teacher Zhang is also a good teacher." Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan exchanged glances, feeling something was off. Meanwhile, Han Man got home and went straight to the point, asking her dad to find something for the kids to eat. Han's father. Han's mother tapped her daughter's head and said, "What kind of show-off are you putting on? We don't even have enough to eat at home, and you're giving it all away. Do you think your dad is the factory director? You can't just take whatever you want with so many eyes watching." Han Man pouted and replied, "It's not like it's free. I'm paying for it, okay? And how much can you earn? Come on, Mom. Those kids are really pitiful. They're all so thin and can't even fill their stomachs while we, as teachers, sit around eating well, watching them eat scraps. How can I enjoy my meal?" Han's mother huffed and stopped responding to her daughter. Han's father set down his teacup and suddenly asked, "How are you and Xiaozhong doing lately?" Han's mother then remembered Zhang Cheng. She looked at Han Manman and asked, "So, what's going on with you and Xiaozhong? You're taking things to school, but it's not for him, right?" Han Manman rolled her eyes and said, "I'm not giving him anything. It's really for the kids." Han's father keenly noticed Han Manman's displeased expression and asked, "Is Xiaozhong treating you poorly?" Although Zhang Cheng did not openly pursue Han Manman, his actions clearly suggested that he did. Both sides understood each other, without saying a word. Han's parents believed this was a natural development. In Han's father's eyes, Zhang Cheng was smart and capable, so he was worthy of his daughter, which is why he helped him a lot. Sooner or later, they would be family, so this could be seen as a way to build a foundation for his daughter. But if, then it would be a different story. Under the watchful eyes of Han's parents, Han Manman murmured, "He's been a bit distant since school started." "Oh, you don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing." Han's mother snorted and said bluntly, "What do you know?" Han's father frowned slightly, feeling displeased. What was going on with Zhang Cheng? He didn't bring it up again in front of his daughter, but decided to say a few words to Zhang Cheng next time they met. There were other people seeking his daughter's hand, not just Zhang Cheng. Would his daughter really worry about getting married? Seeing his daughter looking gloomy, Han's father said fondly, "All right, stop pouting. I'll go see what I can bring back for you." Han Manman immediately smiled. Right now, Zhang Cheng didn't matter. As long as her dad stepped in, he would have to come around. In the end, it was her decision whether to keep him or not. What mattered most now was her pride. She couldn't let that annoying Lin Yuzhu outshine her. Lin Yuzhu suddenly sneezed. This made Shin Bojun anxious. He hoped she wouldn't catch a cold again. When Han Manman returned with 2 plump pig trotters and some big bones, she made a point of walking around Lin Yuzhu in the office. Her smugness was almost unbearable. Sitting in the office, Zhang Cheng thought, was it really necessary to be this competitive? Wang Xiaomei sighed, feeling sad as someone who started from nothing. Li Xiangwan felt indifferent, even wanting to laugh a little. Lin Yuzhu stared intently at the pig trotters and applauded Han's teacher. She confidently said, "Teacher Han is amazing, so capable." But she added, "I just wonder when that pig." Han Manman pretended not to hear and turned to leave. Lin Yuzhu smiled at Zhang Cheng and said, "Teacher Zhang, you're the richest here. Just take some soybeans, TSK. So stingy." Zhang Cheng. Although there were a few mischievous kids in this class, they could still be managed for now. Lin Yuzhu's life suddenly became much more fulfilling. With Lin Yuzhu's subtle encouragement, the teachers started to compete with each other. After Han Manman finished the pig trotters and bones, Shin Bojun gave the kids some pork to eat. After Shin Bojun was done, Wang Xiaomei made some pork soup for the kids. Once Wang Xiaomei finished, Li Xiangwan prepared some pork for the kids as well. After that wave, Lin Yuzhu exchanged a few eggs to continue making egg soup for the kids. Zhang Cheng and Han Manman were left speechless. Han Manman finally realized something was off and said irritably, "Teacher Lin, why do you only bring a few eggs each time?" Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and replied, "These few eggs are worth a few ounces of meat."
Han Man.
The principal cheerfully said, "Everyone should act according to their means. Don't spoil the kids' appetites. If they get used to meat, they'll crave it later." Hearing this from the principal, Wang Xiaomei felt relieved. She decided to act within her means. She couldn't compete with these people. Later, the trio in the backyard decided to regularly give the kids some eggs to eat. That way, their combined salaries would be enough. They had always earned points before. Spending this money wasn't too surprising. At the very least, they couldn't appear too generous on the surface. If they attracted attention, it would be easy to be targeted. If someone faced real difficulties, they could help privately. The trio of Han, Zhang, and Shen, who weren't in a partnership, decided to act within their means. Only Han Manman, stubborn as she was, let Lin Yuzhu take advantage of her. Lin Yuzhu managed to get a lot of good things from her using eggs. This made Han's mother angry, saying at home that Han Manman might be foolish. Sometimes Han Manman felt like she might be cursed. She didn't know why, but whenever Lin Yuzhu looked at her, she felt she couldn't back down and had to stand her ground. Otherwise, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Thinking about it this way, it seemed quite reasonable. Meanwhile, Lu Yi's life wasn't any better. It hadn't been long since their family returned to the village, and everyone already knew about the conflict between her and her mother-in-law. They had argued several times. Many people said that old Mrs. Wang was foolish. Making her daughter-in-law upset while she was nursing would only harm the baby. People shook their heads, recalling how old Mrs. Wang used to be a good person. Her son was handsome and had married a woman from the town, making many envious. Old Mrs. Wang didn't appreciate her good fortune. Some aunts coldly remarked, "It's because of Teacher Lu. She doesn't have anyone backing her, so they can push her around." Other aunts shook their heads, sympathetically for Teacher Lu. Lu Yi's face grew more haggard by the day, while Han Man angrily cursed old Mrs. Wang in the office. It seemed like Han Man had some kind of magic. As soon as she spoke ill of someone, that person would appear right in front of her. The trio in the backyard was sitting together reading a newspaper when they heard a child crying at the door. Lin Yuzhu thought it was Li Sanmei bringing her sister to see her. When she looked up and saw Han Man still cursing old Mrs. Wang, she, "Look at how coincidental it is." Lu Yi, hearing the familiar cry, immediately looked over and saw her mother-in-law holding her son at the door, her expression freezing. Her eyes showed embarrassment, discomfort, and resentment. Han Man, who had been talking nonstop, sensed something was wrong, turned to look at the door, her face stiffening, then turned back as if she hadn't seen anyone. The atmosphere became quite awkward. Lin Yuzhu looked at Han Man and wanted to ask her if she felt uncomfortable, but she just didn't learn her lesson. Old Wang glared at Han Man, pursed her lips, and walked in holding her grandson. She said to Lu Yi, "I thought you didn't want to help me, and we're just going to talk to your principal. Turns out you were just afraid of getting scolded at school." Han Man rolled her eyes at old Wang's back and muttered under her breath. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Wang Xiaomei looked nervously at old Wang, wanting to sneak away quietly. Lin Yuzhu frowned, realizing that old Wang had left a significant psychological shadow on Wang Xiaomei. It was more than just a little. Lu Yi, feeling the pressure in front of her colleagues, had to suppress her anger and said gently, "Mom, what brings you here?" After saying that, she stood up to take the child. "My grandson is hungry. You stormed off this morning without caring for him. How can I let my grandson go hungry like this? It's tough for me, having to rely on my daughter-in-law's mood in my old age." Lu Yi gritted her teeth, the veins on her forehead visible. She explained, "Mom, I fed the baby this morning. I didn't neglect him. We agreed that I would go back to feed him during the break of my next class." At this point, Lu Yi felt extremely annoyed. Old Wang waved her hand impatiently and said, "Just feed the baby already. Look how hungry my precious grandson is." Lu Yi felt embarrassed, stood up, and said, "I'll take the baby home right now." Old Wang raised her eyebrows and said, "This office is full of women. Why are you shy? The baby is starving. How can you be so heartless as a mother? I'm seeing this for the first time. Stop being dramatic and just feed him here." Lu Yi, holding the baby, turned red, her eyes filled with suppressed anger as she glared at old Wang. They faced off against each other. Lin Yuzhu shook her head, took her books and water jug, and left the room. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei followed suit. Wang Xiaomei was eager to leave, walking faster than Lin Yuzhu and exiting first. Han Man let out a frustrated sigh and also left, even standing at the door to guard for Lu Yi. She was worried that Zhang Cheng and Li Wei would suddenly return. Su Hong was coming back with books when she bumped into Lin Yuzhu, who quickly stopped her to prevent Lu Yi from feeling more embarrassed. Su Hong learned that Lu Yi's mother-in-law had come with the baby and thought to herself how she hoped she would never have a mother-in-law like that.
It was too scary.
Inside, Lu Yi, with red eyes, glared at old Wang in hatred. Old Wang shot her a glance and said, "Dramatic," before turning to leave. As she exited, she spat near Han Man, making Han Manman almost want to confront her. But thinking about how it would be embarrassing for a teacher to fight with a country woman, she held back. Old Wang thought about her purpose for coming and decided not to argue with her daughter-in-law anymore. She turned and headed to the principal's office. When the principal saw Old Wang enter, he was momentarily surprised, thinking she was a parent, and smiled. "Hello, elder sister." Old Wang smiled sweetly, completely different from the rude old woman she had been moments before. She said, "Principal, I'm Lu Yi's mother-in-law. I brought the baby to drink some milk and wanted to thank you for your care." She continued, which unit's leader would allow employees to go home to feed their babies during work hours. The principal gestured for Old Wang to sit and said kindly, "All units take good care of women during pregnancy and breastfeeding. You don't need to be so polite." Old Wang nodded, flattering him. "You are truly a good leader, always polite with us. You have no airs about you. This is what it means to serve the people well." "Principal, here's the thing. I heard from the village chief that the school is starting a preschool class and needs someone to take care of the children. If I can take care of one, I can take care of two. Why look for someone else? We can select from the families of the teachers. Don't you think that makes sense?" The principal nodded, his eyes flashing, realizing her true intention for coming. Before he could refuse, Lu Yi rushed in, holding the baby, and said angrily, "I've fed the baby. You need to leave now. Please don't embarrass us here." Old Wang immediately protested, shouting, "Is this how you speak to your elders? Show the principal your character. Can someone like you be a teacher?" Lu Yi trembled with anger, struggling to hold back her rage. The principal cleared his throat and said sternly, "What she said is correct. You shouldn't speak to your elder like that. Sister, if you're not satisfied, I can have Lu Yi go home with you to reflect on this. Whenever we need a teacher, and Lu Yi has corrected her behavior, she can return to class. What do you think?" Old Wang. She wasn't stupid. This was clearly an attempt to get her daughter-in-law fired. She forced a smile and pretended to be oblivious, saying, "No, I was just upset earlier. I'll take the baby home now. Principal, please come visit us sometime." The principal smiled and nodded, seeing her out. Lu Yi, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head and hesitated, saying, "Principal, class is about to start. Go prepare," the principal said casually. Lu Yi bit her lip and left the office, feeling grateful. As she stepped out, she saw Old Wang still holding the baby and chatting with Wang Xiaomei. Lu Yi stared at Old Wang and Wang Xiaomei, speechless for a long time. At that moment, Wang Xiaomei bit her lip, silently watching Old Wang. Old Wang, acting as if nothing was wrong, said, "Xiaomei, you've done well. I didn't expect you to become a teacher so quickly. If I had known, I would have introduced you to my nephew. He's a strong worker in the fields. What a pity, it seems like it's just not meant to be." She finished, pretending to be regretful as she looked at Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei felt unlucky and said calmly, "Aunt, if there's nothing else, I'm going to class now. The lesson is about to start." She turned to go back to the classroom. Old Wang grabbed Wang Xiaomei's wrist and whispered, "Xiaomei, I still have something to say. Why are you in such a hurry? Baojia has started a family and has a child now. Please be careful when you talk to Lu Yi. Don't disturb our family's harmony." When Wang Baojia developed feelings for Wang Xiaomei, he had already looked at Lu Yi. At that time, Lu's family hadn't directly agreed and was still considering. Lu's family wanted to marry into their family. Old Wang smiled on the outside, but didn't think much of it inside. Once old Lu was gone, her grandson would take whatever surname he wanted. Lu's family wasn't going to just accept anyone. They wanted to observe for a while. Old Wang was busy in the middle, and when she found out her son liked a young, educated worker, she squinted her eyes and pretended not to know. She played around with Wang Xiaomei until Lu's family finally agreed. Old Wang immediately told her son to cut ties. Wang Baojia didn't want to be a son-in-law, but he couldn't resist the temptation of work. In this way, he not only tricked Wang Xiaomei but also brought back some money. What was most criticized was that while Wang Baojia was pursuing Lu Yi, he was also developing feelings for someone else. He had feelings for someone but still wanted to take advantage of Lu's family, turning around to deceive them. Old Wang was currently in a competition with her daughter-in-law, trying to see whether the east wind or the west wind would prevail. How could she let such a big issue fall into her daughter-in-law's hands? If this got out in the village, how would they live? So, Old Wang came over to give Wang Xiaomei a few words. Wang Xiaomei had never seen such a shameless person. She was so angry that her chest trembled, but she didn't know what to say. Wang Xiaomei didn't want to bring this up, fearing it would turn out like before, losing her reputation and money, and getting into trouble. She was genuinely afraid of Old Wang. She angrily said, "Who has the time to meddle in your family's affairs?" Old Wang released Wang Xiaomei and said sarcastically, I just hope you keep your word." Wang Xiaomei gritted her teeth, wanting to bite the old woman. Watching Old Wang walk away with the child, she spat. Turning around, she saw Lu Yi looking at them with deep eyes. Wang Xiaomei paused for a few seconds, shook her braids, and entered the classroom. She had nothing to feel guilty about, so why be afraid? When the three of them returned to the young educated worker's spot that night, Wang Xiaomei finally vented her frustration from the day. She was so angry, wondering how she had been so blind to get involved with such a person. Li Xiangwan poured her a glass of water, a hint of glee in her eyes, feeling it was quite tragic. Lin Yuzhu sighed and said, "You should be grateful. Just look at Lu Yi. See what kind of life she's living now." Wang Xiaomei thought about it and sighed, no longer thinking about Old Wang. In her mind, she believed she would have no more ties with Wang Baojia. He was someone she found annoying to even look at. She wouldn't go looking for discomfort. But unexpectedly, she saw the main character the next day. It was a coincidence that Wang Xiaomei's relatives suddenly visited. After class, she hurried to the young educated worker's spot. As she exited the school gate, she ran into Wang Baojia, who was holding a child. They bumped into each other. Their eyes met, and they were silent for a long time. When Wang Xiaomei couldn't see him, she found him annoying to think about, but seeing him was different. She felt a bit angry, a bit of hatred. She wanted to hit him, but then thought better of it. She decided to let it go and treat him like a stranger. Just as she was about to walk past him, Wang Baojia asked, "Xiaomei, are you doing well?" "Very well." She glanced at the child in Wang Baojia's arms and said, "We have nothing to catch up on, so let's pretend we don't know each other from now on." After saying that, she walked away confidently. Wang Baojia looked at Wang Xiaomei, his expression a bit forlorn. Lu Yi, fearing her mother-in-law would bring the child over and cause trouble, rushed out right after class to go home. She happened to witness this scene and walked over with a grim expression, taking the child from Wang Baojia's arms. "Why did you bring the child out today when the wind is so strong? When did you come back?" "Just got home," Mom said. "What did she say?" "That I don't take care of the child. That I'm starving your son?" The more Lu Yi spoke, the angrier she got, looking quite fierce. She was far from the sweet girl who used to smile all the time. Wang Baojia said weakly, "Mom didn't say that. She just said it was hard to come back, so I should bring the child to greet you." Lu Yi snorted coldly, looking at Wang Xiaomei's retreating figure, and asked, "What did you have to do with her before?" Her mother-in-law had once let something slip, and when she asked indirectly, the other party remained silent. Lu Yi always felt there was something her mother-in-law didn't want her to know. Seeing Wang Baojia looking at Wang Xiaomei, she sensed their relationship was definitely not simple. Wang Baojia's gaze flickered as he lowered his head and said, "I helped her a bit before, and she developed some feelings for me, but I didn't agree. Now it feels a bit awkward to see her." This was the excuse his mother had prepared for him. Wang Baojia repeated what old Wang said. Lu Yi glanced at Wang Baojia but didn't say anything else, taking the child home. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei just felt unlucky. Today's events seemed like a trivial episode in life, an insignificant annoyance. The three of them continued their leisurely lives. Li Fati found a house and came to inform them. It was a rare day off, and the teachers in town weren't called to a meeting. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei decided to join in the fun and check it out. Lin Yuzhu was still riding Li Xiangbei's bike. Li Xiangbei, who originally wanted to go with them, just watched them leave for town. The house was on the edge of town, with a mountain behind it, and the stone wall provided good privacy. Entering the gate led to a large yard, but unfortunately, the town didn't allow planting vegetables, so the big yard was left unused. The house was like any other, nothing special, but it had hidden features. The cellar of this house was very large. It was deep and spacious, suitable for, well, quite useful. Li Xiangwan became more and more satisfied and decided to rent this house. Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu were admiring the house and the cellar. Fatty secretly pulled Wang Xiaomei aside and said, "Xiaomei, why don't you get goods from me and sell them to your relatives? I won't charge you much. Or you can sell me the goods you deal with in the black market. I guarantee you won't lose out. It will be better than what your relatives offer." Zhang Cheng's side was full of small-time thugs, and Fatty was worried about Wang Xiaomei, trying to pull them away. Although Wang Xiaomei was closer to Li Zili was too deeply involved with Zhang Cheng, clearly inseparable. Fatty was genuinely worried. Under Fatty's care, Wang Xiaomei suddenly thought of Wang Baojia, who had previously treated her well. But what did he say in the end? Then she thought of Shin Bojun, who seemed to have a special attitude towards Lin Yuzhu but ended up calling her sister. Suddenly, she understood what Li Xiangwan meant by scumbag. Wang Xiaomei bit her lip and looked at Fatty, shyly asking, "Fatty, are you so nice to me because you like me?" Li Fatty was taken aback, feeling anxious. Did Xiaomei notice? What should he say? He hadn't even established a good relationship with the village chief of Shanshui village, yet his mother wanted him to hurry up and bring someone home. But he still hadn't settled on a house. What should he say now? If he admitted it and Xiaomei asked how he would marry her, he wasn't prepared for anything. What if he scared her away? Where was his brother? Why wasn't he around? Fatty was under the stern gaze of Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Li Fatty said timidly, "I wasn't being inappropriate. I just asked Xiaomei if she wanted to get goods from me, or if she could send what she got from the black market here." Then, Xiaomei asked if I liked her. Before I could answer, You see, Fatty felt speechless. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan exchanged glances. Li Xiangwan thought Xiaomei was impulsive but found it a bit funny, haha. Lin Yuzhu, who had unintentionally dug a pit for Fatty, wondered how it was so coincidental. Fat brother always falls into the pit. This made her feel a bit guilty. However, Lin Yuzhu was puzzled and asked, "Fat brother, when Xiaomei asked if you liked her, why didn't you just answer? What are you hesitating for? Could it be that he didn't like her and thought of Xiaomei as a sister?" Li Fatty's mind was a bit confused. He was overthinking, which made things more complicated. "I was just thinking about how to answer." Li Xiangwan narrowed her beautiful eyes and said unhappily, "What's there to think about? You're not planning to say you see Xiaomei as a sister, right?" Lin Yuzhu nodded in agreement. "Exactly." After that, Li Xiangwan looked at Li Fatty with a questioning expression. If Li Fatty was that kind of person, she wouldn't want to work with him anymore. She was only cooperating because of Li Xiangbei and Wang Xiaomei. If Li Fatty intended to play with Xiaomei, then this cooperation wouldn't mean much. After 2 lifetimes, it was rare to find a silly friend, and Li Xiangwan valued that. Li Fatty was getting anxious and quickly explained, "No, I didn't mean that. I was just thinking, after saying I like her, how to ensure our future together. You see, I have no land or house in Shanshui village. I'm just worried that Xiaomei won't agree to be my girlfriend." Lin Yuzhu scratched her head, curious about Fat Brother's strange thoughts.
Li Xiangwan.
"So clueless, do we really want to work together?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head, feeling speechless as she said to Fat Brother, "Fat Brother, you can take your time with this. It's not like you have to marry Xiaomei right away. She asked if you liked her, so you need to express your feelings quickly. The girl is being so proactive. If you hesitate like this, what do you think she will think? If you were Xiaomei, how would you feel?" Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes at Li Fatty, unable to watch. Li Fatty, flustered, said, "What should I do?" Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. "Shouldn't he just go after her right away?" The two of them said in unison, "Go after her." Li Fatty hurriedly rushed out, hopped on his bike, and chased after her. Li Xiangwan suddenly remembered something and said, There's a saying, if you're not family, you won't enter the same door. Looking at it this way, Fatty and Xiaomei seem to have a good connection. Lin Yuzhu. Li Xiangwan carefully checked the house again before finally deciding to rent it. When they saw only a bicycle left in the yard, she teasingly glanced at Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu cleared her throat and calmly said, "If you want me to ride, I can do that." Li Xiangwan shot her a look, giving the bike to Lin Yuzhu, as if she were crazy. Lin Yuzhu pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. On the way, they didn't see Xiaomei or Li Fatty. Lin Yuzhu curiously said, "I wonder if Fat Brother caught up with Xiaomei." Li Xiangwan shrugged and chuckled. "Who knows where they are?" Cough, never mind, you wouldn't understand. Lin Yuzhu's ears perked up. Why did those words always make her think too much? When the two returned to the youth commune, they found Xiaomei's door was unlocked. They quietly approached and pressed their ears to the door, listening seriously. After a long time, they didn't hear anything. Lin Yuzhu whispered, "Did you hear anything?" Li Xiangwan shook her head. Just then, they heard Xiaomei's confused voice from behind. "What are you doing?" Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Lin Yuzhu touched her nose and said, "Well, we were just checking if you were feeling okay." After Lin Yuzhu said this, Xiaomei became very angry, opening the door and saying, "Now I finally understand why you were so mad at Shin Bojun back then." Lin Yuzhu coughed, not even calling him Brother Shin anymore. She seemed quite upset. Li Xiangwan looked around the yard but didn't find Li Fatty. She looked at Lin Yuzhu with her eyes, asking where Li Fatty was. Didn't he say he would chase after her? Lin Yuzhu shrugged, responding with her eyes, saying, "How would I know? Maybe something happened on the way, like a robbery." The two followed Xiaomei into the house, puzzled. Xiaomei was still complaining about her bad luck and the people she encountered. Meanwhile, Li Fatty was having a terrible time. When he chased out, he couldn't see Xiaomei anywhere. He thought if he just ran after her and said he liked her, she might not believe him. The key was that he felt it lacked sincerity. Thinking of the scarf he knitted for Xiaomei, he returned home with hope, carefully took out the scarf he had put away, and tucked it into his pocket. Then he hurriedly went outside, hopped on his bike, and prepared to go to Shanshui village to pursue the girl he loved. However, he hadn't ridden far when the bike broke down. Li Fatty cursed his bad luck. He had to fix the bike chain. After fixing it, he looked at his hands, which were a bit dirty, and worried that when he gave the scarf to Xiaomei, she would see his dirty hands and dislike him. The key was not to get the scarf dirty, so he decided to go back home to wash his hands. Once inside, he hurriedly grabbed the thermos to pour hot water. In the time it took to turn around and put the thermos down, he forgot to add cold water. In his rush to see Xiaomei, he just stuck his hand into the basin. The hot water made Li Fatty wince in pain, and he quickly went outside to rub 2 ice sticks on his hands. Fortunately, the water in the thermos was from yesterday, so while it was hot, it wasn't enough to burn him badly. Did he think that was the end? No, it wasn't. When Li Fatty stepped on the bike with his left foot and slipped with his right foot to get on the seat, the back tire burst. Li Fatty's heart almost burst too. Li Fatty pushed his bicycle back to the yard with a distressed look, deciding not to fix it. He simply ran to Shanshui village with his short, chubby legs. A fat guy running is quite a funny sight. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei gritted her teeth and said, "I thought Li Hongjun was different from Wang Baojia, but it turns out they're the same kind of person. What a waste. What a waste." Wang Xiaomei suddenly slumped in her chair, not wanting to talk. Really, what's there to like about a little fatty? Is it just that he treats her a bit better? Is it just that he looks a little cute? Is it just that he seems cheerful? Please, people like that are easy to find. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan exchanged glances, both speechless. Li Xiangwan thought, "I'm a bit hungry, I want to eat." Lin Yuzhu suggested, "Should we leave and let her sulk for a while?" Li Xiangwan nodded in agreement. The two got up, ready to sneak away. Wang Xiaomei, feeling wronged, said, "Where are you going?"
Li Xiangwan raplia, imungi.
Lin Yuzhu added, "You can ponder alone for a bit. We're going back to cook." Wang Xiaomei suddenly stood up and huffed, "Let's go cook. They're not worth me losing my appetite." Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Li Xiangwan silently said to Lin Yuzhu. What did I say? It's true that not everyone belongs in the same family. Lin Yuzhu was confused. How did that connect? Li Xiangwan shook her head, opened the door, and looked up to see a stranger standing at the entrance. She was taken aback. She didn't recognize him. Lin Yuzhu, following behind, also found the man unfamiliar. Though he was a bit dark, he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall and lean, giving off a neighborly big brother vibe. Honestly, he looked better than the local guys. Lin Yuzhu glanced back at Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei was puzzled about why the two were blocking the door, but when Lin Yuzhu looked at her, she sensed something was off. She tiptoed to see the man outside and frowned, feeling unhappy, wondering what Wang Baojia was doing here. Among the four, two were outsiders, so Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan walked toward Li Xiangwan's room. As they unlocked the door, they heard Wang Xiaomei say bluntly, "What are you doing at my door? What will people think of me?" Wasn't that putting her in a tough spot? Today was a day off, and Wang Baojia happened to be on leave, wanting to go home to see his wife, kids, and parents. But as soon as he entered the yard, he heard his wife and mother arguing inside, while his father sat outside, looking troubled. Once inside, it seemed like his mother had found her backbone, grabbing him and crying about how hard life was, having to take care of the kids and deal with her daughter-in-law's moods. Lu Yi was so angry she was breathing heavily, her face twisted in rage, harshly accusing his mother of making up lies, saying her heart was blackened. Wang Baojia felt unhappy hearing Lu Yi speak about his mother and scolded her a bit. Lu Yi looked at him with a cold smile, then pointed at the two women, mocking, "Your family has no good people. You step on us to climb up, and when you're done, you turn your back on us. You won't have good fortune." Wang Baojia looked at Lu Yi with red eyes, gritting his teeth in anger, feeling shaken. He couldn't understand how Lu Yi had changed so much. Inside, a child was crying loudly. This family had turned their lives into a mess. Wang Baojia couldn't stand Lu Yi's piercing gaze and hurriedly left the house. As he walked, he couldn't help but think of Wang Xiaomei, who used to be silly and always smiling. Suddenly, he missed that innocent, kind-hearted girl. Little did he know that girl had changed because of him. Wang Baojia wondered what would have happened if he had been with Wang Xiaomei back then. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the educated youth station. Seeing the changed place, he felt momentarily lost. When he reached the backyard, he hesitated, unsure how to face Wang Xiaomei. When Wang Xiaomei spoke to him with a look of disdain and impatience, he found it hard to accept. Where had that trusting and dependent girl gone? Wang Baojia took out some money from his pocket, intending to give it to Wang Xiaomei, saying, "Xiaomei, my mother wronged you back then. I didn't have the courage to speak up for you. Please take this money. I've always felt sorry for you about the past." Wang Xiaomei looked at the money and felt no forgiveness at all. On the contrary, she was furious and said, "Who wants your dirty money? What did you do at the beginning? Now, why are you acting like this for whom? If I take your money, what will that make me? Let people think I'm something I'm not. Take your money and leave quickly. If you don't, I won't be polite." Wang Xiaomei felt overwhelmed. After being deceived by Wang Baojia, she had never been sure whether Lu Yi was involved before or after. That part was always unclear to her. At that time, everyone in the village said Wang Baojia and Lu Yi were engaged for quite a while. When she found out, she was both angry and shocked. Angry that she had been fooled and shocked that she was afraid of being labeled as a homewrecker. What was the difference from being a loose woman? Plus, with old Wang's constant meddling, the whole village thought she had tricked Wang's family into helping her with farm work and stealing eggs. Her reputation had been ruined by old Wang. With such a reputation, who would believe she was innocent? So, the Wang family became a painful memory for Wang Xiaomei. Old Wang also became a nightmare. Wang Xiaomei dreaded bringing up the past, fearing her hard-won peace would shatter again. Seeing the money in Wang Baojia's hand felt like a hot potato, making her anxious. Just then, as Wang Baojia was escaping from home, Lu Yi, unwilling to let it go, followed him. Coincidentally, She saw Wang Baojia giving money to Wang Xiaomei. Lu Yi rushed over angrily, asking, "What are you doing? What does giving her money mean?" In this day and age, men usually earned money for their elders or wives, rarely keeping it for themselves. Wang Baojia didn't even give Lu Yi any of his earnings. All of it went to his mother, and now he was giving money to Wang Xiaomei. Lu Yi clenched her fists, shouting, "What is your relationship with her? Why are you giving her money?" In just a moment, a big scene unfolded in the backyard of the educated youth station. Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu exchanged glances. "Let's stay hungry for now." Lu Yi was in a state close to madness. What she just said was mostly shouted out, as if she wanted to release all the resentment she had been holding inside. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan noticed something was wrong and quickly moved to pull Wang Xiaomei behind them. The commotion was quite loud. Next door, Aunt Chen and Aunt Sue rushed out together. Seeing that there was a fight in the backyard, they hurried over. Wang Xiaomei's chest heaved, trembling violently. She was truly afraid of what was happening. Amid Lu Yi's hysterical shouting, Wang Baojia hung his head in silence. Wang Xiaomei was so angry that her teeth were clenched. After her son and daughter-in-law went out one after another, the old woman felt uneasy and followed them out. She walked all the way to the youth station, and upon hearing Lu Yi's shouts, her face darkened, and she rushed over to see her son, looking dejected. She said to Lu Yi, "Why are you shouting at him? What's going on?" The question was directed at Wang Baojia. Wang Baojia remained silent. Lu Yi, however, was not going to let it go, saying, "Your son took money and gave it to someone else. Shouldn't I ask about it?" The old woman quickly realized who her son had given the money to. She turned around suddenly, startling Lin Yuzhu, who thought, "This old lady isn't afraid of hurting her neck." Then the old woman spat at Wang Xiaomei and angrily scolded, "You Wang Xiaomei, tricked my son back then, and now you come with this nonsense. You shameless seductress, how can you be so brazen? You think my son is foolish, and you can keep deceiving him, right? Let me tell you, if you ruin my son's family, I will report you to the commune. I will let everyone in the village see that you are a shameless woman." Wang Xiaomei's face turned pale with anger as she pointed at the old woman and said, "You're going too far, too far." The old woman immediately started to argue back, "Don't act innocent here. How much did you cheat my son out of? Spit it out. My dear grandson cries at home every day from hunger. How can you be so heartless? With that money, I could buy him so much food." Saying this, she sat down and began to cry dramatically. At this point, Aunt Chen and Aunt Sue had already arrived. Aunt Li, who was wandering around the village, also heard the commotion and rushed over, shouting, "There's a good show at the youth station again." Wang Xiaomei's head buzzed with memories of how the whole village had pointed fingers at her. The old woman's wrinkled face stared at her with malice. With red eyes, Wang Xiaomei said to the old woman, "You old hag, I'm going to fight you," and charged forward. As Wang Xiaomei rushed out, Lin Yuzhu pretended to be the peacemaker and also ran over, shouting, "Hey, don't be impulsive." While saying comforting words, she skillfully pushed the old woman down to the ground. Wang Xiaomei, now focused solely on the old woman, jumped on her and started slapping her. "I'll make you stop lying. I'll make you pay for your words. I'll beat you to death." The old woman screamed, cursing back. Lu Yi stood there, frozen, watching the scene in shock. Meanwhile, Lin Yuzhu kept shouting, hey, Xiaomei, don't be impulsive, stop it now." "Oh, Aunt, don't be impulsive, say less, say less. Let's all take a step back. The sea is vast, and the sky is wide if it weren't for the veins popping on her hands." Aunt Chen and Aunt Sue might have actually believed she was trying to mediate. Wang Baojia, seeing his mother being attacked, wanted to pull Wang Xiaomei away. Li Xiangwan shouted, "What are you doing? Are you trying to be a bully?" Wang Baojia was momentarily stunned. Looking at Li Xiangwan's cold face, he tried to explain, "I didn't." As a grown man, he was completely at a loss. He just watched as the old woman was beaten. Wang Baojia was so anxious he was jumping up and down, Then he remembered his wife was still there, turned to Louis, and said, "Xiao-yi, please help our mother." Louis looked at Wang Xiaomei, who was already on top of the old woman, and Lin Yuzhu, who was pressing her down with all her strength, and remained silent. At that moment, she felt extremely satisfied. It served her right. As Aunt Li led a large group of women to watch the commotion, Lin Yuzhu gave a glance to Li Xiangwan. Li Xiangwan immediately pulled the still fuming Wang Xiaomei back. Lin Yuzhu changed her grip on the old woman's hand to a hug, shouting, "Aunt, Xiaomei is still young. Don't bully her." The old woman, now dazed from the beating, was groaning. Once Wang Xiaomei was completely pulled away, Lin Yuzhu finally released the old woman, realizing she had no strength left to resist. As soon as she let go, the old woman collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Lin Yuzhu licked her lips, thinking about how chaotic this situation had become. Wang Xiaomei stood to the side, catching her breath. Once she calmed down, the old woman was helped up by Wang Baojia, recovering somewhat. Her face was covered in handprints, and her nose was bleeding. It was a terrible sight. The old woman pointed at Wang Xiaomei and said, "You darn girl, everyone come look, this Wang Xiaomei hasn't changed her ways. She came to deceive my son again, and when I caught her, she got angry and tried to hit me." Lin Yuzhu pulled Wang Xiaomei behind her and calmly said to the old woman, "Aunt, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you like. If you keep making up stories, we will have to report this to the leaders. I'm scared of you? Go ahead, report me." Lin Yuzhu snorted and said to Aunt Li, "Aunt Si, could you please go find the village chief?"
Aunt Li replied, "Sure,"
and hurried off to find the village chief. Aunt Chen and Aunt Su shook their heads, realizing that the old woman was about to face consequences. With the active cooperation of Aunt Li, not only did she bring the village chief, but also a crowd of onlookers. Seeing so many people again, Lin Yuzhu was very familiar with the scene. The familiar setting and familiar faces, especially old Wang's calm and unbothered demeanor, even looking at them with a hint of malice. That fearless attitude was truly provocative. Lin Yuzhu took a deep breath and said to the village chief, "Village chief, today old Wang is slandering our educated youth representative, Wang Xiaomei. Due to the serious nature of this incident, and since it's not the first time, we specifically invited you to witness it today." The village chief noticed Lin Yuzhu's formal tone and felt a bit uneasy. He realized that the more formal Lin, the bigger the issue was likely to be. Looking at old Wang, he saw that she didn't live in the village often and hadn't been back for a while, unaware that the educated youth center had changed from what it used to be. He nodded at Lin Yuzhu. Upon hearing Lin Yuzhu's words, old Wang tried to confuse the situation, grabbing the village chief and pointing to her face, saying, "Village chief, look at my face. How could Wang Xiaomei have beaten me like this? And these two girls, they teamed up with Wang Xiaomei to bully me. Village chief, you can't let outsiders bully our villagers. You have to stand up for me. Why should these three be our village's teachers?" The village chief examined old Wang's face closely. Noticing the redness and clear fingerprints, he thought, "You should be grateful. This is nothing compared to what could have happened if the Dong sisters were still around. Your head might not even be safe." Lin Yuzhu appreciated the talkative aunt. Without giving the village chief a chance to speak, she calmly stated, "We deserve to be teachers because we are educated, honest, and responsible. I won't say much, but at the very least, the three of us are sincere with the children. If you don't believe me, go to the school and ask our principal how we are as teachers." It was ridiculous. She had no guilt about her role as a teacher. Under Lin Yuzhu's strong presence, old Wang felt powerless and glared at her fiercely. Lin Yuzhu wasn't afraid. After all, old Wang was weak and couldn't win a fight, so why be scared? Lin Yuzhu didn't give them a chance to control the situation and continued, "All right, let's not get sidetracked. Let's get to the point. Old Wang, you just claimed that Wang Xiaomei tricked your son out of money. What evidence do you have? Forget the nonsense. Let's just ask the main person involved."
Wang.
"What's your name?" The onlookers were confused. Wait, Lin Yuzhu didn't even know Wang Baojia's name, which meant what? It meant she didn't know him at all. These three in the backyard were always together. Did Wang Xiaomei really have something with Wang Baojia? How could Lin Yuzhu not know Wang Baojia's name? Some aunts started chatting quietly. Aunt Su leaned in and interjected, I think old Wang is just making a fuss. Her son only comes home once or twice a year. Where would he go to trick him out of money? Exactly. Old Wang used to seem decent, but who knows now? Look at how she's treated her daughter-in-law. She was so pretty when she married in, and now she looks so worn out after a few years in that house. Oh, you're right about that. The aunts looked at Lu Yi with sympathy. She was still nursing and seemed to be bullied. While the aunts chatted, Wang Baojia quietly answered, Wang Baojia. Oh, that's not important. Comrade Wang, what do you have to say about this? Are you saying that Wang Xiaomei tricked you out of money? After Lin Yuzhu spoke, her demeanor shifted to serious and intense as she stared at him, adding, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. In this world, what is false can't become true, and what is true can't be denied. Wang Baojia was taken aback, especially under Lin Yuzhu's gaze, feeling guilty. Seeing her son falter, old Wang rushed over, hitting him and crying, Why don't you speak up? You still want to protect that girl? Look at what they've done to your mother. You heartless one, thinking you're a good person. Then she whispered, Do you want our family to lose face in the village? How will you explain this to your wife when you go home? Have you thought about that? Do you want me to die here at my age? With old Wang's words, Wang Baojia's conscience crumbled. He lowered his head and muttered, Xiaomei, please return the money. Wang Xiaomei stared at Wang Baojia, furious yet laughing, thinking, Not this again. Similarly, Lin Yuzhu didn't give Wang Xiaomei a chance to speak and sternly said, Comrade Wang, you mean to say that Wang Xiaomei tricked you out of money, right? Wang Baojia glanced at Lin Yuzhu, immediately looking away, and weakly nodded. Lin Yuzhu nodded back and said to the village chief, Village chief, this matter is beyond what the village can handle. We need to report it to the police. The Wang family is extorting, slandering, and ruining reputations. This issue won't be resolved easily. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the village chief hesitated. Old Wang also became anxious, saying, Is this really such a big deal that we need the police? After all, she had lived in town for 2 years and had seen the world. Calling the police would escalate the situation. If something went wrong, her son could lose his job. Old Wang looked at Lin Yuzhu with malice, not expecting this seemingly small girl to be so sharp-tongued. Facing old Wang's threat, Lin Yuzhu calmly replied, Aunt, this is indeed a serious matter, enough for the police. Besides, what are you afraid of? I've said it before, the truth can't be hidden, and lies can't become truth. Don't panic, you don't want money anymore? Old Wang felt that Lin Yuzhu was tempting her, trying to trick her. Suddenly, she became more clear-headed and shook her head, saying, No police, no police. The village chief cleared his throat. He didn't want to involve the police either. In fact, he had seen the police more in these 2 years than in his entire life. He really couldn't afford to lose face. Lin Yuzhu knew that as educated youth, they had no roots in the village. The Wang family was prominent, with complicated relationships. They couldn't push things too far, as they still had to live in the village for a few more years. Lin Yuzhu was also afraid of being cornered. Although she didn't truly intend to call the police, it didn't stop her from scaring them. The two sides were at a standstill, and old Wang grew more anxious. Just as she was about to leave, Lin Yuzhu spoke up, All right, let's not talk about the police for now. Let's continue discussing this matter. The villagers present can serve as witnesses for us. If we ever need to see the police, we'll all be witnesses. After Lin Yuzhu finished speaking, an aunt responded, Don't worry, Teacher Lin. We are all honest people. We say what we mean and don't make up lies. While old Wang's wife nervously spoke about not involving the police, the villagers began to suspect that old Wang's wife was just making things up. Lin Yuzhu nodded at the aunt who spoke, feeling grateful. Then she turned to Wang Baojia and said, Comrade Wang, since you claim to have given Wang Xiaomei money, please tell us when and where you did this. Did you go to the village to find Wang Xiaomei, or did she come to find you? Where did you meet her? Did anyone see it? How much did you lose? Wang Baojia was taken aback by Lin Yuzhu's questions. Lin Yuzhu smirked and kindly reminded him, "Comrade Wang, you need to be careful with your words this time. For example, if you say you met Wang Xiaomei on January 30th, you must be sure she didn't leave the village that day. If you came to the village, think about whether anyone saw you enter. If not, that's fine. We can check with your workplace to see if you were off that day or working. If you were off, we can ask your neighbors if they saw you return home. Also, Wang Xiaomei and I, along with Li Jiqing, are quite close. We are basically inseparable. You need to think carefully. I heard from the aunt that you've been tricked many times, so let's sort this out. When did you lose money each time, and how much did you give to Wang Xiaomei? I'm actually quite curious about how much money you have to give." This left Wang Baojia feeling overwhelmed, and old Wang's wife was left speechless. Aunt Sue led the crowd in applause. Old Wang's wife angrily said, "Don't make a fuss. Who would remember this?" Lin Yuzhu sneered. "Well, let's just say it's not without evidence. If we look into it carefully, we can find the flaws." Seeing Lin Yuzhu's determined expression, old Wang's wife was suddenly at a loss for words. Lin Yuzhu looked at them seriously, her rosy lips moving as she said, "Come on, start making up your story." Wang Baojia and old Wang's wife. The curious villagers looked at the Wang family mother and son. Lin Yuzhu mockingly laughed and asked, "Why aren't you speaking? What can we say?" "There's nothing to say. They're just feeling guilty," Aunt Sue chimed in. Old Wang's wife spat and was about to argue. Lin Yuzhu coldly looked at old Wang's wife and said, "Aunt, be careful with your words. If you upset me, we can involve the police." Old Wang's wife immediately fell silent. Lin Yuzhu shot her a glare and turned to the onlooking villagers, saying, "I'm sure the aunts are curious about why Comrade Wang gave Wang Xiaomei money today. This is a long story. Since everyone is here, let's go over the past and explain what happened." After Lin Yuzhu spoke passionately, she looked at Lu Yi and softened her tone. "Teacher Lu, why don't you ask around the village about Wang Xiaomei's character? She may be a bit stingy, fierce, or unreasonable, but she has never been rumored to be improper. Even though we haven't worked together long, do you think she's the type to attract attention?" Lu Yi glanced at Wang Xiaomei, feeling a bit moved, but a thorn in her heart made her uneasy. She instinctively felt that Wang Baojia and Wang Xiaomei were not simple. This girl is naive and easy to fool, especially a few years ago. "Teacher Lu, can you tell me when you and Comrade Wang got engaged?" Lin Yuzhu calmly asked. Old Wang's wife was sweating, her eyes darting around as she thought of how to respond. Lu Yi replied casually, "In late October of 1970. Lin Yuzhu nodded and curiously asked, "When did you have your first meeting and confirm your relationship?" Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "We met in August of the same year, but we only established our relationship after the wheat harvest." Lin Yuzhu sighed, noting the downside of that era. People got engaged and married without really knowing each other. She looked back at Wang Xiaomei, who had bright, shining eyes. Lin Yuzhu said to Wang Baojia, "Comrade Wang, you really played your cards well. After your engagement with Teacher Lu, you immediately turned to express your feelings to the new educated youth in the village." The crowd gasped in surprise. Old Wang's wife could no longer contain herself and angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense. It's clearly Wang Xiaomei who seduced my son." Lin Yuzhu replied, "If what you say is true, your son is not innocent either." Old Wang's wife. The worst thing in a debate is being led by someone else. Lin Yuzhu didn't want to argue further with old Wang's wife, but addressed the villagers' aunts. "You've just witnessed old Wang's wife's chaotic accusations. Today, let's uncover the truth about what happened back then. When Wang Xiaomei first came to Shanshui village, she happened to meet Comrade Wang during the wheat harvest. They established a relationship through his intentional contact. However, while he was stringing her along, he was also entangled with the Lu family. One was in the village and the other was in town. You don't need me to explain. You all should know this is hard to cover up." After her words, the aunts began to imagine a drama of a scoundrel playing both sides. Louis stared blankly at the Wang family mother and son, her chest rising and falling, filled with anger. Old Wang's wife spat. "You're talking nonsense." Lin Yuzhu shot her a glare and continued. "Comrade Wang wasn't as quiet and honest back then as he is now. He was quite charming and managed to get Wang Xiaomei to work for your family. But when the Liu family decided to cut ties, they did everything they could to get rid of Wang Xiaomei. I'm sure the aunts with good memories already know what happened." Lin Yuzhu didn't give the aunts a chance to respond. She needed to keep the pace fast. Indeed, old Wang's wife, just like today, accused Wang Xiaomei of tricking her son. It was clearly her son who was trying to win her over by giving her eggs, but in old Wang's wife's words, it became Wang Xiaomei stealing. What he received for free from the old doctor turned into money spent on buying things for Wang Xiaomei. Aunts, you might think this is the end, but it's not. Old Wang's wife had already set her trap early on, having Wang Baojia trick Wang Xiaomei into helping with farm work while telling you all that she was helping Wang Xiaomei.
How ridiculous is that?
Aunts, whether Wang Xiaomei can work or not, we can ask the record keeper to find out. The work record book cannot be faked. Wang Xiaomei always earned full work points. How could she have done that with an old woman who has no strength?
Do you still believe that now?
Who planted the vegetables in the commune's garden, and who grew the vegetables in the private plots? Who has Wang Xiaomei ever helped? After Lin Yuzhu finished speaking, years of Wang Xiaomei's pent-up frustration were released, and she cried loudly in Li Xiangwan's arms. The aunts watched, feeling heartbroken. A girl away from home, bullied so badly, who wouldn't feel sorry for her mother. The aunts were completely caught up in Lin Yuzhu's thoughts and couldn't get out. They began to discuss among themselves. That's right, Wang Xiaomei is so capable that she doesn't need an old woman to help her. Oh, why is this old woman so mean? Look at how she's bullying Xiaomei. Isn't she just like Zhang Jiqing from the front yard? Bullying honest people and using us as tools. This is too cruel. I always said that Wang Baojia is so honest. Why should he be able to marry a wife from the town? Exactly. What Lin Jiqing said must be true. Marrying a wife is all about deceit. They promised to take her in, but then the child took the Wang surname. Old Wang was holding her forehead, nearly fainting, and trembling as she pointed at Lin Yuzhu, saying, "Nonsense." Lin Yuzhu sneered. "If I'm talking nonsense, then why did your son send money over today? I heard clearly from the side that he said it was his fault that Wang Xiaomei suffered back then. He wronged her. So, where did that come from? Am I the one talking nonsense?" Lin Yuzhu didn't want to talk to old Wang anymore and turned directly to Liu Yi, saying, "Teacher Liu, do you understand what's going on with this money? After all, back then, they conspired to swindle a lot of money from Wang Xiaomei. As for why he suddenly had a change of heart, we can't know. Maybe they want to pull the same trick again and swindle some more." At this point, Lin Yuzhu looked coldly at old Wang. So heartless. Old Wang was so angry she was jumping up and down, fearing her reputation was ruined today, pointing at Wang Xiaomei, saying, "You all are just talking nonsense. With Wang Xiaomei's looks, how could my son like her? You're just making things up. My son has nothing to do with her. I only helped her because I felt sorry for her, but she tried to ruin my son's marriage, so I fell out with her."
Don't slander me.
Lin Yuzhu quietly watched old Wang lose her mind. She waited for her to finish cursing before continuing. Old Wang saw that Lin Yuzhu wasn't speaking and got even more excited, pointing at Wang Xiaomei, saying, "You heartless one, I treated you like my own daughter, and look at what you've done. With your kind of person, you can't even get married, yet you still have your eyes on my son.
Pa.
It didn't work out before, and now my son has a child, yet you won't let go. I'm begging you, just leave my family alone. I'm saying this clearly. As long as I'm here, you can't ruin my son's family. Not a chance." Wang Xiaomei wiped her tears and spat. "With my son's looks, who would want him? Stop flattering him. If I hadn't been young and naive, I wouldn't have fallen for your tricks. I'm a city girl after all, wanting to marry someone, and there are plenty of people lining up to marry me. If I hadn't been honest, I wouldn't have been bullied by you two so badly." Oh, really? Who would line up to marry you? Tell me, who would want you? Out of breath, Fat Li rushed in through the back door, panting, I will marry you. I will marry you. Maisie, do you want to marry me? Even though I don't have a house in the village, there are big brick houses in town. We can manage for now, and I will try to build you a big house in the village too. We won't build a mud house, we'll build a big brick house. Hearing about the big brick house, the ants watching were no longer curious about who this fat guy was and drooled with envy. Wang Xiaomei looked at the fat guy, feeling overwhelmed with emotion, and rushed to hug Fat Li, saying, Brother Fat, why did you come so late? Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Where's the restraint? Lin Yuzhu straightened her back, walked over to Fat Li, and proudly said to Old Wang, Old Wang, did you see my brother Fat? Look at his figure. Old Wang was a bit confused at this point. Look at this prosperous belly, and then look at your son, who is as thin as a chicken. What does your son have that compares? The ants all nodded in agreement. Who would want a skinny chicken when there's a fat guy? In this era, being fat means something. Lin Yuzhu said proudly, my brother Fat works at the grain station. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere instantly lifted. Oh wow, that's impressive. Wang Xiaomei is so lucky. She won't have to worry about food anymore. Xiaomei, don't forget us ants when you get rich. Wang Xiaomei broke free from Fat Li's embrace, her face flushed red. Oh no, why did she act like that just now? Lin Yuzhu thought to herself, as long as the ants have money, I can support you all. Clearing her throat, she said to the ants, you all are smart people. It's clear who is causing trouble today, right? Village chief, look, how should we deal with the Wang family for swindling money from Wang Xiaomei? If the village can't handle this, we'll go to the police. And we should also discuss today's events properly. Ants, please don't leave yet. We need you as witnesses. Of course, it's clear that the Wang family wants to swindle money. Wang Xiaomei is already dating someone from the grain station. Why would she want Wang Baojia? Exactly. Maybe they are just pretending to act to swindle some money. This old Wang is really heartless. Her son and daughter-in-law can earn money, yet she is still greedy. You may not know, but the 3 young people in the backyard are kind-hearted. Recently, they've been trading eggs from the villagers to feed their children, and Huahua's mother has praised them a lot. She said all the subsidies from the school are going into the children's mouths. I guess this old Wang is jealous and wants to bully honest people again to swindle some more. She is getting more experienced. Old Wang heard these words and felt dizzy, truly fainting. Wang Baojia was about to carry old Wang away. Lin Yuzhu shouted to the crowd, Li Xiangbei, stop him. Then she said to the village chief, the money hasn't been returned to Wang Xiaomei yet. The village chief glanced at Wang Baojia and said, Baojia, give the money back to her. If this goes on and the police get involved, it won't just be about money anymore. Wang Baojia, red-faced, put down old Wang and took all the money out of his pocket. Lin Yuzhu glanced at Li Xiangbei. Li Xiangbei was confused, looking like a question mark. Lin Yuzhu. Indeed, he is Li Xiangwan's man. She looked again at Wang Yang behind him. Wang Yang immediately understood and took the money from Wang Baojia's hands. Lin Yuzhu smiled, thinking, not bad, we won this battle. She should have been a lawyer in her past life, what a waste. As the saying goes, take advantage of someone's misfortune. Louis had long thought about divorce, but in this era, women who divorced faced harsh judgment. If you say you can't stand the torment from your in-laws and want a divorce, no one would understand. They would just say, everyone goes through this. They would say, just endure until the children grow up, and when the mother-in-law is gone, life will be easier. Louis seemed to see an opportunity. While the Wang family was in disgrace, she wanted a divorce. If she missed this chance, there would be no other. Louis pointed at Wang Baojia and said, Wang Baojia, I want a divorce. With a family like yours, my son will eventually be led astray. For my son's sake, I can't continue living with you like this. Today, we're going to handle the paperwork. Lin Yuzhu's eyes lit up. What she thought was going to be a dispersing crowd made the ants' eyes light up as well. Lu Yi's statement about wanting a divorce shocked the old Wang woman back to her senses.
She was still a bit confused.
Seeing Lu Yi glaring at them with hatred in her eyes made her uneasy. The old Wang woman hazily asked Wang Baojia, "What did your wife just say? She wants a divorce?" In this era, divorce was the hardest thing to manage. Not everyone had the courage to get divorced. The old Wang woman had been tormenting her daughter-in-law because she couldn't stand that her daughter-in-law came from a good family and earned money, always feeling overshadowed. She also resented Lu Yi's family for their proud attitude during the 2 years her son lived with them. So, she harbored thoughts of revenge. To put it bluntly, she wanted to vent her frustrations on Lu Yi. She never thought Lu Yi would actually want a divorce. In her mind, her daughter-in-law should just endure whatever she dished out. As long as her son listened to her, the daughter-in-law had to put up with it. Hearing Lu Yi say she wanted a divorce felt like a huge joke to her. Seeing Wang Baojia's helpless expression, the old Wang woman suddenly laughed, revealing her yellow teeth, and said, "Want a divorce? Not a chance. Our family doesn't agree, and you can't leave this marriage." Lu Yi looked at the old Wang woman's stubbornness, gritting her teeth. "Wang Baojia, if you still have a conscience, stand up like a man instead of hiding behind your mother like a coward." Wang Baojia, typical as ever, lowered his head and said nothing. He awkwardly hid behind the old Wang woman. The old Wang woman raised her head and scolded, "Look at you, saying such things about your husband. Look at how you look, it's embarrassing. Hurry up and go home." Lu Yi knew what kind of person her mother-in-law was. She wasn't learning anything new. Saying anything more to that old woman was pointless. Lu Yi turned to the village chief and cried, "Village chief, I really can't go on living like this. This family is full of wolves and tigers. They devour people without leaving bones. If it weren't for my son, I would have given up on life. Look at what kind of family can raise such a person." Wang Baojia is a typical example. He didn't just cheat comrade Xiaomei once. He also teamed up with his mother to extort her again. If it hadn't come out today, I wouldn't have known they were like this. My father thought the Wang family were good people. They promised to let the child take our family name after marrying in. But while I was in confinement, they directly gave the child their surname, Wang. Village chief, how can my father rest in peace knowing this? I don't want my son to grow up to be a deceitful and shameless person like them. Please help my son and me escape this hell." After Lu Yi finished speaking, the women present were somewhat moved. But when it came to divorce, more than 80% of them still disagreed. One woman directly advised, "Lu Yi, think carefully. Divorce is not a joke. Yes, you still have to work. If you get divorced, who will take care of your child? Your mother-in-law can help with that." Exactly. The family should sit down and talk it out. Don't act impulsively. The village chief was also in a difficult position. They say it's better to tear down 10 temples than to break up a marriage. His daughter-in-law was in a similar situation, and the old woman never intended to get a divorce. The village chief frowned. Seeing that everyone was on her side, the old Wang woman became smug. Lu Yi looked at the crowd, gritted her teeth, and knelt down, crying, "Andes, they tricked me into their home, knowing my family was weak, and they torment me endlessly. Wang Baojia took my father's job, they live in my family's house, and all my salary goes to them. Even that isn't enough, they hit and scold me. I really can't take it anymore. If my son grows up to be like them, I might as well just end it all now." After saying this, she suddenly looked up and charged toward the wall. Lin Yuzhu. She was heading straight for Lin Yuzhu's wall. Lin Yuzhu was terrified and rushed over, grabbing Lu Yi. They both fell to the ground together. Lin Yuzhu looked up and was relieved to see they were at a safe distance from her wall. Lu Yi lay on the ground, pale and crying. Half sitting on the ground, Lin Yuzhu quietly said, "That's enough. You're doing fine. You can't expect everyone to understand you. That's not realistic. As long as they don't blame you, you'll be fine. Target Wang Baojia's job, and you can handle that old Wang woman. Once you're divorced, you can do whatever you want. Lu Yi, think a little more clearly. Stay optimistic. While everyone is sympathetic, take this chance to deal with the old Wang woman. Lin Yuzhu saw Lu Yi crying and listening, her eyes darting around, clearly absorbing the advice. She finally let go, wiping the sweat from her forehead, terrified at the thought of actually hitting the wall. If she had done that, the old Wang woman would have extorted her heavily. Lu Yi's actions made the other women present hesitant to advise her. It seemed she had truly been tormented by the old Wang woman. After all, the girls in this town were generally delicate and couldn't withstand such mistreatment. The village chief stepped closer to Lu Yi, sighing. Lu Yi, as long as the Wang family agrees, the village committee won't make things difficult for you. That was essentially an agreement. Lu Yi, still crying, thanked the village chief, then staggered to her feet and looked at Wang Baojia, saying, if you want to keep your job, agree to the divorce and get a proof from your workplace. Otherwise, neither of us will have it easy. I don't care about my life anymore. What do I have to fear? Wang Baojia looked at Lu Yi in disbelief, his lips pale, standing there in shock. The old Wang woman pointed at Lu Yi, covering her forehead in frustration, wishing Lu Yi had just hit her head against the wall. You've gone mad, completely mad. That's because you wolves drove me to madness. Are you going to divorce or not? If not, I will expose everything you've done to the mining company. Wang Baojia might not care about being criticized, but you can take your chances. This is your child's father. The old Wang woman completely failed to understand her daughter-in-law's perspective. Losing that job wouldn't benefit her at all. Wang Baojia, I'm asking you one last time, will you divorce or not? Lu Yi asked firmly. The old Wang woman and Wang Baojia. The onlookers seemed to fall into a silent state. The courtyard of the educated youth was eerily quiet. Not getting an answer, Lu Yi lost her last bit of patience and turned to Li Xiangwan, saying, Li, can I borrow your bicycle? Li Xiangwan nodded slightly, taking out the keys and handing them to Lu Yi. Looking at Li Xiangwan's delicate hands, Lu Yi felt a pang in her heart. When she was young, her hands were just as soft. Suddenly feeling heartbroken, she made up her mind. She had to wade through this muddy pit no matter what. Seeing Lu Yi about to ride to the town, the old Wang woman panicked. She slapped her son, saying, You coward, go pull your wife back. What kind of sin did we commit to have such a daughter-in-law? Wang Baojia hurried over to try to pull Lu Yi back. Lin Yuzhu shook her head and said to Li Xiangwan, This is just pushing the rabbit to its death. If you stop her once, can you stop her a second time? The more you try to stop her, the more she'll hate you, leaving no room for negotiation. Li Xiangwan sneered and said, People are just foolish. Wang Baojia listened to this and turned to look at old Lady Wang, feeling uncertain. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was almost pushing her bicycle out of the backyard. Old Lady Wang realized that Lu Yi was serious about wanting a divorce and suddenly felt a bit regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have kept coaxing her daughter-in-law. Old Lady Wang took a deep breath and said to Lu Yi, who was about to leave, I agree to the divorce, but you can't take the child. Lu Yi stood at the door, her gaze firm and determined, saying, No way. I want a divorce to keep my son away from people like you. I won't let my flesh and blood stay with a den of wolves like you. Old Lady Wang's expression darkened, and she gritted her teeth, saying, If you want a divorce, fine. But half your salary must be given to us, and the house in town belongs to my son. Otherwise, you can forget about taking the child. The aunts present immediately started to chatter. Old Lady Wang was being shameless. Wasn't this just plain bullying? Aunt Li Si scoffed, saying her family was already in debt, but the Wang family seemed even worse. Wow, people really can't be compared. The gap is too big. Hearing this, Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan felt like grinding their teeth. Lu Yi tightened her grip on the handlebars, repeatedly telling herself not to get angry. Since she had already found their weakness, what was there to fear? Lu Yi coldly shouted, Since you don't want to talk nicely, let's go against each other. With that, she pushed her bicycle and continued forward, clearly wanting to rush to the town without staying a moment longer. The aunts decided not to persuade her anymore. Old Lady Wang was too cruel. Everyone understood now that the idea of her son marrying into Lu's family was never real. The Lu family had invited a pack of wolves into their home. I wondered why they agreed to the marriage. It turns out they were after the family's wealth. They're just cunning. The old couple moved into their daughter-in-law's house, don't do any work in the village, but still take their share of food. If you ask me, Wang Tianxiang should step down as the village leader. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how much we'd be losing. Exactly. They should be made to repay the work they've skipped these years. They're not disabled, so why should they get food without working?
Right.
Listening to their discussions, old Lady Wang's face darkened, and she shouted through gritted teeth, "Come back. Let's talk at home." Lu Yi had already gotten on her bike and turned back, firmly stating, "You can't take a single thing from my house, and my son belongs to me. Either agree now, or I'm going to the town. You choose." Old Lady Wang was so angry her hair seemed to stand on end, her eyes wide with rage. After thinking for a moment, her tone softened. "Fine, I agree. Let's go home first. It won't hurt to take a couple of days to sort things out." Louis stood at the door, her expression cold, refusing to respond. Some aunts couldn't stand it anymore and impatiently said, "Old Lady Wang, can't you see your daughter-in-law's heart is cold? She wants a divorce. What do you think dragging this out will achieve? You can't keep straddling both sides." Old Lady Wang immediately glared at her, annoyed that she was meddling. That aunt stood her ground, raising her voice. "What are you looking at? Am I wrong? Didn't your son do this? Didn't you extort money from people? Didn't you just harm Wang Jiqing? Look at how you tricked Teacher Lu into your home. Is this how people behave? If it were up to me, families like yours should be taken to the wheat field for a good scolding." As soon as she finished speaking, many onlookers chimed in, "Yeah, they deserve a good scolding." "Exactly, village leader. Let's take Old Lady Wang and Wang Baojia to the wheat field." Since marrying Lu Yi, the Wang family's life had changed drastically compared to before. They were now far ahead of their neighbors. Old Lady Wang didn't know how to be low-key. She went to the town and still came back for food. This only fueled the jealousy of those who already harbored resentment. Once someone stirred the pot, everyone's emotions flared up. At this moment, Wang Baojia stopped pretending and said to Lu Yi, "Let's go get the divorce certificate." As soon as he said this, Lu Yi's eyes lit up, dazzling Wang Baojia. Wang Baojia's face darkened, and there was a hint of hatred in his eyes. This made Lu Yi even more determined to get a divorce. "You go to the village leader for the certificate, I'll go to the school to get a certificate from the leaders, and then we'll go to the mine for another certificate." Lu Yi was worried about missing any paperwork for the divorce. She wanted to get all the necessary documents in one go. She couldn't believe they wouldn't be able to get divorced. The village leader sighed and called out to the ants, "All right, stop making a fuss. It's time to disperse." Then he said to Wang Baojia, "Let's go to the village committee to get the stamp." After living for decades, this was the first time he was getting a divorce certificate. Some ants left reluctantly, feeling upset that Old Lady Wang wasn't taken to the wheat field. Once everyone had dispersed, Wang Baojia and the village leader also left the backyard. Lu Yi turned to the three in the backyard and said, "Thank you all for today." Wang Xiaomei smiled wryly, relieved that Lu Yi was understanding. She had been worried that Lu Yi might think she had interfered in her relationship with Wang Baojia. Because of this, she had been hesitant to talk to Lu Yi before. Now a huge weight had finally been lifted off her shoulders. Lin Yuzhu smiled encouragingly at Lu Yi, saying, "Good job, Teacher Lu." Li Xiangwan, though her expression was calm, kindly said, "You can use the bike for now. Hurry up and get things done." She feared delays would cause problems. Lu Yi gratefully nodded and thanked them, quickly pushing her bicycle to school. She thought this chaotic scene had finally come to an end. But unexpectedly, Old Lady Wang was lurking in a corner, eavesdropping. Seeing the three helping her daughter-in-law with a divorce, she spat, "Destroying people's marriages will bring retribution." Ugh. Lin Yuzhu gasped. Old Lady Wang was quite resilient.
Li Xianwan.
Wang Xiaomei glared at her, saying, "Old hag, do you want to get beaten?" Old Lady Wang glared at them fiercely, spat again, and turned to leave. Lin Yuzhu narrowed her eyes. Aunt Wang had successfully caught her attention again. After everyone had left, Li Xiangbei and Wang Yang walked over. Wang Yang touched his nose and handed the money in his hand to Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei looked at the money and hesitated to take it. She thought the money was dirty, since it had been touched by that family. Lin Yuzhu noticed Wang Xiaomei's reaction and said, "Sister Xiaomei is amazing. She doesn't even want the money." Is this still the Wang Xiaomei she knew? Wang Xiaomei pursed her lips and said, "It's dirty." Wang Yang, holding the money. No, at first he didn't think much of it, but after hearing that, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Lin Yuzhu stared at the money in Wang Yang's hand and nodded in agreement. She said, "Yes, that makes sense. But money is still money. You can't just refuse it." Lin Yuzhu looked up at Wang Yang and said, "Wang, why don't you exchange it for clean money?"
Wang Yang.
He really is a good person. Lin Yuzhu casually suggested this, and he actually took out the equivalent amount from his pocket and handed it to Wang Xiaomei. Wang Xiaomei felt a bit shy and said, "How about you just give me the money they gave?" Wang Yang shook his head and said, "You've grown these vegetables for years, and I haven't been able to help much." Only then did Wang Xiaomei take the money, and tears started to fall uncontrollably. The grievances of these years can't be resolved with just a few words. Crying is a way to release her feelings. Wang Xiaomei started to cry sadly, and nearby, Li Pengzi felt heartbroken. But with many outsiders around, he felt shy and couldn't express his feelings openly. He had completely lost the courage he had shown in front of the villagers. He awkwardly advised, "Don't cry. It's all in the past. No one will dare to make you suffer again. If you're still upset, I'll go beat up that Wang Baojia to vent your anger." He was worried that if Li Pengzi really went to settle scores, he might end up getting scammed for money. Wang Xiaomei shook her head and said, "I just want to cry for a bit. People like that aren't worth getting physical with again." Li Pengzi nodded repeatedly, saying, "I'll listen to you." Lin Yuzhu shook her head, not wanting to be a third wheel anymore, as her stomach reminded her she hadn't eaten yet. She thought about discussing what to eat with Li Xiangwan. Turning around, she noticed Li Xiangbei was pulling Li Xiangwan aside to talk. Lin Yuzhu. This made her feel like she and Wang Yang were being left out. The two of them quickly returned to their own rooms. Not long after they entered, Li Xiangwan came back in. Lin Yuzhu put down the newspaper and curiously asked, "Did you not talk for long?" Li Xiangwan looked indifferent and said, "There wasn't much to talk about." Lin Yuzhu was taken aback. The plot was going off track quickly. The main characters had nothing to say to each other, showing just how uneventful life at the youth station was. As for where the plot was heading, Lin Yuzhu didn't want to think about it. She just wanted to eat. So, she asked curiously, "What's going on with Xiaomei and Pengzi? Are they eating alone or with us?" The two exchanged glances for a few seconds. They both smiled. Meanwhile, in another room, Wang Xiaomei was nervously asking Li Pengzi, "Pengzi, did you say that to help me out today? If it was just to help, don't feel shy. Just be honest with me. I want to know. Regardless, I have to thank you today. Without you, that old Wang woman would have said even worse things." After saying this, Wang Xiaomei forced a smile. Deep down, she felt a little hopeful. But she was also afraid. Li Pengzi, who was equally nervous, couldn't afford to hesitate and shook his head repeatedly, stuttering. "Know what I said today?"
Was all.
Sincere. Seeing Li Pengzi's earnest expression, Wang Xiaomei shyly lowered her head, her face turning slightly red. Li Pengzi, worried that Wang Xiaomei wouldn't believe him, anxiously continued, "Xiaomei, you have to believe me. What I said today was from the heart.
I actually
liked you for a long time. I even knitted a scarf for you before. I just didn't dare to give it to you, afraid you wouldn't like it. We couldn't even be friends." Wang Xiaomei felt sweet inside, her lips curling into a smile. As she watched Li Pengzi take out the scarf, she suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "This scarf looks like the one brother Shen knitted." Li Pengzi was about to say that it was taught by his brother, when a knock sounded from outside. Lin Yuzhu opened the door and poked her head in, asking, "Pengzi, are you staying to eat with us?" Li Pengzi felt a bit shy and said, "No, I'll go check on my brother and then come back." People in this era were too reserved, and Wang Xiaomei also felt shy about keeping Li Pengzi for dinner. She didn't want to invite him to eat with Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan, fearing it would be awkward for everyone. So, she didn't say anything to keep him. Lin Yuzhu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and cheerfully said, "Then you two continue chatting. I won't interrupt." As long as they didn't talk about the scarf. With Lin Yuzhu's comment, both of them turned red. The atmosphere became quite ambiguous. Lin Yuzhu thought to herself, "Wow, this is so innocent." She closed the door and said to Li Xiangwan, "Since Pengzi isn't staying, we can just cook for 3. Li Xiangwan nodded, glancing at the door, feeling a bit reluctant. But thinking about how it wasn't good to eavesdrop at the door, she followed Lin Yuzhu back to her room, feeling slightly disappointed. Just as they were about to open the door, Li Xiangwan suddenly realized, that scarf. Lin Yuzhu cleared her throat, almost breaking into a sweat. She saw Li Xiangwan guessing, could it be that Li Pengzi didn't know how to knit, so he learned and made it for you? Lin Yuzhu looked at Li Xiangwan, who was still pondering, licked her lips, and said with a smile, "Sister Xiaowan, you really are very smart."
Li Xiangwan.
She couldn't be sure just from saying that. But as long as Lin Yuzhu didn't get too involved, that was good enough. Who cares if her guess was right or wrong? When the two finished cooking, Wang Xiaomei walked in with a sweet smile. To them, Wang Xiaomei seemed to be surrounded by pink bubbles. They shook their heads, thinking how silly she was. Wang Xiaomei. Something felt off. Wang Xiaomei and Li Pengzi had officially become a couple. After being tricked by the Wang family, Wang Xiaomei had become cautious. She made it clear that they would date for 1.5 years before discussing marriage. Not only that, she explained her family situation, saying that if Li Pengzi couldn't accept it, they should break up early to avoid wasting each other's time. Li Pengzi shook his head repeatedly, assuring her he didn't mind. He also shared a bit about himself. His situation was a bit special, and he couldn't tell Wang Xiaomei everything just yet. Moreover, Wang Xiaomei had some connections to Zhang Cheng. The more she knew, the worse it could be for her. If Zhang Cheng sensed anything, he might do something harmful to Wang Xiaomei. Li Pengzi subtly said, "Xiaomei, I have a friend in the police who likes a girl but worries she might dislike him for being in the police." Wang Xiaomei tilted her head, confused. "What's there to dislike?" Li Pengzi scratched his head. It seemed she didn't mind. He hoped that when he eventually told Xiaomei the truth, she wouldn't be angry. Currently, Li Pengzi's danger level wasn't as high as Shen Bojuan's. He couldn't disclose the details. Previously, there was some risk in dealing with the Liu family in the black market, so Li Pengzi had claimed he had a bad relationship with his stepmother. Now that the Liu family was out of the picture, the black market was much safer, and he occasionally returned home. The rumors about the conflict between him and his mother naturally faded. Li Pengzi briefly mentioned his family. His stepmother was a good person, more reliable than his biological father and kind, so Wang Xiaomei need not worry. She wasn't the type to cause trouble. In fact, anyone with a bit of sense could guess that Li Pengzi's job was not as simple as it appeared. The more perceptive ones might even have figured out his identity. But Wang Xiaomei lacked a bit of sharpness. Right now, she was focused on his stepmother. Wang Xiaomei was also scared by the idea of a difficult mother-in-law and cautiously asked, "What if your mother is like that old woman?" Li Pengzi scratched his head and replied, "Then we'll live separately. When it's time to be filial, I'll handle it myself, so you don't have to worry. I won't let you suffer." Li Pengzi spoke sincerely, and Wang Xiaomei nodded, believing him deep down. However, when she met Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan, she repeated her concerns. It seemed she was seeking validation, asking them, "Do you think what Brother Pengzi said is trustworthy? What do you think of him? Can he be trusted for life?" Lin Yuzhu was taken aback by the question. She shook her head and said, "Xiaomei, I can't guarantee that. People's hearts are hard to read. When someone says they like you, they might really mean it. But if they stop liking you, they can genuinely not like you anymore. What they say today might change tomorrow."
Wang Xiaomei. So?
Li Xiangwan chuckled helplessly and said, "Stop talking. If you keep this up, she might just break up with Li Pengzi." Lin Yuzhu clicked her tongue. That sounded exactly like something Wang Xiaomei would do. Wang Xiaomei. So, is Brother Pengzi reliable or not? Neither Lin Yuzhu nor Li Xiangwan answered, but instead pulled Wang Xiaomei to eat. Seeing Wang Xiaomei still worried at the table, Lin Yuzhu shook her head and said, Sister Xiaomei, life is short. Why overthink? Just live freely. If you like Brother Pengzi, try being together. You don't have to get married right away. Wang Xiaomei shook her head, looking serious. You're too young to understand. Lin Yuzhu. Li Xiangwan couldn't help but laugh while eating. The atmosphere was good, and after Lu Yi and Wang Baoguan left the police station, they finally felt relieved. She had escaped the wolf's den. Lu Yi coldly told Wang Baoguan, From today on, we have no relationship. There's no need to ride home together. I'll go to your house to pick up the child first. Without waiting for Wang Baoguan to respond, she rode off on her bike, looking very carefree. On the way, she ran into Han Man. Han Man was pleasantly surprised to see Lu Yi and asked, What are you doing in town? Did that old woman let you go? Lu Yi smiled lightly, feeling a sense of relief. I got divorced. Han Man widened her eyes in disbelief.
Really?
Lu Yi nodded, a smile creeping onto her face, but tears welled up in her eyes. Han Man quickly comforted Lu Yi and said, Come on, I'll help you pack things at the Wang family and pick up the child. We don't want that old woman causing trouble again. Lu Yi gratefully nodded, knowing she couldn't handle that woman alone. When the two rode back to Shanshui village, Lu Yi noticed the pork knuckle hanging on Han Man's bike and said, You should take that back to school. Don't let that old woman take it. We might not get it back later. Han Man agreed and nodded. I'll drop it off at school first, and then come find you. Lu Yi nodded. Okay, I'll return the bike to the youth station for Teacher Li. Wait for me at the Wang family's door, and don't go in yet. Han Man nodded and rode straight to the school. As she passed the pork knuckle, her gaze felt a bit unfocused. Meanwhile, at the Han family, Han's mother was frantically searching for the knuckle. When she realized what had happened, she rushed to her daughter's room. But there was no one there. Noticing the bike was also gone, Han's mother understood that the pork knuckle was likely lost for good. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Han Man. Han's mother's angry shout went unheard by Han Man, who was happily hanging the knuckle on the beam. She was already imagining the look of admiration on Lin Yuzhu's face when she saw the knuckle. A proud smile appeared on her lips. For the timid, please turn on the light. When Lu Yi returned the bicycle, Wang Xiaomei looked at her thin figure and felt sympathy, knowing she was still nursing. She asked, Do you want me to go with you to the Wang family? That old woman might not let Lu Yi pack her things and take the child easily. Lu Yi smiled gently, shook her head, and said, No, I've already caused you a lot of trouble today. Seeing that Lu Yi really didn't need help, Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu didn't insist. When Lu Yi returned to the Wang family, Han Man was already standing at the door. Not only was Han Man there, but also Aunt Li Si and a few other nosy neighbors. They were just waiting to see the drama unfold. Lu Yi stared at the Wang family's door, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage to step into the yard. When she opened the inner door, she found it was locked. Lu Yi's expression darkened. Han Man saw this and quickly found a stone, shouting, Old woman, open the door. If you don't, I'll break the window. After a while, the old woman finally opened the door with a gloomy face. Han Man proudly lifted her head, looking quite pleased.
See?
I can handle this old miser. Lu Yi entered and immediately handed her son to Han Man. Han Man stood there confidently with the child, leaving the old woman with no choice but to scold Lu Yi as she packed. Lu Yi hurried her pace, eager to finish and leave the Wang family, ignoring the old woman's complaints. With Han Man's help, Lu Yi easily left the Wang family. There were only 2 rooms in the teacher's dormitory, so Lu Yi had to share one with Han Man. Back at the dorm, Han Man enthusiastically helped Lu Yi make the bed. Lu Yi, holding the baby, felt quite apologetic and said, Man, I'm sorry to trouble you. I'll look for a rental in the village in the next few days.
You.
Just bear with me for a couple of days. The baby was small and cried a lot at night, making Lu Yi feel guilty. Han Man waved her hand and said, "What are we to each other? Your son is my son, I wouldn't mind him.
Just stay here.
Renting a place costs money, and it's too dangerous for a single mother and child to live alone in the village. We're good company for each other." Lu Yi instantly felt emotional, holding her child tightly while grasping Han Man's hand, filled with gratitude. Han Man patted Lu Yi to calm her down and gently touched the sleeping baby, saying, "This will be my godson from now on." Lu Yi laughed through her tears and replied, "How can an unmarried girl have a godson?" Han Man raised her head, not caring about such things. At that moment, Lin Yuzhu was staring out the window, seemingly deep in thought. Li Xiangwan glanced outside too but saw nothing. Curiously looking at Lin Yuzhu, she asked with a smile, "What are you looking at?" Lin Yuzhu replied in a sing-song voice, "Just bored." She wanted to stir things up. Thinking about the old woman's arrogance, she felt quite unsettled. When it was completely dark outside, Lin Yuzhu asked Wang Xiaomei, "Sister Xiaomei, did you feel relieved today?" Wang Xiaomei pursed her lips. The resentment she had bottled up for years had eased. But if she said she felt completely relieved, that wasn't true. Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes and said, "Just tell us what you want to do." Lin Yuzhu grinned mischievously and walked over to Wang Xiaomei, touching her long braid. She exclaimed, "Sister Xiaomei, your hair is so long." Wang Xiaomei looked confused. Li Xiangwan squinted at Wang Xiaomei's hair and said, "Isn't this a bit too much?" Lin Yuzhu lamented, "Did you forget how she treated us before leaving today? If we don't deal with her now, who knows what trouble she'll cause later." Li Xiangwan. She believed Lin Yuzhu's words. But thinking about it was quite amusing. Li Xiangwan's eyes lit up and she said, "How do we do it? I have a piece of uncolored coarse cloth. Let's put some powder on Sister Xiaomei." "Sure. Don't you have red paper? Let's make her a long tongue." I wonder if it will look right." "Who cares?" Li Xiangwan said casually. "Exactly, if we get caught, we'll just run." "Okay, let's do it. Wang Xiaomei?" So, under Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan's careful preparation, Wang Xiaomei emerged from the room looking pale and disheveled. The three of them quietly approached the old Wang family's door with their prank tools. At this point, the door was tightly shut, but it wasn't too high, just enough to show a big head. Lin Yuzhu took out a stone and threw it at the Wang family's window. The distance was a bit far and most of the stones fell to the ground. Li Xiangwan, looking displeased, snatched the stone and threw it hard. She hit the target almost every time. Seeing someone throwing stones at her window, the old woman angrily put on her shoes, got out of bed, and shouted, "Which brat is throwing stones? If you break my window, I'll break your legs." After scolding, the old woman looked around and saw nothing but darkness. A chill wind blew, and she grumbled as she turned to go back inside. Suddenly, a creepy, eerie voice echoed from a distance, dragging out the words, "Old Wang woman you. Quickly, turn around." Only Lin Yuzhu could produce such a sound. Not only did it scare the old woman, but even Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan shivered, looking at Lin Yuzhu's direction, trembling. In the dark, they couldn't tell if it was really Lin Yuzhu's voice. Wang Xiaomei quietly moved closer to Li Xiangwan. Though Li Xiangwan was skeptical, she calmly said, "Quick, get ready." Meanwhile, the old woman was nervously turning around, seeing nothing. The eerie voice was now humming a spooky tune. The old woman's hair stood on end, and her legs wouldn't move. She wanted to hurry back inside but couldn't take a step. Trembling, she stared into the pitch-black scene. Suddenly, a bright light appeared, revealing a pale face with long hair and a long, red tongue hanging at her door. The head looked terrifying in the light. The old woman screamed in fright. Seeing that the old woman was genuinely scared, Wang Xiaomei almost laughed out loud. She forced herself to hold back and blew at the red paper stuck to her tongue. The old woman, seeing the fluttering red tongue, rolled her eyes and fainted. Knowing when to stop, the three quickly gathered their things and hurried back to the youth station. As soon as they left, the Wang family became lively. Many curious neighbors came to see what had happened to the old woman. When the old woman slowly regained consciousness, her hair was still a mess, and she shouted in terror, "Ghost! There's a ghost!" As for whether there really was a spirit, no one could say. The next day, the village buzzed with rumors that Lu Yi's parents couldn't bear to see their child suffer and had come to settle scores with the old woman at night. Of course, this was not said openly. It spread privately. Not many knew the truth, and the old woman was too frightened to cause trouble for a while. During the break the next day, an oblivious Han Man wondered, "Why is the old woman so quiet? I thought she would come to school to make trouble for you today." This was something the old woman had done many times before. Lu Yi, holding her baby, smiled helplessly, also puzzled about why the old woman was so quiet. Han Man had been thinking about how to deal with the old woman to keep her from being arrogant, but she felt a bit lonely. Grumbling a few bad words about the old woman, she sighed, "What a pity about your father's job, to have given it to such an ungrateful person." Lu Yi's expression darkened. When it was time for class, everyone got up and headed to the classroom. Lu Yi planned to carry her child to class. Lin Yuzhu, who had no class this period, looked at Lu Yi and said, "Teacher Lu, let me hold the baby for a while." Lu Yi immediately thanked her gratefully. Lin Yuzhu smiled and took the bundled baby. Looking at the little one, who was wide-eyed and curious, perhaps hardship helps people grow. After going through a failed marriage, Lu Yi not only became stronger, but also sharper in her thinking. Although her morning classes were over, she still went to the principal's office to request a leave of absence. The principal nodded without any hesitation and told Lu Yi to let the school know if she faced any difficulties. He assured her that they would help as much as they could. This made Lu Yi feel very grateful. Back in the office, she took her child from Lin Yuzhu and expressed her thanks again. Then, holding her child, she went to the town. She had also decided to ask a well-connected uncle for help, as it would likely earn her sympathy. After all, her father's work had provided for Wang Baojia's family, so why should she and her child receive nothing in the end? Meanwhile, Wang Baojia, who had returned to work at the mine, was having a tough time. Ever since he brought Lu Yi to get the divorce certificate, news of their split had spread throughout the mine. Lu Yi's father was well-liked there, and once it was known that Lu Yi had divorced Wang Baojia, people speculated that Wang Baojia must have done something wrong. Most of the neighbors around Lu Yi's home worked at the mine. Many knew some of the details. The gossip about the old Wang's treatment of his daughter-in-law had already circulated in the mine. This was no longer a secret. Many believed that the Wang family had bullied Lu Yi, which led to the divorce. People recalled how Lu Yi's father had once insisted on marrying off his daughter. Looking back now, they said Wang Baojia's character was lacking. Dishonest and ungrateful, he was seen as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Though people didn't say anything directly in front of him, their mocking and disdainful looks deeply hurt Wang Baojia. Before he could recover, the team leader called him into the deputy factory director's office. Upon entering, Wang Baojia saw Lu Yi sitting with the child and immediately felt uneasy. His expression darkened as he said, "What are you doing here?" Lu Yi coldly ignored him, turning her head away. Deputy Director Zhou had entered the mine with Lu Yi's father. Although one became the deputy director and the other a team leader, their friendship remained strong. When Lu Yi was young, she often visited Deputy Director Zhou's home. He had watched her grow up. The two families had a good relationship. After Lu Yi's father passed away, she gradually lost contact with the Zhou family. It wasn't because she didn't want to visit, but because of the Wang family. Old Wang often made her ask Deputy Director Zhou for a promotion for Wang Baojia. Lu Yi's father had always worked hard and never asked the Zhou family for anything. Naturally, Lu Yi didn't want to ask them either. Her father had only one daughter, and after enduring so much ridicule, she couldn't bring shame to him. Because of Lu Yi's refusal, Old Wang harbored resentment and often whispered to Wang Baojia about it. After hearing it repeatedly, Wang Baojia began to feel dissatisfied with Lu Yi. Thus, the couple grew apart. Deputy Director Zhou looked at his friend's daughter, who was now much older, and felt a mix of anger and sadness at Wang Baojia's attitude. He cleared his throat loudly, his face serious as he looked at Wang Baojia. Wang Baojia immediately shrank back, saying timidly, "Director, this is." Deputy Director Zhou remained silent for a while, until Wang Baojia began to feel uneasy, then spoke, "You know how you got this job. Now that you've divorced Xiao Yi, you should give her half of your salary. I plan to talk to the finance department about splitting your salary into 2 parts, one for you and the other for Xiao Yi to collect herself. What do you think?" Wang Baojia, who had been looking down, suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Although he didn't speak, he seemed defiant. Deputy Director Zhou snorted coldly and said sternly, "I didn't bring up your issues today to embarrass you. With your behavior, the company could fire you. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Yi and her child need money, do you think you'd be in my office right now?" Wang Baojia immediately wilted, lowering his head like an ostrich. Deputy Director Zhou frowned, waving his hand dismissively. "I'm just letting you know about this. Now, go back to work. Be more diligent from now on. If you continue to be late or leave early, no one will look out for you." Wang Baojia left the office obediently, looking very unhappy. Louis realized that Wang Baojia had not been very diligent at work. She felt relieved for having resisted old Wang's nagging. Otherwise, if she had listened to them and gone to Uncle Zhou for help, she would have felt embarrassed. If Uncle Zhou, out of loyalty to her father, had promoted Wang Baojia, how could she face her father in the future? Lu Yi held her child, feeling grateful. "Uncle Zhou, I'm sorry for the trouble today. Without you, Deputy Director Zhou smiled warmly at Lu Yi and said, "No need to be polite with me. Now that you're divorced, life will be tough. If you need money, just ask your aunt. She mentioned that you haven't visited in a while. Come by more often. Don't be a stranger." Louis nodded, feeling grateful. Wang Baojia's salary was now settled. Lu Yi felt much lighter, her face brightening. As she reached the factory entrance, she saw Wang Baojia waiting there. Lu Yi's expression hardened, and she walked past him without acknowledging him. Wang Baojia followed her, his tone cold. "Lu Yi, I didn't expect you to be so ruthless." Lu Yi turned around, anger in her eyes as she quietly scolded him. "Ruthless? Am I more ruthless than your whole family? You easily discarded me for your own benefit. If there were better options, how would you treat me? Wang Baojia, you got this job through deceit, and now you still get half the salary. What more do you want? This is still considering our time as a couple. Without the child, do you think I would let you off so easily?" After saying this, Lu Yi let out a long breath, looked at Wang Baojia's angry expression, and turned to leave. Thinking about their family's shamelessness, she didn't return to school but went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 locks. She returned to her home in the town and changed all the locks. After that, she packed up all of Wang's family's clothes and belongings to prevent them from using it as an excuse to come and stay. She also found the household registration book and changed her son's surname back. After completing this process, Lu Yi let out a deep sigh, kissed her son, and said, "Son, without them, we can still live well." Meanwhile, at school, Han Man was proudly distributing plates of sliced braised pork knuckles to the children. Her smug glances often drifted toward Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu licked her lips, thinking that Han's behavior made her want to take down a fat sheep. Principal Wu is a very patient person. Whenever he sees teachers giving extra food to students, he always praises them. There's no hint of insincerity in his words. Lin Yuzhu greatly admires this. She also respects Han Man a lot. If this continues, it's no different than raising a pig. Li Xiangwan quietly said, "If this keeps going, don't let them get too silly. What kind of family is this? Always talking about pig trotters and elbows. Let's not make mistakes later out of vanity." Lin Yuzhu touched her nose innocently and said, "I really didn't expect it to be so straightforward." Li Xiangwan shook her head helplessly. When Han Man came over, Lin Yuzhu cheerfully said, "Teacher Han is amazing. You really care for the kids." Lin Yuzhu thought that since she showed her admiration, this matter would be settled. Han Man, that girl, shouldn't keep being so stubborn, right? But unexpectedly, Han Manman felt very satisfied with Lin Yuju's admiration. She was very happy. In her heart, she encouraged herself to keep going. This mindset of hers would leave Lin Yuju both amused and helpless in the future. But thankfully, she wasn't really foolish. What she took on was within her ability. However, after 2 years of working with Lin Yuju, she hadn't saved much money. But that's a story for later. Han Manman didn't know about the conversation between Liu Yi and Lin Yuju. When Liu Yi returned, Han Manman curiously asked where she had been. She also brought the child over so Liu Yi could take a break. Liu Yi said brightly, "I went to the mine to ask a friend, so now there's a share of Wang Bao's salary for me too." Han Manman also got excited, making a loud noise that startled the baby in her arms, causing it to cry. Han Manman quickly comforted, "Oh, don't cry, little one. It's godmother's fault. I didn't mean to scare you. You don't need to be afraid." Lin Yuju found Han Manman's behavior very funny. She shook her head and took a sip of water. Compared to farming, being a teacher is indeed easier. It just requires a lot of talking. She noticed that the kids were becoming more mischievous lately and weren't as well-behaved as before. Some kids were getting harder to manage. Lin Yuju clicked her tongue. It was time to take some action. Just then, she heard Liu Yi continue, "I changed the baby's last name back. From now on, he'll be called Liu Neng." Lin Yuju spat out her water all over the desk. Han Manman and Liu Yi. While wiping the water off the desk, Lin Yuju was relieved that Li Xiangwan wasn't in the office. Liu Yi looked puzzled and said, "Teacher Lin, what's wrong with you?" Lin Yuju quickly explained, No, it's just that the baby has the same name as my neighbor, and my neighbor is quite funny. When you mentioned the baby's name, it reminded me of him. Haha. Han Manman and Liu Yi, seeing the awkward atmosphere, Lin Yuju laughed and said, "That name is great. He definitely won't be bullied." What a joke. Uncle Guan has always been at the mercy of Uncle Liu Neng. From what she had seen in the story, Uncle Liu Neng was quite impressive. Liu Yi and Han Manman felt something was off about this statement.
But then,
Li Xiangwan returned, looking at Lin Yuju wiping the desk and the puzzled expressions on Liu Yi and Han Manman. She asked curiously, "What's going on?" Han Manman looked at Lin Yuju and quickly said, "Liu Yi said her son's name," and she spat out water. "Li Xiangwan? What's the name?" "Liu Neng, isn't that good?" Li Xiangwan looked at Lin Yuju in confusion. "It is a good name." The three of them looked at Lin Yuju with puzzled expressions. Lin Yuju cleared her throat. "I really didn't." Just then, the class bell rang, saving Lin Yuju. What relieved Lin Yuju was that Li Xiangwan seemed not to have seen that TV show. Thank goodness, there's always a risk of being exposed lately. Li Xiangwan really hadn't watched that show. During class, she was quite confused. She had completely missed a big reunion. Since Liu Yi's divorce, the classroom office had become much more harmonious. Wang Xiaomei occasionally helped Liu Yi look after the baby. And so, they continued to help until the preschool class was established. The chosen person was someone familiar.
Aunt Su.
When Lin Yuju learned that Aunt Su would take care of the infants, she felt reassured. After spending some time with her, she found that although Aunt Su loved to gossip, she had a good heart. You could even say she was very warm-hearted. Her home was tidy and clean, showing she was an organized person. The other was the legendary second daughter of the butcher Guan family. Recently, Zhao Lar had married the second daughter of the Guan family. The village had been lively for a while. Guan Suimiao, the new bride, had been shy and hadn't shown herself much. When people came to school, the trio in the backyard finally saw her in person. Lin Yuju and Li Xiangwan felt that the rumors were not trustworthy. In their eyes, the second daughter of the Guan family was not as unattractive as described in the rumors. What a joke. She scared the neighbors' kids. That was purely made up. Guan Suimiao was just a bit big-boned, a little darker-skinned, and looked a bit strong, but she wasn't actually fat. On the contrary, she had a pair of long, straight legs. She looked quite proportionate and attractive. Her features were also normal. She had thick eyebrows and big eyes, but when she expressed herself, her eyes could look a bit scary, probably because they were a bit large. Upon closer inspection, there was a unique wild beauty. It's just a pity that people in this era don't know how to appreciate it. So, rumors can kill. No wonder Zhao Jinjia married so honestly and hasn't caused any trouble since. With those long legs, it's no surprise they captured Zhao Jinjia's heart. Of course, the brothers behind Guan Miao could also win over Zhao Jinjia. Once the preschool class was on track, Lin Yuzhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The kids were clearly more focused in class. The pace had also picked up quite a bit. The only troublemaker was the village chief's daughter-in-law, Li Xiuxiu's nephew, Li Jijuan. At first, this kid pretended to behave and was quite obedient in class.
But over time, that changed.
During class, he was either looking around or pulling the girls' braids. In Wang Xiaomei's class, he even started wandering around. Wang Xiaomei was so angry she almost jumped up, scolding him until he behaved for a little while. Now, Lin Yuzhu hadn't even finished half of her lesson when he ran over to chat with someone else. Lin Yuzhu. Sometimes, mischievous kids can be quite annoying. Lin Yuzhu pretended to be stern and said, Li Jijuan, go back to your seat. Who knows what was wrong with this kid today? He wouldn't go back and even made a face. Lin Yuzhu gritted her teeth and said sternly, go back. Seeing that Lin Yuzhu seemed genuinely angry, Li Jijuan backed down, mumbling, fine, I'll go back. Then he got up and returned to his seat. Once seated, he still protested, saying, my grandma said you teachers are here to serve us. If I go back, I'll tell her you're bullying me. Let's see if she doesn't come to settle the score with you. Lin Yuzhu heard this clearly. She looked up and smiled at Li Jijuan, thinking, kid, you're quite something. Although Li Jijuan returned to his seat, he wasn't really paying attention in class. Lin Yuzhu glanced at him a few times, but decided to ignore him for now. After school, she let Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei go home first, as she planned to visit Li Jijuan's house for a home visit. Wang Xiaomei was a bit worried about Lin Yuzhu and said, I'll go with you. Li's family was quite difficult to deal with. It seemed that they weren't very easy to talk to, considering how they raised their child, who was becoming a class bully. Thinking it would be good to have someone accompany her, Lin Yuzhu nodded. Li Xiangwan blinked and said, should I go with you too? Lin Yuzhu looked at Li Xiangwan's pretty face, shook her head, and said, no, your presence would just hinder my performance. Li's wife had initially wanted to win Li Xiangwan over, but since she didn't agree, she probably still held a grudge.
Li Xiangwan.
Fine, she would go home to cook. She felt her cooking skills had improved lately. With these two gone, it was perfect. They wouldn't affect her performance. Humming a little tune, she returned to the youth station. The kids usually took their time after school. They weren't really playing, just dragging their feet and not going home. When Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei arrived at the Li family home, Li Jijuan still hadn't returned. Seeing Lin Yuzhu at her door, Li's wife twitched her mouth. She was puzzled about why this person had come. Last time, she wanted someone to speak on her behalf in front of Li Xiangwan, but instead, she just asked for a meal. She had never seen someone so shameless. Li's wife didn't want to deal with Lin Yuzhu, but since she was already there, she had to let her in. Besides Li's wife, everyone else had gone to work. Lin Yuzhu smiled and greeted. Aunt Li, are you the only one at home? Li's wife nodded perfunctorily and said without much enthusiasm, what brings you and teacher Wang here? Wang Xiaomei was upset with Li Jijuan today. She had never seen such a mischievous child. He didn't behave in class and just wandered around like he owned the street. There was no one like him in the whole school. She said angrily, Aunt Li, this child needs to be managed. He doesn't listen in class and disrupts the classroom. It's making it hard for the other kids to focus. Li's wife wasn't pleased to hear this. Her face darkened as she said, aren't kids supposed to be a bit naughty? You teachers just need to say a few words. There's no need to manage it so strictly. I'm not saying you, but you are too young and lack experience in teaching kids. Boys should be raised to be a bit mischievous. If you control everything, they will grow up weak and unable to stand on their own. Are you responsible for that? Wang Xiaomei was left speechless by Li's wife's words. She even felt there was a bit of truth in it. What was going on? Lin Yuzhu calmly smiled. It was as if Principal Wu had possessed her, gently saying, "Aunt Li, you really have experience in raising children. What you said is absolutely right." Wang Xiaomei. It seemed like they were on the same side. Li's wife hadn't had a falling out with Lin Yuzhu. She just thought Lin Yuzhu was thick-skinned and liked to take advantage. Seeing Lin Yuzhu agree with her, she felt pleased and smiled a bit, proudly saying, "Right?" Lin Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Seeing Li's wife become even more pleased, she changed the subject and sighed. "It's just a shame about the tuition." Li's wife. Noticing Li's wife's expression freeze, Lin Yuzhu pressed on. "Jijuan is a good child. He has his own opinions and will surely be a filial young man in the future. Aunt, you will enjoy blessings because of him." But, although Li's wife was happy that Lin Yuzhu praised her grandson, she couldn't shake off the initial comment that Lin Yuzhu made. Now, she felt a bit unsettled. Continuing, Lin Yuzhu said, "But what?" Lin Yuzhu hesitated slightly and said, "He just has a bit too much opinion." "Aunt, why does Jijuan go to school? You spend 2 yuan on tuition each semester for what? Isn't it to let him learn? If he doesn't listen in class and just wanders around, he might as well stay home, right? Don't you think?" Li's wife suddenly fell silent, her face wrinkled in thought. Wang Xiaomei looked at Lin Yuzhu, feeling she had learned something. To deal with Li's wife, you had to start with money. After thinking it over, Li's wife felt Lin Yuzhu was right. She nodded and said, "Teacher Lin, you're right. I'll have a good talk with this child later. Not to mention anything else, for the sake of 2 yuan, he should attend class properly." Lin Yuzhu smiled, "Aunt, seeing Jijuan playing around in class today, I truly felt sorry for your money. You know how hard we work in the fields to earn just a little. By the end of the year, we can't save much. It's not an exaggeration to call it blood and sweat money." Li's wife nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she had a much better impression of Lin Yuzhu. She was genuinely thinking of their family. Her gaze toward Lin Yuzhu softened considerably. The two seemed to be becoming good friends. Lin Yuzhu continued, "I'm just worrying too much. I feel for you, Aunt. That's why I said a few words to the child in class. Jijuan wasn't happy about it. He said he would tell you and come to find me for revenge. Aunt, hearing this made my heart ache. The child is young and doesn't understand how hard it is for us adults to earn money. If he doesn't study well, isn't that wasting money?" Li's wife nodded seriously and said, "Yes, that's true. If he misbehaves again, don't worry about my feelings, just discipline him. I won't cause you any trouble." Lin Yuzhu nodded earnestly, taking Li's wife's hand and saying sincerely, "Aunt, don't worry. If it comes to that, I'll just scare him a bit. I won't hurt him seriously. I believe it's beneficial for this child to study well. If others don't understand this, you should. I'll keep an eye on him at school. Aunt, you keep an eye on him at home. We must ensure he doesn't follow in his father's or aunt's footsteps." Li's wife nodded seriously, finally feeling understood in her pain. If her son and daughter studied well, would the teacher's position still go to the daughter of the old Su family? Would the scorekeeper's position still go to Zhao Jianxi? Li's wife pulled her hand back, holding Lin Yuzhu's hand firmly, and said seriously, "Teacher Lin, you can rest assured. I won't let you down. As soon as Jijuan comes back, I'll have a good talk with him. Aunt, Jijuan is in your hands now. You are truly a good grandmother who thinks of her grandchildren." Li's wife chuckled, now finding Lin Yuzhu increasingly likable. Lin Yuzhu cleared her throat, looked around the room, and said, "Aunt, how about I stay for dinner today and help Jijuan catch up on his studies? This child hasn't been paying attention in class these days. He probably missed a lot. We shouldn't wait until the exams and then find it unsatisfactory. Xiaomei cooks well. Let her help you out. What do you think?" Li's wife's smile froze instantly when Lin Yuzhu finished her last word. What good friends? What heart-to-heart? What increasingly likable? Nothing at all. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei were practically chased out by Old Lady Li. Lin Yuzhu shook her head, wondering why it was so hard to have a meal at the Li family. As soon as they left the Li family's gate, Lin Yuzhu saw Xiao Jijuan coming back with a small bag, looking carefree. The two exchanged glances for a few seconds. Lin Yuzhu gently patted the little guy on the shoulder and said, Jijuan, take care. Children often have sharp instincts. Li Jijuan felt that Lin Yuzhu's smile was quite creepy. Feeling scared, he ran back home. Before Lin Yuzhu could take 2 steps, they heard Old Lady Li yelling at her grandson inside. The shouting was powerful. Wang Xiaomei sighed and said cheerfully, that kid Jijuan probably won't dare to wander around in class now. Lin Yuzhu shook her head. That depends on whether his grandma is tough enough. Wang Xiaomei listened to the faint shouting behind them and thought Old Lady Li was quite formidable. They didn't waste much time with Old Lady Li, and when Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei returned, they found Li Xiangwan already starting to prepare dinner. That was pretty quick. They had hurried back. Seeing their expressions, Li Xiangwan immediately looked unhappy. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei quickly indicated that she should continue cooking and stayed quiet. They just waited to be fed. Only then did Li Xiangwan lift her pretty head, showing a look of at least you know your place. When a plate of sauerkraut pork with vermicelli was served, Lin Yuzhu let Wang Xiaomei try it first. Wang Xiaomei, with a blank expression, she took a bite and said casually, "It's pretty good." It was sweet and sour. Lin Yuzhu licked her lips and thought, why not? At least there was meat. She picked up a piece of pork and chewed slowly. The pork was juicy, and the broth had the unique sourness of the sauerkraut, truly awakening her taste buds. What was special about this dish was that it also left a hint of sweetness in her mouth. Lin Yuzhu nodded, not bad. At least she didn't put in too much sugar. Li Xiangwan smiled slightly. She knew that sugar was the soul of a dish. It couldn't be missing. The previous dishes didn't taste good because she hadn't mastered the right amount. Look, isn't she getting better at it now? After finishing this sweet meal, Lin Yuzhu didn't linger and got up to go home. Li Xiangwan and Wang Xiaomei were surprised. She usually stayed late to save on kerosene lamps. Today, she actually left so early. The two couldn't help but find it strange. Once Lin Yuzhu got home, the first thing she did was close the door. Next, she mixed some warm water and drank it all at once. She rinsed her mouth to change her taste. Then she entered her space. She wanted to eat hot pot after enjoying a delicious hot pot meal. Lin Yuzhu sat contentedly in a chair grading assignments. She also asked Deepening to bring back some fresh bananas, peeled one and took a bite. Not bad. Very sweet. Meanwhile, Li Jijuan was pitifully crying in his bed. Feeling wronged, he drew circles. When his brother Li Jihong came back, Li Jijuan weakly said, "Brother, does Grandma not like me anymore? Dad didn't stop her from hitting me. Did she leave me any food?" Li Jihong opened the blanket and sighed, speaking in a serious tone. Grandma might really be angry this time. She didn't leave any food. It was all eaten by Li Xiuxiu. Tomorrow morning, you need to sincerely apologize to Grandma. Don't let Li Xiuxiu eat your share again. Li Jihong. He hated that aunt. When would she go home? His grandma really didn't like him anymore. He was becoming a little pitiful. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became, and tears fell. After being hungry all night, he obediently apologized to his grandma in the morning. Old Lady Li had a stern face and said, "You better pay attention in class today. If you don't study well, I'll have to punish you. Other kids want to go to school but can't afford it. Our family is spending money for you to go to school, and you still don't take it seriously. Also, don't provoke your teacher Lin. Understand?" The little rascal didn't know any better. Could he mess with teacher Lin? He had been eyeing her food for quite some time. What a disaster. Why did she have to be his teacher? Li Jijuan blinked his watery eyes, nodded, and had a hearty breakfast before happily going to school. Without Grandma backing him up, he wasn't so bold anymore. Thinking about the broom incident from yesterday, he didn't dare to wander around. He had completely lost his previous arrogance. This made Wang Xiaomei feel much more relaxed during class, and the atmosphere in the classroom improved significantly. After class, she went back to the office and told Lin Yuzhu Li Jijuan was really well behaved in class today, haha. Lin Yuzhu nodded. She was a petty person, and this matter couldn't be let go easily. Being small-minded, she couldn't help but target the child. When it was almost time for class, Lin Yuzhu not only brought her book, but also a small bag of rock candy. Entering the classroom, her presence felt different. Standing there, she said, "Today we will have a little quiz before class. I'll ask the questions, and you will answer one by one, starting from the first row from left to right. Those who answer correctly will get a reward." With Lin Yuzhu intentionally making it easier, almost all the kids in the class answered correctly and received a piece of rock candy as a reward. Especially for little dog Dan, Lin Yuzhu directly asked, "What is 1 plus 1? This blatant favoritism was noticed even by the youngest student, Hu Niu. When it was Li Jijuan's turn, Lin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow and kindly asked, "What is 8 plus 6? Li Jijuan. The little troublemaker scratched his head, looking uncertain, and said, 12? Lin Yuzhu smiled and nodded, saying, "Good. You can sit down." Today, everyone did well on the quiz. After class, those who answered correctly can come to me for a piece of rock candy. After that, the little ones with rock candy cheered excitedly. Once the excitement settled down, Lin Yuzhu got into the lesson. The only one who didn't get rock candy, Li Jijuan, looked gloomy. He even shed some tears. Lin Yuzhu pretended not to see and, after finishing the lesson, asked Li Jijuan again. This time he answered correctly and Lin Yuzhu smiled, saying, "Great. Remember to come get your candy after class." Women are easily soft-hearted. Hearing there was candy, Li Jijuan's previously pitiful expression instantly brightened, and he sat attentively for the rest of the class, actively participating. This made Lin Yuzhu feel accomplished. In this era, which child could resist the temptation of rock candy? But to be fair, only in this time could it be done like this. In a few decades, rock candy would definitely not work. It would have to be something else. After class, the students chattered excitedly and rushed over. Seeing the children's innocent smiles, Lin Yuzhu couldn't help but smile back. Turning her head, she happened to see Shin Bojun. Lin Yuzhu smiled brightly, her smile reaching Shin Bojun's heart. Shin Bojun's eyes sparkled with tenderness. After distributing the candy, little dog Dan looked up and blinked his big, cute eyes, saying, "Sister Lin, next time you can ask me harder questions, like what is 2 plus 2? If it's too easy, I'll be laughed at." Lin Yuzhu chuckled and nodded, saying, "Okay, then what is 6 plus 5? Little dog Dan. If you can't answer, you have to give me back the candy." Lin Yuzhu felt regret for missing the meal at Old Li's house. After class, Lin Yuzhu ran into Su Hong, who was heading to her class, and suddenly remembered that Aunt Su had wanted to invite the three of them for dinner. She had completely forgotten. Realizing this, Lin Yuzhu hurried to the preschool class to find Aunt Su. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Yuzhu noticed that the children were much more well-behaved than during lessons. They were playing games quietly. This showed how capable Guan Suemiao was. Lin Yuzhu admired her, thinking about how she managed to keep her man in line, and the children as well. Little did she know, Guan Suemiao felt helpless too. She didn't dare to scold the kids, yet they were all scared of her. Just a glance from her could make them cry. This made Guan Suemiao, who loved children, very sad. Meanwhile, the teachers praised her, saying she was doing a great job. The principal valued Guan Suemiao highly, knowing that someone had to keep an eye on the kids. Otherwise, if something went wrong, who would be responsible? Lin Yuzhu thought that since she was already there, it would be rude not to greet Teacher Guan. Since they weren't familiar, she had to find a topic to talk about. So, she sincerely complimented, "Teacher Guan, you're amazing. These little rascals are so well-behaved with you.
You really know how to handle them."
Guan Suemiao smiled wryly and nodded, feeling tears welling up inside. Was she really that scary? Feeling the awkward atmosphere, Lin Yuzhu quickly moved to Aunt Su's side. The children there were all under a year old, lying in cribs with railings playing. She occasionally checked to see who needed a diaper change or who had wet themselves, helping to keep an eye on them. Don't think it's easy. Aunt Su was probably the most tired person in the whole school. Su Hong usually came over to help after class. Otherwise, Lin Yuzhu wouldn't have kept forgetting about the meal. Aunt Su was changing a baby's diaper when Lin Yuzhu walked over, put the used diaper in a basin to soak, and said, "Aunt Su, you're so kind. If it were someone else, they wouldn't help wash diapers." "Oh, it's not dirty. I just wash it when I can." There aren't many cloths in each family, and if their parents take them home to wash, the kids won't have anything to use the next day, Aunt Sue said cheerfully, her eyes never leaving the children. She truly cared for them. Lin Yuzhu looked at the little ones and saw they were being well taken care of. Her gaze unconsciously lingered on Teacher Lu's son, feeling a sudden urge to laugh. She quickly looked away and said to Aunt Sue, "Aunt, I heard from Xiaohong a while back that you wanted us to come over for dinner. But we didn't want to disturb you, since you seemed so busy. I came today to see if you had time." Aunt Sue chuckled. "Oh, it's nothing serious. Xiaohong keeps saying how you three take care of her at school. I'm grateful for that. I just wanted to invite you all over for a meal, but I've been too busy lately. I was thinking of asking you when I had a day off." Lin Yuzhu laughed and said, "Aunt, you should just rest when you have time. Taking care of kids is tiring." Aunt Sue loved hearing that, feeling understood and recognized for her work. She smiled happily for a while, watching Guan Suemiao play with the kids, not paying attention to them. Then she quietly said to Lin Yuzhu, "Yuzhu, we're close, so I won't be polite. Actually, I do have something to ask you. What do you think of Teacher Li Wei?" Lin Yuzhu's eyes looked a bit vacant for a moment. She hadn't paid much attention to Li Wei. As a labor teacher, he was always busy with field work. They hadn't talked much in the office. So she honestly replied, "Aunt, I don't really know him well. Even though we're in the same office, we haven't spoken much."
Why?
"Are you thinking of introducing someone?" When someone asks about character, it usually means they're trying to set someone up. "This is just between us, so don't tell anyone," Aunt Sue whispered. Lin Yuzhu quickly nodded, feeling like she had a confidant. Look how much Aunt Sue valued her. She leaned in closer. Aunt Sue said quietly and seriously, "Recently, the Li family asked Li's accountant's wife to come over to propose a match. They're interested in Xiaohong. I'm not too sure about it. That accountant is very calculating, and the Li family has their fair share of tricks. I worry that Xiaohong's quiet nature might lead her to suffer if she marries into that family. But your uncle wants to agree. He thinks the Li family's conditions are good, and Li Wei is better than farming. I'm at a loss now. I thought I'd ask you how you feel about Li Wei." Lin Yuzhu nodded. "Aunt, it's hard to tell right now. You can't really judge if someone is good or bad right away. I'll keep this in mind and help you observe him more closely."
Also note that.
Just then, a child started crying, and Aunt Sue quickly picked him up, soothing him while asking, "I think that Teacher Zhang seems pretty good. He looks strong and fit, and he's quite handsome. Yuzhu, what do you think of Teacher Zhang? Does he have a girlfriend?" Lin Yuzhu was taken aback by Aunt Sue's question and glanced at Guan Suemiao, who was busy playing with the kids. She leaned in, playing with the baby in Aunt Sue's arms, and said, "Aunt, he's not a good person." Aunt Sue's curiosity was piqued, her eyes lighting up with interest.
Why?
"What's going on?" Lin Yuzhu licked her lips. Although she didn't think Zhang Cheng and Su Hong would end up together, she wanted to be cautious in case something went wrong. Besides, if she didn't say anything, Aunt Sue would eventually notice. So she whispered, "Aunt, I'll tell you this, but don't say I told you." Aunt Sue nodded quickly. "Don't worry, I've never let you down." Lin Yuzhu trusted her and quietly said, "From what I've observed, Teacher Zhang used to show interest in Teacher Han." Teacher Han was almost swayed, but then Teacher Zhang noticed Li Xiangwan.
So?
"Aunt, just keep an eye on him for a few more days. Teacher Zhang is a bit unreliable. He's not much better than Wang Baojia. He's just someone who looks for greener pastures." After learning about Han Manman's background, Lin Yuzhu guessed that Zhang Cheng had definitely tried to flirt with her before. Aunt Sue looked shocked and said, "I've heard about this kind of person. We can't have him. I didn't expect him to look decent but be like this. What's the situation with Teacher Li? He probably doesn't like her. He's just trying to win her over," Lin Yuzhu said, shaking her head. Aunt Sue was also surprised. Lin Yuzhu thought that since Aunt Sue had her eyes on Zhang Cheng, the next one would be her own Uncle Shin. Is she a disruptor or a disruptor? Lin Yuzhu waited for a long time, but didn't hear Aunt Sue continue speaking. Aunt Sue was still lost in her thoughts about the emotional drama involving Han Manman, Zhang Cheng, and Li Xiangwan. Lin Yuzhu blinked and asked, Aren't you going to ask about Secretary Shin? Aunt Sue shook her head, looking disapproving. He's not suitable. Lin Yuzhu was confused. What do you mean he's not suitable? Why not? I don't understand. Aunt Sue gently patted the child in her arms and said, Secretary Shun is too thin and weak. He looks like he can't even carry a sack. That aside, at least he has a job, so marrying him wouldn't leave you starving. But let me tell you, his face isn't good. Did you notice how his eyes are slanted? Lin Yuzhu nodded, recalling how her old Shin's slightly upturned eyes could be quite charming when he squinted. But Aunt Sue continued, there's an old saying, slanted eyes are hard to get along with. And his lips are too thin. People say that kind of person has a cold personality. Yuzhu, listen to your aunt. When looking for someone in the future, you should pay attention to their appearance. Actually, Teacher Zhang has the best face. Hearing this, Aunt Sue felt contradictory and sighed, but looks aren't everything. It's best to find someone who is warm and caring. Lin Yuzhu. What does that mean? With Aunt Sue looking like she understood everything, Lin Yuzhu didn't know how to respond. Finally, with a sigh, she said, Aunt, about Secretary Shin. Don't worry, I understand. I won't tell anyone. Everyone has someone they like when they're young. Lin Yuzhu. She quickly changed the subject and chatted with Aunt Sue about random things until class ended, then left. She thought this matter would just pass. Since Wang Xiaomei got together with Fatty, he often came by to see her, sometimes sneaking in during lunch breaks just to catch a glimpse of her. Wang Xiaomei spent most of her day at school, so Zhang Cheng eventually found out that Li Fatty and Wang Xiaomei were together. When the Wang family had trouble, he was in town and only stayed at school, so he didn't know what had happened that day. At first, he didn't notice anything, but after Fatty teamed up with Li Xiangwan, Zhang Cheng realized things were slipping out of his control. Li Xiangwan completely cut off cooperation with him, and to make matters worse, Han Manman's father also stopped supplying goods. Just when things couldn't get worse, Wang Xiaomei's relatives started doing business with Fatty because of their relationship. Zhang Cheng lost 3 sources of supply at once. To make matters worse, he had recently expanded his group of followers. Without enough supplies, these followers quickly became a burden. Supporting them was draining his resources, and everything was in chaos. His facade of being kind was almost falling apart. Although Zhang Cheng felt anxious inside, he maintained a calm exterior, hiding his inner turmoil. In the quiet of the night, he began to analyze the situation. The current mess was all because of Li Fatty and Wang Xiaomei. It could be said that Li Fatty was the key player in this. How did Li Fatty meet Wang Xiaomei? Zhang Cheng squinted, recalling that Li Fatty was close with Shin Bojun, who was friends with Li Xiangbei. This meant that Li Xiangwan got to know Li Fatty through Li Xiangbei, and through Li Xiangwan, Li Fatty met Wang Xiaomei. Li Fatty seemed simple, but had a wicked mind. Seeing Wang Xiaomei and Li Xiangwan getting along well, he immediately pursued Wang Xiaomei. Through her, he established a partnership with Li Xiangwan. Zhang Cheng, who had been lying in bed, sat up straight, suddenly seeing things more clearly. Zhang Cheng's expression turned fierce. Li Fatty actually wanted to take his path. Zhang Cheng's face darkened as he thought about how to turn things around. After thinking all night, he came up with a plan and, with dark circles under his eyes, went to find Li Xiangwan. The village was small, so he caught Li Xiangwan on her way to school. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei saw Zhang Cheng approaching Li Xiangwan and seemed reluctant to interrupt. They exchanged glances and, with a silent agreement, moved away a bit. Just then, Aunt Sue passed by and saw the two chatting alone. She thought to herself that Lin Yuzhu wasn't lying. Zhang Cheng was indeed pursuing Teacher Li. After observing for a few days, Aunt Sue had already noticed that Han Manman's relationship with Zhang Cheng was also complicated. Teacher Han was kind-hearted and shared her food with her students, so Zhang Cheng must have thought she was easy to manipulate. In Aunt Sue's mind, Zhang Cheng had become a rather untrustworthy person. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng gently asked Li Xiangwan, "Are you keeping your distance because I'm pursuing you?" Li Xiangwan was silent for a while, feeling a bit uncomfortable. But since they worked in the same office, it was hard to avoid each other. Some things were better said clearly. She really didn't like the sticky, ambiguous feeling between them. With a cold expression, she said, I don't like relationships that are too complicated. You've made ours too delicate. I'm sorry, but for the sake of my reputation, I can't continue working with you. Zhang Cheng's face stiffened, and a surge of anger rose within him, his eyes flashing with momentary rage, but he quickly suppressed it. However, Li Xiangwan noticed his reaction clearly. She became even more wary of him. Seeing Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei waiting a few meters away, she felt relieved and grateful for her two friends' company. Zhang Cheng steadied his emotions and said earnestly, Xiangwan, I'm sincere about you. My family background may not compare to Li Xiangbei's, but I don't think I'm worse than him. Marrying me won't make you suffer at all. Let's not talk about anything else. I'll live my life for you. You tell me to go east and I'll go east. Tell me to go west and I won't go east. Can Li Xiangbei do that? Xiangwan, please. Give me a chance. As he spoke, his tone became very pleading, resembling a lovesick character from a novel. Li Xiangwan felt no emotion and apologetically said, I'm sorry, but I'm just not attracted to you. Anyway, I'm leaving now. With that, she turned and ran away. Yes, she ran. Zhang Cheng's dramatic behavior sent chills down her spine. Lin Yuzhu squinted her beautiful almond eyes, thought for a moment, then patted Wang Xiaomei and said, Xiaomei, you should be next. Get ready. Just then, Li Xiangwan ran past, her eyes flickering as if she understood Lin Yuzhu's words. The two shared a knowing glance. Wang Xiaomei was confused. Wait, she had been unhappy for a long time. Are you both going to keep acting like this? Can't you just say things clearly? It just makes you both look clever. The trio in the backyard slowly made their way back to school, while Wang Xiaomei felt a chill behind her. Unbeknownst to her, Zhang Cheng wore a gloomy expression, his gaze fixed on her back. His eyes were deep, full of schemes. When class ended at noon, Zhang Cheng stopped Wang Xiaomei again, looking at her with a brotherly affection and said, Xiaomei, we're so close, but why do I feel like we've become distant? Wang Xiaomei blinked, recalling Lin Yuzhu's words, and felt a bit wary. She smiled and said, Brother Zhang, it's just that I don't want Teacher Han to misunderstand. Seeing you with Teacher Han. Wang Xiaomei chuckled innocently. This smile almost made Zhang Cheng explode with anger. He had nothing to do with that foolish Han man. Thinking about it made him even angrier. Why did she have to come to the countryside and cause trouble? Without her, Li Xiangwan might not. His annoyance towards Han Man grew stronger. He pretended to rub his forehead, forcing a helpless smile that looked quite innocent. In a low voice, he said, Xiaomei, I have no relationship with Teacher Han. You're misunderstanding. Wang Xiaomei glanced at Han Man, who had quietly approached behind Zhang Cheng and nodded. Her expression was dazed. Seeing Wang Xiaomei's foolish look, Zhang Cheng turned around and caught Han Man biting her lip, glaring at him in anger. The resentment Han Man had been holding back finally erupted as she shouted, Zhang Cheng, this is not the time for you to be nice. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. This matter isn't over between us. With that, she angrily turned and went back to the office. She thought he would panic and chase after her. But no one followed. Han Man's expression changed rapidly. Lin Yuzhu picked up a water jug and took a sip. TSK, TSK, TSK. She shook her head.
Han Man immediately left the hair.
Lin Yuzhu grinned at Han Man, unabashedly skiing again and shaking her head. She thought, I've never seen someone so stubborn. Han Man was fuming, thinking about what Lu Yi had told her about how Lin Yuzhu and the others teamed up against old Wang. She took a deep breath and swallowed her anger. She thought to herself, a strong dragon can't overpower a local snake. I'll just pretend I didn't see it. The more she thought about it, the more wronged she felt, pouting her lips, almost crying. Lin Yuzhu sat in a chair, casually shaking her leg, feeling quite pleased. It was simply infuriating. Su Hong was helping Aunt Sue with the kids, and Aunt Sue took the opportunity to wash and hang out the children's diapers. She had witnessed the entire scene. Aunt Sue shot a disapproving glance at Zhang Cheng, thinking about Lin Yuju's earlier words. With a cold snort, she confirmed her suspicions. Thus, without Zhang Cheng knowing, a rumor unfavorable to him slowly spread in Shanshui village. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng was busy putting on an act in front of Wang Xiaomei, looking as if he had something troubling to say. He sighed and said, "Zili and Huanla really miss you. They keep asking why you haven't visited them.
Come over for dinner this Saturday. Huanla really wants to see you."
Wang Xiaomei thought about how she now had a boyfriend and didn't want to get too close to Zhang Cheng. Just as she was about to refuse, Zhang Cheng said, "Zili thinks of you as a sister. Don't make them sad." "Don't worry, I won't go that day." Wang Xiaomei awkwardly smiled and hesitated, saying, "I'll see if I have time." Zhang Cheng felt a heaviness in his heart, but calmly nodded. As he turned, his eyes darkened, and his expression was quite unpleasant. When Wang Xiaomei returned to the office, she rushed to Lin Yuju's side, dramatically saying, "Zhang Cheng really came to find me." "How did you guess?" "He wants me to go to Zili's for dinner on my day off." "What is he planning?" Lin Yuju and Li Xiangwan exchanged glances, realizing he truly intended to pursue Wang Xiaomei. Lin Yuju pulled Wang Xiaomei aside and whispered, "Let's talk about this later." Wang Xiaomei spent the day feeling uneasy, pondering over it, even though she didn't quite understand. Han Man was also troubled. Because of Zhang Cheng, she took her anger out on the backyard trio. In her mind, she kept muttering that if she hadn't known she couldn't win, she might have. Of course, this was all just Han Man's imagination. When the trio returned to the youth station, Wang Xiaomei pulled Lin Yuju and Li Xiangwan aside, saying, "What do you think? Should I go to Zili's?" Brother Zhang said he wouldn't go. Lin Yuju thought for a long time before saying, "No, he will most likely be there." A few excuses would easily convince this silly girl. Wang Xiaomei immediately said, "Then I won't go," to avoid making Fatty jealous. Lin Yuju shook her head and said, "You can't escape this dinner."
"Why not?"
Wang Xiaomei was confused. Lin Yuju confidently replied, "If the wolf is eyeing the rabbit, it won't let it go."
Li Xiangwan shuklat.
Wang Xiaomei. So she was the rabbit? Does this mean Brother Zhang was planning to make a move on her? Lin Yuju explained to Wang Xiaomei, "You've known Zhang Cheng longer than us. You might not be sure if he's good or bad. When Li Zili comes to find you, you can't refuse, so just go and see what Brother Zhang has to say. It'll help you judge for yourself. Just remember, his real target isn't you, but her. No matter how it changes, it's all aimed at her." After saying this, Lin Yuju glanced at Li Xiangwan. Li Xiangwan looked a bit helpless. Wang Xiaomei was just a rabbit. What about her? Wang Xiaomei wasn't someone who would think the worst of others. In other words, she wouldn't assume the worst about people. Zhang Cheng had helped her many times, and although she thought he might have some ulterior motives, her initial impression still affected her. Though she didn't respect him as much as before, she didn't dislike him either. Knowing that Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuju didn't like Zhang Cheng, she tried to keep her distance. That was all she could do. Wang Xiaomei's mind was now a jumbled mess. While she was still confused, Li Xiangwan stood up cheerfully and said, "Who's cooking today? Should I do it?" Wang Xiaomei instantly forgot everything and shook her head, saying, "Take a break today, I'll do it." Lin Yuju sat quietly, shaking her leg. In this era, as long as there was meat, she wouldn't complain about the taste. If you're eating someone else's food, you have no right to be picky. Li Xiangwan sighed, trying to convince Wang Xiaomei to add some sugar to the dish. Wang Xiaomei clutched her chest and said, "Save some. Sugar is hard to come by." Li Xiangwan. After all, she had a warehouse full of sugar. As Lin Yuju said, Zhang Cheng was not going to miss the chance to use Wang Xiaomei. Lin Yuju just didn't know what Zhang Cheng would say, but she could roughly guess. After leaving Li Xiangwan's place that day, Lin Yuju specifically pulled Wang Xiaomei aside and said a few words. She gave some advice. When the weekend came, the three of them went to town, and halfway there, they ran into the hurried Li Zili. Wang Xiaomei's feelings at that moment were quite complicated. On one hand, She admired how well Lin Yuzhu could read people, and on the other, she didn't want to make things difficult for Li Zili. Their mutual support over the past 2 years had created real feelings. Lin Yuzhu glanced at Li Zili and shook her head. What a complicated fate. After all, in the original story, he was the one who could help Wang Xiaomei feed Zhongcheng rat poison. This showed how deeply Zili and Wang Xiaomei's feelings were. Such feelings have both advantages and disadvantages. After parking the bike, Wang Xiaomei smiled and said, "Are you here to find me?"
Li Zili nudda.
The cold boy melted a bit when he saw Wang Xiaomei. "Sister Xiaomei, my brother said you might not want to come. If I really miss you too much, I'll have to come see you myself." "You and my brother? Don't you plan to get along with us anymore? I haven't seen you in a long time." Seeing the hurt look on Li Zili's face, Wang Xiaomei almost couldn't hold back her feelings. She awkwardly smiled and said, "No, I was just about to come see you too." Li Zili immediately smiled, and in just a year, he had grown even more handsome. Wang Xiaomei felt a sense of pride, like watching her younger brother grow up. Li Zili happily said, "Sister Xiaomei, I bought a lot of food. Huanla is cleaning up at home. Let's go back together. I'll cook, and you can play with Huanla for a while. If I didn't see you, I would be really sad." Wang Xiaomei helplessly glanced at Li Xiangwan and Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and playfully said, "How about taking us out for a meal too?" Li Zili's expression stiffened visibly. The unwelcoming look in his eyes was almost overflowing. Lin Yuzhu clicked her tongue. Li Xiangwan softly said, "Hey." Both of them knew that Li Zili didn't welcome Li Xiangwan. Lin Yuzhu laughed and said, "All right, we won't go with you." Wang Xiaomei almost believed it and secretly sighed in relief. But when she heard the two would go, she felt a bit of complicated emotions. She watched Lin Yuzhu get on Li Xiangwan's bike and ride away. Li Zili looked at the two leaving and asked, "Sister Xiaomei, are you two really close now?" Wang Xiaomei nodded without thinking. Li Zili pursed his lips and after a long pause said, "Better than with me?" Wang Xiaomei. She smiled helplessly and said, "Zili, I didn't expect you to have this side to you. He was just like a child who used to fight for friends." Li Zili suddenly blushed. Because he didn't get an answer, his eyes dimmed a lot. Wang Xiaomei didn't notice and pedaled her bike, saying, "Let's go." Only then did Li Zili manage a smile. No matter what, Sister Xiaomei didn't refuse him. This meant he was also important. Riding ahead, Li Xiangwan asked, "Are you bringing goods to my place today?" Lin Yuzhu nodded and said, "Later, I'll deliver the goods to you." She had been eyeing the money from Fatty for a while now. According to Comrade Lao Shen, Fatty sold most of his goods to various factories as employee benefits. There were connections in both town and county that could take a lot of goods. If she weren't somewhat rational, Lin Yuzhu would have wanted to sell in bulk. To keep Li Xiangwan out of it, Li Xiangbei especially used some connections to get a certificate from a production team. They also managed to get through to the commune. Li Xiangwan's side was gradually becoming legal. Although they had to give some benefits to the production team and the commune, it was much safer. Watching Li Xiangwan count money, Lin Yuzhu felt quite envious. She was just a small fish swimming with the big ones, which wasn't too harmful. "Okay, I'll wait for you," Li Xiangwan said softly. But there was a lot of affection in her tone. Lin Yuzhu giggled and suddenly hugged Li Xiangwan. "Sister Wan, are you starting to cherish me more?" Li Xiangwan almost lost control of the handlebars. As the bike shook violently, Lin Yuzhu quickly settled down. Wang Xiaomei rode up and said, "How about letting Lin Yuzhu come with me? We can separate when we get to town." Li Xiangwan nodded and said, "That works." Lin Yuzhu. So heartless. Lin Yuzhu had previously discovered a small broken house that looked like a haunted place. It seemed very eerie and scary. She noticed that passers-by quickened their pace when they walked by. Even children were not curious about what was inside that dilapidated house. Moreover, it was in a remote area, making it a treasure in Lin Yuzhu's eyes. She spent some contribution points to have the system check if there was any danger inside. After learning there was no danger, Lin Yuzhu went in to take a look. It seemed to be an abandoned house, with doors and windows taken away and valuable items moved out. It looked like it had been neglected for a long time, gradually falling into the state it was in now. Lin Yuzhu found a hidden corner, planning to use it as her base. It wasn't to store anything, just to have a cover when she slipped into her space. Every time she was in a dead-end alley, her heart raced. That feeling was quite thrilling. She just needed to be cautious of any passers-by in front of the house. Entering and exiting when no one was around was much more discreet. After coming out of the broken house, Lin Yuzhu transformed into Lao Yi. She continued her no-cost business. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei arrived at Li Zili's home. Huanla, who lost her mother at a young age, naturally had a longing dependence on Wang Xiaomei. When Wang Xiaomei arrived, the little girl happily jumped over and hugged her tightly. Wang Xiaomei gently stroked the little girl's hair, feeling a mix of emotions. If Zhang Cheng really had bad intentions, how would she get along with the siblings, Li Zili and Wang Xiaomei? After all, she didn't want to be used. Wang Xiaomei wanted to help Li Zili cook, but Li Zili scolded her in a grumpy manner. So, she could only go out and play with Li Huanla. Just when they were having fun, the door was suddenly pushed open. Wang Xiaomei's smile froze on her face as she stared blankly at Zhang Cheng, who walked in. She forced a smile and greeted Brother Zhang. Her heart was filled with disappointment. Zhang Cheng calmly explained, "Xiaomei, I'm sorry for deceiving you. There are some things I can't say openly at school. Today, I mainly want to talk to you. If you still consider me your brother, please let me finish. If you don't want me to stay after that, I will leave right away."
How about that?
As Zhang Cheng spoke gently, Wang Xiaomei gradually nodded. But she couldn't help but remember Lin Yuzhu's words. The wolf is eyeing the rabbit. She sniffled, unable to look directly at Zhang Cheng. Seeing her dazed expression, Zhang Cheng felt a bit more confident. He turned to Li Huanla and said affectionately, "Huanla, can you go play outside for a while?" Li Huanla pouted, nodded reluctantly, and glanced back at Wang Xiaomei as she left. Wang Xiaomei smiled at the little girl. She watched the child leave the room. Once the door closed, only the two of them were left in the big room. The sound of Li Zili chopping vegetables came from the kitchen, making Wang Xiaomei feel restless. Zhang Cheng picked up a wooden stool and sat down in front of her. This made Wang Xiaomei tense up. Zhang Cheng sighed softly and said with some sadness, "Xiaomei, you weren't like this before. Can you tell me why you suddenly became distant? Is it really just because of my relationship with Teacher Han? Or did someone say something to you?" Zhang Cheng actually wanted to ask why she seemed wary of him. Did Li Xiangwan say something? Did she notice something? Wang Xiaomei awkwardly smiled and replied, "No, it's not that I'm distant. Brother Zhang, what is your relationship with Teacher Han? At school, we can't really talk." She was glad that Juzi had given her a heads up. When things got awkward, she could ask about his relationship with Han Man. Sure enough, she saw Zhang Cheng lower his head to hide his emotions, then explain with a helpless smile, "His father is the deputy director of the pork factory, which you already know. People like us need to find ways to please them to get some goods. I just helped Teacher Han a bit at school. I didn't expect. Now I've cut off contact with her father. Since we have no such intentions, we shouldn't let misunderstandings continue." Wang Xiaomei nodded, feeling confused. She didn't know whether to believe him or not, but she decided to hold off on making any conclusions for now. She was no longer the old Wang Xiaomei. Zhang Cheng took her silence as a sign that she believed him. He sighed and asked, "Xiaomei, have you never doubted that Li Pengzi has ulterior motives?" Wang Xiaomei's eyes widened, and she opened her mouth to say something. But Zhang Cheng interrupted, "Have you considered that he might be getting close to you for a reason?"
Xiaomei.
Everyone in the black market is tough. Is Li Pengzi really as honest as he seems? Maybe he's just pretending for you. Xiaomei, I don't want to see you get tricked by him. As he spoke, Zhang Cheng looked at Wang Xiaomei with concern, like a brother genuinely worried for his sister's safety. Wang Xiaomei fell silent, her mind racing. Zhang Cheng continued, "You met him because of Li Xiangwan, right? Let's talk about why Li Xiangbei and Li Pengzi are getting close to her. Xiaomei, you should have some idea by now. Your cousin and Li Xiangwan have already made deals with them. Don't you see their intentions? Xiaomei, we've known each other for years, but you've only known Li Pengzi for a few days. Listen to me, stay away from him. He's not as simple as you think. Wang Xiaomei felt a bit confused. Under Zhang Cheng's barrage of words, she started to have some doubts. As the saying goes, love makes people blind. Suddenly, Wang Xiaomei added a layer of belief. She was sure her Pengzi Ge was not like what Zhang Cheng described. She remembered Lin Yuzhu saying, Sister Xiaomei, if you feel swayed by Brother Zhang, you might want to test him. Wang Xiaomei had been curious about that advice. Thinking of Lin Yuzhu's words, Wang Xiaomei took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Cheng with affection, asking, Brother Zhang, I'm already 21. It seems like going back to the city is hopeless. Finally, I have someone like Li Pengzi, with such good conditions. Brother Zhang, you know my feelings. Zili has been trying to match us for 2 years.
You.
Wang Xiaomei almost couldn't finish her sentence, her face twitching. But Zhang Cheng thought she was just nervous. He suddenly took her hand, his gaze tender and intense, and said softly, Xiaomei, why didn't you say this earlier? I thought you only saw me as a brother. Wang Xiaomei stared in shock at her hand, cursing herself internally. So that's how it is. But Lin Yuzhu had told her to keep playing along, to charm him and get out safely. She didn't want to be silenced. Remembering this, Wang Xiaomei forced herself to continue acting, trembling as she said, What about Li Xiangwan? Zhang Cheng, thinking he had won her over, was overwhelmed with thoughts, missing many details. He squeezed Wang Xiaomei's hand playfully, but said helplessly, You know Li Xiangwan has resources. Wang Xiaomei bit her lip, looking down, thinking, Darn it. This is really about Li Xiangwan's resources. And he's trying to tarnish her Pengzi Ge's name. Wang Xiaomei wanted to pull her hand away immediately, but remembering Lin Yuzhu's serious warning about being careful, she held on. Seeing Wang Xiaomei looking down, Zhang Cheng assumed she was unhappy. He said affectionately, I just want to know where her resources come from. Xiaomei, if we can take those resources from her, we won't need to please her anymore. Li Xiangwan may be pretty, but she's so proud and cold. Do you think I would like her? Who was born to be a fool? Zhang Cheng's tone turned a bit bitter. Wang Xiaomei weakly asked Brother Zhang, Do you want me to find out where her resources come from? Zhang Cheng looked at her with deep affection, tempting her, Xiaomei, once we get those resources, our future could be beyond your imagination. Trust me, we will never have to worry about food and drink again. Our children won't have to live like we did, struggling to get by. Xiaomei, for the sake of our future children, what does your friendship with Li Xiangwan matter? Think about it. Did she have any involvement in your relationship with Li Pengzi? Maybe she's using you to solidify her connection with him. Xiaomei, if you don't look out for yourself, no one else will. Wang Xiaomei took a deep breath, nodded, and said blankly, Brother Zhang, you are right. As long as it meant she could get out of this room, anything he said was right. Beneath Wang Xiaomei's silly appearance, Zhang Cheng truly believed he had won over this foolish girl. After so much build-up, Zhang Cheng was worried that Wang Xiaomei wouldn't understand. So, he decided to give her a little treat first. In a somewhat ambiguous tone, he said to Wang Xiaomei, You rest in the room for a bit, and I'll go to the kitchen to cook for you. It's been a while since you've tasted my cooking. Wang Xiaomei smiled and quickly looked down. Zhang Cheng thought she was shy, feeling a surge of confidence, thinking that Li Pengzi's foolishness couldn't compare to him. When Zhang Cheng entered the kitchen, Wang Xiaomei followed him, sweetly saying, Brother Zhang, I need to go to the bathroom. Zhang Cheng chuckled and replied, Go ahead. Women are like that. Once they get close to you, they feel the need to announce even the smallest things. He felt a hint of disdain inside. Wang Xiaomei appeared silly and cheerful, but inside, she was extremely nervous. Once outside, she quietly pushed her bicycle out of the yard. Her sneaky demeanor made it look like she was stealing a bike. After closing the yard gate quietly, Wang Xiaomei sighed in relief and turned around to see Li Huanla. They exchanged glances, and the air was filled with awkwardness. Wang Xiaomei awkwardly smiled. The little girl forced a smile too, though it was slightly bitter. Li Huanle looked up at Wang Xiaomei and said, "Sister Xiaomei, you can go now. I won't bother you anymore." Zhang Cheng was the cousin of the Li siblings, and they had relied on his help during their toughest times. This relationship was unbreakable. Although Li Huanle didn't understand adult matters, she knew that brother Zhang didn't like sister Xiaomei. Children from poor families grow up fast. This little girl already had her own logic. If he didn't like her, but pretended to, there must be some hidden agenda. Wang Xiaomei was her closest and favorite sister, and Li Huanle didn't want her to be deceived. She sensed that their relationship might become distant. Though reluctant, she held onto her thoughts. Wang Xiaomei gently patted the little girl's fluffy head and said, "I'll come visit you when I have time. When I go back in, don't tell your brother I left."
Li Wanlo badian linudda.
Wang Xiaomei smiled tenderly at the little one, hopped on her bike, and rode away. Her speed kicked up a light dust behind her. Li Huanle watched Wang Xiaomei's departing figure with a hint of sadness, then turned and went to play at a friend's house instead of going home. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Li Zili excitedly asked, "Brother, are you and sister Xiaomei together?" Zhang Cheng looked at Zili for a long time before smiling and nodding. He knew this brother had a special bond with Wang Xiaomei, and it was better for him not to know certain things, to avoid causing trouble. Li Zili immediately became happy. When the two finished cooking, they noticed they hadn't heard anyone return. Zhang Cheng frowned, feeling something was off. He hurried to the yard and saw that Wang Xiaomei's bike was already gone. Zhang Cheng's expression darkened, and he felt a mix of anger and disbelief. He was about to explode. Something he thought was in his grasp had slipped away, even turning against him. If it weren't for Wang Xiaomei's deliberate provocation earlier, he might have had a chance with Li Xiongwan. Even if Wang Xiaomei went back and told Li Xiongwan something, he could just say he was worried about his sister being deceived.
But now,
Zhang Cheng's expression was inscrutable, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Wang Xiaomei, very well, he had underestimated her. Once he calmed down, he remembered that the plan next door was still in progress. Inside. At that moment, Li Zili also came out to see what was happening. Seeing the missing bike in the yard, his expression gradually fell, and he said, "Brother, isn't sister Xiaomei with you?" Zhang Cheng tore off the ragged apron he was wearing, looking disgusted, and said coldly, "I'm going out for a bit." He tossed the apron to the ground and strode away. Li Zili stared blankly at the apron on the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaomei had already ridden far away, speeding towards Li Xiongwan's place. Li Xiongwan looked at Wang Xiaomei's disheveled hair blown by the wind and teased, "Are you being chased by a wolf?" Wang Xiaomei, feeling scared and exhausted, took a few breaths before gasping, "Xiongwan, I almost didn't make it back today." Seeing Wang Xiaomei's exaggerated expression, Li Xiongwan looked puzzled, then chuckled. "Did you fall for Lin Yuzhu's tricks again?" Wang Xiaomei shook her head and said, "This time it's not a trick. Really, Zhuzi is amazing." Li Xiongwan shook her head helplessly. On Lin Yuzhu's side, things were much easier. Old Yi's character was simple and convenient. With a small notebook in her pocket, she noted what goods were ordered, and next time she had time, she would deliver them. She usually sold everything she brought, though sometimes she didn't sell if she was late, but her earnings were still quite good. After all, she had other goods to sell too. That morning, she made nearly 600, feeling satisfied as she headed to Li Xiongwan's place. She carried a basket of goods over. Once inside, and after putting down the basket, Wang Xiaomei pulled Lin Yuzhu to talk. Lin Yuzhu stopped her, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said, "First, let's see how much these are worth." Wang Xiaomei. Li Xiongwan smiled slightly, took a look at the goods in the basket, and found that the rice was of much lower quality than her premium rice, even showing some grit. Li Xiongwan paused, suddenly alarmed, realizing she had overlooked this issue. She then said to the two, "There's too much grit in your rice. Mixing it with mine will lower the price. How about?" Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei tilted their heads to look at Li Xiongwan. Li Xiongwan slightly parted her lips and said, "Let's mix some grit into my grains. This way the quality will be similar. What do you think?"
Wang Xiaomei paused. Isn't that cheating?
Lin Yuzhu's eyes lit up as she said, "Perfect. You and Wang Xiaomei handle it, and I'll go get another batch of goods." Impressive. Impressive. Li Xiangwan smiled warmly at Wang Xiaomei. Lin Yuzhu took the car keys and went back and forth several times. Once she felt it was enough, she was exhausted and sweaty from carrying the goods around. Looking at the apples, brown sugar, and various items in the basket, Li Xiangwan thought Lin Yuzhu's goods were too mixed up. Lin Yuzhu sat down, gulping down a bowl of water. There was no choice. She could only grab whatever she could. Wang Xiaomei chimed in. It's true, for them, small-scale operations are not easy at all. Li Xiangwan rubbed her sore arms, pondering how much she could profit from the grit. No wonder people in the past became more cunning in business. This was quite a lucrative scheme. After a busy day, it was already afternoon, and Wang Xiaomei and Lin Yuzhu were hungry. It was too late to go to the state-run restaurant now. But they had Li Xiangwan, who casually strolled into the kitchen and came out with pots and pans. Wang Xiaomei had never paid attention to the kitchen until Li Xiangwan brought out the cooking tools. She exclaimed in admiration, praising her as a meticulous, thoughtful, and caring woman who knows how to manage a household. Li Xiangwan raised her eyebrows, fighting the urge to slap her. She glanced at Lin Yuzhu, thinking about what she had taught this silly girl. Indeed, being close to someone can influence you. Lin Yuzhu was happily sipping water. She was truly exhausted from the morning. Once the three of them finished cooking and filled their stomachs, Wang Xiaomei shared everything that had happened with Zhang Cheng. Li Xiangwan was surprised, not expecting Zhang Cheng's character to be so bad. Before, she thought he was just a bit scheming and greasy. Now it seemed he was willing to do anything to achieve his goals. If Wang Xiaomei hadn't trusted them, she might have been tricked into a bad situation. She could have even been suspicious of the chubby guy's intentions, and if she were any more foolish, she might have turned against them. Fortunately, Wang Xiaomei had some sense. After finishing her story, she complained, "Do you think, after hearing so many things I shouldn't say, he might want to silence me?" Lin Yuzhu spat her drink on the floor. Li Xiangwan raised an eyebrow and said, "What did you tell her?" Today, it felt like silencing was on everyone's lips. Lin Yuzhu laughed and waved her hand, saying, "Sister Xiaomei, it's not that serious. You've said everything you needed to say. What's the point of silencing you? He's not an idiot. If he really wants to confront you, he wouldn't silence you." In reality, the chances of him wanting to silence anyone were very low from the start. Lin Yuzhu said this to make Wang Xiaomei more cautious. This way, she could see Zhang Cheng's true nature without getting hurt. Lin Yuzhu was also worried that Wang Xiaomei's honesty might provoke Zhang Cheng and lead to uncontrollable events. Not to mention, ruining her reputation or facing threats, and so on. It was hard to explain why Wang Xiaomei shouldn't go, without revealing what kind of person Zhang Cheng was. At least now she could be on guard. The worst thing would be if Wang Xiaomei fell into his trap unprepared. Lin Yuzhu couldn't always be by Wang Xiaomei's side, especially since she had caught Zhang Cheng's attention. It was better to go once and see things clearly. Based on the original plot and her limited understanding of Zhang Cheng, Lin Yuzhu could roughly guess his style of doing things. In simple terms, people like him are often seen in modern workplaces. They use business tactics and exploit relationships to climb up, and their methods are all too familiar. People blinded by greed can do anything. Looking out the window, Lin Yuzhu frowned and asked, "When does the chubby guy usually arrive?" Li Xiangwan thought for a moment, glanced at Wang Xiaomei, and said, "Soon. Let's wait a bit longer." Wang Xiaomei stared out the window, waiting earnestly. Only Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan exchanged worried glances. They feared Zhang Cheng might have a backup plan. According to Wang Xiaomei, Zhang Cheng was mainly targeting the chubby guy. Clearly, the chubby guy had become a thorn in his side. Both of them imagined a plot to frame and separate the unfortunate couple. They stayed silent. Perhaps Zhang Cheng hadn't yet executed his next move, or maybe they were overthinking it, so they decided to wait and see. The three girls had limited abilities. Lin Yuzhu lightly tapped the table, thankful that she had communicated with Shen Bojun. When Zhang Qing approached Wang Xiaomei, Lin Yuzhu knew he was getting anxious. She had informed Shen Bojun. They just hoped he would come through. They didn't want anything to happen to the chubby guy. 2 hours passed, and the clouds in the sky began to turn red. Wang Xiaomei sensed something was off. She asked, "Did something happen to the chubby guy on the way?" Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan fell silent. They were also filled with uncertainty. But this was not something they could handle alone. Lin Yuzhu reassured, "Let's wait a bit longer. If he doesn't come, we'll go to the chubby guy's house. If we can't find him, we'll look for Shen Bojun." Li Xiangwan nodded, saying that was the only option. She thought Zhang Qing wouldn't dare do anything too drastic. If he really was that ruthless, they would be in danger too. Their emotions were starting to fluctuate. Just when they were worried, the chubby guy arrived. He looked battered and bruised. Wang Xiaomei jumped up, rushed over, and circled around him, asking, "Chubby guy, what happened?
Who hit you?"
Li Xiangwan wanted to scratch his head, but when his hand touched the back of his head, he winced in pain. Wang Xiaomei immediately moved behind him, parted his hair, and saw a large swollen bump. She exclaimed, "Who did this? They hit you so hard." Li Pengzi chuckled, feeling sweet inside from Wang Xiaomei's concern. He reassured her, "It's nothing, just a few punks who targeted me. We had a fight. They couldn't beat me. Don't worry, it's just some bruises. I'll be fine in a couple of days." Wang Xiaomei gently touched his face, feeling a pang of sympathy. Li Pengzi just smiled foolishly. Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan. Once Wang Xiaomei calmed down, Li Pengzi turned to Li Xiangwan and said, "Li Ziking, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. It's getting dark. You should stay in town for the night. Tomorrow morning, my brother will take you back." Li Xiangwan paused, looking outside. It was indeed getting dark, and they might not make it home before nightfall. Li Pengzi clearly had something on his mind, which both Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan noticed. He probably didn't want Wang Xiaomei to worry, so he didn't say anything. But this silly girl said, "If we hurry, we can still make it home." Li Pengzi struggled to contain his frustration and said, "Xiaomei, I still have some deliveries to make." Wang Xiaomei then remembered he had deliveries to make. Feeling sorry for him, she thought, "He's such a good guy, never offended anyone. Who would hit him like this?" Then she realized something was off, her expression changed, and she asked, "Did Zhang Qing do this to you?" Li Pengzi didn't answer but asked back, "Why do you think it was him?" His expression darkened, barely holding back his anger. "What did he say to you? What did he do?" Wang Xiaomei pouted, pulling on his arm, "Chubby guy, I almost didn't see you again." Her words made his eyes widen in shock, and his expression turned fierce. He shouted, "I'm going to settle this with him right now." In the blink of an eye, he dashed out the door. Wang Xiaomei chased after him, trying to stop him, but he calmly said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. We'll stay here tonight. It's safer. I'll be back soon, don't worry." Wang Xiaomei nodded, watching his brave figure, feeling both worried and proud. Lin Yuzhu stretched her neck and shook her head, feeling.
Li Xiangwan.
Wang Xiaomei thought, people like Zhang Qing won't back down easily. They can't be intimidated by this. When Shen Bojun received the news from Lin Yuzhu, he guessed that Zhang Qing wanted to eliminate Fatty Li. The bait was already set. After confirming the timing with Lin Yuzhu, Shen Bojun began to make his plans. Lin Yuzhu suggested that Wang Xiaomei should see through Zhang Qing herself. Shen Bojun sent 2 people to follow Zhang Qing closely, one to watch when the fish would be caught, and the other to secretly protect Wang Xiaomei's safety. Zhang Qing had no idea that someone was eavesdropping on his conversation with Wang Xiaomei from the back window. Shen Bojun didn't tell Fatty Li about this, fearing it would disrupt the plan. After all, Fatty Li was the biggest bait. Wang Xiaomei might not be in as much danger as he was. As expected, Zhang Qing targeted Fatty Li and sent a few underlings to follow him. In a deserted alley, they planned to bag him and knock him out. The colleagues secretly following Fatty Li found it both funny and frustrating. They knocked him out and then kicked him a few times. This showed how much they hated Fatty Li. The followers stayed hidden and continued to trail him. The three thugs struggled, carrying the unconscious Fatty Li and sweating profusely. When they dragged him to a house, one of the thugs complained, "This fat guy is really heavy." Another thug urged, "Stop wasting time. Let's get him inside. He's in for a treat today. Hey, can Sister Hong really do anything to him? It's all just for show next door." The followers then realized the thugs had taken Fatty Li to the house next to Li Zili. Experienced in such matters, they quickly guessed what Zhang Cheng was planning. After the three thugs brought Fatty Li inside, Sister Hong came out, swaying her hips. She glanced at Fatty Li and disdainfully said, "Your boss couldn't find someone better looking?" The thug immediately grinned and replied, "Sister Hong, what about me? Am I not handsome? How about we have some fun first?" The other two thugs burst into laughter. Sister Hong was not an ordinary woman. She coldly assessed the thug and said, "You're not even as good as this fat guy. At least he's cleaner." The thug pouted, feeling insulted. Sister Hong snorted and said, "Get him on the bed and take off his clothes." "You expect me to do it? If he wakes up and nothing is done, you'll have to explain to Zhang Cheng." The thugs rolled their eyes and quickly tossed Fatty Li onto the bed, preparing to undress him. Sister Hong reminded them, "Don't strip him too cleanly. Make it look convincing. He's the one trying to force me, not the other way around." The three thugs. Just as they were about to remove Fatty Li's outer clothing, the door burst open, and several strong men charged in aggressively. In no time, they had knocked the thugs down. The leader kicked one thug and growled, "You think you can mess with my brother, Fatty?" The thugs cowered in the corner, trembling in fear. Under the pressure from the strong men, Sister Hong lost her earlier composure and stammered, I was forced to do this. They made me." The leader chuckled, causing Sister Hong to break out in a cold sweat. After waking Fatty Li, they moved the three thugs and Sister Hong to another location. With a knife at their backs, the thugs dared not shout. Fatty Li thus avoided a confrontation with Wang Xiaomei. When they reached Fatty Li's territory, Shen Bojun was already there. Fatty Li, holding his head, asked, "Brother, did you know they were going to attack?" Shen Bojun glanced at Fatty Li's face and said, "You've had a tough time." Fatty Li chuckled, thinking this minor injury was nothing. The foreign forces were restless, and they were working tirelessly on their plans. Having set so many traps, they were just waiting for the biggest fish to bite. This sacrifice was worth it. Fatty Li hoped they could act convincingly enough to catch the big fish that had escaped with the Song and Lu families. The strong men tied up the three thugs and Sister Hong and began to reason with them. Meanwhile, when Zhang Cheng arrived next door, he found the place empty. He was confused. After Shen Bojun made arrangements, he asked Fatty Li to check in with Li Xiangwan. Given the chaotic situation, it was best not to return to the village. He had previously instructed Lin Yuzhu to stay in town for safety. The place in town was known only to their people, making it safer for the three girls. After ensuring Li Xiangwan was safe, he went to invite Zhang Cheng over. No one was better suited than Fatty Li to bring him in. While Zhang Cheng was still sending his underlings to look for people, Fatty Li had already brought his brothers to him and immediately started beating him up. After Zhang Cheng was left bruised and barely recognizable, Fatty Li said, "Buddy, let's go. My brother wants to see you." Zhang Cheng, confused, wondered who Fatty Li's brother was. His first thought was Li Xiangbei. However, when he saw the real person, he was momentarily stunned. Shen Bojun, playing with a knife, looked at Zhang Cheng with interest and said slowly, "Teacher Zhang has arrived." Zhang Cheng's pupils constricted as he incredulously looked at Shen Bojun and stammered, "You?
How?"
Then he suddenly understood. Fatty Li was just a distraction. The real threat to his business was Shen Bojun. He had always underestimated Shen Bojun, thinking he was just a middleman. If it was really this person, the friendly demeanor he showed at school was all an act. Zhang Cheng felt ridiculous. He was also angry that he had been played like a fool. "Teacher Zhang, I've been waiting for you to take this step for a long time," Shen Bojun said, raising an eyebrow, sitting back with a relaxed posture, no longer the righteous figure he usually was. He looked like a typical villain. Zhang Cheng's mind raced as he quickly analyzed Shen Bojun's words. Seeing that Zhang Cheng was confused, Shen Bojun casually said, "Teacher Zhang, let me remind you of something. You don't really think that Li Xiangwan as a woman can bring in so much goods, do you?" Zhang Cheng paused, his mind racing to connect the relationships. Li Xiangbei, Li Xiangwan, Fatty Li, and the person in front of him. With a pale face, he said, "What do you want from me?" Shen Bojun leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, and said firmly, "I want your subordinates. In other words, I want you
to work for me."
Zhang Cheng sneered, his gaze sharp, and replied defiantly, "Why should I?" He had worked hard to build his territory. He wouldn't willingly submit. Shen Bojun casually threw the knife in his hand, which landed firmly in the mud in front of one of the tied-up thugs. The thug jumped in fright, trembling uncontrollably. Shen Bojun watched the thug's fearful reaction before turning to Zhang Cheng and saying slowly, "Because of them." Zhang Cheng looked at his three brothers and sister Hong, feeling a chill run down his spine. Shen Bojun mocked him, saying, "Teacher Zhang, when you were competing for women with Li Xiangbei, didn't you think that people like us could easily crush you?" Zhang Cheng found himself speechless. A sense of helplessness washed over him. With these people in control, he was already at their mercy. You should be grateful you still have some value. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here. At that moment, Zhang Cheng realized that Shen Bojun and his group had been watching him for a long time. He thought he was hidden deep in the black market, but he had exposed himself through Li Xiangwan. Zhang Cheng felt ridiculous. He tried to use a woman to harm Fatty Li, but he had walked the same path as others before him. They had already used a beauty to reel him in. He was completely unaware. Zhang Cheng's mind was in turmoil. He was unwilling to just hand over what he had fought for. Shen Bojun decided to let him think for a moment and told Fatty Li, "Take these people to the police station." Zhang Cheng immediately looked up, panic in his eyes. He knew well that these thugs would not be loyal to him. If they exposed him, everything he had would be lost. His life would be ruined. Shen Bojun calmly said, "I've already told them what to say. Don't worry, they won't expose you. As for whether they will later, that depends on your performance." Zhang Cheng felt a tightening in his chest and throat. He understood Shen Bojun's implication: either become his subordinate or face disgrace. Today, these four would become a lifelong burden for him. If they were ordinary people, it would be one thing, but with Li Xiangbei's background, Zhang Cheng gritted his teeth and resignedly called out, "Big brother." After Zhang Cheng softened, Shen Bojun said to a strong man beside him, "Haozi, get along well with Teacher Zhang." The strong man, called Haozi, nodded and gave a half-smile to Zhang Cheng. "Then pick a time to introduce your underlings to Haozi," Shen Bojun continued. Zhang Cheng was unwilling, but had to agree. Most of his brothers were untrustworthy. Being sidelined was only a matter of time. Zhang Cheng felt like he was going to vomit blood. However, Shen Bojun was not as he imagined. Sidelining him? Gaining power was just a facade. After the Liu and Song families were caught, they followed the leads and uncovered a group of spies, cutting off many overseas connections with local comrades. During a review in several areas, they found hidden elements that had not been removed. Through long-term struggles, they discovered that these harmful elements hiding in the country preferred to mingle in the black market. Most of the targets for cooperation were desperate individuals from humble beginnings, and some, like Zhang Cheng, were ruthless in their ambition. Now, multiple regions were collaborating in the black market to lure out the snakes. At the same time, they aimed to clean up some small gangs hiding in the black market. Zhang Cheng chose this moment to develop his power, which was truly walking into a trap. Shen Bojun and Li Pengzi were not really trying to make a fortune in the black market. They intended to use Zhang Cheng as bait, slowly pushing people into a corner to see if the hidden bad elements would take the bait. If they didn't, it was fine. They could use Zhang Cheng's brothers to create an illusion that he was the boss of the black market. They were fishing with Zhang Cheng as bait. With multiple regions setting a trap, all they needed to do was wait. Taking this opportunity, Shen Bojun's disguised colleagues could also learn more about the small thugs around Zhang Cheng. They would register each one, and those who committed heinous acts could be caught all at once. Regardless of whether Zhang Cheng cooperated, he could not escape. A tiger without its claws could not make a splash. While Zhang Cheng secretly comforted himself that as long as he had the mountains, he wouldn't fear running out of firewood, he didn't realize that others were eager for him to show his true colors. What they feared was if he truly remained loyal.
Then,
now that they had Zhang Cheng under control, Shen Bojun lazily said, Li Xiangbei asked me to tell you something. Although he may not particularly like Li Xiangwan, everyone knows she belongs to him. You'd better not provoke his pride. Teacher Zhang, let me give you some advice. If you really anger him, when he goes crazy, I won't be able to protect you. He spoke seriously, leaving Zhang Cheng stunned. Li Pengzi, standing nearby, said to Zhang Cheng in a nonchalant manner, Buddy, stay away from Wang Xiaomei. If you pull any tricks, I'll send you straight to jail. Zhang Cheng. After living for over 20 years, he had never felt so humiliated. Shen Bojun stood up, his tall figure casually walking to where the dagger was thrown. He bent down to pull the dagger from the ground, admired it in his hand, and casually said, Teacher Zhang, don't underestimate women. When they play games, it's not something you can easily handle. If you fall for a woman once, don't let it happen again. That would seem very unwise. Zhang Cheng's face turned awkward, feeling choked. After giving Zhang Cheng a lesson, Haozi cheerfully put his arm around him and left the room. He was quite capable, and despite the situation, he still called Zhang Cheng brother, saying things like they were now family. Yet, Zhang Cheng could only endure. His forced smile looked more like a cry. Resigned, he introduced all his brothers to Haozi. After suppressing Zhang Cheng, Shen Bojun and Li Pengzi took a few brothers to Li Xiangwan. To avoid exposure, they needed to communicate well with her. They also had to put on a good show. By now, it was dark. A few girls were tidying up the Kong. After renting the house, Li Xiangwan occasionally heated the Kong. She even left some bedding behind. This was just in case she suddenly decided to stay in town. Thinking of her two useless friends, she kindly left 2 extra sets of bedding in the cabinet. At that moment, Li Xiangwan thought there was no one more generous than her. Now, it seemed she had some foresight. Naturally, she received a lot of praise from Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei. When Shen Bojun and his group entered, Lin Yuzhu raised her eyebrows. If it weren't for him and Li Pengzi, she would have thought they were bad guys. The strong men behind Shen Bojun didn't look very friendly. Li Xiangwan had interacted with these strong men a bit and thought Shen Bojun was just accompanying Li Pengzi. The strong men began moving things, while Li Pengzi started weighing and calculating. Shen Bojun stood in the room and said to Li Xiangwan casually, Teacher Li, I need to discuss something with you. At that moment, Li Xiangwan still misunderstood Shen Bojun. Thinking he wanted to talk to her alone, her expression darkened as she said, Just say what you need to say. Shen Bojun paused, not understanding why Li Xiangwan had so many thoughts over just one sentence. He glanced at Lin Yuzhu, who looked innocent and pursed her lips. Shen Bojun found it amusing and directly said, Zhang Cheng has been plotting against you. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate. Li Xiangwan nodded in response. Seeing her nod, Shen Bojun continued, Zhang Cheng has recently developed many underlings in the black market. Most of these thugs are kids who didn't study well in school and were lured by him after entering society. His expansion is significant, and the supply chain is crucial for him. I don't know how sincere he is towards you, but he is definitely focused on your supply. Xiangbei asked me to help you avoid Zhang Cheng, but it seems this man is desperate and can't sit still. Today, we managed to control him, but his ambition is strong, and he probably won't give up. Li Xiangwan lowered her gaze to analyze the situation and then asked, What do you need me to cooperate with? Shen Bojun nodded and said, Li Xiangbei wants you to stay out of it. Today, I made it clear to Zhang Cheng that you are one of us. Any exposure is just a facade. The purpose is to lure people in. Li Xiangwan instantly understood Shen Bojun's meaning. She glanced at Li Pengzi and then at Shen Bojun, asking, So Li Pengzi is working for you? At that moment, Shen Bojun's demeanor changed, resembling a hidden boss, and he nodded lightly. Wang Xiaomei's eyes widened, feeling that today's shindig was different from usual. Wang Xiaomei realized that not only Shin Bojun was changing, but even the respected Zhang Dage was also a facade. She suddenly felt that human nature was complicated. Watching the busy Li Pengzi, she felt happy as long as her Pengzi didn't change. Lin Yuzhu seemed to hear the sound of waves. When Shin Bojun caught sight of his little girl's sparkling eyes, he almost broke character. He quickly composed himself, waiting for Li Pengzi to finish counting the goods. Once Li Pengzi was done, he handed Li Xiangwan a list for her to check. Li Xiangwan looked over it while mentally calculating, and after settling the payment and goods, the group prepared to leave. Li Pengzi chatted with Wang Xiaomei for a bit, and they reluctantly parted ways. Lin Yuzhu, however, was quite carefree, showing no signs of reluctance. She was happily looking at the list in Li Xiangwan's hands, calculating how much money she had earned. Lin Yuzhu looked at the list and felt increasingly uneasy. Li Xiangwan said with a sly smile, "No need to doubt. It's exactly 250, not a cent more or less." Lin Yuzhu, after taking the money from Li Xiangwan, she pulled out 10 yuan and handed it back, saying, "The middleman takes a cut. Here's your 4%. Li Xiangwan accepted the money with a smile. That night, the three of them made some porridge and a dish of vinegar stir-fried cabbage, having a quick meal. When they lay down together on the Kong, they felt quite sentimental. Suddenly, Li Xiangwan chuckled. Lin Yuzhu and Wang Xiaomei looked puzzled. Wang Xiaomei asked, "What are you laughing at?" Li Xiangwan replied, "I was thinking about the day Zhuzi and I first came to the youth station.
You were really not very likable back then.
You even wanted to take my coarse cloth for free." Lin Yuzhu laughed too, while Wang Xiaomei had no idea she had been in a tricky situation. Wang Xiaomei exclaimed, feeling embarrassed and blushing, "That was because I was influenced by the previous youth. You don't know, Zhao Xianglan, Wang Yang, and He Yuanfang came around the same time. The older youths wouldn't let us use their pots and pans and made us buy our own. Once we bought them, they just used them without any shame. If I hadn't gotten better later, they could have taken the things we bought when they got married. How ruthless." Li Xiangwan chuckled softly and asked, "So why didn't you just come over and take ours?" "Oh, I just mentioned it casually back then. I didn't really mean it," Wang Xiaomei said, turning away shyly. Thinking about it, she wondered why they were bringing up old grievances. Lin Yuzhu smiled but said nothing. Li Xiangwan stared at the dark ceiling and said clearly, "So we're even now." Wang Xiaomei turned back. "What?" Lin Yuzhu had an idea of what Li Xiangwan meant. It must be about using Wang Xiaomei to deal with Zhang Yanqiu back then. Thinking about how many people had come and gone at the youth station, Lin Yuzhu felt quite reflective. She never expected that in the end, the three of them would end up together. Moonlight quietly streamed in through the window, adding a faint glow to the small room. Under the moonlight, the three girls fell asleep while teasing and joking with each other. Originally, it was a beautiful night, but Li Xiangwan, deep in sleep, had a dream where she was tied up in a room and couldn't break free. She suddenly woke up, and in the dim moonlight, she realized that Wang Xiaomei had her arm draped over her, while Lin Yuzhu had both her arms and legs on her. Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes in silence and carefully moved their limbs away, thinking to herself, "I definitely won't sleep in the middle again next time." Wang Xiaomei, disturbed, turned over unhappily and mumbled. Lin Yuzhu, sound asleep, soon cuddled back up to her.
Li Xiangwan.
For a moment, she thought about kicking them off the Kong. After all this fuss, Li Xiangwan found it hard to sleep. When she couldn't sleep, her mind became more active, and she couldn't help but think about Zhang Cheng. As she pondered, her thoughts drifted to Shin Bojun. She didn't have any other thoughts, just a feeling that something was off. Shin Bojun and Li Pengzi were involved in the black market. She initially thought it was just some petty dealings for extra cash. Later, when Li Pengzi partnered with her, she assumed he wanted to earn more to support his family. Now, the situation seemed a bit like a black market power struggle. If Zhang Cheng had ulterior motives and was building his own power, what about Shin Bojun and Li Pengzi? It seemed they were doing the same thing. Li Xiangwan frowned. Based on her understanding of Li Xiangbei, if Shen Bozhen and Li Pengzi were indeed ambitious, he wouldn't so easily trust them with her. If they were truly ambitious, Li Xiangbei would definitely protect her from them. It wasn't self-love. She had always trusted Li Xiangbei, even though she didn't know why. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She turned to look at the peacefully sleeping Lin Yuzhu and suddenly had a realization. Wait, Shen Bozhen had shown interest in Lin Yuzhu before. That military coat. Li Xiangwan began to replay the events in her mind, and the answers became clearer. Lin Yuzhu was dreaming about hugging a fluffy teddy bear, wondering when she had bought it, and absent-mindedly squeezed it. To her surprise, the teddy bear suddenly came to life and poked her twice, startling Lin Yuzhu awake. As her blurry vision cleared, she saw a pale face with long hair, which gave her a fright. When she recognized it was Li Xiangwan, she thought, it's not good to be so pale. It's a bit scary to sleep next to her at night. Lin Yuzhu asked softly, "What are you doing?" She realized that the other person had just poked her. Li Xiangwan said irritably, "Get dressed. We need to talk. I have something to ask you." Hearing her tone, Lin Yuzhu felt uneasy. Did she talk in her sleep? Did she know she had come over? She didn't remember saying anything in her dream, just squeezing the bear a couple of times. Lin Yuzhu's expression gradually changed. After getting dressed, she followed Li Xiangwan into the moonlight outside. Seeing Li Xiangwan's pale skin, she didn't find it beautiful anymore. It was a bit unsettling. Lin Yuzhu suggested, "How about we light a candle?" Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes and rummaged around to find a candle. Once it was lit, Lin Yuzhu sighed in relief, feeling a bit confused. She had never noticed that she was afraid of the dark. Lin Yuzhu yawned and asked, "What's up?" Li Xiangwan pursed her lips and squinted at her. Lin Yuzhu coughed, feeling a bit nervous, wondering why it felt like Li Xiangwan wanted to eat her. Li Xiangwan said ominously, "Lin Yuzhu, you've really made me suffer."
Lin Yuzhu?
Her cover was really blown. Lin Yuzhu's eyes darted around, and she asked the system in her mind, "Did I talk in my sleep?" System. 1,000 contribution points automatically deducted. Host did not talk in her sleep. Just a little unruly. Lin Yuzhu sighed in relief and smiled. "What's wrong? Did you find something out? Come on, tell me. The worst thing between people is having misunderstandings. You better tell me so I can."
No, explain.
Li Xiangwan rubbed her forehead and got straight to the point. "Are you and Shen Bozhen together?" Lin Yuzhu shook her head, her face tense. "What are you talking about? I'm still a young girl." So she found out about her secret relationship with Comrade Shen? Li Xiangwan suddenly felt a pang in her heart.
Who asked you that?
Are Shen Bozhen and Li Pengzi undercover agents? Li Xiangwan whispered, worried about waking Wang Xiaomei, who was still sound asleep on the Kong. Lin Yuzhu only gave a silent applause to Li Xiangwan's guess and did not give a clear answer. Understanding the hint, Li Xiangwan stopped asking about their identities. She squinted and said, "So, you had your eye on Zhongqing even before the new year." Lin Yuzhu nodded. "Probably, after all, he's been close to you and caught their attention."
Li Xiangwan.
"So, did you and Shen Bozhen plan this act for us?" "Hee, brother Shen is just worried I might be in danger. You and Wang Xiaomei can't stay out of it, so at least one of us has to be safe."
Ha ha ha.
Lin Yuzhu said with a grin. Her serious demeanor left Li Xiangwan speechless. Feeling both annoyed and amused, she said, "You really know how to act." Lin Yuzhu pouted and joked, "Life forces you to adapt. When facing danger, human potential is limitless."
Li Xiangwan.
"Keep fooling yourself." Li Xiangwan rubbed her forehead, suddenly feeling a bit scared. Without Li Xiangbei, she could have been caught in a terrible situation. Not to mention Shen Bozhen and Li Fatty's real target. It probably had something to do with the black market. If she had been deeply involved in the black market, just thinking about it scared her. She realized she had been reckless before. It seems she needs to be more careful in the future. At least, she can't be as reckless as before. She had thought that in this era, without surveillance and data, many things didn't require caution. But now it seems that's not entirely true. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. Li Xiangwan sighed and said, I owe him more and more. Lin Yuzhu, feeling sleepy, yawned and said, just offer yourself, since that's what he wants. Li Xiangwan ground her teeth and shot Lin Yuzhu a glare. Curiously, she asked, hey, seriously, what's the situation between you and Shin Bojun now? Lin Yuzhu suddenly perked up, smiling smugly, hee. Li Xiangwan rolled her eyes. Feeling a bit amused by Lin Yuzhu's antics, she said slowly, if your brother Shin knew how you were bad-mouthing him behind his back, what do you think? Lin Yuzhu's eyes twinkled as she said, don't praise me for being smart and clever. Li Xiangwan was momentarily speechless, never having seen someone so bold.
Smart people know what to ask and what not to.
After exchanging a few jabs, they returned to the room. Looking at the bed, Li Xiangwan exclaimed, wow, Wang Xiaomei is practically sleeping sideways. Li Xiangwan muttered, with that sleeping position, how does she sleep in her own room? She barely fit on such a big bed, let alone the small one in the backyard. Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and said, I have heard a few screams before. Not loud, probably when she rolled off the bed. Li Xiangwan chuckled, feeling a bit schadenfreude, recalling the misery of sleeping in the middle. Turning to Lin Yuzhu, she said, you sleep on the inside. Lin Yuzhu obediently climbed onto the bed and slept in the middle.
They both slept well that night.
Li Xiangwan still didn't sleep soundly. Lin Yuzhu was like a pig, never seen someone so good at hogging space. When they got up in the morning, Wang Xiaomei saw Li Xiangwan sleeping beside her and looking unwell, curiously asked, why are you sleeping on the edge?
You look like you didn't sleep well.
Were you scared by Zhangcheng? Don't worry, you have me and Juzi and my brother Fatty. We won't let him succeed. Li Xiangwan took a deep breath, not wanting to talk to these two. The three of them had classes in the morning, so after washing up, they hurried out of the yard to head back to school. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Shin Bojun waiting at the door. Shin Bojun sat seriously on the car, calmly saying, Fatty asked me to come and escort you back to school. Li Xiangwan glanced at Lin Yuzhu. Lin Yuzhu grinned, a sly glint in her eyes. Wang Xiaomei was still dazed, thinking her brother Fatty was so considerate. Once they were on the road, Lin Yuzhu sat on Wang Xiaomei's bicycle, looking back at Shin Bojun not far behind, smiling sweetly. She thought to herself, wondering when she could openly sit behind Shin Bojun. Or maybe she could ride with him too. Look at her brother Shin. Even riding a bicycle looks so cool. Seeing Lin Yuzhu's bright smile, Shin Bojun smiled back. Lin Yuzhu playfully made a silly gesture. Shin Bojun almost lost his grip on the handlebars. The bike wobbled but steadied again. Lin Yuzhu's smile grew even brighter.
Her mood was soaring.
Shin Bojun seemed to see another side of his girl. Meanwhile, at the Han family, Han Man, because she had the last two classes in the morning, openly arrived late. She was still leisurely drinking porridge at home. Taking her time, she showed no signs of urgency. Han's mother couldn't stand her slowness and said, hurry up and eat. What will your principal think if you're late? This child had been spoiled by them. Han Man replied with an O, continuing her own way. This made Han's mother glare at her in frustration. Han's father shook his head helplessly. After Han's parents finished their meal, they ignored their daughter and got up to put on their coats and head to work. Once Han Man saw her parents leave the house, she rushed to the window to check, making sure they had truly left the yard. Only then did she quickly finish her porridge and head to the kitchen. Last night, Han's mother had steamed a pot of fluffy, big buns. Han Man couldn't resist the temptation and decided to take them all while her parents were at work. She stuffed them all into a cloth bag. Later, she thought better of it and took out two to leave for her parents to eat when they returned for lunch. With the buns packed, Han Man rummaged through the living room. Everywhere she went looked like a mess. Finally, she also took a bag of walnut cookies and left the house, satisfied, heading back to school. Unbeknownst to her, Han's mother had already borrowed a bicycle from Han's father, making him walk to work while she followed Han Man to Shanshui village to see what her daughter was up to. Han Man rode leisurely ahead, while her mother followed behind, gritting her teeth. From a distance, one could see the bulging bag bouncing up and down as Han Man pedaled. Han Man had no idea her mother was trailing her. Upon reaching school, she directly handed the buns to Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang looked at the bag full of white buns and exclaimed, "These buns are really well steamed. Han teacher is so thoughtful. Most families wouldn't be willing to share such good buns. Even in our village, they wouldn't dare give their children such nice buns." Han Man smiled, feeling proud as she returned to the office. Meanwhile, Han's mother, hiding in a corner, saw Han Man come out of the kitchen. When she entered, the bag was full, but now it was flat. Han's mother quietly approached the kitchen door to peek. Aunt Wang, seeing a stranger and noticing Han's mother's attire didn't look like that of an ordinary family, suspiciously asked, "Comrade, who are you looking for?" Han's mother looked at the kitchen and then at Aunt Wang standing by the stove, her expression softening as she said, "Comrade, I'm here to inquire about Han teacher." Aunt Wang immediately became wary of Han's mother. Why was she asking about Han teacher for no reason? Seeing Aunt Wang's caution, Han's mother felt a bit better about her. She stepped inside slowly and said kindly, "Comrade, please don't misunderstand. A few days ago, my son mentioned he likes Han teacher and wants us to propose. But, this is a big deal. So, I thought I'd come to find out what kind of person Han teacher is. As the saying goes, a gift makes one feel indebted." After speaking, Han's mother handed Aunt Wang an apple. Seeing the bright red apple with a sweet aroma, Aunt Wang's wariness faded significantly. She warmly invited Han's mother to sit down and said with a hint of emotion, "Sister, I have to tell you, Teacher Han is a good person with a kind heart. But, well, she can be a bit naive." Han's mother coughed, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. Although it was awkward, even she thought her daughter could be a bit naive, so how could she blame others for saying so? Feigning curiosity, she asked, "What do you mean by that?" Aunt Wang hesitated for a moment, thinking that since she had received an apple, she should speak honestly. "Sister, let me be straightforward. You should let your son give up on this idea." She might not agree. Han's mother. She felt unhappy. Who was Aunt Wang to say her daughter wouldn't agree? So, she changed the subject and said, "Sister, is there something going on? You keep saying she's naive and won't agree. My son is quite outstanding and can attract many girls." Aunt Wang smiled, looked outside to see no one around, and then whispered to Han's mother, "This story is long and can't be explained in just a few sentences. Let me start from the beginning." Han's mother nodded, her heart racing, feeling that she was about to hear something unpleasant. Her expression grew serious. Aunt Wang thought Han's mother was just being cautious about her son's marriage and didn't think much of it. So, she began, "You see, Teacher Han doesn't get along well with 3 female teachers at our school." Han's mother was puzzled. Her daughter was quite friendly and had never had issues with anyone. Could there be a misunderstanding? Maybe those 3 teachers were bullying her daughter. She listened intently. Aunt Wang continued, "These 3 female teachers are young educated workers from the countryside, and 2 of them are quite pretty. Among them, Teacher Li is really beautiful. There's a male teacher, Teacher Zhang, who has been quite attentive to her.
Teacher Han.
I heard she used to have a good relationship with Teacher Zhang. Some say Teacher Zhang pursued Teacher Han before, but then he turned his attention to Teacher Li and ignored Teacher Han. This upset Teacher Han. The 3 young teachers are close, so Teacher Han confronted them. One of the young teachers, Teacher Lin, is also attractive, fair-skinned and lively. I'm getting off track. Anyway, Teacher Lin has a good heart and noticed the children weren't eating well, so she kindly brought some eggs to make soup for them. Teacher Han saw this and felt competitive, so she brought back a pig's trotter. From then on, whenever Teacher Lin brought something for the kids, Teacher Han would try to outdo her. Though they both had good intentions, Teacher Han was still doing it for a man. Isn't Teacher Han a bit naive? In my opinion, Teacher Zhang is fickle. There's nothing to like about him. Even after all this, she still hasn't given up on him. Not long ago, she even had an argument with Teacher Wang because of him. Sister, with your son proposing, I think it's unlikely. At this point, Han's mother didn't want to speak anymore. Her head was buzzing. Everything felt chaotic, and she could hardly breathe. One moment it was Teacher Li, then Teacher Lin, and now Teacher Wang. Why was it so complicated? Seeing Han's mother like this, Aunt Wang didn't think much of it, assuming she just needed time to process everything. Reflecting on what she had said, she realized it might not be good for Teacher Han. She got up and brought a student's lunch for Han's mother to see. Sighing, she said, "Look, this is what our school kids eat for lunch." Sigh, people in the countryside don't earn much in a year. After paying for their education, they can't afford better food. Teacher Han is kind-hearted and often brings things to school. Seeing the small bun in the bowl, Han's mother felt sympathy and asked, "Can the kids get full with such a small bun?" Aunt Wang knew Han's mother hadn't experienced hardship, smiled, and replied, "If they can't get full, they just drink some water to fill up." Han's mother felt a pang in her heart, realizing her daughter wasn't competing over a man. She was clearly concerned for the children. Thinking of Teacher Zhang, Han's mother became serious and asked, "Sister, what's Teacher Zhang like?" Aunt Wang made a face of disdain and said, "Not great. He's always sticking to Teacher Li. She doesn't want to pay him any attention. You should have seen how clingy he was. He probably treated Teacher Han the same way. Otherwise, why would Teacher Han still be hung up on him? They say women fear clingy men, and Teacher Han is just unlucky to have met someone like him." At this point, Han's mother's expression turned sour. She knew all too well how Teacher Zhang had treated her daughter. If she hadn't constantly advised her daughter to be more reserved, things might not have escalated. Han's mother angrily said, "This person is really inconsiderate." Aunt Wang patted Han's mother's arm and said, "I think he's just a flirt. Does Teacher Wang have something going on with him too?" Han's mother recalled Aunt Wang mentioning Teacher Wang earlier. "Not really. Teacher Wang has a partner in town. But I think Teacher Zhang's attitude towards Teacher Wang isn't just friendly. He calls her little sister, but that's just to fool young girls who don't know better. At our age, we should know better. All that brother-sister talk is nonsense," Aunt Wang said with a gossiping tone. Han's mother was about to explode. This Teacher Zhang was truly outrageous. Feeling furious, she wanted to ask more but held back her anger and continued, "What about Teacher Lin? From what you said earlier, it seems like Teacher Han and Teacher Lin don't get along. Could it be that Teacher Lin is involved with Teacher Zhang?" Aunt Wang sighed and said, "That's why I say Teacher Han is naive. Of the three teachers, only Teacher Lin and Teacher Zhang have no relationship, yet she thinks they do. Honestly, since the three teachers get along well, she should just dislike them all at once." Han's mother nearly choked on her breath, almost suffocating. After exhaling deeply, she stopped chatting with Aunt Wang, stood up, and angrily stormed out. Aunt Wang was left dumbfounded. They were having a good conversation, and suddenly, she just left. Just then, the school bell rang and students and teachers started coming out. Teacher Zhang, feeling down due to recent events, was surprised to see Han's mother storming out. Confused, he wondered why she was there. As their eyes met, Han's mother, who had planned to find her daughter in the office, changed her mind upon seeing Teacher Zhang. It was this person who had tarnished her daughter's reputation. So, she marched up to him, raised her hand, and slapped him. Teacher Zhang was left completely bewildered. He felt utterly confused. Several teachers who came out witnessed the scene. Lin Yuzhu watched in shock, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, "Wow-oh." The nearby children echoed, "Wow-oh." Teacher Zhang instantly felt embarrassed to the extreme, his face turning all sorts of colors. It was truly an unusual embarrassment. In front of the students and teachers, Zhang Cheng felt both embarrassed and angry after being slapped. He had always pretended to be composed, but now he had to force a smile and politely say to Han's mother, "Aunt, what is this about?" At that moment, Han's mother felt she had seen through Zhang Cheng. In front of so many people, he could endure a slap and still speak politely. This showed he was quite cunning. Thinking about what Aunt Wang had just said, Han's mother had made up her mind. She had to keep her daughter away from him. No matter what, after that slap, Han's mother felt a lot better. For her daughter's reputation, she couldn't let Zhang Cheng off the hook today. So, she coldly scolded him, "Zhang, stay away from my daughter from now on. Let's just say we misjudged you and helped someone so ungrateful. Thank goodness I kept my daughter away from you. I just wanted to test you at first. I didn't expect you to be so two-faced. You accept our family's kindness while flirting with others. Ugh, from today on, you're not welcome in our home. Let's cut all ties completely." After saying this, she turned and went to the teacher's office. Zhang Cheng gritted his teeth and endured it. Though he managed to keep his composure on the outside, inside he was going crazy. For a moment, he seriously questioned his life. He felt like he had been having bad luck lately. Just then, the principal came out of his office and called, "Teacher Zhang, come to my office." The usually gentle principal was unusually serious. The other teachers exchanged glances, fearing that Zhang Cheng had upset the principal. Feeling anxious, Zhang Cheng entered the principal's office. "Principal." Zhang Cheng wanted to explain that it was Han's mother who was going crazy, and he was innocent. He didn't even know what was happening. But seeing the principal's displeased expression, he couldn't say anything. The principal sighed and said earnestly, "Teacher Zhang, there have been many rumors about you at school lately. Now that a mother has caused a scene at school, do you think this looks good? What kind of place is this school?" Zhang Cheng was instantly speechless and awkwardly explained, "Principal, I really have nothing with Teacher Han." The principal shook his head helplessly and said, "Do you think I would misunderstand you for no reason? Before today, I specifically went to the town school to inquire about you. Teacher Zhang, I don't need to elaborate further." The principal emphasized his words. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Improper conduct is a serious issue. Don't let this cost you your job. All right, go back and think it over. You need to resolve this quickly." Zhang Cheng stood there awkwardly, speechless. His chest felt tight. Being a teacher was his backup plan. He couldn't afford to lose it. Meanwhile, Han Man had been pulled by her mother to her dorm. She was curled up on the bed, sitting quietly like a frightened quail. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing at her forehead, Han's mother angrily said, "You've really grown bold. Learning to be jealous? Do you know how people in this village talk about you? You're almost being called a fool. Han Man, you've really embarrassed me." Seeing her mother's pale face, Han Man quickly lowered her head, thinking about who was spreading rumors. "Isn't that right?" Han Man shifted uncomfortably and said, "Oh, Mom, that's not what I meant. At first, I didn't really understand. Later, when I found out what kind of person he was, I felt a bit unwilling. I thought I could win him back and then dump him hard. That would feel good." She felt proud at the end, thinking she was clever. Hearing this, Han's mother didn't want to say anything more and looked at her daughter like she was foolish. Feeling guilty under her mother's gaze, Han Man finally said, "Mom, why are you looking at me like that?" Han's mother, slightly desperate, said, "I'm wondering if I really gave birth to a fool."
Han Man.
She quietly retorted, "Where am I foolish? I know he's not a good person. I never planned to marry him. Isn't that smart?" Han's mother, feeling sad, said any normal person would know not to keep in touch with him. But you, instead, want to stir up trouble. What kind of trouble are you looking for as a girl? You come back and tell me and your dad that you can't vent your anger? You're really something. The neighbor Xiaoling had 2 boyfriends and almost got called improper. Do you not know about that? Oh, you're going to drive me crazy. After saying this, Han's mother held her forehead, feeling a bit confused. Her daughter had been spoiled by her father. Look at what she had turned into. And that Zhang Cheng was also someone her father had gotten involved with. The more Han's mother thought about it, the angrier she became, wanting to go back and scold Han's father too. Knowing she was in the wrong, Han Man didn't dare say anything more and quietly said, "I understand, Mom. I have class." Han's mother took a deep breath, stood up, and looked at Han Man coldly, warning, "You behave yourself. Cut all ties with Zhang Cheng. Don't get involved with him anymore. You don't need to vent your anger. Your dad and I are still here. If I hear anything, I will make you regret it. Han Man replied with a soft okay, shrinking at the edge of the bed, being very cautious. Han's mother snorted and left. As Han's mother exited the dorm, Aunt Wang, standing at the kitchen door, hurried back inside, fearing Han's mother's attention. Aunt Wang gently tapped her mouth and muttered, "You just had to say everything. You brought this on yourself." Seeing the apples on the stove, she angrily picked one up and put it in her pocket. Honestly, how can city people be so cunning? After Han's mother left, Lu Yi returned to the dorm and saw Han Man looking like she had been through a lot. She asked with concern, "Aunt scolded you?" Han Man nodded sadly, saying, "She almost hit me." Lu Yi couldn't help but want to laugh but held it back, saying, "It's not surprising Aunt is angry. Just ignore Zhang Chung from now on. He doesn't seem like a good person. He's just like Wang Baojia, always changing partners. With my experience, you should be more cautious."
Han Man nodded till Lu.
Why does no one understand her? Due to Han's mother's sudden attack, Han Man decided to ignore Zhang Chung completely. Her mood changed faster than flipping a book. Whenever Zhang Chung appeared, she looked as cold as ice. There was no sign of affection at all. She was completely different from before. Su Hong was amazed and complained to Lin Yuzhu, Sister Lin, "Doesn't it seem like Teacher Han doesn't really like Teacher Zhang?" Lin Yuzhu shrugged and said, "At least she's showing some sense. If this continued without change, it would be a disaster." From then on, Zhang Chung completely offended the Han family. That day, after Han's mother returned from school, she had a big fight with Han's father. Oh, it was a one-sided argument. Han's father, like Han Man, sat quietly in his chair, not daring to say a word. He cursed Zhang Chung in his heart. Zhang Chung had made many connections at the pork factory besides Han's father. Han's father had initially turned a blind eye, but now he wouldn't. He greeted a few of Zhang Cheng's close acquaintances. Those people immediately cut ties with Zhang Chung. With someone like deputy factory manager Han holding a grudge, even the factory manager had to think twice. Who would dare to touch this bad luck? After facing obstacles everywhere in the pork factory, Zhang Chung was furious. Once he calmed down, he suddenly burst into a sinister laugh. It was just some pork. If he couldn't get it here, he could find Fat Li. Thinking back, Shin Bojun wasn't that smart. Did he really think Zhang Chung would willingly help him?
Dream on.
But it was fine. With their supply, he could buy some time and rebuild his connections. Now, he just needed to wait for the right moment. Zhang Chung suddenly felt enlightened and laughed heartily, realizing that Shin Bojun had actually helped him a lot. Otherwise, how could he afford to support these brothers? In the end, who was helping whom was still uncertain. A glimmer of triumph crossed Zhang Cheng's eyes. However, unexpectedly, within a couple of days, Fat Li cut off half of the supply to him. His underlings fought fiercely over the goods, creating chaos. Zhang Cheng's face darkened like a pot bottom. In just a few days, his underlings had started to disregard him. Zhao Erbao, one of Zhang Cheng's capable subordinates, said with a worried face, "Bro, as soon as the others heard you recognize someone else as the boss, they..." "Sigh, bro. Don't take it to heart. We still have time. We will have our day to turn things around." That Fat Li is such a jerk, barking orders at the brothers. Now that half the supply is cut off, we need to come up with a plan. If this continues, the brothers will really scatter. Zhang Chung remained silent for a long time, looking gloomy. Let them sell for now. Everyone can take a little less. Will they die from earning a bit less money? I'll think of a solution. Zhao Erbao immediately nodded eagerly in agreement. After Zhang Chung left in a bad mood, he went to confront Shin Bojun. After hearing him out, Shin Bojun sent a rat to call Fat Li over. Fat Li glanced at Zhang Chung and said nonchalantly, "Buddy, it's not that we can't give you goods. We're tight on resources ourselves. It's already good if we can spare some." Fat Li was speaking the truth. There really wasn't much supply. Zhang Chung had expanded too much. Zhang Chung gritted his teeth and looked at Shin Bojun, indignantly saying, "Big brother, my underlings almost fought over the lack of goods. If this continues, they will scatter. Zhang Cheng sneered inside. His people weren't just anyone who could be taken away. Without the right skills, don't take on difficult tasks. Seeing Zhang Cheng's expression, Shen Bozhen smirked coldly and said, "Since Fat Li has difficulties, you should think of your own solutions. Didn't you sell goods just fine before Fat Li came along?" Zhang Cheng's face stiffened, and he cursed in his heart. At least before, he had supplies from Li Xiangwan and the Han family. Moreover, Shen Bozhen took their profits, but didn't want to manage anything. Zhang Cheng felt unfair and said in a harsh tone, "My abilities are limited, and some connections are cut off. I can't get much supply anymore." No matter what, he had to get something out of this today. Shen Bozhen raised an eyebrow and coldly asked, "If you're so incapable, why should I keep you around?" Zhang Cheng froze, shocked. What did that mean? Shen Bozhen leaned back in his chair, looking expressionless at Zhang Cheng, mocking him. "Zhang Cheng, you don't think I took you in out of kindness to give you money, do you? Let me be clear. I'm interested in a money-making asset, not just a pig that eats. If you can't handle it, I don't need to keep you. You should know where to go." As Zhang Cheng's anger rose, he also felt a chill down his spine. His plans had just fallen apart. To save himself, Zhang Cheng had to run around looking for supplies. At school, he could only be seen during class. Otherwise, he was hardly around. This made the principal very unhappy. The principal hated offending people the most. He immediately went to Shen Bozhen's office and said, "You should say a word or two to Teacher Zhang. As a teacher, he should put students first." Shen Bozhen nodded and agreed. When Zhang Cheng returned to school, he was called to the office. When he entered, Shen Bozhen, treating him as he did before, said gently, "Teacher Zhang, your recent work hasn't been very diligent. The principal thinks if this continues, you won't need to come to class anymore." Zhang Cheng was taken aback. As a tall man, he was almost brought to tears by anger. To him, Shen Bozhen looked like a devil. So bullying. Zhang Cheng gritted his teeth tightly, holding back his tears. Shen Bozhen remained calm and said, "I've delivered the message. You can leave now." Zhang Cheng. In just half a month, he had lost a lot of weight and looked very down. Lin Yuzhu shook her head in pity, saying it was truly tragic. Han Manman felt pleased seeing him struggle. Look, without their family, he couldn't manage, could he? She picked up her book, swinging her 2 braids, and walked out of the office proudly, thinking that even if Zhang Cheng came crying to her now, it wouldn't matter. Just then, Lin Yuzhu came out and Han Manman stopped to say, "I brought 2 pig trotters today, specially saved by my mom." Lin Yuzhu applauded Han Manman, saying, "Teacher Han, you're amazing. Should we get something else? If you keep this up, the whole school will call you Pig Trotter Teacher."
Han Man Man.
Suddenly feeling a bit scared. As the two stared at each other, they noticed Aunt Sue and Aunt Wang seemingly arguing about something in the kitchen. Since the class bell hadn't rung yet, Lin Yuzhu hurried over to see what was happening. "Everyone is friends. Let's keep the harmony." When Lin Yuzhu approached, Aunt Sue and Aunt Wang noticed someone coming and both fell silent. The two glared at each other. It was clear they were not getting along. However, it also showed that they didn't want anyone to know what they were arguing about. Lin Yuzhu smiled and said, "Aunt Sue, class is about to start, and Su Hong is covering for you." Aunt Sue took the opportunity to leave, spitting at Aunt Wang as she did. Aunt Wang glared angrily. After Aunt Sue left, Lin Yuzhu smiled at Aunt Wang but didn't ask more and went to teach the students. After class, she excitedly ran over to Aunt Sue, looking very curious. As a good friend, Aunt Sue's mood improved a lot. With a stern face, she said, "I knew you would come over after class." Just then, Su Hong returned from class. Seeing Lin Yuzhu, she greeted her sweetly and went to check if the kids needed their diapers changed. Lin Yuzhu looked at Su Hong and praised, "Su Hong really cares about you. Worried you might get tired." Aunt Sue, while rubbing her sore back, said, "I have my daughter helping me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to manage this work. My Su Hong is so good and the Li family." At this point, Aunt Sue became very upset. Su Hong, blushing, quietly changed the baby's diapers. Lin Yuzhu tilted her head and curiously asked, "Aunt, what's wrong? Does it have to do with Aunt Wang's family?" Aunt Su sighed and quietly explained the situation to Lin Yuzhu. "It's a bit of a long story. Right now, there are only Aunt Wang and Aunt Su in the school. The principal is a man, so he doesn't count. Usually, Aunt Wang would come over to help Aunt Su when she had some free time. Over time, their originally ordinary relationship improved. Aunt Su started to consider Aunt Wang as family and mentioned the Li family's proposal. Aunt Su wanted Aunt Wang to help check on Li Wei, the teacher, to see what he was like. It was just a casual mention, but Aunt Wang took it seriously. She really started observing Li Wei. The more she looked, the more she thought Li Wei was a good person with decent qualities, one of the best young men in the village. Thinking about her daughter Hua, who wasn't engaged yet, she started to have other thoughts. She specifically called Wang Hua over to help for a couple of days. She casually brought Wang Hua around Li Wei a few times. Eventually, Li Wei took a liking to Wang Hua. When Aunt Su found out that the two families were engaged, she finally understood what had happened. So, she went to confront Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang's methods were somewhat underhanded, and Aunt Su was worried about her daughter's reputation, so they didn't argue in public. They both knew it wasn't the right time to spread the news, so they competed quietly. Lin Yuzhu nodded in understanding and said, "I remember Wang Hua isn't very old, right? She's only 15 this year, isn't she?" Aunt Su huffed and said unhappily, "Teacher Li said he doesn't mind waiting 2 more years. Marrying when she's 17 or 18 is fine." Lin Yuzhu clicked her tongue. In this era, it's common for girls to get engaged at 15 or 16 after they stop schooling. Some families don't want to keep raising daughters, while others fear that if they wait too long, their daughters won't get married. The good ones get picked first. Wang Hua is indeed pretty, one of the beauties in the village. Otherwise, why would Li Wei, who is already of marrying age, be willing to wait another 2 years? Seeing Aunt Su's displeasure, Lin Yuzhu smiled and comforted her. "Aunt, don't be upset. It's their loss. Our Su Hong is so wonderful. She won't have trouble getting married. You should encourage Su Hong to work hard and read more. Who knows, there might be opportunities for further education in the future, and she could get promoted. Anyway, our Su Hong won't fall behind." Upon hearing this, Aunt Su smiled with relief and said, "That's true.
Su Hong, you should remember what Teacher Lin said."
Su Hong smiled at Lin Yuzhu, secretly hoping the Li family wouldn't propose anymore. She didn't really like Li Wei. He was slow and didn't seem very hardworking. She felt he wasn't reliable. He was just average-looking. She didn't care for him. If Wang Hua liked him, she could have him. She didn't dare tell her mother this, fearing she would scold her for being unambitious. Lin Yuzhu chatted with Aunt Su for a bit and took Su Hong back to prepare for class. Once they were out of the room, Su Hong whispered, "I'm glad you're here to advise me, or I wouldn't know how to tell my mom that I don't really like this engagement." Lin Yuzhu sighed. "If you don't like it, why not say something?" Su Hong blushed, as if she had done something wrong, and explained, "If I say it, she might not listen to me. It would be better not to say anything." Lin Yuzhu didn't know what to say for a moment. When they were about to part ways, Lin Yuzhu decided to say, "Su Hong, for something as important as your future, I think you should express your thoughts. At the very least, show your stance, so you won't regret it later." Su Hong thought about this and smiled at Lin Yuzhu. Little did Lin Yuzhu know that her words today would bring a significant stir to the Su family. Of course, that was a story for later. Because of the engagement, Aunt Wang and Aunt Su became enemies. Whenever they were both around, Lin Yuzhu usually tried to avoid them. She was afraid of becoming a sandwich in the middle. Everyone was friends, and it was hard to take sides. The weather gradually warmed up, and the school started to get back on track. Grass finally grew on the eaves, but the girls pulled it out to play house. Lin Yuzhu suspected they had been waiting for the grass to grow for a while. Otherwise, why would they be so eager to pull it out as soon as it appeared? They were ruthless with the grass. The school was improving, and the leaders from the commune planned to come for an inspection. The principal called Lin Yuzhu to the office. It wasn't anything serious. He wanted her to write some slogans to post in each classroom. Also, the big poster in the yard needed to be changed. Oh, and it would be best to write some welcome banners for the leaders to hang at the school entrance. After arranging the tasks, the principal encouraged her, "Teacher Lin, keep up the good work. If there are opportunities for further education in the future, I'll make sure you get one." Whether the principal was just making promises or not, Lin Yuzhu immediately smiled and said, "Thank you for your recognition and support, Principal. It's truly a blessing to have such a good leader like you. Principal, you really have a keen eye. You are like my second parents." By the end, Lin Yuzhu almost shed tears of gratitude. Principal Wu. Since she was writing slogans for the school, Lin Yuzhu certainly wouldn't spend her own money on paper, pens, and ink. So, she proudly walked to Shin Bojun's office. Shin, who held multiple positions, was always busy. Everyone came to him for everything. The principal, that old guy, just sat in his office drinking tea every day, much more relaxed than Shin. When Lin Yuzhu entered with a smug look, Shin Bojun smiled at her. He truly cherished this little girl and found her appearance amusing. This fondness left him somewhat speechless. Every time he thought of her, he wanted to laugh. Lin Yuzhu's eyes sparkled as she happily looked at Shin Bojun, but spoke seriously. "The principal said the leaders are coming to inspect, and I need to write slogans. We need big posters and banners. We also need paper, pens, ink, and some red silk for the banners." Shin Bojun nodded, bent down to open his desk drawer, and took out a brush, an ink bottle, and a stack of paper. Lin Yuzhu smiled, seeing how much Shin cared for her, keeping the brush and ink from last time in good condition. Oh, he even cleaned the brush. That was really nice. She first picked up the ink and brush, but then noticed the paper was a bit scattered and needed to be rolled up. So, she decided to put down the ink and brush to fix the paper first. Shin Bojun quickly helped her roll up the paper and handed it to her. As Lin Yuzhu took the paper, she accidentally held Shin Bojun's hand. Both of them felt a jolt in their hearts. Shin Bojun was momentarily stunned. It was no surprise. After more than 20 years, it was his first time having a girl hold his hand, especially a girl he liked. The soft touch and warm temperature made his ears turn red, and joy burst forth in his heart. That feeling was strange, something Shin Bojun had never experienced before. Before he could savor it, Lin Yuzhu snatched the paper and hurriedly ran away. Shin Bojun chuckled, his smile growing wider. He couldn't hide his good mood. Lin Yuzhu, blushing, ran out and took a deep breath. Even though she had traveled here, it was her first time holding a boy's hand. When she was younger, she wasn't allowed to date, and as she grew older, she had no interest in love. By the time she had money, she missed the innocent years. Back then, others said they liked her, but Lin Yuzhu couldn't see what they liked about her. She clicked her tongue, thinking that just one touch wasn't enough. Oh, she still wasn't mischievous enough. Feeling sweet inside, she hummed a tune as she returned to the office. After cutting the paper into squares, she dipped the brush in ink and stood there, writing with great style. Han Manman looked at the drying papers on the desk and sighed. She felt she was at a disadvantage. In this era, having good handwriting often depended on talent. Many people learned calligraphy through self-discovery. Determined, Han Manman decided to practice at home. She couldn't just give up. It felt like she was uneducated. Zhang Cheng happened to return from outside and saw Lin Yuzhu writing slogans and posters for the school, feeling a pang in his heart. His penmanship was decent, but he struggled with calligraphy. In the town school, this task wouldn't fall to him. He didn't expect to still be overshadowed in the countryside school. Zhang Cheng glanced at Lin Yuzhu, relieved that she was just a private teacher. What could she achieve? Even if the principal supported her, how far could that go? Wang Xiaomei watched Lin Yuzhu with admiration, thinking she glowed every time she wrote. Her friend was truly talented. Once the writing was done, all that was left was to paste it up. Lin Yuzhu could manage the banners, but hanging them at the entrance required strong boys. In the whole school, there were only 3 strong boys. One of them was Shen. Lin Yuzhu had to enlist Zhang Cheng and Li Wei. Using the principal's name, they wouldn't dare refuse. Zhang Cheng was eager to help. He knew having work was better than having none. But Li Wei seemed reluctant, whether from being tired as a labor teacher or something else. He didn't give Lin Yuzhu a pleasant expression. Lin Yuzhu frowned and said sternly, "Teacher Li, you look unwilling. If you don't want to help, you can leave." Li Wei really didn't want to help. Hearing Lin Yuzhu, he turned to go back to the office. Lin Yuzhu stood at the school gate, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Secretary Shen, come help. Teacher Li is too tired and throwing a tantrum." Lin Yuzhu's sudden shout startled Zhang Cheng, almost causing him to trip. He looked at Lin Yuzhu, unsure how to respond. Li Wei didn't expect Lin Yuzhu to say that. He had already taken several steps away, but stopped in annoyance and turned back, saying, "When did I throw a tantrum?" At that moment, Shen Bojun also came out of the office and coldly said to Li Wei, "Teacher Li, this banner is a school matter, not just Lin's. Your individualistic attitude is unacceptable." After saying that, he joined Zhang Cheng to help hang the banner. Li Wei hesitated at the door, trying to explain, "Secretary Shen, I wasn't throwing a tantrum." Realizing he had indeed acted like he didn't want to work, he didn't know how to explain. Zhang Cheng had nothing to say and just followed along to work. He thought to himself, what kind of strange people were around him? The principal, hearing the commotion, came over to see what was happening. Seeing Li Wei standing awkwardly at the door, he shook his head. What a young comrade. Why didn't he have any ambition? If this were in town, there would be plenty of eager helpers. Aunt Wang, watching from the kitchen door, suddenly thought that this future son-in-law wasn't as appealing as she thought. This little incident didn't bother anyone except Li Wei. On the day the commune leaders visited, they happily looked around the school. They inspected every classroom and office, leaving very satisfied. Then, they casually praised the calligraphy here is quite good. The principal nodded kindly, pointing to Lin Yuzhu, saying, "This young comrade wrote it. Teacher Lin is very dedicated to the school's work and cares for the students." Seeing that the children were lacking in nutrition, she selflessly contributed many eggs. The commune leaders were surprised and looked at Lin Yuzhu with appreciation, nodding in satisfaction. The principal also praised Teacher Han, as her contributions were significant too. He didn't want to dampen Teacher Han's spirits. The leaders smiled warmly at Teacher Han, offering encouragement. Finally, they told the principal and Shen Bojun, write an article later to commend these two excellent teachers. Lin Yuzhu and Han Manman instantly smiled with pride. Zhang Cheng watched this harmonious scene, pondering something. The leaders didn't eat at the school, but were taken to the village head's home for a simple meal. They also received some fertilizer. Though it wasn't much, it made the village head smile all afternoon. The village head's wife shot him a disapproving look and said, "When the leaders came to our house today, Li Xiuxiu tried to come in, but I sent her back." The village head frowned and asked cautiously, "Aren't you planning to let her come back?" The village head's wife was silent for a while and said, "I told her that as long as her mother agrees, the work points she earned during her time at the Li family will count towards us. Then I agreed to let her come back. Whether she can return depends on them." The village head smacked his lips. Could that old woman really handle it? Believe it or not, the village chief was right. Li Xiuxiu returned home and conveyed her mother-in-law's intentions to her own mother, Li Leopozi. After all, if someone could be so stingy as to fight over 2 yuan, they wouldn't care about a married daughter. Li Leopozi's face darkened as she said, "What about all the food you've eaten while staying here?" Li Xiuxiu looked at her mother with mixed emotions, feeling more resentful. Seeing her mother finally relent, she couldn't let her hold her back any longer. Thinking about the days spent at her mother's house, it was unbearable. Everyone in the family, big or small, treated her like a servant. Even eating a simple bun would earn her 2 disapproving looks. Li Xiuxiu's determination to return to her in-laws grew stronger. With a newfound resolve, she no longer feared her mother. She sat down on a wooden stool and asked, "Mom, haven't I brought back a lot for the family these past 2 years?" The little food she consumed couldn't compare to what she brought home. Li Leopozi snorted and replied, "Are you trying to settle scores with me?" Li Xiuxiu felt suffocated by her mother's words and helplessly said, "Mom, that's not what I mean. Just agree, my mother-in-law has finally softened her stance." Despite Li Leopozi's loud demeanor, she wasn't very clever. In other words, she was a bit confused, only seeing immediate benefits. Otherwise, she wouldn't have pointed a knife at her own family in the first place. Li Leopozi now felt that her in-laws were trying to take advantage of her. She couldn't let them benefit at her expense. "There's no way I can agree to that. How can I explain this to the family? A married daughter shouldn't stay at her parents' house for free for so long," Li Leopozi said firmly. Seeing her mother's attitude, Li Xiuxiu felt a chill and got angry, standing up and saying, "Mom, are you even my real mother? All these years, you've made me support the family, saying you would back me up when things got tough. But who has backed me up? Who hasn't dragged me down?" The one dragging her down the most was her own mother, but Li Xiuxiu didn't say it out loud. She was still concerned about her mother's pride, fearing it would embarrass her. Li Leopozi caught on and said unhappily, "Are you blaming me?" Li Xiuxiu turned her head away in silence. Her meaning was clear. Li Leopozi pursed her lips and said, "If you can't bring back the work points, and since your mother-in-law has softened, just go back and cry a little. Ask her nicely. If that doesn't work, ask Hongbin to help you plead. Your mother-in-law won't throw you out. Honestly, you're failing as a daughter. Your own child doesn't even support you." Li Leopozi's last words hit Li Xiuxiu hard. It made her feel both hurt and angry. She shouted, "In the end, you don't take me seriously at all. You only care about your son. Your own grandson treats me like a servant, and you don't say a word. I used to be foolish, letting the Li family walk all over me. My own son is distant from me, and you don't see that? Whenever there's something good to eat, it's always taken by Jihong and Jijuan. And what do I get? My son can't even have half a boiled egg. I'm not going to let this go. I will take my work points back to my in-laws no matter what." In this era, parents had a strong sense of authority, not allowing their children to argue back. Simply put, it was, "I say what goes, and you do it." It wasn't about what you thought, but what I thought. If you don't listen, you're being unfilial. Such children deserve to be punished. After Li Xiuxiu's explosive outburst, Li Leopozi slammed her hand on the table. Everything on the table shook. Li Leopozi yelled, "You won't! If you dare take your work points back, I'll go to the Zhao family and cause a scene." Li Xiuxiu stared at her mother in shock. The two locked eyes for a long time, and all the resentment Li Xiuxiu had bottled up finally erupted. She screamed, her eyes red, and started throwing things around the room. This behavior startled Li Leopozi, who thought her daughter might have lost her mind. Li Xiuxiu was indeed losing it, but it was just a temporary madness. She felt an overwhelming urge to cause chaos. So, she grabbed whatever she saw and threw it to the ground. The more she threw, the better she felt, losing control of her frenzied mind. Deciding to go all out, she continued her rampage. Li Leopozi shouted in anger and rushed to stop her, but she couldn't catch everything. In no time, the room was in complete disarray. Just then, Li Jijuan came home from school. As he opened the door, something dark flew toward him. He felt a sharp pain and cried out, sitting on the ground, wailing. Li Leopozi, seeing her grandson hurt, scolded Li Xiuxiu for causing trouble and hurried to check on him. Li Jijuan covered his eyes, crying, "Grandma, my eyes are ruined. I'm definitely blind." Li Leopozi was nearly fainting from fear. With her grandson crying and her daughter smashing things, shouting, "Everything is over." The scene was chaotic. Li Leopozi held her chest, feeling overwhelmed. In the midst of Li Xiuxiu's fury, Li Leopozi finally relented. Li Xiuxiu, disheveled and out of breath, stood in place for a moment before heading to her sister-in-law's room to search. Li Leopozi weakly called after her, "What are you doing in your brother's room?" Li Xiuxiu replied defiantly, "How many of my clothes did Jijuan's mother steal? I want them back." "Oh, come on. You've been living here for free for so many days. What's wrong with giving you 2 old clothes? Just have Hongbin's dad make you a couple of new ones. No, I won't give them anything. Even if I have to cut them up, I won't give them to that ungrateful bunch. Li Xiuxiu was determined to reclaim her dignity. She had made up her mind that as long as she could return to her in-laws, she would never come back to her mother's house. She had had enough. After another round of chaos, Li Xiuxiu grabbed her large bundle and returned to her in-laws. Li Xiuxiu had previously held back because she cared about her family ties. But once that bond was broken, everything changed. Human nature is selfish, and with a mother like Li Leopozi, Li Xiuxiu was not someone to be easily bullied. Li Leopozi looked at the mess and felt like crying, thinking she should have agreed sooner. Li Xiuxiu happily returned to her in-laws, and as she entered, she smiled brightly at the village chief's wife, saying, "Mom, I'm back. My mother has agreed to let me take my work points." Little Hongbin had just returned home and, seeing his mother, hugged his grandmother's leg, looking up with hopeful eyes. The village chief's wife noticed her daughter-in-law's messy hair and understood what had happened. She glanced at her grandson and sighed, thinking that her son had divorced and married a stepmother, but how well could she treat her grandson? With a stern face, she told her daughter-in-law, "Put your things back in your room." Li Xiuxiu sighed and hurried back inside, fearing her mother-in-law would change her mind. Little Hongbin happily followed her into the room. That evening, the village chief's wife came to her daughter-in-law's room. In the moonlight, she gently touched her daughter-in-law's hair. She sighed. Li Xiuxiu, who had been sleeping, opened her eyes and saw her mother-in-law. She called out, "Mom." The village chief's wife replied and said, "In just a few days, how did you get so thin? You look much older." Tears filled Li Xiuxiu's eyes. "Mom, I know I was wrong." The village chief's wife sighed again and said, "The ones who will be with you for life are not us old folks or your siblings, but your husband. In the future, the ones who will care for you are the children you give birth to. Will the children of others serve you tea and water? Xiuer, your son is already in school. You should understand this by now. If you wait too long, your child will really grow distant from you. It's not that I want to criticize you. I just worry that you will continue to be confused. When you grow old, you will regret it." Li Xiuxiu nodded repeatedly, crying hard. "Mom, I will never be confused again. I will listen to you from now on." Li Xiuxiu meant what she said. After everything that happened, if she still didn't understand, that would be foolish. The village chief's wife nodded, patting her like a child, and soothingly said, "I believe you. Now lie down and sleep. I'll help you sleep. Let's live well, as a family. Make our lives prosperous." Li Xiuxiu fell into a deep sleep with her mother-in-law's warm words. Once she was asleep, the village chief's wife returned home, and the village chief immediately asked, "How did it go? She won't cause trouble again, will she?" The village chief's wife proudly huffed and said, "Am I someone who easily gives in? Once I take action, I won't let her off easily. That old woman's confused mind is no match for me." The village chief remembered some unpleasant memories. The next morning, when Lin Yuzhu was in class, she noticed Li Jijuan had dark circles under his eyes. After class, she pulled him aside and asked, "Jijuan, what happened to your eyes?" Lin Yuzhu often rewarded the kids with rock candy, which helped her win their hearts. Jijuan was one of them and had successfully come to like Lin Yuzhu, considering her one of his own. The little guy puffed up his cheeks and angrily said, "Teacher Lin, I got hit by Zhao Hongbin's mom. I decided to go find Hongbin and settle the score. If his mom hits me, I'll hit him back." Lin Yuzhu raised an eyebrow, almost feeling gleeful that it didn't happen at school. Otherwise, that old woman would have made a scene. Curiously, she asked, "Your aunt still dares to hit you?" With those dark circles, he looked like a panda. Li Xiuxiu had become bold enough to hit the old woman's weakness. Unbelievable. Jijuan sighed and said, "I don't know what got into her. She smashed everything in our house and then just went home. When my parents came back, they were stunned for a while. I couldn't sleep all night." Lin Yuzhu nodded, took out 2 big white rabbit candies from her pocket, and said, "Since your eyes are already hurt, don't go find Hongbin for revenge. After all, he's my student. If you hit him, how will I explain it to the village chief's family? Give the teacher some face. Besides, when will the cycle of revenge end, right? Except for the last sentence, Jijuan understood everything else. The little guy swallowed hard, nodded, and said, I won't cause trouble for Teacher Lin. Lin Yuzhu nodded in satisfaction and told Jijuan, in matters between elders, you younger ones shouldn't get involved. Jijuan, you're still young. Some things you don't understand yet. When you grow up and know right from wrong, then you can judge the matters between elders, got it? Li Jijuan rolled his eyes and mumbled, in the end, you're just siding with Hongbin. Lin Yuzhu chuckled and said, but he's your brother. You should be happy. I'm not siding with outsiders, Li Jijuan. Tempted by the white rabbit candies, Li Jijuan kept his promise and didn't cause trouble for Hongbin. The weather was getting hotter each day. Many children had switched to lighter clothing. Little Shania changed into a new outfit and ran in front of Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan, showing off. The joy in his eyes was overflowing. Lin Yuzhu felt pleased. At least the stepmother dared not be openly harsh with a child anymore. Little Shania's temperament was clearly improving day by day. Wang Xiaomei had earned quite a bit this year. Seeing the weather warming up, she took Lin Yuzhu and Li Xiangwan to the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought 2 shirts. Since Li Xiangwan had a new one, she didn't buy another. Lin Yuzhu was still wearing the old clothes of the previous owner. Being the youngest in the family had its downsides. The eldest sister wore them first, then the second sister, and finally the third sister. Though the clothes were a bit old, they weren't torn. Lin Yuzhu was no longer as picky as when she first arrived. Now she thought as long as the clothes fit, that was enough. If she dressed too well, how could she fit in with the village women? How could she enjoy playing with her old friends? So, under Wang Xiaomei's persuasion, she still firmly shook her head and didn't buy anything. Li Xiangwan sighed. How could someone so young be so stingy? Li Xiangwan's complaints went unnoticed by Lin Yuzhu. But at school, Han Man was openly disdainful. She often flaunted her big floral shirt in front of Lin Yuzhu. She pretended to ask Lu Yi, Teacher Lu, what do you think of my shirt? Is it pretty? My mom says it makes me look fat, but I think it looks slim. Lu Yi, while writing lesson plans, glanced up hurriedly and said, it looks good, not fat at all. Han Man immediately replied proudly, see, I told you it looks good. Then she turned to Lin Yuzhu, who was wearing an old shirt, and said, Teacher Lin, your shirt is so old. Why don't you buy a new one? No money? I can lend you some. Lin Yuzhu looked up at the smug Han Man and asked good-naturedly, can I not pay it back? Han Man was taken aback. After thinking for a moment, she replied, of course you have to pay it back. Lin Yuzhu shook her head and confidently said, that's no fun. If I have to pay it back, I won't borrow it. Han Man took a deep breath. What kind of person is this? So frustrating.